Volume 16 Chapter 1. Book 16 Chapter 01 Empress Dowager Yanyan. Amongst the palaces Xiang Shaolong has seen, the scale of the Chu Palace is second only to that of the Xianyang Palace, but it is the most tightly guarded. The palace city is surrounded by 30-foot-high walls with an elaborate tower in each of the four corners. The walls are completely encircled by a 50-foot-wide moat with clear waters that allow one to see the bottom. The most formidable are the wooden stakes that stick out of the middle of the moat, making it difficult for one to swim across. There are two city gates which can be raised or lowered for traffic. Behind the high walls are layers upon layers of palace halls and rooms which are mostly either part of the outer royal court or the inner palace courtyard. The central enclosure is bounded by an inner wall with two bell drum towers. An inner palace gate is set in the linkway between the outer royal court and the inner courtyard. The overall layout is symmetrical about a central axis, with a main street connecting the north and south city gates and the inner palace gate. 8 large palace halls and close to 60 courtyard houses are laid out tidily around the central axis on both sides of the main street, with marble fish ponds, footbridges, running water and ancient trees reaching the sky, magnificent and handsome. Xiang Shaolong and Li Yuan entered the palace through the north entrance. They traversed a large square and a bridge over a transverse brook before reaching the two main palace halls, political discourse and rites and ceremonies. Both halls were built on white stone terraces with encircling paths and railings. The atmosphere was solemn and magnificent. Of the 6 other smaller palace halls, 4 were part of the outer royal court and 2 were part of the inner palace courtyard. They were all named after characters from the Chu mythology. The outer royal court halls were named Fire God, River Goddess, the God of Punishment and Fate. The inner courtyard halls were named Fragrant Martyr and Witch. As he was listening to Li Yuan's introductions, the hall which left the greatest impression on Xiang Shaolong was the Witch Hall. Simply going by these names, it can be seen that amongst the nations, the Chu people were the most ingenious and romantic. One could forget about such audacious and innovative names for palace halls in the other states. At the same time, his heart was charged with electricity. Earlier, Li Yuan had raised the issue of killing Lord Chunshan, then sidetracked to another topic, apparently to give him time to digest this hard-to-swallow proposal. He thus recalled Li Yuan's worries. Lord Chunshan has wielded power for a long time after all, with 1,000 lackeys under his wing. He has a lot of prestige in Chu, is strong in every department, and has hard stems and deep roots. If Li Yuan kills him personally, he could incite unrest. He therefore has to find a scapegoat, that man being Xiang Shaolong. Once he reached Shouchuan, he had unyieldingly chased away the Li Chuanguan who had forcibly seized the Dian king's mansion, appearing to be completely oblivious to the consequences. In Li Yuan's eyes, he looked like a heroic and straightforward person. If he could prompt Xiang Shaolong to assassinate Lord Chunshan, he could push all accusations onto Wan Ruiguang. In this way, he could also neutralize the Zhuang family's attempt to reclaim their country and even take Madame Zhuang for himself, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. There was no stratagem that was more malicious than this. Those who stood on the side of Chu all wished to use Li Ling's hand to flatten the vassal state and bring it back under Chu's control. It appears that Li Yuan, Lord Chunshan, and Li Ling were like snakes and mice in the same nest, merely paying lip service to the beauty Madame Zhuang. We need to remember that the vassal states had stopped abiding by Chu after King Shaolai took over, and were subjects in name only. The horse carriage entered the inner palace gate into the inner palace courtyard. This was where the Chu king handled daily government affairs and lived his daily life. The main buildings were the 2 palace halls Fragrant Martyr and Witch, and 6 palaces to the east and west. Each palace was composed of 4 courtyard houses. There were also 3 gardens, the Imperial Garden on the main street and the East and West Gardens on the east and west streets. The scenery was harmonious and boundless. Okay, so there is the whole complex which is called the palace. Within the palace there are many palaces. To simplify everything, we will call everything palace. The context should be sufficient to distinguish the two. Li Yuan was clearly learned, explaining the folklore behind the names of the palace halls one by one. His style of conversation was elegant and filled with an enchanting charisma. It is no wonder that even though her heart belonged to him, Xiang Shaolong, and even knowing that Li Yuan was not a good guy, Madame Zhuang was unable to restrain her emotions with him. At this point, he was talking about the river goddess and the witch, and with a laughing voice said, "Our 2 most beautiful goddesses. The river god and the witch do not inhabit Chu's borders, but are from Han's Luo River and Qin's Mount Wu respectively. Laughing with the lips and eyes, indistinct and abstract as spirits, inhabiting distant rivers and mountains, it is fascinating to think about. Okay, so the witch is from Mount Wu. I can't really figure out whether it should be Lady Wu from Mount Wu or the witch from which mountain. Anyone?" Xiang Shaolong said, regarding the matter about Lord Chunshan that imperial uncle mentioned. Li Yuan patted his own brows amiably and said, "Let's discuss this again at a later date." I think Brother One should first spend more time to clearly recognize Lord Chuanshan's true face and verify that I, Li Yuan, am not slandering a good person. Brother One can then make his decision. Brother One should nonetheless remember that this is a matter between us men. If the ladies knew about this, not only will they reveal it in their countenance, it will cause them to worry all day, doing more harm than good. Xiang Shaolong silently praised this brilliant move, and naturally nodded his head in agreement. Li Yuan is trying to deceive him, he is also trying to deceive Li Yuan, tit for tat, both sides should not have any cause to grumble. At this moment, the horse carriage was following the east road. The question was, where was Tian Dan's location? Li Yuan laughed and said, I have an official residence outside the palace that is 10 times the size. I prefer to stay within the palace nonetheless, and I spend a large proportion of my time here. Xiang Shaolong mused, the real reason is that you want to be close by to control Li Yanyan. As the guardian opened the carriage door, Xiang Shaolong collected his disparate thoughts and followed Li Yuan down. Li Yuan and Xiang Shaolong sat down within the main hall as host and guest. A pretty servant maid proffered some fragrant tea. As Xiang Shaolong's eyes took a sweep of the place, he realized that Li Yuan was a man of taste. In the direction of the royal court in the central axis is a row of 18 doors with louvre windows. The pond on the terrace was adorned with miniature pavilions and rock mountains, and was forded by a stone bridge. The courtyard was wider than 500 paces, and planted with camellias and Chinese cinnamon. It was just before summer and the camellias were in full bloom. With the smell of cassia and tangerines floating in the air, the red and white strive with each other, creating a colorful scene of spring. The furniture in the hall were all made of intricately carved fragrant pear wood, with the seats were covered with brocade. All kinds of decorative ancient porcelain and engraved screens could be found everywhere. Xiang Shaolong knew that his taste was not at this level. If not for the fact that he had obtained Ji Yanran's affections first and that they had shared all kinds of extraordinary circumstances, he might really have lost to Li Yuan in that contest for Ji Yanran. Because the north hall faced away from the sun and was close to the pond, it was cool and refreshing, relieving the summer heat. As Xiang Shaolong and Li Yuan sat calmly in the middle of the hall enjoying the fragrant tea, for a moment he felt it difficult to treat this apparently honorable, bright and talented man as an enemy. To think that this chap was so formidable, feigning closeness as family and brothers to attack the heart of this forsaken and homeless man. Of course he couldn't disappoint him. As he was about to feign thankfulness, Li Yuan clapped his hands lightly and said in a crisp voice, Brother One should take a bit of time to observe the situation, then think over my story. AI. Li Yuan is not afraid of having deep conversations with relative strangers because of righteous indignation for my great Chu's future, nothing else. Following his clapping, 4 well-proportioned beauties wearing the Chu dress and veiled caps came from a side door with dancing steps. As they arrived in front of the 2 men, they knelt, paid their respects and with a graceful subservient posture, sat down within arm's reach of the 2 men. The veils covering their faces caused them to be even more enchanting. Only now does Xiang Shaolong realize that without Yanran, people will have an excellent way to bribe him. He couldn't help having a cold sweat wondering what would have happened if he hadn't obtained Ji Yanran. It is all thanks to the fact that Li Yuan only knows the poems and songs of Chu but does not know any aphorisms like absolute power corrupts absolutely nor any sweet honeyed stories. Li Yuan said, when we seal friendships, if it's not with beautiful women then it's with gold. These 4 women come from different lands, each having windy passions, each being 1 out of 1,000 women, and each being virgins who have never tasted sexual intercourse. Brother can take their veils off one by one, see which is the most pleasing to the eye and take that one as my meeting gift. Xiang Shaolong exclaimed in his heart, formidable, Li Yuan could be the most adept at psychological tactics amongst the people he had met. With the opportunity to remove the veils of all the women and to select one, his curiosity was piqued and he felt the high-level arousal of violating other people's private areas. Even though he had no intention of accepting the beauties, he still felt a strong impulse to unmask the women for a look. Of course he couldn't do this. With a sinking countenance, he said, I appreciate Imperial Uncle's kindness, but I, Wan Ruiguang, do not care for anything other than reclaiming my country. On hearing this, Li Yuan was not angry but was pleased instead. Laughing out loud and chasing away the 4 women, he said, don't know if Brother Wan knew that the certainly was deliberately testing you, seeing if Brother Wan would be distracted with sex. Since it is this way, I am even more relieved. He clapped his hands again, and the pretty maid servant brought fine wine and food. Both men took a small swallow from the small wine cups and started talking freely. Li Yuan spoke rapidly, continuously asking after the situation in Dian, expressing great concern. Thankfully Li Yuan was even more ignorant of Dian affairs than he was, and whenever Xiang Shaolong was unable to answer, he casually fabricated some exotic custom to bamboozle Li Yuan. Li Yuan also could not find any gaps in his story. In those days when he was undergoing military training, he had gone to many parts of China. Hence he recognized their terrain and culture, and could give a passable discourse. As they were halfway through the meal, a sentry reported that the Empress Dowager had arrived. Xiang Shaolong had a fright and was about to retreat when Li Yuan calmly and unhurriedly instructed his men to remove the food and wine, and then led him behind a screen and said, "Brother One can hide here. When you hear me ask about helping you reclaim your country, you will know who is getting in the way." Xiang Shaolong asked in a low voice, "What if I am discovered by the Empress Dowager?" Li Yuan slapped his chest in guarantee and said, "When younger sister and I speak, there is never anyone else around. If there is any issue, I will bear all responsibility. I won't let brother One suffer any grievance. But remember to just keep quiet and listen, do not look." The last time as Dong Horse fanatic, he had to play a vulgar hero. This time Wan Ruiguang has been seen as a brave and selfless hero by Li Yuan. Xiang Shaolong could only pretend to foolishly and blankly accept this absurd arrangement. With the jingle of girdle ornaments, the incomparably delicate and graceful woman who had mesmerized King Shaolai arrived. With the sound of closing doors, he heard the footsteps of the imperial guards retreating outside the door. As Xiang Shaolong recalled Lord Longyang and Madame Zhuang's description of Li Yanyan, how could he abide by Li Yuan's instructions? He placed his eye on the screen aperture, looking towards the center of the hall. His one look took his breath away. He could not believe that he would see a person whose beauty and demeanor were both comparable to Ji Yanran and Qin Qing. To be honest, she was still half a step below Ji Yanran in terms of charm and beauty, and falls short of Qin Qing's grandeur and elegance. Nonetheless, she has a whiff of that seep into the bones kind of universally moving, frail and feeble look that causes all who meet her to sympathize with her. At this moment, she prettily stood at the center of the hall with a lightly crinkled brow. As long as one is a man, one will have a strong urge to rise up and embrace her in sympathetic and tender love. She is the kind of person that will cause honorable men to desire to pull her to a couch in search of happiness but not be able to bear adding to her the little more injury, the kind of woman who will overturn nations. Madame Zhuang was right. Her refined and elegant as jade appearance was shrouded by an insipid wisp of indescribable sorrow, appearing as if there is nothing left in this world that can cause her to regain her happiness. Li Yanyan's head sported a cloud bun. Even her fringe was made like a cloud, placed on top of her long delicate eyebrows which reached her temples, really fitting the description cloud bun thick obvious fragrance dense eyebrow dye. I think this is some kind of classic look. The hair on her temples are loosely combed in a curvy style, thin and translucent, and dimly discernible like cicada's wings. This further emphasized her consummately beautiful almond-shaped face and her sorrowfully beautiful eyes. Slim and graceful, with a delicate body in balance. Coupled with a phoenix crown and an emerald dress, this gave her a larger-than-life, hard-to-surmount, aloof and remote, immortal beauty. She was adorned with all manner of ornaments, but the most eye-catching piece was the necklace hanging from her powdered neck and sitting on her silky bosom. The upper tier was made from 20-plus jewel-embedded gold beads while the lower tier held a piece of dewdrop-shaped jade as the anchoring ornament, reflecting the sparkle from the jewel-encrusted phoenix crown on her head, sparkling and translucent, dazzling and brilliant, but not at all diminishing her delicate and refined essence that transcended all riches and honor. Xiang Shaolong couldn't help feeling shocked at her beauty. If she was willing to mount the couch with him, Xiang Shaolong would be sure to do it immediately. At this moment, Li Yuan came behind her and gently helped her remove her outer robe, exposing her gold-lined black long dress decorated with delicate phoenix motif embroidery. Her waist was bound with a jade belt, displaying a grand and magnificent attitude. As Li Yuan's fingers touched her fragrant shoulders, this so-named Empress Dowager's delicate body shuddered visibly, and she even lowered her gaze with a very strange expression. Xiang Shaolong's heart jolted, thinking that the two of them are not brothers and sisters, but also realizing that if this was the case, how could they have fooled Lord Chunshan? Even if one wanted to, it was not possible to pass oneself off as someone of Li Yanyan's nationally renowned class of beauty. As Li Yanyan's plump and smooth sexy lips trembled lightly, she said, "Why is elder brother here? I made an appointment with Xior to come see the latest embroidery." With a sweet and clear voice that carried a jingling and magnetic tone, heaven has truly been kind to her. As Xiang Shaolong has gone through these many years of setbacks and calamities, he can actually meet outstanding beauties like Madame Zhuang and Yingying and remain calm and show no interest like an old meditating monk. But this time as he is stealing a look at Li Yanyan, he knows he is about to lose his battle. At the same time, he had a vague thought that perhaps Li Yuan wanted to obtain Ji Yanran simply because the talented Lady Ji was the only one who could take Li Yanyan's place in his heart. Could it be that the two brothers and sisters have an unmentionable relationship? It was a given in this era that a husband has many wives. When women are married to men of status and rank, some of their older and younger sisters and even nieces will follow to the groom's house as concubines, not to mention maidservants as part of the dowry. Even more discriminating, when a monarch marries off a daughter, lords of the same clan or even close friends will send some of their women over as gifts to be concubines. Besides this, the aristocracy and ministers may bring any woman they fancy into the palace. It is obvious that they will have many concubines. Families with many wives are chaotic, with fratricidal fighting and confusion over precedence happening easily. It is very likely that Li Yuan and Li Yanyan have the same father but different mothers. A talented man matches a beautiful woman, not to mention that Li Yuan is a wolf with a savage heart, desiring to use Li Yanyan to emulate Lu Bui's devious plot. He even caused Lord Chunshan to think that he is old but still vigorous in mind and body, giving rise to a son in his old age, then switching her to marrying King Shaolai, this other muddlehead. One can imagine how once King Shaolai met Li Yanyan, he forgot even his father's surname and given name. How would he know that the miracle in her body is actually concocted by Li Yuan? If Xiang Shaolong had not found out about the relationships between Li Yuan, Li Yanyan, Lord Chunshan, and King Shaolai from Jiaomu, and also understood Li Yuan's unscrupulous character, he would never have been able to arrive at this shocking deduction with just this one act between two people and their momentary expressions. As he thought about how Li Yuan would rather have killed him than let him have the opportunity to see the two of them alone, Xiang Shaolong's breath quickened unconsciously. As Li Yuan ushered Li Yanyan to a seat, he gently said, "Xior is presently embroidering in the east wing. It is rare for us to have a chance to talk. Let elder brother and Yanyan exchange a few words, okay?" With these words, Xiang Shaolong knew that even thought it appeared that Li Yuan had run into Li Yanyan by accident, it was actually arranged deliberately to allow himself to listen in on some conversation that is slanderous to Lord Chunshan, to seal himself as the tool to assassinate Lord Chunshan. This is because Li Yuan should have known Li Yanyan would have come after lunch to see Guo Xior's embroidery. This perverse and sleep-depriving relationship must have been difficult to bear, that is why this most powerful person in Chu condescends to come here. It could be seen that her relationship with Guo Xior is very good. Li Yanyan sighed and said, "Speak." Li Yuan pretended to tremble in fear in front of this sister of his, gave a dry cough, cleared his throat and said, "I wish to discuss the matter of the Dian princess mother and son's request for troops to help them reclaim their country." Li Yanyan coldly said, "Elder brother must have fallen for the chaste princess." Li Yuan, knowing that Wan Ruiguang was listening, became uneasy and unhappily said, "How can Yanyan look upon elder brother this way? I am but thinking on behalf of Great Chu. The late king has just passed away. If we remain unmoved by the Dian princess mother and son's request, it could provoke the other vassal states' desire to secede. If they lean towards Qin, Chu will be in danger." Xiang Shaolong had a good laugh. Li Yuan was giving such a fervent speech, he is really going through a lot of trouble on his behalf. Li Yanyan was silent for a while, and laughed dully saying, "This is not something for you or I to decide. We must consult the generals and ministers, if not there will be controversy. Has elder brother raised this with Lord Chunshan?" Once King Shaolai passed away, Lord Chunshan immediately became the person in the Chu court with the most decisive role in both military and civil matters. It was also because of this that Madame Zhuang toiled to rush to Shouchuan to plead for Lord Chunshan's benevolent assistance. How could she know that Lord Chunshan is the one in the background trying to eliminate the mother and son? Li Yuan played the savior, and said in an upright and unafraid manner, "Of course I have, but Lord Chunshan is adamant and determined to use Li Ling to control the vassal state. Madame Zhuang aside, he is also looking to eliminate the rest of her party. AI. If Li Ling becomes dominant, do you think that he will follow the king's orders? That is why elder brother has to raise this issue with the Empress Dowager. But this is the first time he has addressed Li Yanyan as Empress Dowager." The Xiang Shaolong, who was peeking in rapt attention, secretly exclaimed, "Formidable." No matter whether this speech is real or fake, when Li Yuan delivered it to the Chu Empress Dowager, even the false turned real. If he was the real Wan Ruiguang, he would definitely have believed without a doubt, dying with the horizontal stroke, following Li Yuan's orders to fight his fight. Li Yanyan muttered irresolutely to herself for a while, then unhurriedly said, "I requested for elder brother to invite the Dian princess mother and son to the palace for a few days. How is that coming along? If they come here, then nobody will be able to harm them. AI. The widow and the fatherless child leads one to pity." Xiang Shaolong was moved in his heart, and as he listened to Li Yuan explaining Madame Zhuang mother and son's reason for declining, mused that Li Yanyan's intention was actually so good. Looks like all her past actions have been forced out by the Li clan, which is headed by Li Yuan. No wonder she is so unhappy. As he was still in perplexed thought, he heard Li Yanyan's gentle voice saying, "Elder brother, you must go see the Dian princess immediately. No matter what you do, you must get the mother and son to come into the palace together with all her people. By no means must we allow them to come to harm. Zhuangjiao has made matchless contributions to our great Chu. With their past loyalty, no matter what, we must show them a little sympathy." Li Yuan secretly celebrated for having achieved his goals, and only after getting up did he realize that Li Yanyan had no intention of getting up. He was puzzled and asked, "Isn't Yanyan going to meet Xior?" Li Yanyan dully replied, "I would like to sit here alone to contemplate some issues, nobody is to disturb me." Li Yuan couldn't help turning his head and glancing at the screen, scaring Xiang Shaolong into withdrawing his head quickly. Li Yanyan was displeased and said, "Why is elder brother hesitating?" The next sound was of the opening and closing of the doors. One could imagine how frightened and distressed the Li Yuan was as he was compelled to leave. Xiang Shaolong was also suffering. If this beautiful woman wants to sit for half a day, he would have to be cooped up there for the same period of time. Li Yanyan's voice sounded out, "No matter who you are, come out for me immediately." Once Xiang Shaolong heard this, he was instantly soaked in sweat. If he is beheaded by Li Yanyan just like that, it would certainly be most pointless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 16 Chapter 2. Book 16 Chapter 02 To Meet Again in a Strange Land. Xiang Shaolong stepped out from behind the screen with dragon-like movements and tiger-like steps, not the least bit afraid. He knelt and kowed out at a distance, saying in a deep voice, "The stateless official Wan Ruiguang is guilty and deserves 10,000 deaths. May the Empress Dowager convict him." Li Yanyan coldly looked at him and blandly said, "Raise your head." Xiang Shaolong was secretly pleased and raised his head while gazing deeply into her eyes, displaying a liberal demeanor, as if completely unafraid of death. Li Yanyan's delicate pupils emitted a keen light and solemnly said, "Now I will question and you will answer. If there is any hesitation, I will order my men to drag you outside and behead you. Do not take advantage of the fact that I am a woman. I have learned equestrian archery and sword fighting since young. There are very few people who can even think about approaching me." Xiang Shaolong mused, "No wonder you are so daring." He let out a sigh and said, "Empress Dowager might as well behead me. If it is anything concerning the imperial uncle, how could I speak without his permission?" Li Yanyan was displeased and said, "Who is in charge here in my great Chu?" Xiang Shaolong knew he couldn't push her too far, and sadly said, "I, Wan Ruiguang, am but a stateless official. I never hoped to survive this trip to Shochuan. I would have been content to put in some effort for my country before dying." Li Yanyan furiously said, "Do you want to die? I want to keep you alive in vain hope of death, accuse your associates of conspiring against me and bring disaster to your family and clan." Xiang Shaolong laughed out loud and said, "It turns out that in the end you only wish to destroy our Zhuang family. All right. I, Wan Ruiguang, will just have to accept fate. He didn't really want to argue with her, just that the situation before him was complicated, and Li Yuan and Li Yanyan's relationship was even more unfathomable. If he surrendered obediently and betrayed Li Yuan, she would surely despise him. It would be more worthwhile to try to test the depth of her compassion for the Zhuang family. Li Yanyan stared at him fiercely, her complexion flitting from bright to gloomy, obviously unable to decide what to make of this heroic, spirited and death-defying yet talented and valiant man. Xiang Shaolong pressed his advantage and kowed out by knocking his head heavily 3 times on the floor, saying, "This is to thank Empress Dowager's compassion and desire to protect our Zhuang family just now. If Empress Dowager has changed her mind, the small official will still be very grateful. I just hope that my death will appease the Empress Dowager's anger, and hope that the Empress Dowager will be magnanimous and spare Zhuangjiao's few remaining descendants." As his words ended, he quickly and nimbly retreated 2 steps and knelt down again. He then drew his sword and played as if he was going to commit suicide. Li Yanyan said, "Wait." Of course Xiang Shaolong would not force his own hand. If Li Yanyan had not shouted for him to stop, he would have had no choice but to break through the window on the back door and escape as quickly as he could to the Zhuang mansion, and then figure out how to escape. Chu. As he was thinking about the close shave, he put his sword horizontally across his neck like it was done in the movies and laughed bitterly, saying, "What instruction does Empress Dowager have?" Li Yanyan heaved a sigh and said, "Sheath your sword first, and then come sit in front of me." But Xiang Shaolong silently sheathed his sword and moved to a point 10 steps from her and sat down comfortably. His manner was neither overbearing nor servile. In this era, heroes are esteemed. It was not certain whether Xiang Shaolong was truly heroic, but he came from the 21st century where everyone was equal. Even though he observed the customs of the present era and stood on ceremony when needed, he involuntarily displayed a fearing no one, neither heaven nor earth attitude. This caused others to feel that he is distinctively high-spirited. Li Yanyan scrutinized him for a good while before sighing and saying, "Has elder brother ever asked you to assassinate Lord Chunshan?" This time it was Xiang Shaolong's turn to be startled. Li Yanyan was unexpectedly sharp, arriving at this conclusion from the fact that Li Yuan had hidden him behind the screen to eavesdrop and then deliberately slandered Lord Chunshan. Pretending to mutter irresolutely, he said, "Imperial uncle might have had this intention, but he has yet to mention it to the small official." Li Yanyan's voice turned cold and she said, "Once you have murdered Lord Chunshan, do you think any member of your Zhuang family will be left alive?" Xiang Shaolong could not really fathom whether she was standing on Li Yuan's side or Lord Chunshan's side and said, "Of course I will become the scapegoat." Li Yanyan gazed blankly for a while before saying in puzzlement, "Scapegoat? What an odd expression. Having said it though, it does seem like an apt description. Lambs can only be led to the slaughter. Just a note that the Chinese word for scapegoat is actually literally meaning assuming guilt lamb. If I'm not wrong, lambs and goats have the same name in Chinese. By this time, Xiang Shaolong is very familiar with the attitudes of people in the royal courts. Li Yanyan is just like another Zhu Ji, unbearably lonely. That is why once she ran into him, she is handily using him to while her time away. With sudden inspiration, he said, this could also be described as a black dog's food is a white dog's calamity. Isn't this even more apt? Li Yanyan failed to comprehend initially, but thinking it through, she laughed her with a poochie sound. She knew that she had lost her bearing again and restrained herself, though her tone was now warmer, and she said blandly, you really aren't the brave and straightforward person that you appear to be, only knowing how to use the sword. AI. Please go. In the end, this has nothing to do with you. I was just angry that you actually had the guts to sneak a peek at me. Xiang Shaolong did not dare to show his gleeful expression, and after kowtowing to express his thanks, stood up and said, would Empress Dowager please show me an open and honorable egress route? Li Yanyan said, after I leave, you may leave by the side door to the courtyard and then leave by the back rooms. If you do not wish for your head to roll on the ground, it's best not to reveal our conversation to the imperial uncle. Otherwise I will not spare you. Xiang Shaolong took her words as wind past his ears, aka in one ear and other the other, and casually muttered a response before attempting to retreat to the courtyard. Li Yanyan said in displeasure, stand still. Did you hear what I said? Xiang Shaolong calmly said, the small official did not reply because he does not take his head as a matter of concern and hence did not really take the words seriously. However, if I had revealed this to Empress Dowager, she would have been unhappy. Even if I am torn apart by 5 horses, I will still abide by the ruling. Li Yanyan's apricot eyes glared with fury initially, but gradually softened again as she heard the last few words. She sighed and said, you are not a wicked and evil person, but are candid and honest. For Dian to have produced a talent like yourself, there is yet hope for your restoration. Go! I don't wish to see you again. Xiang Shaolong was startled and said, didn't Empress Dowager ask Imperial Uncle to order us into the palace just now? Li Yanyan was irritated and said, even then do you think you can meet me so easily? Quickly get lost. Xiang Shaolong forced a smile and said, if the Empress Dowager really wants me to get lost, I would rather be killed by you. Has Empress Dowager ever heard of the expression only to be killed, never to be insulted? Li Yanyan pretended that she did not hear it, but felt herself being attracted to this person's clever language. He was enchanting and fascinating, a kind of man she had never before seen in her life. Nonetheless, since it was not appropriate for her to continue being in contact with him, she turned around and walked out the main door with a look of exasperation. Xiang Shaolong took the opportunity to retreat to the courtyard and quickly walked to the rear room. Li Yanyan's beautiful visage has been crammed into his heart. As he pushed open the door to go out, the shadow of a figure floated in with the fragrant wind and bumped into him. Despite his perturbed mind, he realized that it was a woman. Not daring to let the other party enter his embrace, he stretched out his hands to restrain the other party's shoulders. The lady cried out in alarm, raised her own hands and pressed against the pit of his stomach, thus borrowing a little momentum to retreat a few steps. The sound of an abusive female voice came out of the rear room. Xiang Shaolong took a look at the face of the lady that almost crashed into his chest and got a fright. If she wasn't the Guishior who married Li Yuan, who could it be? As the servant girls behind Guishiori started to swarm round, she cut them off with one hand and said in a loud but delicate voice, do not be rude. This is General Wan Rueguang, a friend of Imperial Uncle. After giving him a firm and meaningful look, Guishior greeted and said, Mister, please forgive your servant for walking around without her eyes. Xiang Shaolong vaguely felt that Guishior had recognized who he was, but could not tell where he had exposed himself. He felt a big headache coming, but was also secretly happy. Returning the courtesy, he said, it should be I who should be asking Madam Imperial Uncle for forgiveness, but... Guishior shouted to the 4 servant girls behind her, why aren't you quickly going ahead to see if Empress Dowager has left? The 4 servant girls have rarely seen this warm, graceful, and elegant madam use such an urgent and strict tone, so while whispering amongst themselves about who this person was, they hurriedly rushed to obey their orders. Guishior gently said, is General leaving? Let your servant send the general some ways. She led the way, and reaching the back door, she said to the 2 sentries, go and help General find a horse carriage. One of the sentries obeyed the command and left. Guishior then found another excuse to send the other sentry away. When only the 2 of them were left, she softly said, Xiang Shaolong. I've been thinking about you bitterly. Why have you come here? Is it to deal with Xior's husband? Only now does Xiang Shaolong know for sure that she has seen through his disguise. He sighed, saying, "How did you know I was Xiang Shaolong?" Guo Xiaoer said softly, "When my hands pressed against your stomach just now, I felt that phoenix-shaped jade pendant on you. I have been playing with it and handling it since I was young. Of course I can recognize it. Xiaoer is very happy, you have really been wearing it continuously." Only now does Xiang Shaolong understand. Guo Xiaoer serenely said, "Can Shaolong let Xiaoer's husband go?" Xiang Shaolong's heart was extremely moved. If Guo Xiaoer had wanted him dead, all she had to do was shout with her delicate voice, he would then be decimated. However, even though she had guessed that he was here to kill Li Yuan, she was not willing to do so, merely pleading for his mercy. It was clear that she was someone who would not sell herself out once she had made up her mind. He couldn't help but ask, "Does he love you?" Guo Xiaoer nodded affirmatively, but sighed and said, "What use is that? He has too many women." Of course Xiang Shaolong knew Li Yuan was promiscuous and liked to reward himself with women. He said seriously, "Xiaoer, please do not worry, my trip here is definitely not because of him." Only after the horse carriage had gone far away did Guo Xiaoer emerge from her dejected spirit and return to the courtyard. As the horse carriage sped out of the palace gates, two mounted men flew over. Xiang Shaolong recognized one of them as the refined and delicate Dong Luzi. This person once created a stir in the Handan martial arts tournament. Together with the other swordsman Lu Wuxin, they were the two most famous experts under Li Yuan. Dong Luzi reined his horse deferentially and to convey his regards, saying, "Imperial uncle is waiting for Master Wan at the Red Embrace Mansion. Allow your servant to lead the way. The other person has already been ordered to defend the changed route." Xiang Shaolong laughed and said, "No need to lead. Isn't the carriage going there anyway? What is this hero's honorable name?" Dong Luzi was a little embarrassed. They were accustomed to such people running amok in Shochuan. Another disconnect here, sorry. Dong Luzi gave a dry cough and reported his name. At this moment, the sound of hooves arose. A group of 20 over horsemen were on a collision course with them. The leader was approximately 20 years old and was wearing a nobleman's battle dress. His facial features were coarse but heroic. With one look, one could be sure that this man was braver than most other men. Both his eyes fixed their attention on Dong Luzi, emitting a pair of cold beams, showing an excited expression. As Dong Luzi saw this youth, he gave a cold snort and said to Xiang Shaolong in a low voice, "Master Wan. This is Lord Chuanshan's seventh son Huang Zhan. He is fond of bravery and fighting. In Shochuan, he is either number 1 or number 2 in equestrian archery and sword fighting. Imperial uncle has given us strict orders forbidding us to offend him. If he is disrespectful in speech, could Master Wan please bear with it?" As Xiang Shaolong mused that it is actually one of Shochuan's tyrannical aristocrats, Huang Zhan has cut off the route in front. His people spread out to the left and right, cutting off the traffic on the entire road. Dong Luzi saluted and said, "Dong Luzi pays his respects to Master Huang." Huang Zhan gave a snort and played deaf. He urged his horse on and arrived at Dong Luzi's side, giving Xiang Shaolong an arrogant glance. Dong Luzi hurriedly said, "This is Diane's General Wan Ruiguang who has just arrived in Shochuan." Huang Zhan's spirit rose and he gently laughed, saying, "So it is actually the Wan Ruiguang who swept Li Chuanguan out the door. Why don't we relocate somewhere and let Huang Zhan experience his brilliance so as to prevent outsiders from accusing my Shochuan of having no capable people?" Xiang Shaolong ridiculed in his heart, this is actually someone who merely likes to flaunt his military might, brave but guileless. No wonder Li Yuan is able to gain power. Dong Luzi said in a deep voice, "Master Huang." Huang Zhan interrupted him in merciless disregard, saying, "Dog slave. Since when is it your turn to speak?" Dong Luzi lowered his head in silence, but it was clear he was furious in his heart. Huang Zhan stared at Xiang Shaolong disdainfully and sneered, saying, "Is General Wan afraid?" Xiang Shaolong smiled faintly and said, "Master Huang is overly praising my humble self. This humble self is even less likely to be so arrogant as to think that Shochuan is without capable people. But the sword under my hand is only used on the battlefield to defeat the enemy or perhaps to defend my state's fields and land. Master should understand this truth." The color on Huang Zhan's face changed and he said, "Are you deriding that I do not know how to kill enemies on the battlefield?" At this time Xiang Shaolong is even more certain that this is just a person who merely fond of bravery and fighting. He calmly said, "If Master Huang is interested, he can set a date for a public competition to compare notes. Nonetheless, this matter needs the prior approval of your honorable father." "Master, please." This speech was both hard and soft, a clear statement of "I am not afraid of you." Huang Zhan has never met anyone so formidable. After being in shock for a while, he shouted loudly, "That's settled then. The one surnamed Wan had better not cower back at that time." Xiang Shaolong faced the sky and had a good laugh, saying, "Master does not have to worry. Having the chance to compete with experts is something that I, Wan Ruiguang, desire earnestly but am rarely able to fulfill. But hearing the heroic air and confidence in his laughter, Huang Zhan was startled. Turning to Dong Luzi he said, "Fragrant Splendor Pavilion's little jeweler belongs to me, Huang Zhan. Dong Luzi, you had better not go there in the future." Once he had finished speaking, he let out a deafening whistle and spurred his horse, leading his people away. The street is now lined with carriages and chariots. Dong Luzi gazed at Huang Zhan's back with a hateful and poisonous look. Only after leading them to another street did he take a deep breath and say, "I really hope that General Wan can slaughter this chap with one stroke of the sword." Of all the cities he has been since he arrived in this era, Shochuan has most nightclubs and brothels. The most prosperous neighborhood, which was next to the inner castle, had an intensely fragrant main street aptly named Wine God. Just this street alone contained more than 100 brothels, entertainment halls, and wine shops of all sizes. They were all privately owned, signaling the prosperity of the place. According to Dong Luzi, the majority of the Song courtesans came from vanquished states. Of these, the women from Yu commanded the highest prices. The goods could have been purchased directly from those places that have been exploited by Chu over the long term. They could also have been captive slaves from vanquished states purchased from the government. Merely thinking about these issues, Xiang Shaolong shook his head and sighed. The Red Embrace Mansion is one of the largest song and dance establishments in Shochuan. The other two are the Vegetarian Goddess and the Fragrant Splendor Pavilion that Huang Zhan warned Dong Luzi against. The Red Embrace Mansion is formed from a cluster of courtyards surrounded by high walls. The area inside is divided into 7 to 8 courtyard houses. The main house was 2 stories high, with windows facing backwards. This provided a view of the nearby Chu Palace with its splendid, densely packed palace halls and rooms, the inner city wall, the moat and Shochuan's famous scenic spot, the Ying Garden. The Ying Lake, which is on the central axis of the garden, looked like a bright mirror embedded in the dense groves of trees. The scenery was harmonious and pleasing. The Dian King's mansion that Xiang Shaolong was residing in was located at the eastern end of the Ying Garden. With Dong Luzi's guidance, Xiang Shaolong ascended to the second story of the main house. 4 beautiful, colorfully attired servant girls knelt respectfully in greeting. They used 2 basins of clear water to wash their hands and faces. Such a show of ostentation is unmatched in the 3 Jin states and the Strong Qin. The manager is a big fatty called Shu Qi. This person was a top-notch bootlicker and he rarely had such a perfect occasion. Even Xiang Shaolong felt compelled to give him a reward to ease his own conscience. Li Yuan was drinking wine in a side room in the direction of the Ying Garden. Accompanying him were the 2 men who were once defeated by Teng Yi, Lu Wuxin, and Yan Fu. Upon seeing Xiang Shaolong, he invited him to join the party, and asked with a serious expression, "Did the Empress Dowager find out that you were sitting behind the screen?" Xiang Shaolong was electrified, knowing that he now had to choose between buying the favor of Li Yuan and that of Li Yanyan. He heaved a sigh and said, "Empress Dowager did give me strict orders not to reveal anything, but I, Wan Ruiguang, am not afraid of death. Not to mention that Imperial Uncle has gone all-out effort for the Zhuang family. Yes, I do not know how, but Empress Dowager knew that I was hiding behind the screen." He had decided to buy Li Yuan's favor, though his reason was quite laughable. It was simply because Li Yanyan was a kind-hearted person. Even if he offended her, he would still have room for maneuver. Li Yuan, on the other hand, was an all-out villain. If he found out that he himself was lying, things would invariably sour. Li Yuan was pleased and said, "Brother Wan really thinks highly of me. I, Li Yuan, will naturally spare no effort to defend Brother Wan. Brother Wan can be at ease." "Hey! Can you guess how she knew you were hiding behind the screen?" "I too could only figure out after it had happened." Xiang Shaolong could not figure out and shaking his head, replied, "Imperial Uncle, please explain." Li Yuan said, "There are 2 factors. First, she had already found out from the sentry that Brother Wan and I were drinking wine and having a chat. Next is the footprint on the ground. When Empress Dowager wanted me to leave, I looked back and saw a footprint leading to the screen, immediately knowing that we had been exposed." Xiang Shaolong secretly thought, what a close shave. If he had lied and said that the Empress Dowager had just sat in a daze for a while and then left, he would have been caught lying on the spot. Li Yuan laughed and said, "Brother Wan. Li Yuan toasts you a cup." Lu Wuxin, Yan Fu and Dong Luzi all raised their cups. After the wine had made 3 rounds, Xiang Shaolong committed himself and said, "Empress Dowager seemed to have a faint suspicion that Imperial Uncle had indeed deliberately raised the matter concerning my country to cause me to confirm the true opponents of my Zhuang family's restoration. She even reprimanded me severely for a while." Li Yuan said nonchalantly, "Could Brother Wan please relate the whole conversation with Empress Dowager word by word? This is vital. You must not miss or hide anything." Xiang Shaolong immediately offered half the story, providing a description filled with half-truths. Of course he had to leave out the most critical parts, like how she had seen through Li Yuan's ploy to get Xiang Shaolong to assassinate Lord Chunshan. Li Yuan frowned in contemplation for a while, then continued probing for details, compelling him to reveal even the account of how he pulled out his sword to commit suicide. With a queer expression, he said, "I understand my younger sister the Empress Dowager's temperament the best. She rarely has this many words to say to people. The most peculiar is that she did not punish Brother Wan in any way." Turning to the rest, he said, "What do you guys think?" Lu Wuxin and the rest all had queer expressions on their faces, but they all did not dare to reveal their thoughts. Li Yuan became angry and said, "If I ask you guys to say it, then say it. Don't you think I do not know myself? I just wanted to verify with you guys." Lu Wuxin lowered his head deferentially and said, "In the end, Empress Dowager is a woman, maybe." "Hey! Master should understand my meaning." Li Yuan flashed Xiang Shaolong a glance and laughed aloud, saying, "Look at these big men being so hesitant when talking about women, isn't it ridiculous?" Now it is Xiang Shaolong to feel strange. If Li Yuan and this beautiful younger sister have an unnatural relationship, he would have been at least a little jealous when she falls for another man. But looking at how happy he is right now, the reality and this theory don't match. Li Yuan raised his cup for a toast and said, "Let us drink another cup." While still confused, Xiang Shaolong raised his cup and answered everyone's toast. As Li Yuan put down his cup, his eyes were shining with an intimidating gleam. With a voice brimming with hope, he said, "In the end, the Empress Dowager, my younger sister, was not able to endure loneliness and was moved by Brother Wan. Such developments between men and women are the hardest to understand. If only this were the case, Brother Wan has hoped to reclaim his country." Xiang Shaolong secretly scolded him in his heart. First he wants me to be an assassin, now he wants me to be a male gigolo. Shaking his head, he said, "Imperial uncle has misunderstood. Empress Dowager is only concerned about my Zhuang family's matter, that is why she had a long conversation with me and also spared me. There shouldn't be any male-female relationship." Li Yuan excitedly said, "Of course we could be celebrating over nothing. But I will probe her with words. I know her too well. She can hide matters from anybody, but she cannot hide them from me." Xiang Shaolong righteously said, "If Imperial uncle asks me to raise my sword to kill the enemy, I will not crease even half an eyebrow. But, Li Yuan interrupted him and said, "Good. Indeed worthy of being called a man. However, has Brother Wan ever considered that people who wish to accomplish great things not only mustn't be a stickler for small matters, but must also be completely unscrupulous? If not, Brother Wan should not have come to Shochuan. He should instead have slashed his way to Dian and tried to use the sword in his hands to kill the clique of traitors." IMHO, this is Li Yuan's most eloquent speech yet. The logic is irrefutable. Is honor in the end hypocritical? Xiang Shaolong was stumped, and at the same time became curious about one fact. He asked, "There is one thing I do not understand. In the end, Li Ling is Imperial Uncle's clansman, why is Lord Chunshan protecting him while Imperial Uncle is against him?" Li Yuan sighed and signaled to Yen Fu, saying, "Yen Fu, why don't you explain?" Yen Fu respectfully said, "There are a few things that General Wan does not know. Even in the Li clan, there are different factions. The most powerful is of course our masters. The other faction is led by Master's uncle the great Prayer Li Quan, who controls all offerings and sacrifices in the country. He has recently been colluding with Minister Lord Chunshan. Li Ling and Li Chuangwen belong to that faction and are naturally against Master. As we will see later, the great XXXX are a set of official positions in the Chu court. Only now does Xiang Shaolong understand. On the surface, Lord Chunshan and Li Yuan are on good terms, but underneath they are secretly engaging in a violent struggle. Lord Chunshan is making use of the powers within the Li clan who were hostile to Li Yuan to set him back. It was precisely because of this that Lord Chunshan changed his position from supporting the Zhuang family's restoration to opposing and sabotaging them. In the end, none of them are good guys. Under these circumstances, Li Yanyan naturally became the pivotal person. Whoever is able to gain her support will emerge victorious. The most powerful players in the Chu court are the right minister Lord Chunshan and the left minister Li Yuan, followed by the great prayer, the great ancestor, the great justice and the great historian. Of the latter four, the great prayer, who is in charge of laws and decrees, is the most powerful. With the right minister and the great prayer acting together, it is no wonder that Li Yuan is at a disadvantage. Looking from this angle, perhaps Li Yuan is not totally against the restoration of the Zhuang family. This is because once the Zhuang family is restored, they will become Li Yuan's trusted agents and a source of power, and could even help him to stabilize the other vassal states. This would cause his power to increase tremendously, giving him enough power to overwhelm his opponents. Li Yuan said, "The Empress Dowager's invitation to the Dian Princess and Crown Prince of Dian was Li Quan's idea. While the idea sounds noble, it is actually to prevent you from contacting the other vassal states and forming secret agreements to the detriment of Li Ling. Does Brother Wan understand now? Xiang Shaolong pretended to be moved to tears and said, "Many thanks to Imperial Uncle's pointers." Li Yuan then muttered irresolutely for a while, then continued, "In this matter, let me stall the Empress Dowager. Let us temporarily put aside the matter of Lord Chunshan. The most important thing in front of us is to verify if the Empress Dowager has really taken an interest to Brother Wan. Only then can we decide what to do next." He stretched himself and rose, saying, "I'll head back to the palace first. Let these other three accompany you to drink and make merry. The ladies here are outstandingly good-looking. Brother Wan is guaranteed to be satisfied. How could Xiang Shaolong be in the mood for prostitutes?" He stood up, saluted and said, "I appreciate Imperial Uncle's kindness." This stateless official does not have the appetite for enjoyment and merriment. Li Yuan saw that apart from his family's restoration, he did not have a hint of interest in anything else. He happily said, "In that case, let me send Brother Wan part of the way." They then left together. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 16 Chapter 3. Book 16 Chapter 03 Locked in Constant Strife. Back at the Dian King's mansion, Xiang Shaolong saw 10 over palace guards standing guard at the main gate. Only upon entering did he realize that these soldiers have been personally dispatched by Li Yanyan to protect the mansion. The minute he entered the mansion, he was invited by Madame Zhuang for a discussion. After hearing Xiang Shaolong's account, Madame Zhuang indignantly said, "I did not expect Lord Chunshan to be such an ungrateful person. Despite my late father-in-law favorable treatment of him in the past, he actually colluded with the Li clan to harm us." Xiang Shaolong is already used to seeing people repaying kindness with evil and comforted. The world is full of people who will forego their integrity for wealth. Fortunately, we do not need to rely on anyone else. Once we dispose of Tiandan, we will immediately leave this wicked place and diligently work towards the restoration of Dian. Let them kill each other. Madame Zhuang serenely sighed and softly whispered, "Luckily, I can still rely on you." Xiang Shaolong was secretly alarmed and changed the subject, saying, "Did anything extraordinary occur today?" Madame Zhuang's spirit rose. "It can be said that we arrived at the right time. Each vassal lord has either sent an important minister or has come personally to express their condolences. They all cherish the memory of my late father-in-law's benevolence. Except for the Yelung people who support Li Ling, they have all indicated that if we ever take action, they can provide us with weapons, rations and money. The power of the Yelung people has increased greatly over the last few years. Everyone hopes that we restore our country and suppress the Yelung people's wild ambitions. I heard that even Yelung King Huasiwa is also coming to express his condolences." Xiang Shaolong frowned. "Will Li Ling come?" Madame Zhuang shook her head ignorantly and sighed. She smiled bitterly. If the Chu court allows him to come to Shochuan, it would mean that Chu has officially recognized his position. I believe Li Yuan will not allow such a thing to happen. Xiang Shaolong stayed in a deep voice. "I think there's a high chance that he is already here. Otherwise, Lord Chunshan would not have deliberately invited you back while sending people to assassinate you during your journey. In my opinion, he will be coming together with the Yelung King Huasiwa. The very reason Li Chuanwen forcibly occupied the Dian King's mansion is to help Li Ling showcase his authority. Unfortunately for them, we made it back to Shochuan in one piece. With the death of King Shaolai, Shochuan became embroiled in a big power struggle. Li Yanyan understood the complexities of this situation, which explains why she dispatched soldiers to defend the Dian King's mansion." Madame Zhuang's complexion changed. "Shaolong, I am only a defenseless woman who was completely lost when facing such complicated matters. What can we do to counter them?" Xiang Shaolong reasoned, "There is still one thing we must clarify. Why did Great Prayer Li Quan suggest that we move into the palace? One of the reasons could be to allow Li Ling to openly and pompously move into the Dian King's mansion. Lord Chunshan can then use our safety as an excuse to keep us in the palace akin to house arrest. Not only can they prevent us from communicating with the other vassal states, they can also openly declare that Li Ling has officially become the Lord of Dian. This method is certainly despicable." Madame Zhuang angrily swore, "Don't tell me that they can manipulate Li Yanyan so easily?" Xiang Shaolong replied, "We haven't really ascertained what kind of person Li Yanyan is. But from my observation, she is closer to Lord Chunshan and Li Quan in comparison to Li Yuan. Otherwise, Li Yuan would not be wild with joy when he learnt that Li Yanyan entreated me differently." Madame Zhuang peered at him for a while and nodded. "You are certainly a man who can move a woman's heart. Li Yanyan has always hated men. Maybe she will change on your account." Xiang Shaolong almost lost his voice and said, "She hates men? Is she a lesbian?" Madame Zhuang was startled. What is a lesbian? Xiang Shaolong knew he had a slip of the tongue and explained, it means she likes other women who are of the same sex as she is. Hey! Madame Zhuang pursed her lips and smiled, I have never heard of anything to this effect. Just that from the time she became mature, she would not touch anything that a man has touched before. She treats men even more harshly. That is the reason why Li Yuan can deduce so much from just an ordinary conversation between you and her. At this moment, Zhuang Kong entered without even knocking on the door and announced, the Empress Dowager and the Great Prayer is here. Xiang Shaolong and Madame Zhuang stared at each other in shock. This was totally unexpected and they did not know what to do. With her face covered with a thick veil, Li Yanyan sat on the main seat in the Dian Mansion's main hall, which is facing the front door. The Great Prayer Li Quan was standing respectfully on one side holding up the royal tablet. Doughty palace guards lined the two sides of the hall until they reached the hall entrance. The atmosphere was solemn and stately. After Madame Zhuang and Xiang Shaolong paid their respects to Li Yanyan, the protocol official barked, please rise. Madame Zhuang and Xiang Shaolong stood up. Xiang Shaolong carefully stole a glance at that Great Prayer Li Quan. His face was long and narrow and his body was tall and thin, with a beautiful beard reaching his chest. He is around the age of 40 and he resembled an immortal or a Taoist priest. It is a pity that his face was pale as a result of overindulgence in wine and women. He has shifty eyes which betrayed his evil character. The Empress Dowager Li Yanyan calmly inquired, has the imperial uncle has come to see Princess and the Crown Prince of Dian to convey my wishes? Of course Madame Zhuang could not lie blatantly, and while she was wondering what to reply her, Xiang Shaolong gave a dry cough. Empress Dowager, imperial uncle had. The Great Prayer Li Quan let out a cold snort and interrupted, the Empress Dowager is speaking to the princess. No one is allowed to reply on her behalf. Xiang Shaolong almost wanted to pull out his sword and slaughter him. This lord is really an insufferable bully. Madame Zhuang coldly hissed, my younger brother Wan Ruiguang's words are as good as my own. Li Quan gave a cold snort and looked towards Li Yanyan's heavily veiled face. Li Yanyan commanded, General Wan, please speak. Xiang Shaolong secretly thought that if he didn't show a little bit of his might, they would lose their standing in Shochuan. He unhurriedly and calmly questioned, if I may ask the Empress Dowager, is the crafty villain Li Ling presently approaching Shochuan with the Yelong King in tow? Li Yanyan and Li Quan trembled at the same time and were stumped on the spot. The atmosphere was extremely awkward and hard to bear. Xiang Shaolong's eyes were flashing severely. He continued in a deep voice, will the Empress Dowager please answer me? Li Quan recovered from his shock and hollered, Wan Ruiguang, how dare you be rude to the Empress Dowager? Irritated, Xiang Shaolong rebutted, Great Prayer Li, please forgive my ignorance. I am merely making inquiries regarding my state of Dian. I do not think I am rude in any way. Li Quan has always been even more despotic than Li Yuan and has rarely been contradicted by anyone. Nonetheless, he could not be unreasonable under the present circumstances and he was momentarily speechless. Xiang Shaolong icily gazed at him and his lips curled into a cold sneer that caused Li Quan to shiver in fear. He then turned to Li Yanyan, carried on displaying a fearless attitude while quietly waiting for her reply. Li Yanyan serenely answered, Li Ling did request to come here, but was flatly rejected by me. I am not sure if he is traveling with the Yelong King though. Xiang Shaolong laughed loudly, in this case, I will use my head as a betting stake that Hua Siwa and Li Ling, these two colluding villains, have both reached Shochuan. If not, why would there be a need to trouble the Empress Dowager and the Great Prayer to come personally to invite us back to the palace? Li Quan's face changed color immediately and loudly shouted, what audacity! Xiang Shaolong faced the sky and laughed wildly, what's so audacious? Since Chu wants to decimate my Dian kingdom and we are unwilling to bear this insult, I hereby invite Empress Dowager to return to the palace. We will all offer ourselves as sacrifices to our late king and commit suicide. We do not need Empress Dowager to trouble herself on our account anymore. Li Quan's complexion changed again. If this happens, it will cause all the vassal states to have the desire to secede and may even switch loyalty to the strong Qin. When that happens, it will be an enormous disaster for Chu. This is the greatest fear of Chu. Li Yanyan's delicate body trembled slightly and she does not know how to deal with this situation. Madame Zhuang knelt down while embracing Zhuang Baoyi. Instead, it is this boy who kept standing straight with his head held high and not revealing the least bit of fear. Xiang Shaolong's eyes were like an eagle's, staring hard at Li Yanyan. Of course he would not be so stupid as to kill himself. If necessary, he will run away immediately. Whatever the case, it would be better than being under house arrest in the palace and vulnerable to anyone's attack. His greatest fear is that people will discover the flying needles on his body. By then, even Li Yuan would want to kill him. At this moment, the noise of clashing weapons could be heard from outside. Li Yuan barreled in while shouting angrily, "Who dares to hinder me?" The 8 imperial guards outside the door extended their halberds and cut him off. Li Yanyan ordered delicately, "Let imperial uncle come in." The halberds withdrew and Li Yuan sheathed his sword. He displayed a heroic spirit as if the whole world is under his feet. Xiang Shaolong saw Madame Zhuang's beautiful eyes gazing at Li Yuan, betraying an intoxicated expression. While concerned, he could not do anything at the moment. Li Yuan strode to Xiang Shaolong's side and stood up after paying his respects. Li Quan sneered and said, "Imperial uncle." Li Yanyan coldly cut him off and said, "I will handle this." Li Yuan flashed Li Quan a disdainful look and stated in a deep voice, "Forgive me for not knowing how to flatter. If Empress Dowager continues to be misled by evil men, our country's demise is at hand." In defiance of Li Yanyan's order, Li Quan argued, "What is the meaning of the left minister's words? Explain yourself or I will hold you accountable." Following that, he knelt down in front of Li Yanyan and kowtowed, "Empress Dowager, please be the arbitrator. Even when the late king was around, he has never said a single word of insult to me." Xiang Shaolong mused to himself that this Li Quan was not some decent guy, no wonder he has been bribed by Lord Chunshan. Unexpectedly, the power in Qin, Chu and Zhao has all fallen into the hands of the Empress Dowagers, though for different reasons. Zhao's king Xiaocheng lived an excessive life and died under his extravagant lifestyle. Qin's king Zhuangxian was poisoned by Lu Buwei, while Chu's king Xiaolai probably died under the hands of Li Yanyan. Justin, Li Yanyan did not kill Xiaolai but probably manipulated his lifestyle using her beauty and indirectly caused his death. It is also not due to excessive love-making. Because Li Yanyan's face was hidden by her veil, she appears mysterious and it was hard to guess her intentions. After a long silence, she slowly said, "Imperial uncle should refrain from using such frightening words to scare people." In reality, Xiang Shaolong still does not know where Li Yanyan stands. She seems to be protective of the Zhuang family, but this could also be her putting up an act. But one thing is for sure, regarding helping Zhuang Baoyi reclaim the throne, she is definitely siding Li Quan and Lord Chunshan. Otherwise, she would not have appeared in the Dian King's mansion. When she had ordered Li Yuan to bring the entire Zhuang family and staff to the palace this morning, she must have already known of Li Ling's arrival in Shouchuan. Li Yuan heaved a big sigh and remarked with disappointment, "I have already said all that I wanted to say. The past sages have a saying, going against the popular sentiment, one will surely fail. Presently, Li Ling has colluded with the Yelong people and they are forcing their will on the other vassal states and harbor wild ambitions. The ridiculous thing is that some people are turning a blind eye and even lending them a helping hand, causing the vassal states to consider defecting to Qin. Judging by the number of people jostling to visit the Dian crown prince since he arrived in Shouchuan, we know where the popular sentiment lies. It is definitely not empty talk when I say that the Empress Dowager has been misled by evil men and that the demise of Chu is near. If we lose our southwestern territories, the strong army of Qin can invade us directly by marching straight in. Within a month, their soldiers would be outside the walls of Shouchuan. At that time, it would be too late to try to appease the vassal states. Xiang Shaolong is beginning to feel that Li Yuan is really serious about the Zhuang family's restoration. He may be an unscrupulous man, but in the end, he is someone who loves his country and his family. To a certain extent, if he wants to remain in Shouchuan, he would have to cast his lot with Li Yuan. If Li Yuan is disposed of, he would not be able to survive too. This matter is really hard to predict. Even if the great prophet of the day Zhou Yan were to tell him about this outcome, he would not have believed him. The kneeling Li Quan cried with a weeping voice, "Empress Dowager, please disregard these erroneous words and slanderous talk. I am only following the instructions the late king left behind. The Empress Dowager should understand." At this point, Xiang Shaolong finally grasped Li Yanyan's position. She really isn't in favor of Li Ling, nor was she leaning towards Li Quan or Lord Chunshan. Rather, she was following the last wishes of Chu King Xiaolai by trying to use Li Ling to bring all the vassal states back under the direct control of Chu. Li Yuan has actually discerned that this was an unworkable plan. This together with the Li clan's internecine struggle has caused the deadlock today. Xiang Shaolong put himself in her shoes and couldn't help but feel a headache at the choice she has to make. Li Yuan is actually much sharper than Li Yanyan. At least he has the courage to go against King Shilia's random orders. Madame Zhuang is still kneeling silently on the floor, her eyes repeatedly scanning Xiang Shaolong and Li Yuan. Perhaps she is having trouble choosing between the two. Li Yanyan heaved a sigh and said, "Let's discuss this issue later. I wish to return to the palace." Li Quan urgently and fearfully called out, "Empress Dowager." Xiang Shaolong laughed aloud. "Great prayer, Li had better tell the traitor Li Ling that regardless of size of his army, I, Wan Ruiguang, vow to cut down the head on his neck." Li Yanyan's delicate body jolted and she stood up. Xiang Shaolong, Li Yuan and Zhuang Baoyi hurriedly kneeled down in respect. Li Yanyan slowly stated, Li Ling's arrival at the capital was without my permission. Li Quan, please instruct him to remain in the Yelong King's mansion. He is not allowed to step out of the mansion gates at all. If he is still killed by someone despite this, he can only blame his bitter fate. Turning to Li Yuan, she said, Imperial Uncle will select a regiment of palace guards to stand guard at the Dian King's mansion round the clock. If anyone comes to cause trouble, he is to be killed immediately without pardon. Amidst the sound of the royal entourage returning to the palace, this number one beauty of Chu exited the door with 8 palace maids escorting her. Li Quan's incomparably hateful eyes swept over Li Yuan and Xiang Shaolong before he followed the royal party out. Madame Zhuang personally poured a cup of wine for Li Yuan and Xiang Shaolong and flashed Li Yuan an enchanting smile. Only till today do I know who is sparing no effort to help our Zhuang family. Let us brother and sister toast the imperial uncle. Li Yuan toasted, one day when I, Li Yuan, am able to defeat the traitors within the court, I will guarantee that the Dian crown prince will be able to sit on the Dian throne peacefully. I will swear with this cup of wine. Hot tears of gratitude gushed forth from Madame Zhuang's graceful eyes. After the toast, she lowered her head and promised, the imperial uncle has such a profound love for righteousness, even if I have to work like a bull or horse, I will be most willing. Li Yuan's 2 eyes gleamed and he said with mucho grace, the Dian princess is giving me too much credit. Even though Xiang Shaolong does not harbor any intentions on Madame Zhuang, he felt uneasy that she is allowing Li Yuan to gorge himself on her. Fortunately he had a broad mind. After drinking a cup, he threw out his concerns. Madame Zhuang secretly stole a glance at Xiang Shaolong. Her lips cracked into a smile and she gently said, Ruiguang, you should stop after drinking another cup. Turning to Li Yuan, she explained, this little brother of mine can hold his liquor well, but no matter how much he drinks, his face will not turn red. Xiang Shaolong had a fright and secretly praised Madame Zhuang's attentiveness. His face was covered with thick makeup, so no matter how much he drinks, his face is certainly not going to turn red. Li Yuan smiled, Dian princess, please forgive Li Yuan for being presumptuous. I would like to exchange a few words with Brother Wan in private. Xiang Shaolong and Madame Zhuang were both startled. Madame Zhuang gently nodded her head and departed the hall. She even helped the 2 men to close the door as she left. Li Yuan faced Xiang Shaolong in a daze for a long time before giving a long sigh, declaring, Xiang Shaolong. I, Li Yuan, take my hat off you. Xiang Shaolong was immediately frightened out of his wits, his hands pressed down on his sword hilt. Li Yuan raised both his hands to show that he is unarmed and coaxed, Brother Xiang should not be alarmed. If I really wanted to deal with you, I would not have come here to drink wine with you. Xiang Shaolong calmed down and laughed, asking, how did you recognize me? Li Yuan replied, the first time I saw Brother Xiang, I already felt that you looked familiar, but felt that this was an impossible matter. Moreover, you have grown a long beard and the shape of your face is different. Your hair color and skin color are both greatly different from before, plus your speech carried a Dian accent. I had to believe that some people really do look alike. He continued to shake his head and smiled, actually I was here for some time already and was outside the door looking at Brother Xiang's brilliant move of turning the tables around. At that time not only did you forget to mask your voice, you even exhibited your usual bearing. That is something unique to you and there is no other like that. Unless I am blind or deaf, how could I not know you are Xiang Shaolong? Xiang Shaolong asked curiously, Brother Li and I are enemies, so why are you now treating me as a long-lost friend and leisurely having an intimate conversation? Li Yuan leaned forward and sighed, the discord between me and Brother Xiang started over talented Lady Ji. At that time, I really wished I can tear you into pieces. But now, the rice has already been cooked, it is too late to cry over spilt milk. AI. Deep pain shot out from Li Yuan's eyes. He lamented, in life, we have to move on. What do I have to gain by killing Xiang Shaolong other than to cause the talented Lady Ji to hate me for a lifetime? Worse still, if she committed suicide in the name of love, I will be even more miserable. For the first time ever, Xiang Shaolong is seeing the emotional side of Li Yuan. He was a little moved and apologized, I did not expect Brother Li to have such magnitude, I have been disrespectful. Who would have thought that after only 2 days in Shochuan, he has been recognized by both Guo Xior and Li Yuan? It seems like the disguise is not helping very much. Fortunately, besides Tian Dan, Han Xuan, Guo Kai and a limited number of people, there is no one else in Shochuan who recognizes him. Li Yuan looked like he was full of thoughts and feelings and after many gasps and long sighs, he stated with disgust, whether you believe it or not, even if Brother Xiang walks out to the street and shouts loudly, I am Xiang Shaolong, I guarantee that nobody will dare to touch you. Everyone knows that you are a confidant to the Qin Crown Prince and Empress Dowager. Moreover, the Qin military holds you in the highest regard. If you are killed today, the Qin army will march here tomorrow. Only Brother Xiang doesn't realize this himself. Presently, under the skies, only Lu Buwei and Tian Dan dare to take your life. Xiang Shaolong checked in a deep voice. This is precisely the issue that bothers me. Didn't Brother Li and Tian Dan form an alliance? Li Yuan fiercely said, please do not mention this ungrateful old fox again. After reaching Shouchuan and finding out that Lord Chunshan is more influential than me, he changed sides very quickly and is now supporting him. He just moved into Lord Chunshan's mansion yesterday and even revealed all my plans to Lord Chunshan. Fortunately I have spies in Lord Chunshan's mansion, or else I would not even know how I died. Xiang Shaolong was hit by realization and he laughed. So this is it, that... Li Yuan's brazen face turned red and he asked, how did Brother Xiang know that Tian Dan has come here? There was no more point in concealing the truth from him. Xiang Shaolong revealed the entire story, and as Li Yuan listened, he couldn't help sighing and exclaiming how lucky he was. After all the odds and ends had been clarified, Li Yuan seriously stated, I know it is not easy to get Brother Xiang to trust me completely. Brother Xiang should know by now that I am in a disadvantageous situation. I also know that the two tasks that Brother Xiang wants to achieve, the killing of Tian Dan and the restoration of the Dian Kingdom, which are the hardest tasks of all. But if we work together, maybe all these impossible tasks will become easier to accomplish. Xiang Shaolong nodded. Who can refuse this kind of win-win partnership? But I need to understand something first. Does Brother Li know about Lu Bui's plot to make use of Chu people's hands to kill Su Xian? Li Yuan said, of course I know, and how could I, Li Yuan, be tricked by Lu Bui? If Su Xian dies under the hands of our Chu people, coupled with the fact that he is coming here to offer condolences to the late king, the consequences will certainly be unimaginable. In the past, Xiang Shaolong would never have believed Li Yuan. But now, after understanding his position and knowing that the most influential person in Shouchuan is Lord Chunshan and not Li Yuan, he has no more reason to suspect him. Right now, Li Yuan's utmost priority is preserving his life, followed by power grabbing. Just by looking at Lord Chunshan's seventh son Huang Zhan's attitude this afternoon, he can easily guess what the rest of his men are like. Li Yuan suddenly jolted and exclaimed, no good. Xiang Shaolong was stunned and asked, what's the matter? Li Yuan's complexion turned pale, and slapping the table in anger, he roared, Lord Chunshan really doesn't understand the bigger picture. In order to win the trust of Tian Dan and Lu Bui, he has unexpectedly committed this folly. Xiang Shaolong's heart sank. With an ashen face like a corpse, Li Yuan explained, 15 days ago, Lord Chunshan's sixth son Huan, who led 3,000 family warriors heading west on boats. That was the day after we received word of Su Xian's trip to Shouchuan. I was suspicious then, but did not think that Lord Chunshan would be so senile, not recognizing the gravity of matters. Xiang Shaolong sighed. In reality, Lord Chunshan and Tian Dan have always been conspiring with each other. You may not know that Zhao Mu was really Lord Chunshan's fifth son. That year, Xiao Weimo came to Wei to kill me as requested by Lord Chunshan. As Li Yuan heard this, he became mute and stared blankly, knowing that he has been used by Tian Dan while he himself had trusted Tian Dan completely in a vain attempt at getting the help of the Qi people to deal with Lord Chunshan. Xiang Shaolong reached out his hand and said, this alliance is formed. Li Yuan exulted, and stretching out his own hand with a firm grip, he said, I have always trusted Brother Xiang. He turned a little awkward and said, nonetheless I also know that Brother Xiang does not dare to fully trust me yet. Right now I swear an oath to heaven that if I violate this agreement, may I be pierced to death by 10,000 arrows. Xiang Shaolong secretly praised him in his heart. This is because if Li Yuan is not able to gain his complete confidence, he needs to safeguard himself in every aspect. It will be a weak partnership. Thinking about it, he felt hilarious. Not too long ago, the two of them were still trying to kill each other. Now, being compelled by tough circumstances, they have become comrades in arms. Li Yuan's spirits rose dramatically and suggested, the first step we will take is to kill Li Ling to show them who's boss. What do you think? The two of them looked at each other and broke out into laughter, enjoying the feeling of being well-matched partners. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 16 Chapter 4. Book 16 Chapter 04 Escape by a hair's breadth. Xiang Shaolong escorted Li Yuan out of the residence. Li Yuan's 30-plus bodyguards had been waiting forever. Before mounting his horse, Li Yuan softly asked, is Yan Ran here? Xiang Shaolong nodded slightly. Li Yuan mumbled for a while, then laughed bitterly and said, I am deeply envious of Brother Xiang. Xiang Shaolong asked, do you wish to see her? At first, Li Yuan appeared pleasantly surprised, then changed his mind and shook his head, saying, meeting her is as good as not meeting her. Brother Xiang, please help to convey my regards. Tell her that she, Ji Yanran, is the lady that I love and respect the most. Laughing at the sky, he mounted his horse and led his bodyguards out the main gate, swift as a tornado. Xiang Shaolong sighed sadly, shaking his head. He then returned to the residence intending to seek out Ji Yanran to make a report. He was intercepted by Madame Zhuang on the way and led to an empty room. She asked softly, "What did Li Yuan and you talk about?" Xiang Shaolong recalled her earlier confused and intoxicated disposition towards Li Yuan and was peeved. He coldly said, "It was all about slaughter and bloodshed, nothing special." Madame Zhuang bent closer and scrutinized his eyes. An unnatural feeling seeped through him from top to bottom. Madame Zhuang laughed with a soft flowery voice, saying, "Shaolong is a little jealous." "I am very happy." Xiang Shaolong thought he might as well vent his anger, saying, "This is not about jealousy. It is about one man having to listen to a woman telling another man that she is willing to become a bull and a horse for him. It's about respect and dignity. Can you please take your hands off me?" Madame Zhuang drew even closer. She leaned close to his ear, speaking as airily as a silkscreen. "If the person I was saying it to was Xiang Shaolong and not Li Yuan, the words would have been changed to becoming a concubine and maidservant. Does Shaolong understand the difference?" Xiang Shaolong smiled and said, "Am I a person who can be deceived or pacified easily? Does Madame dare to say that she is not moved by Li Yuan?" As he said this, he was secretly startled as he realized that he had himself been moved slightly by Madame Zhuang. He is usually very gracious with women, rarely scolding them or causing them harm. Even towards those like Dan Nini and Gue Yan who conspired to murder him, he had never had the intention of settling this score with them. The person who has received the most scolding from him is Xiaoya, but in the end he has still forgiven her and he now loves her as before. So why is he losing his temper on Madame Zhuang? Xiang Shaolong has met his share of setbacks, and he does not want to be like the other men in this era, treating women as goods worth the more is the merrier, widely collecting concubines. Nonetheless, this is but wishful thinking on his part. It is the women instead who constantly throw themselves into his embrace, gladly and willingly joining his brood of wives and concubines. Men are not like dense wood, who are unfeeling. Moreover, he is naturally soft-hearted towards women, that is why he has always been careful, trying to avoid getting entangled in more male-female relationships. Till today, the only one who has caused him to lose his restraint is Qin Xing. He has managed to have self-control with everyone else. Nonetheless, Madame Zhuang's situation was unique. Regardless of whether she is successfully restored to her country, she will not become his concubine. It is a matter of status. Madame Zhuang and her son have become the legitimate symbol recognized by all the Dian people. If Madame Zhuang marries out, this symbolism will be destroyed. She can still have affairs with men, this is after all a common thing in that era. That is why even if an affair develops between Xiang Shaolong and Madame Zhuang, it will have to be brief and momentary. Once Zhuang Baoyi ascends the throne and Xiang Shaolong leaves Dian, this bout of passion between them would have to die a natural death. It is precisely because of the lack of this mental barrier and also because of the fact that Xiang Shaolong has a lot of pity for this isolated and helpless mother and son, that is why without realizing it, he has gradually accepted Madame Zhuang. Perhaps this is a case of familiarity breeds fondness. He himself was unaware of the fact. Only after reflecting on his present anger did he awaken to this fact. Despite being scolded, Madame Zhuang reacted like one who has been reprimanded, and in fact replied with a straight face, "You are right. Li Yuan is indeed a man who has moved my heart. And even if I ignore his righteous anger, I cannot ignore his righteous support of the Zhuang family. If I had not met you, I would have used my body to repay him. But I won't do that now, because I am afraid that you will despise me. Now that I have bared myself like this, are you satisfied?" Xiang Shaolong heaved a sigh and said, "However, you have now aroused Li Yuan's heart, are you sure you are able to control the situation?" Madame Zhuang replied, "Do not worry. I have ample experience dealing with men." She then laughed a foxy laugh before saying, "I did that on purpose just now just to see if I could get any reaction from you, the hard-hearted man. Now I know finally. AI. Shaolong, let me serve you in the bedroom tonight, alright? Xiang Shaolong thought about Ji Yanran and Zhao Ji and hardened his heart, saying, "We had a prior agreement and the larger matter is more important. It is better to put aside our feelings and sexual desires temporarily." Madame Zhuang was so touched that her eyes reddened. Hanging her head, she said, "You are still the first and only man I have met who helped me for any reason other than my looks." As she said this, she held on to him even more tightly and closely. Only then did Xiang Shaolong reveal that his identity had been exposed and that he had formed an alliance with Li Yuan. Madame Zhuang was stunned to silence and she listened in a daze. Celebrating the good news, she forced Xiang Shaolong to cuddle with her for a lingering moment before letting him go. Xiang Shaolong returned to his residence and repeated the story to Ji and Zhao, the two ladies. Both ladies also listened in stupefied silence and amazement. It was hard to imagine that the situation would have developed in such an unexpected way. Ji Yanran happily said, Li Yuan is self-centered and mercenary, petty and unscrupulous. Nonetheless, he is also a knowledgeable minister. Under the present circumstances, forming an alliance with you is the smartest thing to do. Moreover, with you as a friend, perhaps he can deceive Qin into choosing some other country as its first target of conquest. Xiang Shaolong laughed bitterly and said, It is very difficult for me to say anything in this matter. If you do not attack others, others will attack you. It's not just friends who can become enemies, even fathers and sons and elder and younger brothers can fall out and become enemies. The talented Lady Ji is proficient in history and should appreciate this point. Zhao Ji nodded and said, Hubby is right, let alone the fact that Shaolong now has friends everywhere. Even if he wanted to help, he wouldn't know which country to help first. Xiang Shaolong confessed, I am a person who just loves peace and hates war. In the future, when the crown prince of Qin has ascended the throne, let us go far away, look for some plains or valleys with beautiful mountains and rivers and live till we are old. Don't you think that would be so enjoyable? The ladies were so moved that they threw themselves into his bosom. At this moment, Jing Shan came in and reported that the inner city official Chu Shiming was seeking an audience. Xiang Shaolong was greatly astounded. Only after asking Ji Yanran did he find out that the inner city official was the commander of the inner city guards. With a belly full of suspicion, he hurriedly rushed to the front hall to receive the visitor. Chu Shiming was about 30 years old. He had a serious attitude but had a friendly face. He was tall and had handsome features, giving others a very good impression. However, this was but a facade. This was because Xiang Shaolong detected within his eyes an essence that was completely different from his external appearance, suggesting that Chu Shiming was the kind of person who would conceal a knife behind his smile. They exchanged pleasantries. Chu Shiming then said, The Empress Dowager has ordered me to come to invite General Wan to the palace. Is General Wan able to leave immediately? Xiang Shaolong calculated that it was now the full light of day, and that the route to the palace was through the main street. He should not be afraid of any tricks. Moreover, even if something untoward did arise, he would be able to escape amidst the tide of people on the main street. He nodded in agreement and, mounting a horse, followed the official towards the palace. Along the way, Chu Shiming pointed out the scenery and buildings and talked jovially, actually providing Xiang Shaolong with a lot of intelligence. At least he now knew that the cluster of imposing buildings beside the palace was actually Lord Chunshan's official residence. Li Yuan's left minister's official residence was diagonally opposite that of Lord Chunshan's. Since Li Yuan had residences inside and outside the palace, it did seem that his relationship with Li Yanyan was closer than that of her with the other members of the Li clan and Lord Chunshan. It is no wonder that despite having roused the jealousy of Lord Chunshan had yet to able to deal with him. However, with Li Ling entering Shouchuan, and with Tiandan and Lord Chunshan's open collusion, this equilibrium is sure to be upset. After entering the palace, everyone dismounted. Chu Shiming said in a low voice, The Empress Dowager wishes to meet you in her eastern palace's heart-nourishing garden. This is where she usually entertains herself with the zither. If she is in a good mood, she may even play a song for Mr. But Xiang Shaolong secretly wondered, could Li Yanyan really have fallen for himself? Thinking about it some more, he felt that it was an impossibility. How could a woman who hated men suddenly transform within 2 days? Dwelling on the thought was futile, so all he could do was follow Chu Shiming. 8 of the guards were ahead opening the way. The other 16 guards followed behind. This level of protection did appear a little over the top, but it could also have signified Li Yanyan's desire to ensure his safety. These 24 guards were clearly special crack troops. They were all valiant with thick necks and broad shoulders, and all were powerful and skilled fellows. If the entire Chu army was of this caliber, even the Qin people would not be able to defeat them. At this moment, Xiang Shaolong and Chu Shiming were being crowded by the guards from the front and back while crossing a small lane paved with crushed rocks. All around were luxuriant and tightly packed flowers and plants. With little pagodas and bridges, running water and fish ponds, the garden was teeming with life. On the left beyond the grass and trees was a row of residences, but it seemed as if they were unoccupied. In the 4 directions, the place was quiet and empty of people. Chu Shiming pointed to the residences and said, General Wan, please take a look. Xiang Shaolong looked where he was pointing, and asked curiously, look at what? Right at this moment, he suddenly felt a sharp and hard object press heavily against his right waist, emitting a ding sound. Xiang Shaolong instantly realized what was happening. Chu Shiming had surreptitiously stabbed at him with his dagger but had hit the concealed sack with his flying needles. Without thinking, he lashed out an elbow at Chu Shiming's side. Chu Shiming dropped the dagger as his hand was jolted. As the sound of broken bones was heard from his side, he fell to the ground in distress, but he did not forget to shout, Attack! The first person to move was Xiang Shaolong. Blood Wave, which had been put in a new scabbard to fool people, flew out. The closest two people in front were slashed in the neck and fell to the ground with blood splashing. Xiang Shaolong knew it was not advisable to match the enemy with force and bending his body, jumped into a small thicket and rolled out the other side. By this time, the enemy had already launched an all-out offensive. There were too many each on the left and right attacking towards him without regard for their lives, intrepid as insane tigers. Xiang Shaolong knew he could not retreat and gathered his enemy-crushing fighting spirit. He dashed forward, trampling on an untold number of fresh flowers, but was able to escape the danger of being surrounded. He then turned around abruptly and struck out like lightning using Blood Wave. These guards were really carefully selected experts. The point person shifted his sword to block the swift and sharp attack, but was unable to block the kick that came from underneath. He was hit in the groin and fell to the ground with a wretched howl. The two rushing in from behind were unable to change their stances in time and almost tripped and fell to the ground. Xiang Shaolong rose explosively and swept round with his sword. The two guards dropped their swords and fell to the ground, dying violently on the spot. At this moment, even more people flocked over from three directions in front. They had all appeared from the underbrush and vegetation. None of them shouted any sort of challenge but attacked silently. Xiang Shaolong had a sudden inspiration, and while shouting loudly made a mad dash towards the residences on the left. As he was rushing across a small bridge, the sound of wind came from the rear. Xiang Shaolong knew that it was not good and tumbled onto the bridge. Above him a long sword swept past the thin air. Xiang Shaolong jumped up on the bridge and used a stance of attacking to defend, creating waves of sword pressure, causing the two guards dashing up to defend themselves frantically. With a chang sound, the person on the left was left with half a sword. It's a pity that Xiang Shaolong had also lost the opportunity to kill him. While forcing the other person to retreat, he saw 7 to 8 enemies crossing the stream under the bridge, seemingly with the intention of intercepting him on the other end of the bridge. Xiang Shaolong let go of the enemy in front of him and jumped on the bridge railing, and with a mid-air somersault, jumped onto a patch of grass on one side. Two of the enemies immediately threw themselves towards him. Xiang Shaolong secretly lamented. All these people were fierce and skilled in martial arts, and with their sheer numbers, they were fully capable of killing him many times over. If he was surrounded and had to fight a head-on battle, he was sure to suffer an unlucky fate. He ferociously clenched his teeth and rolled on the ground again. Those two enemies were brave but had never before seen such fighting techniques. As they hesitated in panic, one of them had already been kicked on the lower limbs by Xiang Shaolong's two legs, falling to the ground. The other person was stabbed in the belly by Blood Wave. In all four directions the garden was filled with human shadows and sword flashes. Xiang Shaolong let go of the person on the ground and rolled towards a large tree at the side. As he hit the tree, his body leaped up. 3 long swords thrust towards him from different angles. Xiang Shaolong knew that this was a critical juncture. If he could not break out of the encirclement, he would definitely die today. With a wild shout, he used his last resort, the attacking and defending at the same time stance. All 3 swords were stuck to the sword light that he drew, and they were forced back by his boundless sword power. In the blink of an eye, all the other people had madly rushed over, encircling him in a death trap. Xiang Shaolong raised his head and saw that there was a horizontal branch reaching out above him. Above that, the foliage was even thicker. He celebrated in his heart and, while the enemy was still rushing in, sheathed his sword, leaped up off the ground and with both hands grabbed the thick branch which was as thick as a person's arm. The enemies jumped up waving their swords trying to attack him. Xiang Shaolong's 2 legs flew out to the left and right, sweeping at the blades of 2 swords. The 2 swords were swept aside. Both legs then continued to kick out rapidly. 2 of the enemies were kicked in the face. Blood spurted out and the 2 men staggered and stumbled to the ground. As he used the strength of his waist to climb higher up the branch, the ground below was already filled with enemies. 3 swords flew towards him, having been thrown by some enemies. Xiang Shaolong pasted himself against the tree trunk, avoiding the swords. The then climbed upwards rapidly. The enemies had miscalculated, and they stood below looking at him, at a loss for what to do. At this point they could only regret not having brought crossbows. After he had reached the top of the tree, he was already about 80 to 90 feet off the ground. Xiang Shaolong was beside himself with joy. He opened his throat and hollered madly to the sentries on the sentry post, "Rebellion! Rebellion!" 4 of the enemies had begun to climb upwards. Xiang Shaolong was not anxious but was instead rejoicing. He drew Blood Wave and attacked downwards. Using the advantage of higher ground, he chopped and sliced, sending the 4 attackers tumbling down the tree. From observation, it would be hard for them to live. At this point, Chu Shiming laboriously arrived at the bottom of the tree, clutching the broken bones at his side. He was nonetheless also unable to devise a plan, and with no other choice, he shouted, "Cut down the tree." Xiang Shaolong laughed aloud and said, "Thanks for the hard work." Given that the tree was thicker than a man's arms could envelop, they would need at least an hour to cut it down just using their swords. At this moment, an uncountable number of guards spilled over from all directions. Chu Shiming's complexion changed completely, shouting, "Go!" However, he was a moment too late. The guards had surrounded both the attackers and the tree. Upon seeing that it's their superior Chu Shiming, they all stopped in a daze. The Empress Dowager arrives. All the guards knelt on the ground. The Xiang Shaolong who was at the treetop found it inconvenient to kneel in greeting while on the tree, so naturally he did not. He has finally escaped this dangerous assassination attempt. All because he was lucky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 16 Chapter 5. Book 16 Chapter 05 Exposed again. The Empress Dowager's Palace. Chu Shiming and the 17 subordinates who perpetrated the sneak attack on Xiang Shaolong had been bound and were kneeling before Li Yanyan's dais. 5 amongst them have suffered various degrees of sword wounds and were covered with blood. They were all looking very sad and pathetic. Including Chu Shiming, of the 25 would-be assassins, 7 had been killed by Xiang Shaolong. Li Quan and all the major officials who were in the palace at that time rushed over on receiving the news. Of these 2 were precisely Great General Dou Jie and the Minister of State Cheng Suning. This Dou Jie was originally someone who adhered to Li Yuan, but later defected Lord Chunshan and Li Quan's side after recognizing that Lord Chunshan was more powerful. Cheng Suning has always been Li Quan's lackey. It was him who dispatched his nephew Cheng Qi and family warriors to impersonate boatmen with the intention of killing Madame Zhuan mother and son on the Huai River. Dou Jie and Cheng Suning are both about 40 years old, with the former having a formidable appearance filled with the air of a great general. The latter has a pale complexion, and one could determine with one glance that he was someone deep into wine and women. Besides these 2, there was also outer city official Wu Zhan and the royal guard captain Lian Anting, who was responsible for the security of the Empress Dowager and the Crown Prince of Chu. Xiang Shaolong leisurely and contentedly stood downward of the dais from Li Quan, followed by Wu Zhan and Lian Anting. Across from them is Dou Jie and Cheng Suning. Chu Shiming's face is ashen as a corpse and his head is lowered in silence. Li Yanyan is wearing her phoenix coronet but is without her heavy veil. Her jade face that was peerlessly splendid within Chu carried a severe and frosty expression. Her eyes flashing with prestige, she asked, "What's the matter here? Who incited this?" Chu Shiming reported with his head still lowered. After Wan Ruiguang arrived in Shochuan, he went on a rampage, making it seem like our great Chu did not have any capable people. Today he even offended the Empress Dowager in the Dian King's mansion. And even more, he has obviously killed people. I was indignant and decided to teach him a lesson. Nobody incited me to do this. Li Yuan's voice sounded from the entrance, and with a long laugh, he said, "How did Wan Ruiguang run amok? If you Chu Shiming had your home forcibly occupied by someone else, what would you do?" Everyone looked towards the entrance and saw Li Yuan walking in rapidly in high spirits. He first greeted Li Yanyan, then came to Xiang Shaolong's side, showing clearly that they were standing together. Li Quan sneered and said, "There is some discrepancy in the left minister's words. How could the 2 matters be mentioned together?" When Li Ling occupied and administered the Dian King's mansion, the late king was still around, but he never said anything to oppose it, clearly. Li Yanyan coldly cut him off, saying, "Great prayer." Li Quan glared at Li Yuan and Xiang Shaolong and gave a humph, but did not continue. Everyone could tell, though, that what he wanted to say was that Li Chuanwen's forceful occupation of the Dian King's mansion was with the tacit consent and approval of the devil Shaolai. Dou Jie gave a dry cough and said, "Chu Shiming concealed matters from the Empress Dowager and committed an offense in the palace. This is certainly against military discipline, but he was merely aroused by righteous indignation and is pardonable. I hope that Empress Dowager will deal with this leniently. He is a major figure in the Chu military and even the Empress Dowager had to consider his words. From this, it can be seen that Lord Chunshan now has an overwhelming advantage in power." Cheng Suning also pleaded for mercy, saying, "Chu Shiming merely wanted to burst General Wan's bubble a little and did not have the intention to kill. Empress Dowager can see clearly." Xiang Shaolong laughed loudly, "This is strange indeed. None of you were around just now, how could you be sure that General Chu merely wanted to teach me a lesson? Could it be that you have agreed on this from the beginning?" Cheng Suning was stumped to silence and could only glare at Xiang Shaolong fiercely with a poisonous expression. The royal guard captain Lian Anting bowed and said, "Empress Dowager can see clearly." When the small official led his men to the east garden, official Chu and the others were holding their swords. It is not a case of the usual disturbance or fight. Moreover, the corpses of the 7 people who died are distributed within the garden, clearly the result of intense battle and violent pursuit. Li Quan sneered, "Does the royal guard captain have some ulterior motive for saying this?" Lian Anting is obviously a person with extreme restraint. His countenance did not change one bit, even having been openly accused by Li Quan of coveting the inner city official position which is one level above his. He said, "Great Prayer Li's words are too serious. This official is but reporting the actual situation to the Empress Dowager. If I deliberately conceal anything, I will lose my job." Li Yuan laughed and said, "Deliberately distorting the facts not only carries the threat of dismissal, it is also the crime of deceiving the monarch. Great Prayer Li should not overly neglect your form." Li Quan angrily said, "Left Minister." Li Yanyan interrupted him, and turning to the as yet silent outer city official Wu Zhan and asked, "Does General Wu have any opinion on this matter?" Wu Zhan controlled the city's defense, so he wielded enormous power. His position was at the same level as Dojie, but he has always been even-handed and impartial. That is why his words have exceptional influence. The lion-like Wu Zhan's large eyes, which looked like copper bells, emitted a cold and severe expression and landed on Chu Shiming. He said in a deep voice, "Indiscriminately using the knife and sword within the palace is a big crime. Worse still is murder, which is unforgivable. Nonetheless, since official Chu claims that it is casual fighting and disturbance, we should clarify matters. Empress Dowager only needs to allow me to bring the offenders away to be interrogated separately. I guarantee that the whole truth will be revealed." The countenance of Li Quan, Dojie, and the rest changed immediately. Who would have thought that Wu Zhan did not take into account one bit of their feelings and sensibilities? If all this group of background instigators are revealed, it would be an even worse disaster for them. At this moment, the gate official sang out, "Lord Chunshan arrives." Lord Chunshan was followed by a warrior general on each side. One of them is his 5th son Huangzhan, who rushed into the hall in a torrent. As they paid their respects, Li Yuan quietly informed Xiang Shaolong that the other person was Lord Chunshan's 3rd son Huangba. Lord Chunshan arrived and stood upstream of Dojie and completely beyond everyone's expectation, pointed his finger and started scolding Chu Shiming severely. He said, "Chu Shiming, you are the inner castle official and are responsible for the security of the palace. Unexpectedly you break the law despite knowing the law. Do you admit your crime?" Xiang Shaolong and Li Yuan winked at each other, knowing that Lord Chunshan is going to kill them to ensure their silence. Chu Shiming still thought that Lord Chunshan was going to use another method to exonerate him, and hurriedly replied, "This general accepts his guilt." Lord Chunshan faced Li Yanyan and said, "The old official invites Empress Dowager to make an immediate decree, to behead all the offenders, but..." Chu Shiming started to tremble from head to toe, and raising his head, shouted in shock, "Lord! This matter!" Huangzhan hurried out from behind Lord Chunshan and kicked Chu Shiming on the mouth. The latter's teeth were immediately shattered and lips split. With a miserable howl, he tumbled down onto the ground. Lord Chunshan turned his head and glared at the Chu Shiming, who was painfully moaning and groaning on the ground, and said disdainfully, "You have committed a capital offense and you still dare to insult the Empress Dowager. Even 10,000 deaths is not enough to absolve you." With a few simple words, he has covered over Huangzhan's act to silence the prisoner. Li Yanyan looked at Lord Chunshan coldly, and only after a long while did she let out a sigh and say, "Men, bring these people out of the palace hall to be hanged immediately. The royal guard captain is responsible for the execution." Lian Anting knelt to receive the order, and then instructed the guards to take Chu Shiming and the rest out. Li Quan and the rest were all pale, but knew that this was the best way to solve the problem for them. Li Yanyan's eyes swept over everyone. When her eyes fell on Xiang Shaolong, she stopped for quite a while, showing a perplexingly complex look, before finally coming to Wu Zhan. She said in a soft voice, "Who does General Wu think should assume the role of inner city official?" Xiang Shaolong had a good feeling about the fierce General Wu Zhan, and was very interested to know his proposal. Lord Chunshan and gang all displayed a wary look. It would appear that this inner city official position has a critical influence on the outcome of the battle between the two factions. On the contrary, it was Li Yuan whose manner was calm, even revealing a smile. Wu Zhan solemnly said, "Shouchuan is now in troubled times, and even the palace grounds are no exception. This general believes that there should not be any major changes. Let us promote official Lian up one rank. As for the royal guard captain post, let the vice captain Du Gue fill it. Does Empress Dowager think that this is workable?" Before Lord Chunshan and the rest could object, she preempted, "General Wu's suggestion is close to my intention. Let it be done this way. Nobody may object." The she continued and said, "General Wan has been startled. Please stay behind." Dismissed. Li Yanyan was alone waiting for Xiang Shaolong at the back of the hall. After the guards and servant maids had been driven away by her, this absolutely beautiful Empress Dowager let out a rare smile. She faced the Xiang Shaolong who was sitting downward and said, "Is it reasonable to say that General Wan is actually more famous and talented than he is presently?" Xiang Shaolong felt fear creeping into his heart, but pretended not to understand, saying, "What is the meaning of Empress Dowager's words?" Li Yanyan flashed him a glare and said, "The people who wanted to murder you just now were all the most outstanding of the guards. Each of them can handle 10 men under normal circumstances. However, despite mounting a sneak attack, General Wan managed to kill 7 of them while remaining completely unhurt yourself. This caused me to think of one person." Xiang Shaolong felt a chill down his entire spine and asked, "Who did Empress Dowager think of?" Li Yanyan changed the subject and said, "After meeting General this morning, I went to see Madame Xior's embroidery. She was perturbed and made one mistake after another, and even pricked her finger. I questioned my men and found out that General and Xior bumped into each other as you were leaving, and that she even arranged for a carriage to send General off. At that time I did not think of anything. But after seeing General's later performance at the Dian King's mansion and in the palace, I changed my thinking." Xiang Shaolong secretly exclaimed in alarm, knowing that she had suspicions of him. Li Yanyan's eyes gleamed and firmly gazed at him, saying, "There is only one man under heaven who can cause Xior to be so distracted after only one encounter. Can General Wan tell me who that man is?" Xiang Shaolong knew he had been exposed. Wu Xior is Li Yanyan's close friend after all, and must share her personal matters often. So when Li Yanyan discovered her strange manner, and with himself also displaying such extraordinary yet furtive conduct together with his formidable talent, this beautiful but intelligent woman was bound to guess that he was Xiang Shaolong. This time, this pretense of his seems to have suffered setbacks everywhere and is in shambles. It is fortunate that Tian Dan does not yet know he has arrived. And Li Yanyan also shoot everyone else away before revealing his identity. There must be some leeway for him to turn the situation around. After heaving a big sigh, he reverted to his former easy and unrestrained manner and dully said, "Did she tell you any of the honey stories?" Li Yanyan nodded slightly and her face turned dark again, saying, "Xiang Shaolong. How audacious of you. This time are you on orders from Qin to bewitch my great Chu's vassal states?" Xiang Shaolong forced a smile and said, "I, Xiang Shaolong, am not such a base and despicable person, plus I disdain to do these kind of things. If I want to fight, I will fight on the battlefield to show my real stuff. This time I came to assassinate Tian Dan. Now that my identity has been exposed by Empress Dowager, I have no choice but to return to Qin. The only request is to be able to lead Diane's orphan and widow away peacefully." Li Yanyan, almost losing her voice, said, "Is it so easy to leave?" Xiang Shaolong smiled and looked at her, first flashing around of his handsome sex appeal, then serenely said, "Whether you want to kill or maim, it's all at your convenience. But if I am killed, and with Lord Chuanshan's plot to send people to kill Su Xian, even Lu Buwei will find it difficult to prevent the Qin army from crossing the border, leading to a disaster." Li Yanyan was extremely angry and said, "This is being an intolerable bully. Do you think my great Chu is really afraid of Qin? Qin is presently facing a revolt in the eastern regions and is unable to look after itself. Would they really dare to invade my great Chu?" This speech was hard on the outside but soft on the inside. People with sharp eyes could all tell that she was afraid. It is no wonder. Whose countenance does not change nowadays when talking about Qin? Xiang Shaolong smiled and said, "Qin is certainly now busy with internal affairs. But what matter is the eastern uprising? Soldiers arrive, calm restored. Medicine arrives, illness cured. On the contrary, it is Great Chu's issue with Dian that has caused the vassal states to have a change of mind, inciting popular confusion. Qin may not have the strength to conquer Chu right now, but as long as Qin is able to force Empress Dowager to move her capital once again, the consequences would be indescribable." As the two of them stared at each other, Li Yanyan coldly said, "Just now you mentioned that Lord Chunshan has sent people to attack Su Xian's diplomatic delegation. What is this about?" Xiang Shaolong secretly celebrated, knowing that the tide has turned, and he said with a deep voice, "This is actually a big conspiracy by Tian Dan and Lu Buwei to overturn Chu. Lord Chunshan thinks that killing Su Xian will put him in Lu Buwei's good books, but in reality he has fallen into a trap." He then related everything from beginning to end, especially the part about how Lu Buwei and Tian Dan colluded, at first seeming to include Li Yuan, but later showing their true plans, abandoning Li Yuan in favor of Lord Chunshan. He also took the chance to tell her about how he met Madame Zhuang in the Qinling Mountains, and even elaborated in detail how Chang Qi disguised as a boatman to murder them en route. Li Yanyan's beautiful eyes got bigger and bigger, her countenance flitting between light to dark, appearing extremely shocked. At last Xiang Shaolong said, "Empress Dowager should know by now that I truly have not the least bit of dishonorable intention towards Great Chu." Li Yanyan said in annoyance, "Why is Lord Chunshan so muddle-headed, unexpectedly disregarding universal condemnation to murder the Qin diplomatic delegation that has come to offer condolences? I must prevent this from happening." Xiang Shaolong said, if it was possible, I would have done it already. Su Xian is one of the core people in the Qin military. If something untoward happens and Lu Buwei leaks that it has been perpetrated by Lord Chunshan, then the only way to appease the fury of the Qin military is to offer up the head of Lord Chunshan. Then I could possibly make an attempt at exonerating Great Chu. Li Yanyan was startled and said, how can I do such a thing? AI. Although I am the Empress Dowager, I still do not have the ability to behead Lord Chunshan so easily. Xiang Shaolong knows that she has already been affected emotionally and softly said, it can be done as long as Empress Dowager does not oppose it. I will think of a way with Imperial Uncle. Li Yanyan blankly said, does Imperial Uncle know you are Xiang Shaolong? Xiang Shaolong nodded his head. Li Yanyan clearly knew about the former happenings between the two of them and said with a deep voice, doesn't he hate you for stealing his love? Xiang Shaolong said, at present, Brother Li can only choose between killing me and choose internal disorder plus the threat of the Qin army. In the end, Brother Li loves his family and his country, and so he chose to collaborate with me. Li Yanyan contemplated this for a while, then showed a tired look and said extremely tenderly, General Wan, please withdraw. I need to have a good think. Her feeble manner caused Xiang Shaolong to be extremely aroused. As he hurriedly suppressed his crooked thoughts, he left. The moment he stepped out of the palace hall, he was immediately invited by Li Yuan to his alternate residence in the palace for a discussion. After revealing his exposure by Li Yanyan, Li Yuan happily said, this matter is wonderful. If younger sister stands on outside, our odds will increase greatly. But Xiang Shaolong purposely tested his sincerity, saying, Empress Dowager's manner towards both you and Lord Chunshan appears special. Does she have some situation between the two of you? Li Yuan stared blankly for a while, then gave a profound gasp, exposing a painful look, saying, even though Brother Xiang has always been this Li's archenemy, but no matter whether it's me or Tian Dan, we both greatly admire Brother Xiang in our hearts, even finding glory in having a person such as you as our opponent. If this had been asked by someone else, I would have just beat her around the bush and been done with it. But now I do not feel like concealing it from you, and even more am convinced that Brother Xiang will help our Li family preserve the secret. Xiang Shaolong's heart sank, knowing that his expectation was not far off. Li Yanyan was really involved in an unnatural relationship. Li Yuan was silent for a long time before slowly saying, when Yanyan was 14, she was already very beautiful. Dad, Mom and me, this elder brother, all regarded her as a precious pearl. We never expected that it was not only outsiders that salivated at her charm, but there were even people within the clan who harbored wild and beastly desires. Xiang Shaolong had a big shock. It seems that he had wrongly guessed the relationship between Li Yuan and Li Yanyan. The incestuous person was someone else. But why then was Li Yanyan's attitude towards Li Yuan so odd? Li Yuan said, I do not wish to discuss the details. The matter happened when Yanyan was 16. This beast with a human face was Li Quan. Li Ling also had a hand in it. At that time Li Quan was the most powerful in the Li clan. We could only watch in silent fury. Dad and Mom passed away in hatred because of this. Yanyan also changed completely, totally unwilling to come into contact with men, hiding in the house all day long. She was only willing to see me, this one person, and she had an unusual unwillingness to part with me. Xiang Shaolong was greatly puzzled and asked, if this is the case, she should be dying to kill Li Quan, why does she then trust him so? Li Yuan grieved and said, because she also hates me. Xiang Shaolong looked at him in shock. Li Yuan slapped his palm on the table and his eyes emitted a blaze of hatred, and gnashing his teeth, he said, from that moment on, I determined to kill Li Quan and Li Ling by hook or by crook. Up till when she was 20, Li Quan, this person who was worse than a beast, unexpectedly came repeatedly to demand for her. I was at a loss and was compelled to think of a plot, which is to give Yanyan to Lord Chunshan. If she became pregnant, we would have Lord Chunshan give her to the king. Brother Xiang should understand my meaning. Only this way will Li Quan not dare to touch Yanyan. And I could also obtain Lord Chunshan's favor and trust, and also had a chance to become the imperial uncle. Xiang Shaolong stared at Li Yuan in a daze. Who would have thought that the situation would be so complex? Indeed, every family has its problems. At the same time, it could be seen that amongst the different countries, not only did the Chu clans hold the most power, they were also the most incestuous. Li Yuan said, I spent 10 days expositing to Yanyan before convincing her, and the main reason she agreed was for the good of Chu. This was because if the king had no sons, there would have been chaos after he died. But she had a condition, and that is that the father of this child had to be me. She was only willing to bear a child for me, but Xiang Shaolong's voice almost failed, saying, what? Both Li Yuan's eyes turned red, and with a depressed look, he unhurriedly said, I pretended to agree to her request. When it was time to do the deed, I switched with a household warrior whose body shape was similar to mine. It's a pity that 100 secrets are revealed with one carelessness, and she found out after. She was so angry that she killed the man with her protective dagger. The next day, she did not say a thing and followed me to Lord Chuanshan's house. Since then she refused to speak to me. Only after she became Empress Dowager did she treat me a little better. She deliberately favored Li Quan to harm me. Only recently did I realize that she had an unbalanced mind. That is why I was so happy when I found out that she had taken an interest to you, hoping that she could return to normal. Xiang Shaolong finally understood why Li Yuan and Li Quan were from the same clan but were crossing swords, and why Li Quan can act so arrogantly with powerful backing. There was actually such an unnatural and perverse relationship behind this. Taking in a deep breath, he said, Li Quan and the Empress Dowager, hey. Do they still have? Li Yuan shook his head and said, definitely not. Yan deeply and painfully hated men after that incident, only willing to talk to me. Later how she managed to bewilder Lord Chunshan and the king until their bodies and souls were reversed, even I do not understand. I do not know why she is able to endure them. Xiang Shaolong said, she did it for you. This is the only way to prevent Li Quan from killing you. Li Yuan's whole body shook dramatically and with one hand grabbing at Xiang Shaolong, said with a gasp, is this really so? Xiang Shaolong said, it truly is so. That she is willing to ignore her pain and serve the two men is indeed because of revenge. But she knows that you are now Lord Chunshan and Li Quan's adversary, that is why she deliberately became close to Li Quan and distanced herself from you. Just looking at how she allowed you to stay within the palace, we can see that she intended to protect you. Li Yuan said, then why doesn't she explain everything clearly to me? Xiang Shaolong said, that is because she really still hates you. I discovered this subtle circumstance that day when I was secretly looking at the both of you from behind the screen. After revealing everything, Li Yuan felt a lot more at peace, and nodded saying, Brother Xiang's words make sense. Brother Xiang should now understand my sincerity in collaborating with you. As long as we are able to kill Lord Chunshan, Li Quan and Li Ling, I don't care about anything else, but... At this point even Xiang Shaolong also feels like killing Li Quan and Li Ling, these two people who were worse than beasts. He asked, at this point, who is holding on to military power in Shouchuan? Li Yuan resumed his calm and replied, Shouchuan's troops are mainly divided into the outer city guards, the inner city guards and the external defense army. Originally, the outer city guards and the inner city guards operate under Lord Chunshan and Li Quan's control. But with Chu Shiming's death, the inner city guards are now under the command of Lian Antiang. Duca has been promoted to become the royal guard captain. These two are both my men. That is why the inner city guards are safely in my hands. Who would have thought that Wu Zhan was so helpful? Xiang Shaolong asked, which side did Wu Zhan originally belong to? Li Yuan said, Wu Zhan is only loyal to the crown prince of Chu and Yan. If we did not have him to maintain the present circumstances, younger sister would have fallen into Lord Chunshan and Li Quan's control long ago. Even I would not have been able to protect her. The inner city soldiers number approximately 10,000. I will completely dismantle the remnants of Chu Shiming's clique. Only by protecting my sister and the crown prince of Chu do I have the capital to contend with them. After a pause, he continued, the outer city soldiers number about 30,000 and are responsible for the defense of the city and the 4 neighboring towns. The commander of the external defense army is precisely the ingrate Dojia. In those days, it was I who vigorously pushed for him to assume this key position. How would I know that when I returned from Handan, he had already thrown his lot in with Lord Chunshan and Li Quan? The external defense army is responsible for land and naval defense and also for building the Great Wall. Their soldiers number 50,000, and they have the greatest strength, if not I would have gotten rid of Li Quan long ago. Xiang Shaolong asked, how about Lord Chunshan and Li Quan's private strength? Li Yuan said, Li Quan is nothing to fear. But Lord Chuanshan's 3 sons Huang Zhan, Huang Hu and Huang Ba are dauntless and unrivaled military leaders, together with 5,000 household warriors. Nobody in Shouchuan is more powerful than he is. I only have 2,000 family warriors under me. We are not even comparable. Xiang Shaolong said, now that Huang Hu has led 3,000 men to murder Su Xian, his strength is greatly reduced, so if we want to make a move it has to be within these few days. Else once Huang Hu is back, Lord Chunshan will immediately deal with us. Li Yuan heaved a sigh and said, I have also considered this point, but once the Yalong King and Li Ling arrive, the entire situation would be different. They have close to 2,000 men with them, including many experts. It seems that if the Dian King's mansion wasn't guarded by the royal guards, and if Lord Chunshan didn't need to be so discreet with sister, Li Ling would have led men to invade the Dian King's mansion long ago. Brother Xiang should also be careful. Xiang Shaolong felt a big headache and asked, is it possible to win over Wu Zhan? Li Yuan replied, I won't say that is impossible just yet. If Wu Zhan really stands on our side, it will turn the covert struggle into an open fight. It will only bring us harm and no gain. The best method is still to use a heavy and lightning fast strike to sweep away Lord Chunshan, Li Quan, Li Ling, Dojiat and the rest, and then let sister clean up the pieces. I only regret that we do not have the strength to do this at present. Xiang Shaolong patted his shoulder and said, the one who strikes first gains the initiative. The one who strikes after is dominated. Is Brother Li able to create a map of the Yelong King's mansion for me? If feasible, I will go and kill Li Ling tonight in order to avoid complications from too much delay. Li Yuan patted his shoulder and said, this is easy. Brother Xiang should first return to the Dian King's mansion. I will come look for you in a little while. As both men exited the side room door, they coincidentally ran into Guixior. All three were startled at the same time. Li Yuan still does not know that Guixior has also seen through Xiang Shaolong's identity, and laughed, saying, Shiori, quickly come and pay your respects to General Wan. He is the Dian princess's younger brother. Guixior did not dare to look at Xiang Shaolong and greeted him with her head bowed. All sorts of feelings welled up in Xiang Shaolong's heart, and after a few polite sentences, he went back to the Dian King's mansion under the escort of Li Yuan's men. On the way, Guixior's pretty and refined face flashed repeatedly in Xiang Shaolong's heart. Unexpectedly, after a few meetings in Handan, she kept him constantly in her mind. The things that have happened after they reached Shochuan have completely exceeded their expectations. All he wanted to do originally was to kill Tian Dan and then leave Shochuan for Dian to fulfill his commitment to help the Madame Zhuang restore her country. How was he to know that his identity would be exposed individually and at different times by Guixior, Li Yuan, and Li Yanyan, and deeply dragged into the Chu capital Shochuan's power struggle? One of the reasons he is sincere about helping Li Yuan is to help Guixior. This is because if Li Yuan collapses off the stage, Guixior will suffer a miserable fate. The other reason is the debt of righteousness. Li Quan and Li Ling, these two men who are lower than beasts, are really too vile. As for Lord Chunshan, putting aside the matter of Zhao, just his plot to murder Su Xian is unforgivable. The problem is that even with Li Yuan's men, they do not have the strength to deal with Lord Chunshan and Li Quan. The only way is to compel Li Yanyan to stand on their side. Only by killing Li Ling and demonstrating their power can they sway her opinion. He just couldn't believe that Li Yanyan wouldn't want to take revenge for the lifetime of disgrace and hatred that changed her entire character. If not, she would not have defended Li Yuan and the Zhuang family constantly in all areas. By the time he arrived at this thought, he had reached the Dian King's mansion. Xiang Shaolong hardened his heart and determined to assassinate Li Ling at the Yelong King's mansion that night. If not, he might never get another chance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 16 Chapter 6. Book 16 Chapter 06 A Tragic Life. The moment he stepped into the mansion, Jing Shan welcomed him and reported, Master Tang is here. Xiang Shaolong was overjoyed at the unexpected good news and burst into the inner hall. Tang Yi was chatting with the two ladies Ji and Zhao. Tang Yi jumped up with unbridled emotions and hugged him tightly. After they sat down, Ji Yanran beamed, it turns out that we just missed second brother. Dan Quan and Wu De took only 2 days on horseback to reach second brother Tang. Tang Yi related, we attacked Dan Chu's army 7 times in succession, but was repelled each time. This person's strategic and tactical acumen is not to be belittled. Pu Bu and Su Ilwan are now holding them back. I feared that third brother was short of men and therefore brought 300 with me. They all disguised themselves as traders from the Wei border and entered the city in batches. They are the best of our elite special forces. Xiang Shaolong was overjoyed and said, I was just fretting over how I would assassinate Li Ling, but now my worries are over. Second brother should first select 10 men and have them act as the Dian King's former subordinates who have come to look for their new master. These men will take over the defense of the Dian King's mansion. Tang Yi promptly summoned Jing Shan and the recently arrived Wu De and Dan Quan and had them take care of the arrangements. Xiang Shaolong then proceeded to brief Tang Yi on all that had happened to that point. As Tang Yi found out that their arch-enemy Li Yuan had become their comrade in arms, he could not help but bug his eyes in surprise. When Xiang Shaolong revealed that his cover had been blown by Li Yanyan, Zhao Zhu was so startled that she clung onto Ji Yanran's back. Li Yuan arrived at this moment. The 3 men retreated to the study room to strategize. Li Yuan was energized and his confidence increased when he saw the reinforcements, especially since he knew that a mere 200 of the Wu family's elite warriors had the power to overcome 1,000 regular soldiers. As they unfolded the map and began discussing their strategy, Lord Chuanshan's messenger arrived with an invitation for Madame Zhuang, Zhuang Baoyi, and Wan Ruiquang to attend a banquet at his residence. The 3 of them furrowed their brows. Li Yuan dispatched a servant back to his house to see if he too been invited. He then said, "What a treacherous banquet! How should we deal with this?" Xiang Shaolong asserted, "I am sure that Brother Li has also been invited. Lord Chunshan must have lost his patience after failing to assassinate me today, not to mention that Brother Li's power has surged with the demise of Chu Shiming. He intends to eliminate the both of us in one fell swoop." Tang Yi grinned, "Then we should beat Lord Chunshan at his own game and eliminate him tonight." Li Yuan noticed his casual demeanor and smiled, saying, "But we cannot possibly bring several hundred men to the feast. It would also be unseemly if we refuse to go. We have managed to maintain a veneer of civility up till now." Xiang Shaolong opined, "We definitely need to attend this banquet. It will cover our sneak attack on the Yelong King's mansion. How many true experts does Brother Li have under him? They must be near the level of Yen Fu or Dong Luzi." Li Yuan replied, "I can count on 10 to 12 people." Xiang Shaolong continued, "That is enough. I will add 12 of my men to yours. We will each bring 24 men. In addition, Brother Li should station men inside the mansion grounds to keep watch. They are to assault Lord Chuanshan's residence the moment they see a signal rocket. We will fight a life-and-death battle with them." Tang Yi queried, "Shouldn't we defend against a possible sneak attack by Li Ling's men on the Dian King's mansion?" Xiang Shaolong replied, "What we actually fear is that he doesn't come here. Hey! We'll have Yanran take charge. They will come but will not be able to leave because they underestimate our strength." Tang Yi proposed, "I will take care of Li Ling's petty life. In my view, 48 people is still a little thin. It would be best to have another 10 men look after the horses and carriages outside. If anything happens, everyone will meet outside. This will reduce our risks significantly." Next he patted his sleeve and added, "Our concealed collapsible crossbows will decide our victory." This moment, Lu Wuxin came to report that Li Yuan had indeed received Lord Chuanshan's invitation for the night's banquet. The three men continued to discuss the details of the night's operation. Li Yuan also sought clarity on the collapsible crossbow's function and usage before leaving together with Tang Yi. Xiang Shaolong then went to look for Madame Zhuang. As he reached Madame Zhuang's northern courtyard, Zhuang Kong came out to welcome him, saying, "Madame Qingxiu is in the inner hall reminiscing with Madame Zhuang." Before he had finished speaking, the sound of jingling ornaments drifted over. With two servant girls opening the way, Madame Zhuang and another beautiful woman exited side by side. He could make out Madame Qingxiu's appearance under her veil, but just with her slender build and her elegant footsteps, he could tell that she was a rare beauty. Do Jia was actually very blessed. Why would he forsake her and fall for Cheng Suning's concubine only to regret after? Xiang Shaolong and Zhuang Kong briskly stepped aside while expressing their greetings. Madame Zhuang introduced, "Madam. This is my younger brother Wan Ruiguang." Madame Qingxiu flashed Xiang Shaolong a glance through her veil and returning the courtesy, said, "General Wan, pleased to meet you." She did not utter another word but continued to walking and left accompanied by Madame Zhuang. Xiang Shaolong remained unperturbed despite her disregard. After all, no man could possibly expect every woman to fall for him. I'm sure the ladies on this forum will have a field day with this comment. After Madame Zhuang returned, she dragged Xiang Shaolong into the inner hall and closed the door behind them. With a heavy expression, she said, "Madame Qingxiu came to warn me that Lord Chunshan, Li Quan, Dojia, Cheng Suning, Li Ling and the Yelong King have made a pact to kill us and Li Yuan. Let us leave this minute." Xiang Shaolong knitted his eyebrows and queried, "Hasn't she separated from Dojia? How would she know about this matter?" Madame Zhuang replied, "Her niece is Huang Zhan's wife. Huang Zhan has a loose tongue. He was raining curses on you and Li Yuan at his home and so leaked the secret." Xiang Shaolong reached out his hand, embraced the gloomy Madame Zhuang and chuckled, saying, "Even if they did not make a move, I would have compelled them to." He then outlined the situation regarding themselves and the enemy. Madame Zhuang took in a deep breath and said, "I see you already knew. In that case, should Baoi and I go to the banquet tonight?" Xiang Shaolong replied, "Of course not. I'll just make up some excuse for Lord Chunshan. I am sure that he has already predicted this." Madame Zhuang anxiously asked, "Are we at a big disadvantage manpower-wiser?" Xiang Shaolong replied, "We may have a lot less people than they do, but combat power is another matter. My people are all trained in infiltration and guerrilla tactics. Once the Yelong King's mansion is on fire, I can guarantee that Lord Chunshan and his party will be in chaos and won't know what to do. I am determined to lay down my cards with Lord Chunshan tonight. It would be a dream come true if I could seize this golden opportunity to kill Tian Dan at the same time." Madame Zhuang snuggled into his embrace and said, "Shaolong, I am very thankful to you. But what does it mean to lay down my cards?" Xiang Shaolong explained and then continued, "I am only afraid that Lord Chuanshan's real objective tonight is the two of you mother and son. It would then be difficult for us to strike because we would not have the excuse to use force. Our only consolation then is to kill Li Ling and the Yelong King." Madame Zhuang giggled, "You're awfully relaxed. Li Ling and the Yelong King have many experts at their sides. Don't underestimate them." Xiang Shaolong saw that her bright and intelligent eyes were extremely alluring and leaned over to give her a kiss. He then boasted, "What experts haven't I seen before? The most formidable strategy is to catch the enemies unawares. Their attention should be focused on Li Yuan's family warriors. How would they know I have soldiers in ambush? Knowing oneself but not knowing the opponent, this is a military commander's biggest fear." "Madam, please do not worry." Madame Zhuang replied, "We mother and son have Xiang Shaolong to rely on, what do we have to fear? We are just concerned about you." Xiang Shaolong saw that she was lovely and touching, and couldn't help giving her another heartfelt kiss before leaving to continue his preparations. Who could have guessed that they would be confronting the enemy openly so soon? 72 members of the elite special forces have arrived. They all infiltrated the Dian King's mansion secretly by climbing walls and traversing trees. Ji Yanran was excited with her heavy responsibilities, but was calm and collected in command. She first gathered Madame Zhuang and the women and children and then laid out a defense plan for each strategic position. Even the treetops were covered. Zhao Ji naturally became her attendant and orderly, OC runner. At this moment Lu Wuxin came on Li Yuan's instruction to update Xiang Shaolong on the situation. Lord Chunshan and Li Quan's informants have spread out across the city. They have established tight surveillance of the minister's residences and the Dian King's mansion with the intent of preventing anyone from escaping. Instead, it is the Yelong King's mansion that is undisturbed, with the doors shut and nobody going in and out. No unusual movements can be detected. Xiang Shaolong pointed out, nobody going in and out is unusual. This is also known as covering intentions makes one conspicuous. They will definitely attack the Dian King's mansion tonight. Only by borrowing a foreigner's hand can Lord Chunshan deny all responsibility in front of the Empress Dowager. Lu Wuxin said, "Our informant in Lord Chunshan's residence says that there will not be any special attack tonight. Huang Zhan has nonetheless been boasting that he will compel you to fight him during the banquet and even said that he is aching to kill you. All my brothers and I are waiting for a good show tonight." He then continued in a deep voice, "Huang Zhan is the best swordsman in Lord Chunshan's household. Killing him would be a big blow to Lord Chunshan." Xiang Shaolong unenthusiastically said, "It is enough to cripple him or injure him seriously." Lu Wuxin chortled and said, "Working for Master Xiang is certainly different." As he was going to continue, Jing Shan came to report, "The Empress Dowager has summoned Xiang Shaolong to the palace." Xiang Shaolong was elated. Li Yanyan has finally been convinced. The palace maid withdrew after reporting his name. Li Yanyan had her face behind a veil and was silent. Xiang Shaolong, who was seated on her right, could only wallow in his own boredom. This was a hall in a quiet and secluded courtyard in the Empress Dowager's palace. With the courtyard entrance closed, there was no trace of any other people. It almost seemed like they were the only two people in the whole universe. He could not help but pity Li Yanyan, recalling her humiliation at puberty, and now with a strained relationship with her brother and with Chu's turbulence, and finally having to put up a pretense with the enemy. Even though she is now the Empress Dowager, there is no happiness in her life. One can feel her misery and pain just thinking about how she had to bend herself to serve Lord Chunshan and King Shaolai, these two decrepit old men. Now even with that in the past, she has to contend with powerful officials who conspire amongst themselves, borrowing the late king's name to force this weak woman to commit acts against her conscience. Thinking about this, he could not help but sigh deeply. Li Yanyan coldly asked, "Why is Mr. sighing?" Xiang Shaolong could hear the wariness in her voice. He knew that her bitter experiences have made her particularly sensitive, and so he could not deal with her like he did others. He softly said, "I don't usually meditate and listen to my surroundings, but I just noticed the sound of wind rustling the leaves in the courtyard. I found that it was constantly changing with infinite variations, pleasant to the ear like the sound of nature, something that I normally miss. I was awakened to the fact that beautiful, good things are always around us, but because we're engrossed with other things, we will miss them even if they're right in front of us." Li Yanyan remained silent, but her delicate body trembled lightly. Nonetheless, her face was hidden by the veil so Xiang Shaolong could see her reaction. A long while later, Li Yanyan whispered, "Imperial uncle is my half-brother. We have the same father but different mothers. My father only had us 2 children. From the moment I was born, Imperial uncle had always been very protective of me. I remember when I was 14, we were attending a Li clan banquet. The Li Ling, who was then called the Li clan's little hegemon, ganged up with some others and took liberties with me. Elder brother defended me and fought with them, 1 against more than 10. He was beaten black and blue, but steadfastly resisted. Only when the adults were alerted did they stop. He did not awaken until I had tended his injuries for 7 days and 7 nights. Xiang Shaolong imagined their bitterness and hardship, and couldn't help praising their fortitude. He could also see that their sibling love and devotion had its clear origins, and that their later tragedies had been seeded way back then. Li Yanyan continued as if she was in a dream. Everyone in the Li clan looked down on my dad, leading us brother and sister to be bullied frequently. Thankfully elder brother was never discouraged, arising before dawn every day to train his sword skills, train his horsemanship and archery, and to read widely in all manner of books. In my heart, there was nobody better than him in the sword, and even less men more erudite and multi-talented than he was. Xiang Shaolong knew that she had just made a life-changing decision. She was actually raising all this to convince herself that it was the right decision. Even though it seemed as if she was speaking to Xiang Shaolong, she was actually repeating everything to herself. Li Yanyan gently let out a breath of air, causing her veil to flutter open a little. She continued gently, "Do you know why I am saying all these things to you?" Xiang Shaolong replied as gently, "Because Empress Dowager trusts that I, Xiang Shaolong, am not some despicable and petty cad who will reveal your secrets and gossip." Li Yanyan said unhurriedly, "This is one reason." When elder brother came back from Handan he was dejected and depressed. I found out later from Guoxior that it was because he had lost a Dong horse fanatic. After I had ascertained the facts, I sent people to investigate the real Dong horse fanatic, only to find out that elder brother had really been duped by you. It was only after elder brother returned from Xianyang this time that I confirmed my conjecture and informed Xior. And that is how Xior knew in the end. Didn't someone ask this question? At that time I was very curious what kind of person Xiang Shaolong was. How was it that with only a trivial few hundred people, you were able to toy with world-class formidable people like elder brother and Tiandan, and defeat them with them not even knowing how and why? Even people like Lu Buwei who had power to overturn the Qing court could not cope with you. I finally understand today. Xiang Shaolong laughed bitterly and said, "I was just lucky a few times." Li Yanyan bowed her head and very lightly said, "Can you sit beside me?" Xiang Shaolong tarried for a while before approaching her and sitting 3 feet from her on the right. Li Yanyan lowered her head and removed her veil, then looked up again. Only then did Xiang Shaolong realize that her beautiful face was covered in hot tears. Xiang Shaolong's own emotions surged, and he exclaimed hoarsely, "Empress Dowager." Li Yanyan closed her eyes but her tears continued to stream down unbidden. Her voice continued to be calm, however, and she continued one word at a time, "Xiang Shaolong. Kill Li Quan, Li Ling, and Lord Chunshin for me. They are all lower than beasts." Xiang Shaolong replied in grief and determination, "Shaolong solemnly obeys Empress Dowager's decree." Li Yanyan opened her graceful eyes gradually. Her lovely yet pitiful expression looked like pear blossoms in the rain, causing Xiang Shaolong to lower his guard. He reached out his sleeve instinctively and gently wiped away the pearly teardrops that clung to her powdered face. Li Yanyan gave him free rein and did not move, seeming as if she did not notice. As Xiang Shaolong drew back his sleeve, he said solemnly, "Empress Dowager may relax. I will protect Imperial Uncle from any harm." He couldn't help laughing at how preposterous the situation was. Those days in Handan, Li Yuan was one of the men he most wanted to kill. How could one imagine that he would now wholeheartedly battle side by side with him? Li Yanyan's gentle eyes focused on his face. She said with her calmly and clearly, "Wu Zhan just reported that Do Jie has made an unauthorized troop movement. A full division of soldiers have come upstream from the Huai River and are within 10 miles of the city. What's more, a fleet of 20 warships have been parked right beside Shochuan. This is clearly a threat to caution me against dealing with them. I have no choice but to endure this bitterly. If I did not have Wu Zhan maintaining the equilibrium, elder brother and I would have been finished long ago. Yet elder brother is still unaware of my difficulties." Xiang Shaolong smiled. Besieging troops need to be double the size of the defending troops to present any threat. Attacking one's own royal city, and even more so if there is no legitimate cause, the army will be fragmented and disunited. Do Jie appears strong, but he is actually weak. Empress Dowager does not have to worry about this. Li Yanyan flashed him a look of mild annoyance and said, "It is easy for you to say. I fear that the situation in the inner city is unstable, and the outer city guards have also been fully deployed for external defense. The royal guards have also been pulled back to protect the palace. If Lord Chunshin and his gang strike first and attack you, what should I do?" Xiang Shaolong guffawed and, displaying an unmatchable confidence, leisurely said, "Soldiers are valued for their proficiency, not their numbers. It is Li Quan and Li Ling and that distinguished bunch who should be worried." Li Yanyan gazed at him with steely eyes and said, "Xiang Shaolong, have more of your men infiltrated Shochuan?" Xiang Shaolong chuckled and said, "Empress Dowager, please forgive me for revealing the climax prematurely. By daybreak, Li Ling's spirit would have departed his body. Take it as a modicum of justice for the Empress Dowager. Li Yanyan's body trembled dramatically, and with an uptight voice, she said, "Did elder brother reveal my story? Why else would you say such a thing?" Xiang Shaolong was not prepared for her sensitivity. Alarmed, he quickly tried to explain himself, saying, "Didn't Empress Dowager mention that Li Ling bullied the two of you, and even beat your elder brother so badly that he was unconscious for 7 days and nights?" Li Yanyan's upright posture was beginning to give way to the increasingly urgent heaves wrecking her body. Tears once again brimmed in her eyes as she stared blankly at Xiang Shaolong. All of a sudden, with a hua sound, she started bawling and threw herself into Xiang Shaolong's bosom. Xiang Shaolong gently held her violently convulsing body, feeling the moist patch on his shoulder growing bigger and bigger. He felt her pain, knowing that her long-suppressed grief and bitterness had finally burst through her restraint. He did not speak a word of comfort, but cradled her as if she was an infant. Of course, there was no hint of eroticism in this. His noble and sentimental heart was bursting with sympathy and tenderness towards her. At this point, he only wished that he could console this weak suffering woman who has had to display such a strong and unyielding front. A long while later, Li Yanyan finally choked back her tears. With his help, she sat her lovely body up straight and wiped away her tears. With her head lowered daintily, she lightly said, "I shall await your good news tonight." Xiang Shaolong stood up without a word and left quietly. His entire shoulder was drenched with her tears. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 16 Chapter 7. Book 16 Chapter 07, The Treacherous Banquet. Xiang Shaolong and Li Yuan left a little earlier and met on a side street to exchange updates. The two of them ensconced themselves in a horse carriage. Li Yuan asked, "What did Empress Dowager want of you?" Xiang Shaolong warily peered out the window and casually said, "Empress Dowager wanted me to kill Li Quan, Li Ling, and Lord Chunshan." Li Yuan's spirits rose, saying, "Did she really say that?" Xiang Shaolong smiled faintly and said, "Why would I lie to you? Why does she hate Lord Chunshan so?" Li Yuan sighed forlornly and said, "She hates all men who have sullied her body. This includes King Shaolai." Xiang Shaolong asked, "Any updates on your end?" Li Yuan replied, "It appears that Lord Chunshan merely intends to use a duel to deal damage to us. This is because the guests tonight include all the senior officials, foreign dignitaries, and even some vassal lords themselves. No matter how reckless Lord Chunshan and Li Quan are, they will not dare to attack us openly with their hundreds of people." Xiang Shaolong asked somberly, "Is the Yelang king in the guest list?" Li Yuan replied, "I did not see his name. This does not mean he won't be there though. Lord Chunshan must know how easy it is for me to get a copy of his guest list." Xiang Shaolong said in a deadpan, "I intend to determine victory or defeat with Lord Chunshan and Li Quan at this banquet. We will not get another chance. If I am not mistaken, Lord Chunshan will rise in revolt tomorrow morning when Doji's troops are in position. Attacking from within and without, they will use overwhelming force to subdue Shochuan. The inner city guards falling into your hands was a bitter blow to them. This banquet is meant to detain us along with the most influential people in Shochuan. Cut off from the outside, we will not be able to make any countervailing moves. This gives them great tactical advantage." Li Yuan frantically said, "But Lord Chunshan has 3,000 family warriors while we have a mere 60 men. Worse, some of our men will be left out in the front lawn. If we start fighting, we would be lucky to escape with our lives. How would we be able to kill the enemy?" Xiang Shaolong smiled and said, "To shoot a person first shoot the horse. To catch the thieves first catch the king, ringleader. Has Brother Li heard of these two sayings? Li Yuan repeated the words twice to himself before his eyes gleamed, demonstrating his understanding. Xiang Shaolong said, "I almost forgot the crucial point. Is Tian Dan on the guest list?" Li Yuan shook his head and said, "I was just coming to this. Tian Dan has vanished after having breakfast with Lord Chunshan this morning. I think he may have slipped away from Shochuan." Xiang Shaolong's heart sank. He said vexedly, "If he did leave, he should have been spotted by the city guards. Why haven't you received any news?" Li Yuan said in exasperation, "With Dou Jia making the arrangements, even Wu Zhan would have found it hard to investigate. It is a simple matter for them to sneak Tian Dan out of Shochuan under cover." Xiang Shaolong said with determination, "With this, it is even more important for us to make a move. The only way we can determine Tian Dan's whereabouts is to force it out of Lord Chunshan." Li Yuan understood his intent. If Tian Dan is already on his way to Qi, Xiang Shaolong would need to settle the matter with Lord Chunshan as quickly as possible and then double up to give chase. Heaving a sigh, he said, "Brother Xiang has neglected his own matters because of me. I am embarrassed. AI. That said, our chances tonight are actually not high. Xiang Shaolong smiled while shaking his head, saying, know yourself and know your enemy, 100 battles without defeat. I have another proposal. Brother Li might as well substitute all his personal guards for my men. As long as Lord Chunshan does not know that we are carrying crossbows, our chances will increase to 70%. This is known as lengthening oneself to shorten the enemy. Using the crossbow to defeat the sword, avoiding their strengths and attacking their weaknesses, using efficiency and speed to defeat the enemy's strength in numbers. But Li Yuan exclaimed, even if Sun Wu were to come back to life, he would find it difficult to defeat Brother Xiang's clever stratagems. Xiang Shaolong chuckled in his heart. This is precisely the creed of the special forces, using the elite to defeat the ordinary. As long as they could grasp the enemy's weakest link, it would be like pinching a viper's throat. No matter how formidable the enemy was, it could only submit and be captured. After the two of them split up, Li Yuan entered the palace to report everything to Li Yanyan while Xiang Shaolong made his way to Lord Chunshan's banquet. Entering the main gate, he reached the lawn of the residence, which was large enough for 1,000 drilling soldiers. It was presently filled with horses and carriages. The whole area was brightly lit. The main residence was built on a white stone terrace. It was surrounded by covered walkways which were connected to buildings on the left and right as well as the rear. The environment was elegant and refined, with ancient trees reaching to the skies. Xiang Shaolong's heart was stirred. The status of the Chu king with his subjects was clearly lower than that of the Qin king. That year, in the period before King Xuanzang's funeral, all forms of celebrations and festivities in Xianyang ceased. The people here were completely different. Just with this one observation, one could tell why Qin was always victorious over Chu. Xiang Shaolong and his men dismounted. 6 of the men were assigned to watch over the horses while the other 24 followed him towards the main residence. It was common for big shots to bring 10 family warriors to banquets. 24 is on the high side, but under the present circumstances, Lord Chunshan had no reason to object. Moreover, how could he be concerned with 24 men? The steps leading up to the main residence were filled with Lord Chunshan's family warriors. Lord Chunshan was with his 2 sons Huang Zhan and Huang Ba welcoming the guests. Xiang Shaolong walked towards the steps. When he was halfway there, a voice called out from behind him, "Ah! Please hold it." Xiang Shaolong halted in alarm and turned his head. Scrutinizing the face of the person who was hurrying up to him, he was surprised again. It was Han Shuang. He had a puzzled look on his face, and he apologized with a dry cough. "My apologies, I mistook you for someone else." It was obvious that Han Shuang had recognized him from his back profile, but could not be sure after seeing his face since his entire appearance had been greatly altered. Xiang Shaolong chuckled and said, "Your servant is now on Rueguang." "How is Marquis?" Han Shuang understood instantly and winked at him. He then turned around to greet the other dignitaries. Xiang Shaolong felt warmth in his heart. This Han Shuang may be flawed, but he was true to his friends. As he walked up the stone steps, the two-faced Lord Chunshan hastened over and greeted him, saying, "Welcome, General Wan. This lord is extremely honored. Why isn't the Dian princess and the little crown prince of Dian here?" Xiang Shaolong observed the formalities, returned the greeting and said apologetically, "The little majesty is unwell. The Dian princess has remained behind to look after him. Will the lord please forgive me?" Lord Chunshan hurriedly said, "I'll dispatch people immediately to diagnose and treat the little crown prince of Dian. Once the precious medicine arrives, the ailment will be cured." Xiang Shaolong swept his eyes over Huang Zhan, Huang Ba and family warriors who were all glaring fiercely at him. He chuckled in his heart and thought, no matter how sharp your eyes are, you can never imagine that there is such a thing as a collapsible crossbow that can be hidden in one's trouser legs. This the advantage of high technology. He replied, "I appreciate the Lord's good intentions. The little majesty has just taken his medicine. If he is not better tomorrow, we'll trouble the Lord to look into it." At that point, a family warrior led Xiang Shaolong into the large hall. The hall was comparable to the king's palace hall. There were 4 immense wooden pillars on each side, holding up 4 majestic beams which in turn supported roof. The host seat was on the southern end facing the entrance. 3 rows of banquet mats extended to the left and right. Roughly estimating, there were at least 100 seats in all. The front row of mats were for the important guests while the row at the back of the room was set up for family warriors and followers. At this point, more than half the guests had been seated. They were served by more than 100 colorfully dressed servant girls who looked like butterflies. The atmosphere was lively and celebratory. Xiang Shaolong glimpsed the Guokai whom he had not seen in a long time seated to the left of the host seat. After he had become the premier in Zhao, this lord seemed to have been reborn, filled with spirit and vigor and being as pleased as Punch. He was presently chatting with Lord Longyang, who was seated beside him. This moment, the ushering family warrior said, "Master Wan, please." Xiang Shaolong followed him to the fourth mat to the right of the host seat. Jing Shan and the rest squeezed into the two mats behind him and sat down in orderly rows. Lord Longyang, who was reclined opposite him, gave him a wink. Guo Kai looked over and sized him up, but evidently did not recognize him as Xiang Shaolong. The hall was now noisy with a feel of excitement. The guests were all taking advantage of the time before the start of the banquet to greet each other and exchange news. Nonetheless, nobody seemed to show an interest in Xiang Shaolong. Only the envoys from the vassal states waved at him in greeting. A servant girl approached to serve wine. Xiang Shaolong took a look at her and noticed that she was extremely dark. She even had a small mole on her left cheek. Since her appearance was commonplace, he took no further interest. He turned to scrutinize the other guests. Li Quan was just across from him. After giving him a disdainful glance, he continued talking to the Chang Suning, who was downwards of him. He did not give Xiang Shaolong a further glance, as if he was already a dead man that would no longer have any effect on him. As Xiang Shaolong was sneering in his heart, a familiar sweet-sounding voice wafted into his ears, saying, "You devil! Once again dressing up to scam people." Xiang Shaolong's body shook with epic excitement and he almost called out Shan Ro's name. As he was about to take a closer look at the servant girl in front of him, Shan Ro softly scolded him, "Don't look at me. There is a concealed exit to your rear which connects to the outside through a winding corridor. Be careful." She left once she finished speaking. Seeing this dream-stealing and soul-bewitching female confidant again, Xiang Shaolong's spirits surged. The whole world was now alive to him, filled with color and warmth that he had thirsted for and waited for expectantly for a long time. At the same time, he was alarmed. From appearances, this large hall only had two side doors leading to narrow corridors connected to the side courtyards. Without Shan Ro's information, he wouldn't have known that there was a concealed exit at the rear. This was a formidable arrangement for Lord Chunshan. He almost wanted to go in to take a look. He hurriedly waved Jing Shan over and told him the matter. As Jing Shan retreated, Xiang Shaolong's heart filled with the beautiful image of Shan Ro. This beauty was certainly versatile and capable, actually managing to infiltrate Lord Chunshan's household as a servant girl for an opportunity to kill Tian Dan. At this moment, Shan Ro came back serving food. She whispered, "There are lances hidden underneath the corridors outside." She then turned away to serve another guest. Xiang Shaolong let go of his worries. It appeared that the opponent did not dare to use crossbows for fear of missing the target and hitting the other guests instead. At this point, the guests had mostly arrived. Xiang Shaolong failed to recognize most of the guests being announced by the entrance official. He just knew that they were either rulers themselves or top ministers, an exceedingly distinguished crowd. The four military commanders Dou Jia, Wu Zhan, Lian Anting and Du Gui were all absent. This was expected since even though Shouchuan looked peaceful on the outside, it was wrecked with tension on the inside. Dou Jia's big army was now confronting both the inner and outer city guards. It was presently a stalemate. Chu Shiming's failed attack on Xiang Shaolong had given Lord Chunshan and Li Quan their largest setback. With the inner city guards falling under Li Yanyan and Li Yuan's control, the enemy was compelled to distract them with the present threat of danger. This moment, the entrance official chanted, "The Qielun King arrives." Xiang Shaolong looked over at the entrance. The first thing he saw was the sheen of jade arms and beautiful legs. Their owner was a youth filled with feral beauty and sex appeal. This girl was dressed in clothes made from thin leather. Her beautiful hair hung to her eyebrows, and she had a smooth chest and bare arms. She was extremely alluring. The most captivating thing was that as she looked around, she flashed her abundantly sweet smile and coquettish eyes, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. With great difficulty, Xiang Shaolong forced his attention to the Qielun King beside her. His head was crowned with a feathered crest and he wore a long robe. He was short and stout, with his facial features squeezed into the center of his face. He walked with an exaggerated swagger and was talking to the Lord Chunshan at his side. All the bodyguards behind him were taller by at least half a head, their exposed arms thick and strong, creating a unique ethnic appearance. As Lord Chunshan pointed him to his seat, Xiang Shaolong suspected that the Qielun King was asking after himself. Indeed, the Qielun King's slender eyes looked over in his direction. Extricating himself from Lord Chunshan, he led his delegation over in large strides and sat down. Xiang Shaolong hurriedly stood up to offer his greetings. The Qielun King then laughed loudly from a distance. "Wan Ruiguang is worthy of being named the #1 warrior of southern Dian. Just arriving at Shouchuan, you drove away the scoundrel who had the gall to occupy the Dian King's mansion, to everyone's great satisfaction." The other guests all pricked their ears and raised their brows at this open declaration of support. Li Quan snorted loudly, expressing his dissatisfaction. The Qianlong king either did not hear or pretended not to. Without waiting for anyone, he came to the front row and raised his right palm. Xiang Shaolong had been instructed by Madame Zhuang earlier, and hurriedly raised his right palm and high-fived him 3 times. The Qianlong king said to that captivating girl, "Kai Kai, come meet Hero Wan, ha. This is my daughter Nuo Kai Kai. I brought her here this time to see the great Chu's bustling scene." Nuo Kai Kai greeted, her soul-stealing eyes sending him an unforgettable ripple, and giggled before saying, "General Wan is really big and strong." These words instantly caused a murmur to break out. It was rare to see such a brazen and unrestrained girl being so forward with a man she had just met. At this moment, Lord Chunchen hurried up and was about to lead him to a mat on the right of the host's seat when the Qianlong king pointed to the mat ahead of Xiang Shaolong's and said, "I will take my seat here." A look of displeasure flashed across Lord Chuanshen's eyes, but he could not object. Just as the bustle was resuming, the entrance official proclaimed, "The Yalong king arrives." The Qianlong king leaned to one side with complete disregard to his bearing and spat out a glob of spittle with a pei sound, expressing his distaste at hearing the Yalong king's name. He then led the scorchingly hot Qianlong princess Nuo Kai Kai to the mat upwards of Xiang Shaolong, openly proclaiming that he was standing in unity with the Wan Ruiguang that Xiang Shaolong was playing. Dispensing with propriety, he gave him several winks. After the Song courtesans had retreated, the Yalong king bellowed a long laugh, looked at Xiang Shaolong with his ferocious eyes, and raised his cup, saying, "I'll first toast General Wan a cup, then inquire on one matter." "General Wan, please advise." Xiang Shaolong exchanged a glance with Li Yuan, both knowing that the show was about to start. Nonetheless, they would let the enemy make the first move. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 16 Chapter 8. Book 16 Chapter 08 Fight Behind Closed Doors. Xiang Shaolong did not make a move, and solemnly shouted, "I, Wan Ruiguang, have never drank wine with my enemies. This toast can be dispensed with. Whatever matter the vassal lord has, please raise it." Just a note that the word for vassal lord has been translated to marquis in previous chapters. I am keeping the term vassal lord to distinguish the kings of vassal states from the usual marquis like Han Shuang. The whole banquets hall quietened down. Everyone could feel the mutual hostility. The Qianlong king gave a cold snort and glared furiously at the Yalong king. As host, Lord Chunchen should have raised his voice to diffuse the situation, but he took it easy and looked on as if nothing was his concern. Li Quan and Cheng Suning looked pleased with themselves, obviously knowing in advance that the Yalong king would cause trouble with Xiang Shaolong during the banquet. That Yalong prince Hua Qi glared at Xiang Shaolong with murderous intent. The Yalong king nodded his head and shouted "good," twice before glaring sinisterly at Xiang Shaolong with his fierce eyes and said, "I heard that Yuan Ruiguang boasted in front of the Empress Dowager today that you wanted the Dian King Li Ling's life." This king felt puzzled after hearing that. "Wan Ruiguang, you have but 50 men with you and may not even be able to protecting the women and children. I would like to know what ability you have such that you have the guts to spout such lunacy. Wan Ruiguang, can you explain yourself?" This speech provoked a round of laughter from the Yalong people, Li Quan, Huang Zhan and the rest, demonstrating his ability to humiliate with his words. "Help!" As the laughter died down, the hall became deathly silent and filled with explosive charge. Li Quan, Cheng Suning, Huang Zhan, Huang Ba and the other core conspirators from the other camp could not help looking pleased with themselves. Xiang Shaolong has seen enough of major events. He even disregards people like Lu Buwei, Tian Dan and such, so why would he fear a mere vassal lord who thinks too highly of himself? He pretended to be surprised and said, "The vassal lord loves to joke. The Dian king is presently in the Dian king's mansion, neither did he change his name to some Li Ling. Has the vassal lord been muddled by the 3 cups of watered wine?" The Yalong king was stumped for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, Li Yuan guffawed out loud and said, "Vassal lord Hua Siwa not only made a mistake, he has also overstepped the authority the great Chu allowed him by privately conferring titles and riches to traitors. What kind of relationship does the Yalong king have with this traitor who betrayed his sovereign?" These words were even harder to refute. While Li Ling's seizure of the Dian king's seat was with the tacit consent of King Shaolai, it was never openly acknowledged. At this point, even the scheming and foresight Lord Chunchen found it difficult to intercede. The Qianlong king was the Yalong king's mortal enemy and took the chance to add fuel to fire, saying, "If one day, Hua Siwa's position is usurped by someone else, I can also enjoy the pleasure of privately conferring titles on people." The Yalong king flew into a shameful rage and said, "Whoever is sitting on the Dian throne now is without doubt the ruler of Dian country. This is an incontestable fact. Only ignorant people will quibble over this obvious matter." Everyone could tell that he was running out of arguments to justify himself. Lord Longyang giggled delicately and said, "The vassal lord's words are lacking. It is said that if the name is not legitimate, the words will be untenable. Li Ling's name is indeed not legitimate, that is why the vassal lord's words are not tenable. These words are said by the former sages. Are you saying that the former sages are also ignorant? The moment these words were spoken, the whole floor except Xiang Shaolong was startled. This was because Lord Longyang represented the Wei king and his position was venerable. Whatever he said was Wei's position. For him to oppose Li Ling as the king of Dian is therefore a surprise. Han Shuang also followed with a laugh and said, "What Lord Longyang said is reasonable. How can someone who murders his master in treason be treated as legitimate?" Lord Chunshan and his party all looked at each other. Who would have thought that the Wei and Han representatives would both ridicule the Yelong king? The 10 bodyguards who came with the Yelong king all placed their hands on their sword hilts, looking like they wanted to bite people's heads off. Guo Kai was completely baffled, not being able to figure out why Lord Longyang and Han Xuan would want to help Wan Ruiguang. After Xiang Shaolong saw Shan Rou again, his body was charged with strength and his hand tingled with expectation. He sniggered, at present this one only has the sword on his person and a few steadfast and loyal men, really nothing much to show. If the vassal lord is interested, wouldn't it be a lot simpler to send someone forward to verify my ability? Nobody could predict that he would turn the tables and take the initiative, openly inviting a fight. The hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The loudest noise was the Yelong king's panting. He was evidently exploding with rage. With a violent bark, the third Prince Hua Qi sprang up from the Yelong king's mat. He carried a battle axe in each hand. He clashed the 2 axes together with a loud clang, then loudly declared, "The Yelong king's third son Hua Qi invites Wan Ruiguang to the arena for a contest." Xiang Shaolong was greatly pleased and was just about to step out to deal a heavy blow to this kid. Who would know that the Jing Shan who was behind him was itching for a fight even more than he was? He dashed out and bowed, saying, "Your servant is Wan Shan. Would Master Wan please grant me permission to do battle?" Xiang Shaolong was extremely pleased in his heart. Firstly, Jing Shan's combat ability was second only to Jing Jun, so he should have no problem with this kid. Secondly, he wouldn't have to worry about arousing the Qilan Princess Nuat Sai's interest and having to entertain her tonight after killing the Yelong kid. Nonetheless, he wasn't going to let Lord Chunshan off so easily. Smiling at him, he said, "The Lord should understand that this contest is not just some ordinary bout. It is easy for blood to be drawn and lives to be taken, spoiling the festive spirit and could even break into an all-out riot. If the Lord objects, I will not accept this challenge." The Yelong king still mistook this for cowardice, and sniggered, saying, "Life and death is fated. If Yuan Ruiguang have the ability to touch a strand of my son's hair, I, Hua Siwo, will not quarrel endlessly over this." How would Lord Chunshan ruin his grand plan for tonight just with 2 sentences from Xiang Shaolong? He chuckled and said, "Since the third prince has this interest, how could Huang Xia be the one to dampen the spirit? General Wan had better decide for himself." Hua Qi hefted his axes and made a stance, seemingly unburdened by the weight of the axes, clearly an exceptionally strong man. He shouted explosively, "If you want Ruiguang kowtow and admit your mistake, we can let this matter drop." Xiang Shaolong chortled and said, "Good." After signaling to Jing Shan to take his life, he said, "Swords and sabers are blind. Everybody please be careful." Jing Shan exulted and rushed forward with big stride. He stood 10 feet from Hua Qi with his sword still sheathed. Huang Zhan suddenly stood up and shouted, "Wait!" Everyone was startled and turned to him. Xiang Shaolong took the chance to scan the floor to look for Shan Rou, only to find that all the servant girls had retreated to the back of the banquets hall and were standing with Lord Chuanshan's family warriors. How could he spot this cunning and clever buddy in such a short time? Huang Zhan's voice carried over, "If General Wan's side loses this bout, will he again send his underlings to die on his behalf?" These 2 words were really overbearing and unreasonable. Even those who did now know what was going on could tell that Lord Chunshan and the Yelong king had joined hands to bully Xiang Shaolong. Nonetheless, nobody dared to say anything. Only the Qialan king sneered and said, "This contest has yet to be decided, isn't Master Huang's words premature?" As Xiang Shaolong and Li Yuan looked at each other and laughed, the former lazily said, "What wise opinion does Master Huang have?" Huang Zhan shouted harshly, "Shouldn't the next bout be between you and me?" Xiang Shaolong chuckled, "Master, don't be so impatient. It's not too late to speak of this again after this bout. Begin the fight." Hua Qi has lost his patience waiting. He bellowed a battle cry like thunder and raised both battle axes, looking extremely bold and powerful. He brandished his axes in a series of severe chops and hacks, and swept towards Jing Shan like a breaking wave flying into the sky. He was certainly an arrogant general who thought himself above all. Everyone was moved with his display. Even Li Yuan was worried for Jing Shan. Nua Kai Kai was even more nervous, her hands clasping her chest. Jing Shan was calm and fearless, and his sword flashed out like lightning, carrying with it the deadliness of a viper. His steady yet swift movements looked like rolling winds in the clouds. Jumping, leaning, hacking and thrusting, every move was aimed at the enemy's openings and vulnerabilities. Together with his flashing speed and his graceful dance-like footwork, he seemed to be using nothing but a defense and counterattack strategy. The sound of clashing axes and swords rang without pause. Jing Shan periodically advanced and retreated. Hua Qi could not glean one bit of advantage. The countenance of the Yelong people and Lord Chunshan changed instantly. They could not imagine that some random person from Xiang Shaolong's entourage could contend with Hua Qi, the #1 warrior in Yelong. Moreover, his arm strength was clearly greater than Hua Qi's. How could they not fear and despair? By this time, Hua Qi had exhausted his strength. Since his axes were heavy, he became momentarily sluggish. As he waned, Jing Shan waxed and his sword exploded forward, forcing Hua Qi back 2 steps. Hua Qi was greatly embarrassed and rashly counterattacked in a mad fury. Jing Shan gave a long demonic laugh and moved forward like a flash of lightning. He unexpectedly raised his sword hilt towards the axe coming at his temple, blocking Hua Qi's most powerful right-handed axe attack. He then bent low, letting Hua Qi's left-handed axe fly over his head. The sword in his hand moved as if electrified, shooting towards Hua Qi's stomach from an oblique angle. Hua Qi was scared stiff and both axes flew from his hands while he suddenly retreated. Jing Shan sheathed his sword and coldly watched Hua Qi retreating. From the time the two men started fighting, the entire banquet floor was quiet without a whisper. This moment everyone focused on Hua Qi's body. They all knew that he had been injured seriously but just didn't know whether he was in mortal danger. Hua Qi retreated another 2 steps before emitting a heart-rending shriek and collapsing on the ground with a loud crash. The Yelong king frantically stood up and yelled madly, "My son!" The Yelong people had already dashed out as a group to examine the Hua Qi lying on the ground. They couldn't help but see the fountains of blood gushing from his chest and stomach. Jing Shan nonchalantly returned to his mat. As he passed by Nuo Kai Kai, he reached out, hugged her and kissed her on the mouth before letting her go. At this moment, Lord Chunshan, Huang Zhan and the rest all left their seats to take a look at Hua Qi. The Yelong king suddenly let out an earth-shaking cry and stood up from Hua Qi's side. He pointed his finger at Xiang Shaolong and screamed, "Wan Rueguang! This blood debt for killing my son, I shall demand from you 10 million times." Most of the people on the banquet floor looked disdainful. They all despised the fact that he had so quickly reneged on his earlier claim that life and death were fated and that he would not pursue any grudge. Lord Chunshan personally pulled the Yelong king back to his banquet mat. Hua Qi's corpse was carried out the back door. The floor was still covered with blood, presenting a ghastly sight. The festive atmosphere had naturally evaporated, but nobody blamed Xiang Shaolong because the whole matter was evidently the work of the Yelong king and Lord Chunshan. Everyone also knew that the best was yet to come. The Chelon king broke the tense and silent atmosphere with a loud laugh, saying that General Wan has such a divine subordinate is cause to celebrate. The general is sure to be able to accomplish your objective of reclaiming your land soon. The Yelong king stared at the Chelon king with his blazing eyes, but was angered speechless. Huang Zhan returned from the back of the hall and walked towards the center of the arena with his hand on his sword hilt. He soberly said, "Wan Rueguang. It is now our turn." Li Yuan asked in a puzzled tone, "This matter is truly puzzling. It is clearly a matter between Dian and Yelong. Why is Master Huang acting as if someone has killed your parents? My hand is also very itchy. Why don't I play along with you instead?" Everyone including Lord Chunshan's countenance changed at these words. This meant that Li Yuan and Lord Chunshan are now openly at war. Huang Zhan knew that his sword skills were still inferior to Li Yuan's. He could only bitterly endure this and coldly said, "This does not concern primarily Wan Rueguang. Are you going to send someone else to do your battle again?" Xiang Shaolong smiled sardonically, saying, "Master Huang is blinded with anger and is not in shape for a duel. Moreover, as I have said before, I will not touch the young master unless the Lord permits." All the guests' attention naturally shifted to Lord Chunshan. Lord Chunshan could only keep his bitterness to himself. At this point, if he doesn't strike, everything will cease, but if he does strike, the situation will only come to an end when someone dies. This Wan Rueguang's underling was already so formidable. The man himself must be unfathomable. The problem was that the Yelong king had already sacrificed a son. If he did not let Huang Zhan battle, how was he to account to the Yelong king? He couldn't help regretting not springing his surprise attack earlier. If he used underhanded methods under the present circumstances, he will gain the ridicule of the whole world. In reality, the ambush he arranged tonight was just a backup, not necessarily to kill Xiang Shaolong and Li Yuan on the spot. He only hoped to delay things till morning so that he can coordinate his assault with Dojia. If he killed Li Yuan just like that, it would be difficult for him to prevent Li Yanyan from mobilizing the royal guards in a counterattack. As he was frantically considering all this, Huang Zhan had already said, "Will Dad please allow your son to go to battle?" Lord Chunshan silently heaved a deep sigh and nodding his head, said, "Be careful, son." The entire banquet floor perked up. The majority of the guests hoped to see Huang Zhan perish under Xiang Shaolong's sword. This person has always relied on his father's protection, fearlessness rampaging through Shouchuan, both hands reeking with blood. It was just that nobody could contain him. Xiang Shaolong chortled and stood up. He moved outside the arena and patted his sword hilt lightly 3 times. This was the coded signal for his men to prepare their collapsible crossbows. At the same time he said indifferently, "It would be the best for the Lord to withdraw his permission. Master Huang's heart is now filled with animosity and a murderous spirit. I would like to be merciful, but it will be difficult." Everybody felt that his tone was boastful. Nonetheless, just seeing his casual posture, they could see his world-dominating might. Huang Zhan was a far cry compared to him, hence everybody also got the feeling that his tone was justified. Huang Zhan did not wait for Lord Chuanshan's reply and barked, "Who wants you to be merciful?" Brandishing his sword, he plowed forward in a mad dash. Xiang Shaolong knew that he has always relied on his prestige to go on a rampage, regarding no one. That is why he deliberately provoked him to anger. He has now been suckered by Xiang Shaolong's ploy. He focused his mind and blood wave left its scabbard. Dang! The sound jolted the entire field. Xiang Shaolong stood proudly with his precious sword. Huang Zhan staggered back unsteadily with his sword. He was actually forced into retreat just by Xiang Shaolong's one move. Xiang Shaolong gave a long laugh, "Master Huang. How about stopping the fight now?" Lord Chunshan stood up and shouted, "Son!" The hands of Lord Chuanshan's warriors who standing at the back all straight to their sword hilts, greatly increasing the tension in the hall. While everyone's eyes were focused on the arena, Jing Shan and his party used this golden opportunity to load their crossbows under the table. All the banquet guests were stupefied. Huang Zhan has always used his bravery and strength to gain the reputation of being Chu's number 2 swordsman after Li Yuan. Who would have known that he would be forced into such difficulty, cutting such a sorry figure after only one clash? Who would not be shocked? At the side, Li Yuan was perceptive. He knew that Huang Zhan's mind was clouded with violent rage. Xiang Shaolong's sword move was also sophisticated. He struck precisely when the opponent's equilibrium was the weakest. That was how he achieved this seemingly mystical result. It was also demonstrably clear that Xiang Shaolong's arm strength was greater than Huang Zhan's. Huang Zhan had retreated up to 12 steps before he could stop. Who would have thought that Xiang Shaolong would repeat his words, "Master Huang? Let this matter go." How could Huang Zhan withdraw after such great humiliation? He violently screamed, "I will slaughter you." He pounced forward again. While the opponent was halfway there, Xiang Shaolong moved forward suddenly and with a rapid attacking move, mercilessly bore over, meeting strength with strength. The sound of a girl cheering and clapping sounded out suddenly. It turned out to be Nuo Kaikai solitarily doing a cheerleader's act. Because this was not some casual fight, everyone was holding their breath and keeping quiet. Nuo Caicai's clapping and cheering was really jarring, but nobody had the interest to pay her any attention. The clashing sound of metal on metal rang out continuously. The two men swept past each other. Xiang Shaolong stopped abruptly and still with his back to Huang Zhan, he sheathed his sword. Huang Zhan rushed forward another 5 steps before emitting a heart-rending and miserable shriek. His sword fell to the ground and with his left hand clutching his right, he knelt down. At this moment everyone realized that his right hand had been cut off neatly at the wrist, and had fallen along with his sword. Xiang Shaolong faced heavenwards and laughed, "Anyone who wants to kill me, this person shall serve as a warning." Lord Chunshan screamed, "Wan Ruiguang." Xiang Shaolong said without turning his head, "I warned the Lord many times not to let your son enter battle. It's a pity that the Lord wanted to kill me too badly. You can only reap what you sow, who can the Lord blame?" The Yelong King suddenly stood up and barked, "Kill him." Lord Chunshan also yelled, "Every debt has its perpetrator. Everyone please remain at your tables." He picked up his cup and hurled it against the floor. Pang! The cup disintegrated. The 10 overmen behind Lord Chunshan rushed forth like a tide. 7 of them remained by Lord Chunshan while the other 8 rushed towards the center of the hall and helped Huang Zhan up. The other family warriors rushed forth from all 4 sides of the banquet hall, forming a human wall to cut Xiang Shaolong and Li Yuan off from the other guests while surrounding them at the same time. Lord Chuanshan's family warriors who were originally behind the 2 men Xiang and Li retreated to the 2 sides instead. More than 20 of them went towards the Chelan King's banquet mat to dissuade them from getting involved. The sound of swords leaving their scabbards sounded unceasingly. Lord Chunshan laughed from behind the human wall and said, "Didn't expect this, right? If you order your men to lay down their arms, maybe I will spare your wretched lives." Li Yuan remained calmly seated on his mat. He did not seem to notice the gleaming swords surrounding him. Sneering, he said, "The Lord is really audacious. Aren't you afraid of injuring the guests accidentally? Are you thinking of mounting a rebellion?" Xiang Shaolong stood tall with a peaceful look and laughed out loud, saying, "Huang Xia, you are gravely mistaken." Lord Chunshan sniggered and said, "We shall see." With a pang-pang sound, all the doors were shut. Xiang Shaolong saw Lord Longyang, Han Shuang, and the rest grasping their sword hilts one after another. He announced, "Everyone, please do not get involved or stand up. I will settle this with Huang Xia. Make your move." At this moment, Jing Shan and the 48 men were all still seated on the banquet mats. They were all completely expressionless, causing those who looked at them to feel a sense of chill. Lord Chunshan yelled, "Attack!" Pang! The hidden door behind Jing Shan and the rest opened. A few tens of men with lances came out and attacked towards Jing Shan and gang. The guests could not imagine that Lord Chunshan would have this trick up his sleeves. Nua Kai Kai was the first to exclaim hoarsely. Only then did Jing Shan and the rest start moving. The 48 men spread out like a fountain, rolling on the floor and springing up. 48 flashes of light flew from their hands. It turned out to be flying daggers concealed in their hands. In the midst of miserable cries, the incoming men were hit by the daggers and fell to the ground. Only then did they use the crossbows. Flights of crossbow bolts flew out accurately and unerringly, causing the defenseless attackers coming in to fall down in rows. The attack melted like ice. The 48 men rapidly loaded their bolts with lightning-quick movements, firing ceaselessly. They not only drove those attacking from the hidden door back out, they also forced those family warriors already in the hall to the back, protecting the rest of the banquet guests. Before long, the ground was littered with enemies groaning in pain and lying their own blood. The situation was extremely wretched. Xiang Shaolong and Li Yuan rushed towards Lord Chunshan. The 10-odd family warriors tried to block them. Jing Shan, Wushu and the rest of the 48 men spread out across the banquet hall, commanding all the strategic positions, nearly using the crossbows to shoot any enemy soldiers who dared to attack. All the guests remained completely still in their seats, not daring to budge, afraid to endanger themselves in the crossfire. Li Yuan's sword stabbed into Huang Ba's chest in a lightning move. Just as he was kicking aside the corpse, Shan Ro's shriek carried over the milieu, "Everyone stop! If not, I will slaughter Huang Xia." Both sides looked towards Lord Chunshan only to discover that he had been forced to a corner by a servant girl. A sharp dagger was pressed against his neck. His face was ashen like a corpse. The entire battle scene froze. Xiang Shaolong and Li Yuan simultaneously rushed over and shielded her from both sides. Shan Ro sternly shouted, "Throw down your swords." All the family warriors looked at each other at a loss of what to do. Huang Zhan was seriously wounded, Huang Ba had been killed. There was no one left to lead them. The Yelong king madly yelled, "Kill them for me." When his men jumped up, 2 rows of crossbow bolts had already flown towards them. Including the Yelong king, the 10 over people were all struck dead. Nobody else dared to move an inch. Shan Ro yelled again, "Still haven't abandoned your swords?" It was not clear who started first, but with a sonorous kung chang sound, the ground was covered in discarded swords in an instant. Jing Shan and the rest forced all the family warriors to the area behind Lord Chunshan's host seat. Shan Ro, Xiang Shaolong, and Li Yuan forced Lord Chunshan towards the side of the main entrance. Li Quan and Cheng Suning were seized and trussed up together with Lord Chunshan. The Special Forces soldiers demonstrated a high level of efficiency, some advancing and some retreating. Every movement was tidy and orderly, with no confusion at all. Everyone could only stare mutely at this unimaginable outcome. Li Yuan leaned over to Xiang Shaolong's ear and intimated, "Only now do I understand what is meant by to capture the thieves, first capture the king, ringleader. I submit to brother Xiang." Xiang Shaolong chuckled to himself and turned towards the one and only unique woman Shan Ro who was staring straight back at him. He laughed, saying, "Elder sister is formidable." The lovely Shan Ro snorted at him, immensely proud of herself. Lord Chunshan asked in a trembling voice, "What do you intend to do?" Xiang Shaolong greeted the floor of quests and said, "I, Wan Rueguang, am deeply sorry for causing everyone some false alarm. All the esteemed guests may leave. Nonetheless, please wait for a short while and allow us to open a route for you." Before he had finished speaking, the sound of slaughter could be heard outside the hall. It was a while before the noise died down again. Everyone's countenance changed. A knock on the door transmitted a coded signal. Wu Yan, who was in charge of the door, flung it open. Lu Wuxin rushed in and said, I have not failed my mission. Li Yuan laughed and said, everyone may leave now. We will secure the area for you. He exultantly looked at Xiang Shaolong. Both knew that victory was in their grasp tonight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 16 Chapter 9. Book 16 Chapter 09, The Villain is Taught a Lesson. After Xiang Shaolong and his party dragged away Lord Chuanshan's gang of 3, the remaining family warriors within Lord Chuanshan's residence gushed out in full strength. Who would have known that the moment they stepped onto the street, they were ambushed by Li Yuan's family warriors hiding with bows on the rooftops on either side of the street. Men fell and horses collapsed. They were utterly defeated. Next, under Lu Wuxin, Dong Luzi's and the rest's command, hundreds more of Li Yuan's family warriors rushed out from the buildings at the side. They carried lances, charging at Lord Chuanshan's frightened family warriors in waves. Even though the enemy had twice the number of men as they were without a head. Their morale was low, and all dispersed and fled in the face of the assault. Lu Wuxin and the rest pressed home the advantage and attacked towards Lord Chuanshan's residence. They had been given strict orders not to massacre women and children, and also those who surrendered. This moment, the Yelong King's mansion was ablaze with flames reaching to the sky. Billows of thick smoke rose up into the clear night sky. Of the 10 buildings, 4 were on fire. The ear-splitting cry of murder sounded unceasingly. The battle at the Dian King's mansion had ended a short while ago. The attackers were Li Ling's 100+ followers. They had climbed the high walls on the left and right to get into the mansion. They had thought that they could gain an easy victory. How could they expect that arrows would fly in like rain from all 4 directions? Half of them were felled in the blink of an eye. The rest who had managed to enter the mansion ran straight into the elite soldiers led by Ji Yanran and Zhao Ji. They could not even escape with their lives, much less to kill and burn. Under Li Yanyan's orders, Du Gue secured the palace. The newly promoted inner city official Lian Anting had also sealed off the inner city and set up inspection checkpoints on the streets. At the same time, he also safeguarded the foreign embassies and diplomats. Everything was orderly and tidy. Even though they did not participate directly in the struggle, they prevented other parties from interfering. The Yelong King's mansion was surrounded by Li Yuan and Xiang Shaolong's allied troops in a watertight encirclement. All who tried to come out were chased back in with powerful arrow shots. The allied solders all had a red sash on their helmets to distinguish themselves. Even though the inner city had been plunged into a wild and noisy battle, the outer city was completely undisturbed. Wu Zhan had also received orders from Li Yanyan not to get involved in the inner city affairs. Dou Jia and his large army outside the city were cut off from all news from within the city. He even thought that the fire was from the Dian King's mansion that Li Ling's men had besieged. Lord Chuanshan's gang of 3 were kept prisoner on separate horse carriages under the close watch of the guardians. Xiang Shaolong and Li Yuan, these 2 war comrades with a complicated relationship, stood shoulder to shoulder outside the Yelong King's mansion, observing the situation. The battle cry sounded. Close to 1,000 of Li Yuan's family warriors carrying shields split into 2 groups, forcing entrance into the front and rear gates of the Yelong King's mansion. An even more intense round of battle cries and killing sounds rose up. This round of battle concluded quickly. Tang Yi's imposing body appeared at the mansion gate. At his back, Wu Guang and the rest led a bound man out. They came straight towards Xiang Shaolong and Li Yuan and pushed the bound man to the ground. Wu Guang rushed forwards in big strides and grabbing his hair, raised his face while forcing him to kneel. Under the light of the torches, they could see that even though the man's expression was now twisted, his facial features were actually well proportioned, sanctimonious and dignified. Who would have known that in reality, from the time he was young, he had never been a good person? Li Yuan's 2 eyes gleamed and he chortled saying, Li Ling old chap, how have you been? Pang! Li Yuan kicked him in the lower abdomen, causing so much pain that he curled up. Xiang Shaolong was worried that Li Yuan would beat him to death right there and hollered, tie him up and put him into a carriage. We shall return to the Dian King's mansion. Tang Yi came to his side and said, these Yelong people and Li Ling's Dian soldiers are all good for nothing. There was hardly any special defensive arrangements in the mansion. They could not even resist our crossbow and fire arrow attacks for a short while. Only 10 of our men sustained light injuries. Xiang Shaolong mused that these elite soldiers of his were as good as 21st century special forces. They had all been trained in his modern methods and were best able to demonstrate their efficiency and power in city warfare. The Yelong King and Li Ling's men underestimated the enemy and did not prepare for defense. Moreover, they had come from afar and had yet to have a proper rest. How could they present any real opposition with their tired men and horses? This demonstrates the critical factor's heavenly timing, favorable location, and ready people needed for one to achieve victory in battle. This moment, Li Yuan walked over and patted both men's shoulders, saying, "This business tonight, Li Yuan, will engrave deep within my heart. No matter what happens between Qin and Chu in the future, I will still be a friend to the both of you." But Xiang Shaolong replied, "It is unlikely that I and Brother Li will meet in the field of battle. Moreover, I intend to retire in seclusion at the earliest opportunity. Brother Li does not have to worry." Li Yuan was stupefied and wanted to question further when Lu Wuxin and a group of family warriors approached riding fast. They called out, "We can't find Tian Dan. It is said that he left Shouchuan this morning. We need to interrogate Lord Chunchen on this." Xiang Shaolong and Tang Yi exchanged a glance. Even though they had known that the outcome was likely to be thus, they nonetheless couldn't help but be disappointed. Li Yuan opined, "Dan Chu and the rest have yet to arrive. He should not have returned to Qi. It is nonetheless hard to say." Lu Wuxin suggested, "The inner city is under control. It is now time to round up the clique of traitors." As Li Yuan was about to agree, he was dragged aside by Xiang Shaolong, who earnestly requested, "Can Brother Li limit his reprisal to Lord Chunchen and his few collaborators? From the beginning, taking revenge to settle a grudge has never been the best solution." Li Yuan dithered for a while before nodding and said, "If I can't even do such a simple thing, how can I repay Brother Xiang's grace? We'll do it Brother Xiang's way." He instructed Lu Wuxin, "Help me inform all the high-ranking military officers in the inner city. This incident was the result of the three men Lord Chunchen, Li Quan, and Cheng Suning's rebellion. Besides these three men's direct male relatives, all the women may return to their mothers' houses. Servants and maids may be placed under alternative employ." Lu Wuxin was extremely startled and displayed a puzzled look. He only proceeded to execute the order after a long pause. The fire at the Yelong King's mansion had been extinguished. The inner city had been restored to peacefulness and tranquility. Only the sound of marching troops reminded the people in the city of the issue at hand. "Pa la!" Madame Zhuang raised her hand and twice slapped the Li Ling, who was kneeling on the street, pointing her finger and berating him. Li Ling knew that his power was gone, and remained silent in his disappointment. He looked like a defeated rooster. Yu Chui and Yu Ning rushed forward with faces full of hot tears and joined Madame Zhuang in the abuse. Zhuang Kong and the rest also cried tears of excitement when they saw that the villain had been captured and that their little prince's restoration was at hand. The impossible had become reality. Shan Rou had arrived earlier and was with Ji Yanran and Zhao Ji in an extremely warm-hearted embrace. Seeing Xiang Shaolong's return, they dragged him into the inner hall to chat. Lord Chuanshen's gang of three were imprisoned separately awaiting action. After sitting down in the inner hall, Shan Rou blissfully said to Xiang Shaolong, "At least you have a bit of conscience. In the end you were willing to come and deal with the big villain Tian Dan." Xiang Shaolong replied, "How did you end up in Lord Chuanshen's residence?" Zhao Ji delightedly replied on her behalf, "Sister Rou has always been pursuing Tian Dan. She guessed that he would need to pass through Shouchuan on the way back to Qi from Xianyang. She also knew that he and Lord Chunshen were collaborators, so she sold herself as a servant girl and came to Lord Chuanshen's residence." Xiang Shaolong said in puzzlement, "Where has Tian Dan disappeared off to?" Shan Rou replied, "He is going to meet up with Dan Chu. It has been reported that he is on a boat on the Huai River heading east. I was just fretting at how to handle this matter. Thankfully you have arrived." Tang Yi entered and said, "We have discovered Tian Dan's whereabouts. He left the city secretly this morning. He is on a boat to Chengyang to meet up with Dan Chu's battered army. He will take at least a fortnight to reach Qi. We have enough time to prepare." At this point, Wu Guang stuck his big head out from behind Tang Yi's shoulder and announced, "The Empress Dowager is in the outer hall awaiting Master Xiang." Li Yanyan's face was covered by a heavy veil. She was covered in a maroon cloak and was standing and looking at the bright moon in the night sky outside the window. It was hard to determine her intentions. The Royal Guard Captain Du Gui and the 100+ guards had been ordered to remain outside the room. Xiang Shaolong knew that she was filled with conflicting emotions and did not disturb her. He stood quietly at one side. At this moment, Jing Shan and the rest dragged the two men Li Ling and Li Quan into the hall and forced them to kneel on the ground. As Li Quan saw Li Yanyan, he thought she here to save him and wailing, he said, "Empress Dowager, please arbitrate on the old official's behalf." Li Yanyan coldly shouted, "Shut up." Li Quan wanted to speak further, but was boxed in the mouth by Wu Shu. Two incisors broke immediately and he was rendered speechless. Li Yanyan softly said, "Besides General Wan, everyone else please withdraw." Jing Shan and the rest looked at Xiang Shaolong and saw him make the hand signal for them to obey. They then let go of the two men and went outside the hall. Li Yanyan's plaintive voice arose like a dream, saying, "Do you two remember the incident 5 years ago? Li Quan and Li Ling exchanged a look, both showing fear and surprise. Li Yanyan slowly turned her body and uncovered her veil, exposing her magnificent and elegant face. Her eyes were nonetheless cold as ice, shooting forth a piercing hatred. Li Quan lisped through his blood-filled mouth and softly said, "Yan, don't forget that I am your uncle. I have always loved you dearly." Li Yan shook her head and said, "It is precisely because one is my uncle and one is my cousin that all my life I can't forget your beastly conduct. If it was an outsider, I might have been able to endure it. I leveraged my own body just for this day. Li Quan, get your A** here." Li Quan was terror-stricken and repeatedly kowtowed and said, "Empress Dowager, please spare my life." With a pei sound, Li Ling spat a glob of spittle and said in contempt, "What Empress Dowager, you were even ridden by me, Li Ling." Pang! Xiang Shaolong's leg flew out and hit him square in the face. Li Ling fell face up on the ground and could not speak anymore. Li Yanyan flashed Xiang Shaolong a grateful look and slowly walked over to Li Quan. Li Quan knew something was wrong and looked up in shock. Li Yanyan raised her sleeve, exposing her powdered and tender arm with a gleaming sharp poison dagger. Quick as lightning, she thrust the dagger into Li Quan's stomach. Li Quan gave a miserable scream and fell to the ground dead along with the dagger. Li Yanyan turned around and threw herself into Xiang Shaolong's bosom. She panted rapidly but did not let out any tears. When she had calmed down a little, Li Yanyan left Xiang Shaolong's embrace and requested, "Can you kill Li Ling for me?" Xiang Shaolong forced a smile and said, "I am not used to killing people who are defenseless. Allow me to find someone else to do it, okay?" Li Yanyan looked at him deeply, hanged her head and said, "You are truly a good man. All right." She then returned to the window and turned her beautiful back towards him. Xiang Shaolong gave the Li Ling who was groaning on the ground a look and thought, this person had committed all sorts of evil deeds, certainly death was too good for him. He opened the door and was about to call for people when Li Yuan and Madame Zhuang arrived together. Xiang Shaolong did not wish to let them know Li Yanyan killed Li Quan herself, and so whispered, "Empress Dowager is in a bad mood. Let us not disturb her. Li Quan is gone. I'll leave Li Ling to you guys." Li Yanyan appeared behind Xiang Shaolong with her phoenix coronet and veil replaced and firmly said, "No, I want to see him executed with my own eyes." When Xiang Shaolong returned to the inner residence, it was just past the fourth night watch. Ji Yanran, Zhao Ji and Shan Rou were all in high spirits relating all the happenings to each other. Shan Rou had removed her disguise and returned to her regular appearance. Xiang Shaolong felt like he had moved from one universe to another, leaving behind the vengeful struggle that he had loathed but could not avoid, and arriving in this gentle and sweet little world of his. What he sought after here was not carnal satisfaction, but spiritual peace and quiet. His needs were especially pronounced after the night of blood and gore. His mind and body were both exhausted. This was the price of survival and protecting his loved ones after all. The three ladies' eyes flitted over to him in unison. Shan Rou still looks like she is dissatisfied with something. She squinted at him with her intelligent eyes and leaned on him, her appearance as mesmerizing as ever. Xiang Shaolong sat beside Shan Rou. Before he could say a word, Shan Rou raised a finger and pressed it on his lips, solemnly saying, "Don't ask me about what has happened. If you wish to know, please ask the two of them. I will not repeat what I have just said again." The feeling of familiar warmth and comradeship welled up in Xiang Shaolong. He laughed without speaking. Shan Rou removed her finger and suddenly kissed him on the lips before smiling enchantingly, saying, "I have really missed you. I think of you at least once a month." After teasing Xiang Shaolong, she giggled together with Zhao Ji. Ji Yanran gently asked, "How is the situation outside?" Xiang Shaolong replied, "We are just waiting for Do Jie to report to the royal court tomorrow. Li Yuan has sent a man that Do Jie trusts to tell him that Li Yuan and I have been killed by Lord Chunshan. We hope to swindle him into entering the city without precautions." Ji Yanran elucidated, "It is difficult for Do Jie to clap with only one hand. What can he accomplish? How could the king's city be so easily breached? His subordinates would not have been willing to follow him and staking their lives and families in this one risky gamble. All of them have clansmen or relatives living in the inner city." Xiang Shaolong lay down on her mat and sighed, saying, "So comfortable." Zhao Ji said, "Night has fallen. Hubby should take a bath and rest. Let Sister Rou accompany you tonight." Shan Rou was greatly embarrassed and jumped up saying, "Who does he think he is? Who said anything about accompanying him?" Xiang Shaolong's childish spirit was provoked and exerted himself to get up, saying, "Do you think you are calling the shots?" Shan Rou gave a shriek and ran into the inner hall. Xiang Shaolong had just shut his eyes for a while before he had to leave the Shan Rou whose body had bewitched him upside down the last night. He hurried along with Madame Zhuang and Zhuang Baoyi to attend the morning court session. Li Yuan was wearing his court dress and was waiting for them outside the palace gate under the protection of a large group of bodyguards. After the customary greetings, Li Yuan allowed Madame Zhuang and her son to proceed first before riding in with Xiang Shaolong. He said excitedly, "Do Jie fell into our trap." The moment he entered the city, he was seized by Wu Zhan. Wu Zhan has now assumed command of the external defense army and has left the city to receive the troops. They did not have many words before they reached the entrance of the main palace hall. The four of them entered together. The three conspirators Lord Chunshan, Do Jie and Sheng Suning were trussed up together and kneeling at the feet of Li Yanyan, who was sitting high on the imperial dais. Most of the officials present had attended the last night's banquet and therefore knew of Lord Chunshan's intent to kill Li Yuan and Wan Ruiguang. They also knew that Shouchuan was now under the control of Li Yuan. Who would dare to plead on behalf of the three of them? Li Yanyan had the three men's charges read to them. Lord Chunshan was not only guilty of attempting to murder the imperial uncle and remaining members of the Zhuang family, he was also guilty of inciting his son Huang Hu to lead men in an attack on Su Xian. When this matter was revealed, it caused an uproar. Do Jie was guilty of moving army troops without approval and with the intent of revolt. Sheng Suning was guilty of being an accomplice. Immediately after the charges had been read, all three men were led out of the hall and beheaded. Following that, Li Yanyan proclaimed Li Yuan as the right premier and also announced a few more appointment changes. Finally, she reaffirmed Zhuang Baoyi as the Dian crown prince and ordered troops to be sent to assist the mother and son to restore their country. After the court was dismissed, Li Yanyan summoned Madame Zhuang and her son. Li Yuan was extremely busy himself. Xiang Shaolong was completely idle from head to toe and took the opportunity to take an incognito tour with the three ladies Ji Yanran, Zhao Ji and Shan Rou, feasting their eyes on Shouchuan's famously beautiful scenery. Tang Yi left to prepare their offensive against Tiandan. At dusk, the four of them finally returned to the mansion after having had their fun. The moment they stepped into the mansion, they knew something was wrong. Li Yuan, Lord Longyang, and Han Shuang had all arrived. They all had serious expressions, looking as if they were facing imminent calamity. An intensely ominous feeling well up in Xiang Shaolong, and he asked somberly, "Has Su Xian met with a mishap?" Li Yuan nodded and replied, "Not only has Su Xian met with a mishap, it turns out that Tiandan has fooled even Lord Chunshan. He is secretly returning to Qi via a land route." Lord Longyang said, "He was afraid of getting embroiled in this latest massacre and therefore slipped away before anyone else." Shan Rou bellowed out, "Pursue quickly. I know how to intercept him." Xiang Shaolong collapsed down on his mat in extreme disappointment. Thinking about Su Xian's indomitable character and his cheerful appearance, he could not help but shed tears. Unexpectedly they had been dealt another blow by Lu Buwei. The hard-fought balance of power in Xianyang had been destroyed all at once. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 16 Chapter 10. Book 16 Chapter 10 Numerous Difficulties and Dangers. Under the Yu sisters' miraculous hands, Xiang Shaolong saw his restored appearance reflected in the bronze mirror. The two ladies were filled with the sorrow at the thought of parting, and could no longer banter with him as usual. Xiang Shaolong was also a mass of worry due to the matter about Su Xian. Huang Hu had related the account himself. He had been captured by Li Yuan at the city gate just as he was returning from the mission. 3,000 men had departed but only 700 returned. The battle must have been intense. Under torture, Huang Hu revealed that one of Lu Buwei's spies had been concealed amongst Su Xian's 500 attendants. That was how they were able to mount a precise ambush in a valley near the Wei border. Huang Hu personally shot the fatal arrow. Under the Qin soldiers' death-defying counterattack, Huang Hu suffered many casualties and beat a hasty retreat. Some of his men were even captured. That was why Li Yuan was so vexed. Lord Longyang also feared that Lu Buwei would use the fact that the incident had happened in Wei as an excuse to mobilize an attack against them. Tracing to the bottom of the matter, the ringleaders had always been Tiandan and Lu Buwei. The most hateful was Tiandan's deliberate stirring of conflict, hoping to profit from the turbulence. After Xiang Shaolong had heard the whole account though, his spirits rose as it was actually unknown whether Su Xian was really dead. Nonetheless he had determined to set out at dawn to hunt down and kill Tiandan. Tiandan had left Shouchuan only with slightly more than 100 close followers. To avoid Chu's customs checkpoints, he had to take a roundabout route. On the other hand, Xiang Shaolong had the assistance of the Chu people and could take shortcuts. That is why even though they lagged by 2 days, they had a very good chance of intercepting Tiandan before he crossed the Qi border. As he rose to leave, the Yu sisters couldn't help throwing themselves into his embrace. They only sent him out tearfully after repeatedly imploring him to visit Dian whenever he had the chance. Madame Zhuang intercepted him outside the door and pulled him into a room. Only after a lingering kiss did she say plaintively, after tonight's separation, we may never have the chance to meet again. Xiaolong, why is your feeling for me so ephemeral? I wished to serve you on the mat, but never got the chance. Xiang Shaolong forced a smile and said, the way things developed was beyond all our expectations. Madam need not be so broken-hearted, however. Perchance I will be able to steal some time off in the future to come and visit you folks. Madame Zhuang rejoiced and said, the gentleman has spoken. Xiang Shaolong replied, the fast horse is whipped. He reached out his hand and teased her chin. As he gave her a sorrowful kiss, gentle feelings welled up from the bottom of his heart and he softly said, don't cry. You should be laughing instead. Take care of Bowie. I believe that we will meet again someday. Put together, the two phrases that Madame Zhuang and Xiang Shaolong said mean something like a gentleman's words are as good as gold. Reference can be found here. Madame Zhuang replied, I will be returning to Dian the day after tomorrow. If you visit us on your way back to Qin, I will laugh for your pleasure. After sharing hardship for such a long period, he would be lying to himself if he said he hadn't developed feelings. Although he was in a hurry to kill Tian Dan and return to Qin, under the present circumstances, he could not refuse. Only after another round of intimacy did Xiang Shaolong extricate himself and leave the room. Everyone in his party was packed and ready to go. Li Yuan was talking to Lord Longyang, Han Shuang, and Tang Yi. Seeing him arrive, he pulled him aside and said, I just saw Yanran. My heart is actually comforted. Indeed, it is only you who are a match for her. I am too eager to pursue fame and fortune, power and influence. Xiang Shaolong silently faced him and patted his shoulder, saying, I was just a little bit luckier. If Brother Li had met her earlier, in reality she has always admired you. Li Yuan sighed and said, just based on vision and aspirations, I am already unable to match you. Hey, Xior wants me to wish you a pleasant journey. Xiang Shaolong thought about Guo Xior and his heart became sorrowful. At this moment, Tang Yi came to hurry them, saying, we need to set off. Everyone left together and mounted their war horses. Ji Yanran and the ladies had their faces veiled, shielding their exceptional looks from the eyes of passers-by. Lord Longyang, Han Shuang, and Li Yuan sent them off personally. Under the lead of the Chu soldiers, they galloped towards the inner city gates. It was still before dawn. The pitch-black sky caused everyone to taste the bitter sadness of parting. Will they ever meet again? Worse, Qin and the 6 southeastern countries were constantly at war. The possibility of having to face each other in battle caused everyone to be all the more melancholic. Xiang Shaolong thoroughly abhors war, but it is one of the most inevitable realities in this era. As they approached the palace, a horse carriage protected by a company of horses and men raced out and cut them off. Looks like Li Yan has arrived. The royal guard captain Du Gui galloped over and said, the Empress Dowager would like to see Master Wan and invites Master Wan up the carriage. Xiang Shaolong, whose face was covered with a bamboo hat, nodded and mounted Li Yan's horse carriage. Horses and men proceeded towards the inner city gate. Li Yan removed Xiang Shaolong's bamboo hat and dreamily sized him before saying in approval, Xiang Shaolong is much better looking than Wan Ruiguang. No wonder Xior is unable to forget you. Oh. I am not saying that she lusts after your charm and intelligence. Rather, your present manner and temperament is a better match for your words and your lofty and heroic ideals. Xiang Shaolong smiled and said, hadn't Empress Dowager decided not to send us off? Why did she change her mind unexpectedly? Li Yan threw herself into his bosom impulsively and hugged him with all her strength. She panted, this is the reason. Thinking about how we might not meet again, Yan could not help being depressed and dispirited. If there is a day when Xiaolong feels that he cannot prevail over Lu Bue, the doors of my great Chu is always open to you. With the beauty's great favor, and thinking about her desolate and humiliating past, Xiang Shaolong's heart was kindled. He lowered his head, found her scorching lips and gave her a deep kiss before baring his heart and saying, I seldom regret missed romantic relationships. However, reflecting on the coming days, thinking about how I missed the opportunity to share your quilt and pillow, to enjoy the kind of silence speaks 1,000 words and one spring night beats 1,000 pounds of gold kind of good times and beautiful scenery with you, I can't help but feel the greatest regret. Li Yan's heart and mind were both intoxicated. She said, nobody's words of endearment are as beautiful as yours. Still, what is the use of regret? Going by our speed now, it will take at least half a day before we reach the docks outside the city. There is much we can do. Xiang Shaolong said in shock, are you saying? Hey! Li Yan pasted herself on his cheeks and said plaintively, who would know? Xiang Shaolong, didn't you just say that one spring night is better than 1,000 pounds of gold? As Xiang Shaolong embraced this woman who was praised as the most youthful and beautiful Empress Dowager in the Warring States era, all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. You have to give it to XSL. This is about as flowery as it gets. I can't believe that lousy honey parable that he ripped off so long ago is still having such a great ripple effect all over the Central Plains. He had known her but for a few days, but felt as if it had been for half a lifetime. Perhaps, Li Yuan aside, he was the one who understood most her bitter experiences and inner world. He did not know if he loved her more or pitied her more. But undoubtedly her beauty was sufficient to elicit uncontrollable feelings of adoration in him. The most tragically romantic thing is that this relationship can last but a moment. That is why Li Yanyan cast off her majesty as Empress Dowager, forsaking everything to send him off and to seize this last opportunity, ensuring that she would never be sad at having missed this short but ever valuable and memorable encounter. All of a sudden, he melted. What happened within the carriage was unreal. Just like a deep and intoxicating dream. They lost all bearing of where they were. The setting sun descended west. 3 large ships had set sail, following the river Huai towards Chu's second largest city. Xiang Shaolong found Shan Rou standing alone aft of the ship. Curious, he asked, "What is Sister Rou doing here?" Shan Rou irritably replied, "Can't I have some peace and quiet?" Xiang Shaolong went over and tentatively embraced her shoulders. Seeing that she only flashed him a glance without making another move, he was relieved and kissed her cheeks, gently saying, "If we can kill Tian Dan this time, would Sister Rou be willing to return to Xianyang with us?" Shan Rou softly and warmly leaned into his bosom and lightly said, "I am used to a wandering lifestyle, treating the world as my home. I am afraid that it would be difficult for me to remain in one place. If I have to see the same people every day, how tedious it will be. I am not suited for family life." Xiang Shaolong nodded and said, "This I understand. Hanging around the ends of the earth is certainly a fascinating way of life, but..." Shan Rou asked curiously, "Aren't you upset that I am so unfeeling?" Xiang Shaolong laughed nonchalantly and said, "Why should I be angry? What you said was an incontrovertible truth. When one eats the same thing over and over again, even the most exotic delicacies will taste like wax. However, you should at least come to Xianyang to see Shan Lan and her son. Your sister misses you so." Shan Rou replied, "I will go to Xianyang someday. However, I have promised someone that I would spend some time with him once this matter is over. We'll see what happens then." Xiang Shaolong forced a laugh and said, "Is that your new lover?" Shan Rou whispered, "I really shouldn't be telling you this, but I don't want to lie to you. I don't know if it was because you had aroused my passions. After we parted, I had a few men, but none could replace you. This man that I intend to spend time with once rescued me from certain death and nursed me back from serious injuries. My feelings towards him started more as gratitude." Xiang Shaolong was actually filled with jealousy, but on reflection realized that he had had relationships with many women. It was only right for Shan Rou to enjoy relationships with many men. Laughing with relief, he said, "Elder sister should do whatever she wants. Even if you are married with children, please do not forget to visit us in Xianyang. Moreover, you have to do it before the Qing crown prince ascends the throne, else you may never find us again." Shan Rou turned her head and gazed at him for a long while before saying in astonishment, "You are truly exceptional. All other men have become crazy with envy when they learned that I have another man in my heart. You are the only one who is completely unaffected. Don't you care about me one bit?" Xiang Shaolong stopped smiling and said, "This is wrong, that is also wrong. What do you want from me?" Shan Rou's face displayed an eccentric expression, and with a sigh she said, "It is precisely because you are a true blue weirdo that I, Shan Rou, am unable to forget you. That is a very painful feeling. Still, I just cannot give up my dream to wander the world. When I am tired of it one day, I will come look for you guys. Will you turn your back on me then?" Xiang Shaolong released her from his embrace and lazily stretched himself before saying dully, "Don't be oversensitive. As long as you deign to come to Xianyang within 7 years, you will definitely find us." Shan Rou stamped her foot in frustration and said, "I won't yield." Xiang Shaolong has never seen her act like a spoilt little girl. He was astonished, saying, "What won't you yield to?" With a face full of irritation, she said, "What aren't you reacting like other men? It's as if you couldn't care less whether I come or not at." Xiang Shaolong bellowed in laughter and said, "Don't you want your independence? I am refraining from interfering with your way of life, yet you are blaming me. What kind of logic is this?" Shan Rou pondered this for a while before giggling and pouncing on him with a hug. She raised her face, which was pretty as a flower, and smiling enchantingly she said, "You are different from everybody else, it's no wonder that I want to be intimate with you." Xiang Shaolong gently said, "Sister Rou should enjoy your life fully. That is everyone's fundamental right. If I say that I was not jealous, I would be lying to you. It's just that I felt that it is not my right to control you. I can only suppress my selfish desires and respect your freedom." Shan Ro was moved and said, "This is the first time I've heard anything sensible from a man. But will you love me any less because of this?" Xiang Shaolong calmly replied, "I will never change my love for you, but will force myself not to think about you so much. This is because I will naturally remember that you might be in the arms of another man. That will cause me to be very uncomfortable. Everyone is self-centered after all." Shan Ro gave him a kiss and then tenderly and softly said, "You are very honest. In reality, I am also wary of thinking about you for the same reason. I actually regret telling you this. It was only after parting with you that I realized that I could not forget you." Xiang Shaolong softly kissed her lips and gently said, "Since this is the reality, both of us should accept it. It is time for dinner. Shall we return to the cabin?" Shan Ro stubbornly shook her head and said, "No, I am afraid that I will lose your love one of these days." Xiang Shaolong mirthlessly said, "Elder sister should stop pulling my leg. How could you be this kind of person? You are merely dissatisfied that I did not react to your affairs with other men as expected. You just want me to surrender, that's all." Shan Ro stamped her foot again and said, "I hate you to death. Quickly say that you are jealous to death." Xiang Shaolong laughed and bent down saying, "All right, I am jealous to death." Shan Ro happily said, "This is more like it. Oh. I was just bluffing you just now. No other man has impressed me yet. But don't be too happy. That includes you. Come." She then grabbed Xiang Shaolong's hand and led him back to the cabin. Under the light of the wind lamps that can resist the wind, Xiang Shaolong, Teng Yi, Ji Yanran, Zhao Ji and Shan Ro sat in a circle on the banquet mat studying the map of the Chuchi border that was spread on the coffee table. Teng Yi said, "After my careful study and analysis, I believe Tiandan has at most 3 possible routes back to Qi. The first is to make landfall and discard his boat, ride furiously towards the Fuli Pass and then buy a ship at Zhengli and return to Qi by water. The second is to select a few good horses at Fuli Pass and follow the official roads through Peng City, Miao Hill and Kaiyang all the way to the Qi border. The last route is the most circuitous, that is to go east past Mingshan before returning to his country. I have traced the routes on the map in different colors, you should be able to understand at a glance." As Xiang Shaolong and the rest were pondering the 3 lines, Shan Ro asserted, "There is no need to consider this further. This person Tiandan loves comfort. He is sure to have selected the water route. Also, the governor of Zhengli, Xiao Ruzhang, has always been close with Tiandan. What's more, Tiandan does not know that we are hot on his tail. How could he trade the easy for the difficult?" Ji Yanran said, "If this is so, we might even be able to reach Zhengli before he embarks." Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. As Tiandan had pretended to go to Chengyang by boat the day he left, he had to go against the current westwards for more than 10 miles from Shochuan before abandoning his boat and proceeding by land. After that he had to go into the countryside to buy horses for his 100 over people before heading for Fuli Pass in Zhengli. With so many delays, he had naturally taken more time. This person was certainly cunning and despicable. After he had instigated Lord Chunshan to assassinate Su Xian, he slipped away immediately, leaving the Chu people to deal with the consequences themselves while he safely remained away from the furor. Zhao Ji said, "I am a little puzzled as to why Tiandan is in such a hurry to return." Ji Yanran suddenly blanched and said, "Not good. I think Tiandan wants to deal with Yen." Tang Yi was also jolted and said, "Prince Dan is in danger." Xiang Shaolong also realized what was happening. Lu Buwei and Tiandan's collaboration was based on mutual benefit. What Lu Buwei fears most is an alliance of the 6 countries, that is why he has always courted Tiandan, not only hoping to keep Qi out of the alliance, but also hoping that he can damage any alliance between the other 5 countries. That Qin armies were powerless to resist the recent incursion by the 5 countries' allied army further reinforced his thinking. At the same time, he knew that Chu's past bitter experience would prevent them from allowing Qin to nibble away at the 3 Jin states' territory, hence he abandoned Chu as an ally in favor of Qi. Of course Tiandan knows that Lu Buwei is wildly ambitious, but he knew it was always better to rely on oneself than others. Being strong was the only way out for Qi. In this era of war, the only way to become strong was to swallow other countries, expanding one's territory. At the present, Yen was like a juicy pork chop as it had been greatly weakened by its fight with Zhao. Tiandan wasn't doing any favors for Lu Buwei either. For instance, the assassination of Su Xian will actually intensify Qin's internal power struggle. This can only benefit Qi. Also, Lu Buwei should have had to offer something in return. One possibility was to have Prince Dan killed within Qin's borders. If Yen loses this tower of strength, its loss in morale and strength will be incalculable. Tiandan would then find it even easier to invade and occupy Yen. With the abrupt question, they were all suddenly clearer about Tiandan and Lu Buwei's conspiracy. Ji Yanran somberly said, "If we cannot kill Tiandan this time, Yen will be finished." But Shan-ro ground her teeth and said, "This time he will not escape." Ji Yanran replied, "Zhongli Xiao Ruzhang is intimately related with Tian Dan and may notify him after hearing news of us. If he switches to an overland route, it would be difficult for us to pursue him." Xiang Shaolong's heart was stirred and he said, "Since this is the case, we should beat him at his own game. We should deliberately frighten Xiao Ruzhang to determine where Tian Dan is. Then he can forget about returning to Qi alive." 2 days later in the morning, the 3 big ships sailed into Zhongli's large harbor. Xiao Ruzhang came to find out their purpose. The commander in charge of the Chu soldiers was Li Yuan's trusted aide called Li Guang. He was extremely astute. He went down to meet Xiao Ruzhang on receiving Xiang Shaolong's instructions. After he had let Xiao Ruzhang inspect the military order that Li Yanyan had personally signed and sealed, Li Guang lowered his voice and said, "We have come to the east this time on a secret mission." Xiao Ruzhang started and asked, "What is the matter?" Li Guang pulled him aside and replied, "The general must have heard news of the matters in Shochuan." Xiao Ruzhang forced a smile and said, "Not only have I heard rumors, I received the official communiqué yesterday. It is hard to imagine that Lord Chunchen would end up like this. He must have been senile." Li Guang said, "He was not senile, but mistakenly trusted a villain's words. Not only did he send men to kill the Qin envoy who was en route to the late king's funeral, he also mounted a rebellion. Empress Dowager and Minister Li were furious, ordering us to lead an army to hunt the person down. General Xia should know who I am speaking of." Xiao Ruzhang's expression changed repeatedly. He gravely asked, "Could General Li be a little more explicit?" Li Guang replied, "Who could it be other than the treacherous bandit Tian Dan? Does General Xia have news of him?" Xiao Ruzhang's limbs shivered and he said with difficulty, "No." Li Guang knew exactly what was happening, but did not expose him. He whispered, "Tian Dan has to be escaping by water. Can General Xiao order people to resupply our 3 ships immediately? I wish to set sail before dusk." Of course Xiao Ruzhang could not refuse. Li Guang then left him alone and returned to the ship. After Xiao Ruzhang instructed his subordinates, he hurriedly returned to the city. At that point, Xiang Shaolong had already infiltrated the city. With him were the 3 ladies Ji Yanran, Shan-ro, and Zhaoji dressed in men's clothing, as well as Tang Yi, Jingshan, Wu Guang, Wu Yan, and Wu Shu and the rest of the 18 guardians, and finally Li Guang's deputy Kaiyong. Since they all had official passes, entering and exiting the city was no problem. As Xiao Ruzhang reached the city, he rushed back to his residence without pause. It was broad daylight. The general's residence was also heavily guarded. Xiang Shaolong and the rest could only sigh at the high wall and split up to monitor each entrance, waiting for nightfall. Fortunately for them, it was not long before the Xiao Ruzhang in civilian garb and 2 household warriors slipped out the back door and rode quickly towards the south gate. They were all delighted and followed from a distance. Xiao Ruzhang went straight out of the south gate and proceeded across the countryside. At dusk, he arrived at a manor concealed in the woods. Outside the forest grove, a river flowed from the northwest, joining with the Huai River 5 miles downstream and flowing east. There seemed to be a small wharf there, with 4 large fishing boats moored. They all rejoiced. Tang Yi said, "I will go and clean up the boats and the men in them. Third brother should enter the manor and deal with Tian Dan. Be careful, Tian Dan has many followers and they are mean." Leading half the guardians, he headed for the wharf. Xiang Shaolong exhorted Ji Yanran, saying, "Yanran should lead Ji and remain outside the manor, using the crossbows to stop anyone from escaping or to kill them. I will infiltrate the manor with Sister Ro to see if Tian Dan is inside." Ji Yanran gave a terse affirmation and spread out with the rest. Xiang Shaolong gave Shan-ro a signal and they both infiltrated the manor quick as the devil. In a short while and without incident, they arrived at the underbrush along the manor's eastern wall. As this manor was surrounded by high walls, it was not possible to see what was happening inside from close up. At this point, the night had descended, the stars were in the sky and the moonlight was bewildering. Dim light escaped from the manor. The 2 of them used a rope to straddle the high wall and noiselessly dropped into the open courtyard behind the wall. Xiang Shaolong and Shan-ro climbed up the roof ridge of the nearest residence. They saw rows upon rows of rooms and for a moment did not know where to begin. Shan-ro whispered into his ear, "Tian Dan likes south-facing houses. Let us look into that block." Xiang Shaolong looked towards where she was pointing, but only saw landscaped gardens in the south. These gardens were filled with flowers and trees, ponds and miniature rock mountains and pavilions. A brook flowed through the garden, forded by white bridges. It was peaceful and tranquil. The other half was filled with high buildings. With one look, one could tell that this manor was a summer retreat for high-ranking officials. It was probably also Xiao Ruzhang's private estate which Tian Dan was borrowing for his use. Without speaking, the two of them vaulted over numerous roofs in one breath. They came to the center of the manor and discovered human voices and images on the other side of the little bridge. The two of them did not dare to be careless. They kept their distance, and using their grappling hooks, they traversed the treetops towards another tall tree on the other bank of the brook before dropping back to ground. Thus they bypassed the sentries. Next they climbed up to the roof of a tall brightly lit building. Human voices carried up from below. They heard Tian Dan's voice saying, "Is this for real?" Logically, Li Yuan should not have been able to overcome Lord Chunshan. The next voice was Xia Ruzhang's, saying, "It's definitely true. I received Empress Dowager's official command yesterday to monitor the mountain pass closely." The communique also announced that Li Quan, Li Ling, Dou Jie and Cheng Suning had all been publicly beheaded. The two of them rejoiced and couldn't help giving each other a kiss. "That's Xiaolong and Shan Rou, not Tian Dan and the Xia guy. I'm sure you figured that, equal sign." After untold hardships, they had caught up to the old thief Tian Dan. Tian Dan was speechless for a while before coldly snorting, "Li Yuan is really foolhardy, sending people to hunt me down. Ruzhang, why don't you follow me back to Qi?" Xia Ruzhang sighed, "My family and property are all here. How can I go at will? We can discuss this matter later. The most important question now is how to plan for Minister Tian's safe return." After a pause, he continued, "They managed to guess that you would return to Qi by the waterways. If Minister Tian leaves by the land route, they will chase empty air. I think Minister Tian should not wait for General Dan Chu anymore. As long as Minister Tian returns to Qi safely, no matter how much guts Li Yuan has, he would not dare to touch Dan Chu and the rest." Xiang Shaolong did not have any more interest in their conversation. He kissed Shan Rou again and said, "Second brother should have cleaned up the people at the docks. Let us create a little confusion, are you ready?" Shan Rou's eyes betrayed deep emotion and she whispered, "I have waited for more than 10 years. Xiang Shaolong raised the signal rocket in his hand. The fireworks flew skywards and exploded into a blood-red flower of light. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Volume 16 Chapter 11. Book 16 Chapter 11 Avenging the Great Enmity. Xiang Shaolong and Shan Rou started their ferocious attack. From their vantage point up in the roof, they rapidly shot down more than 10 men before Tang Yi and the rest forced open the gates and rushed into the manor. The two were puzzled when they did not see Tian Dan escape from inside the building. They rapidly climbed up the roof and entered the room through the skylight. There, they quickly found a secret tunnel that Tian Dan and his men used to escape. They plunged in immediately, giving chase. The tunnel was wide and straight, reinforced with wooden pillars and rammed earth panels. It even had ventilation ducts, demonstrating its meticulous construction. The two of them did not dare to light a torch and could only grope forward using the wall as a guide. They soon reached the other end of the tunnel, realizing that it actually emptied out into the fringe of the forest grove. Right outside the grove stood the little wharf. The fishing boats had long been scuttled. 10 overhuman shadows were escaping upriver along the bank. Xiang Shaolong fired a signal rocket before the two of them gave chase. After a mad sprint, 6 of the opponents fell back, drew their swords and attacked towards them. How would Xiang Shaolong have the patience to dicker with them? He drew out his flying needles, waved his hands and shot out the needles under the cover of night. The 6 men fell to the ground en masse. The remaining 7 enemies did not anticipate that their 6 comrades could not even delay them by 1 second. With a shout of command, they left the river bank and scattered towards a small hill and the jungle by the river. Xiang Shaolong fired another 2 needles, instantly felling 2 more enemies. Shan Rou's bloodlust was kindled and she threw her flying dagger. An enemy who had just started climbing the hill was hit in the back and tumbled down. At this moment, Shan Rou recognized one of the men racing up the hill as Tian Dan. Strength surged into her legs from God knows where as she overtook Xiang Shaolong, flying up the hill like an arrow, catching up with the enemy. Xiang Shaolong feared for her safety and gathering his energy, chased up the hill. The sound of clashing blades rang out. Shan Rou's delicate shouts interspersed with the enemy's blood-curdling shrieks. However, peace and tranquility was quickly restored. By the time Xiang Shaolong reached the hilltop, the 2 fighters had already separated. They were both covered with blood. Fresh blood flowed from Shan Rou's left arm and right shoulder. Tian Dan was holding a long sword facing Shan Rou. His diaphragm was heaving up and down. His face was pale as a corpse under the moonlight. Tian Dan took a glimpse at Xiang Shaolong and laughed bitterly, saying, "Bravo, you have finally caught me." Shan Rou said vehemently, "Tian Dan, do you know who I am?" Hoofbeats sounded. Tang Yi and the rest arrived with torches, surrounding the 3 people in a circle. Zhao Ji shrieked and flew down her horse, viciously shouting, "When you put the 3 generations of my family to death, did you ever think there would be this day?" Shan Rou said icily, "He is mine. I want to kill him with my own hands." Xiang Shaolong went to Zhao Ji's side and whispered, "Let your sister Rou do it." With a hua sound, Zhao Ji leaned into Xiang Shaolong's shoulder and started crying agitatedly. Tian Dan remained calm and laughed loudly, saying, "I Tian Dan have killed countless people in my lifetime. How can I remember whom I have killed before? Xiang Shaolong, you are good. I Tian Dan submit to you." Reversing his blade, he slashed his neck and fell backwards, dying instantly. Shan Rou's entire body began to shiver and she knelt down. Zhao Ji rushed over and held her tightly. The 2 women cried bitterly on each other's shoulders. Their cries resonated through the whole forest. This category-defining, ruthless and ambitious person had finally perished. Tang Yi jumped off his horse, cut off Tian Dan's head and shouted mightily, "Let us go!" Xiang Shaolong was numb in his heart. It was a feeling that was hard to describe. On the one hand, he was pleased that Shan Rou, her sisters, and Tang Yi had avenged the extermination of their family. He had also accomplished an impossible goal himself. But seeing this historically celebrated character committing suicide in front of him gave him a sense of loss. Still, this had all become an unchangeable piece of history. When Xiaopan ascends the throne and the evil Lu Buwei had been killed, he would leave this warring Central Plains and live the peaceful secluded life he had always dreamed of. He would never again return to the Central Plains. Can't help but think of RWX in the Dongfang Booby movie. Where there is man, there is strife. Where can you retreat to? They returned to their ships and set sail back to Shochuan. That evening the whole party drank themselves silly and slept all day the next day before waking at different times. Xiang Shaolong came to the cabin with a hangover. The 3 ladies were chatting in a low voice. They looked happy and at ease. Zhao Ji gleefully called out, "Shaolong, Sister Rou is willing to return with us to Xianyang." Xiang Shaolong was extremely pleased and replied, "That day you really were lying to me." Shan Rou displayed an unreasonable yet lovely look and said, "Told you I was bluffing long ago. I'm still angry when I think about it." "You were totally unaffected." Ji Yanran laughed and said, "Sister Rou should not be angry. Our husband keeps everything in his heart. His words are hard but his heart is soft. You must not blame him." Shan Rou replied disdainfully, "He is your husband, what does that have to do with Shan Rou?" She then giggled lovably and gave him a sweet smile. Everyone knew her disposition and naturally nobody took her words for real. They sailed upriver. The ship moved slowly. They took a day more returning than they did setting out, eventually reaching Shochuan. Xiang Shaolong did not stop but continued sailing towards Shenyang as he had promised Madame Zhuang that he would visit her for few days as he passed by Dian on his way home. After disembarking, they rendezvoused with their special forces troops and headed south towards Dian. Madame Zhuang and her son was accompanied by the freshly minted General Dong Luzi. He commanded 8,000 Shu soldiers and had recovered most of the territory occupied by the rebel army. As the people of Dian found out that Zhuang Baohui had returned, they revolted in large numbers and joined the new Dian army. This army grew to about 20,000 people and they joined hands with the Chu army. They were presently besieging the Dian capital Gaozi. Gaozi sits on a plateau with its back against a mountain, truly an impregnable stronghold. Since the city had adequate water and food, the allied army had not been able to defeat the defenders and had even lost close to 1,000 men. Witnessing the demise of the Yelang king, all the vassal states dispatched armies in the restorative effort. The Chelan king even led the soldiers himself, forcing entry into the Yelang capital and setting up a new ruler before returning in triumph. From then, Yelang people were never again strong enough to bully the neighboring vassal states. As Xiang Shaolong and his men reached the allied army camp at Gaozi, the besieging soldiers had just suffered a defeat. Casualties littered the field, piled on one another. When Lu Wuxin and Madame Zhuang knew that Xiang Shaolong had come as promised, they were overjoyed at the unexpected news and ushered everyone into the camp. Lu Wuxin wanted to organize a feast to welcome the party from their journey but was refused tactfully by Xiang Shaolong. They held a meeting immediately at the commander's tent, looking for ways to defeat the city. After listening to Lu Wuxin detail Gaozi's terrain and environment, Xiang Shaolong calmly said, "The most formidable characteristic of the city is that it is set against the mountain. We will use this to our advantage. I can guarantee that we will be in the city within 3 days." Madame Zhuang, Lu Wuxin and the rest of the high-ranking officers all bugged their eyes in disbelief. That night, Xiang Shaolong and his party marched through the night and arrived at the rocky mountain behind Gaozi before setting camp and organizing his soldiers. The next morning after Xiang Shaolong and Tang Yi had thoroughly reconnoitered the mountain, they identified 5 routes of approach and sent men up to install metal hoops at regular intervals and to deploy climbing equipment. These were all basic techniques taught to all the elite special forces. With the installations complete, at nightfall, Xiang Shaolong and his party used the climbing equipment and specially installed rock steps to quickly ascend to the undulating and overgrown mountaintop. The 7 to 8 mile long Gaozi city wall stretched in both directions from beneath their feet. Lu Wuxin was marshalling his army, besieging the city night and day, drawing the attention of the rebel army. War cries and the sound of stone-piercing projectiles rang out unceasingly. Ji Yanran and the two ladies also reached the summit at this moment. They crouched beside Xiang Shaolong and Tang Yi while delicately catching their breath. Where they were, it was only about 700 feet from the bottom. The average person would be shocked when looking down, but it was child's play for the elite special forces who regularly trained on the moon-reaching mountain near the Wu family ranch. That mountain was 3 times the height of this mountain. Tang Yi issued a single command and the 4 especially skilled men Jing Shan, Wu Shu, Wu Ji and Dan Quan immediately abseiled down using the climbing equipment. After finding a foothold, they hammered in an iron loop and installed a new climbing apparatus. Their equipment was built according to the designs of 21st century climbing experts. Resting on the overlapping loops at their waists, they glided down as fast as lightning and as easily as if they were playing a game. The 4 men quickly reached the undergrowth at the foot of the mountain. They were only separated from the south-facing rear wall of the city by a moat. The sentries on top of the wall had all gone to the other 3 wall segments to help in defense. Only the few sentry towers were manned. Moreover, it was difficult for the sentries to see into the pitch-black area beneath the walls. Tang Yi issued another order and the Wu family special forces followed their usual drill, sliding down under the cover of the hillside trees as well as the darkness. At this moment, Jing Shan and the rest of the 4 men had installed the device to traverse the moat. Ji Yanran gazed at the ant-like civilian conscripts in the city and said, "From a cursory glance we can tell that this regime is maintained only through military force. The residents are all being forced into labor with whips." Everyone looked closely and realized it was just as Ji Yanran had observed. The city residents were merely carrying materials under close watch and the threat of whips. They all had an expression of bitter resignation. This moment, a mounted patrol came from one end of the wall. The patrolmen were carrying wind lamps scanning the bottom of the wall and the mountain. Everyone had a fright and hurriedly hid themselves. Jing Shan and others crouched at the foot of the wall. What was most worrisome were the 4 moat crossing contraptions. As long as the other party was alert, they would surely spot them. Even though the contraptions had been camouflaged with a dark non-reflective grease, but they were not invisible after all. Xiang Shaolong was born quick-witted. As the patrolman's lamplight was almost on the contraptions, he puckered his lips and emitted a shrill sound like a night owl. The patrolmen naturally raised their lamps towards the mountain, but were unable to see anything unusual. When they turned back, they had passed the contraptions and rapidly rode away. Everyone was covered in a sheet of cold sweat. Shan Ro came over and said, "At least this chap has some creative methods." Jing Shan and the rest shot out their grappling hooks, clasped onto the wall and climbed up rapidly, agile as monkeys. They split up to take care of the sentries in the towers. The Wu family warriors crossed the moat and started climbing the wall in groups. Their movements were nimble and quick, demonstrating astonishing efficiency. Seeing them, Xiang Shaolong felt a sense of pride. Even the 21st century special forces may not be at this level. By this time, close to 1,000 men have descended to the foot of the mountain. Those who had crested the wall took out their crossbows and guarded the parapets. I am guessing that when they rendezvoused with the soldiers near Shochuan earlier, it was with the main body of their army, not just the 300 men that Tang Yi brought to Shochuan. Tang Yi chuckled softly, "Second brother is itching for a fight. I will go first." Xiang Shaolong replied, "Let's go together." When Xiang Shaolong and his party had reached the top of the wall, the 1,000+ Wu family elite warriors had split into 4 groups, preparing to attack the wall in both directions and also towards the city center. Tang Yi fired a signal rocket to notify Lu Wuxin that they had penetrated the city successfully. After Xiang Shaolong had assigned people to defend all the entry points on the wall, he led the 3 women and 500 soldiers towards the city center. Tang Yi was responsible for capturing the wall. Bugles sounded. All of a sudden, the warriors shouted as one, "The city is breached! The city is breached!" The conscripted defenders in the city were startled. The sound of killing rose to the heavens. Looking to the back wall, they saw a large flag atop a tall post inscribed with the word, "Zhuang." Several hundred soldiers flew down from the walls in attack. Those residents who were forced into labor cried out at the same time and threw down the firewood, stone, and other materials that they were carrying. They dispersed and escaped, even echoing, "The city is breached! The city is breached!" The breakdown in order and discipline spread like an epidemic. Xiang Shaolong and his contingent swarmed down the stairs on the city walls like locusts. Crossbow bolts flew like rain. The enemy soldiers fell to the ground in droves. In the blink of an eye, they had obtained control of the rear city gate and the nearby square and buildings. Xiang Shaolong ordered his men to open the city gate and let down the drawbridge. At the same time, he commanded men to lay out a defense grid on the rooftops of buildings. The enemies who rushed forward were all driven back in a hail of bolts. Their own men flowed in endlessly through the city gate. They even brought with them lances, tall shields, and other heavy weaponry. Tang Yi took advantage of the enemy's chaos and swept through each section of the northwestern wall. Lu Wuxin's besieging troops attacked the east gate with all their might, concentrating the enemy's attention there. The soldiers who had occupied the northwestern wall used their superior ground to shoot down the enemy soldiers who were rushing about trying to hinder the attackers. Xiang Shaolong saw that the timing was opportune and waved his arm in a signal. Row after row of Wu family warriors raised their lances and advanced towards the three gates in the east, west, and north under the cover of archery fire. The battle was pitched and desperate. The Wu family warriors on the wall shouted loudly once again, "Those who abandon their weapons and squat on the ground are not to be killed, those who abandon their weapons and squat on the ground are not to be killed." Repeating endlessly. This was of course a scheme that Xiang Shaolong came up with based on modern psychological warfare techniques he had learned. Many of the residences were on fire. Raging flames rose from the rooftops, spreading to the surrounding buildings. The whole city was bathed in the orange glow of the fire. Thick smoke covered the sky. The moon and stars were obscured and dim. The defending soldiers discarded their weapons in large numbers. They joined the city residents in squatting at the corners of the city walls, squares, and thoroughfares. Their morale had dissipated. The insides of the city had turned into a chaotic battleground. The Wu family warriors organized themselves in tight units and continuously expanded the ground under their control. The warriors up on the city walls progressed even more swiftly. The resisting enemies were slaughtered until their blood ran like rivers. Corpses littered the parapets. The wounded were rapidly moved to the south wall to be treated by medical specialists. The entire operation was clear and orderly. This is the first time the special forces have demonstrated their prowess in a large-scale campaign. It was truly out of the ordinary. Under the cover of a company of archers and shield men, Xiang Shaolong led the 3 ladies and the 18 guardians towards the inner castle. At this point, the west and north gates had fallen into their control. The gates had been opened and the horses and men of the allied army were rushing into the city. The enemy soldiers defending the inner castle resisted bitterly. Xiang Shaolong and his party threw themselves into attack, rushing left and slashing right. They broke through the inner castle gate shortly, and attacked towards the palace. The enemy soldiers knew they had lost and discarded their weapons, surrendering by the lot. Xiang Shaolong instructed his men to concentrate the surrendered enemy soldiers in one location under guard. Lu Wuxin and Zhuang Kong were leading 1,000 elite troops and they rushed in. Once the two armies met up, they swept through the city even more quickly. In less than the time it took for a cup of tea to cool, they had attacked into the palace. The interior of the palace was a mess, and cries of grief shook the heavens. The palace women and children were huddled in a group, trembling and asking for forgiveness. The garrison soldiers were all kneeling in surrender. Xiang Shaolong took pity on them and found men to console them and look after them. Pang! The door of the main palace hall was forced open. They saw about 30 enemy officers and soldiers in a circle with their swords raised, protecting a youth wearing royal robes and a crown. The situation was bleak. The sounds of crying and killing outside gradually subsided. It was clear that Gaozi city had fallen into the hands of the besieging soldiers. Xiang Shaolong and his men gathered in front of the enemy soldiers in large numbers. More than 10 crossbows were aimed at the enemies at the center of the hall. Zhuang Kong bellowed, "Surrender immediately or be killed without mercy." Lu Wuxin moved close to Xiang Shaolong and whispered, "This kid has done much evil, raping countless women. Death is too good for him." That youth in royal robes raised his head and yelled back, "I am Li Ling's son Li Qi. I will die before surrendering." Xiang Shaolong forced a smile and said, "You know my preference. I'll let you take charge of this." Heaving a big sigh, he ushered the 3 ladies back out of the hall. Behind them, the sound of concentrated crossbow fire rang out along with the sound of wretched cries before gradually becoming silent again. It had taken 3 days to recover Gaozi. Xiang Shaolong took his leave of Madame Zhuang, her son, the Yu sisters and others, all unwilling to be parted. They then hurried back to Xiangyang. It could be said that this trip to Chu had yielded them good results. Not only did they manage to kill Tian Dan, they had also helped Xu and Dian in big way. Nonetheless, because Su Xian's status was unknown and also because Prince Dan had been captured in Xianyang, everyone's feeling of triumph was greatly diminished. As they went through customs, their old friend Ngu personally invited them into the official building. Xiang Shaolong saw that the Qin soldiers were all wearing a white sash on their arms and knew that things had turned for the worse. Sure enough, Ngu said in grief, Premier Su was seriously injured in an ambush and died en route back to Xianyang. A torrent of hate welled up in Xiang Shaolong and gushed towards heaven. Lu Buwei was certainly more malicious than a ravenous wolf. Just for a little personal gain, he had forgotten about Qin's overall situation. He would unscrupulously get rid of anything or anyone who got in his way. The two of them originally had no cause for enmity, only favor. Yet he wanted to kill him just because King Zhuangxiang, Zhu Ji, and Xiao Pan were close to him. Now he had used such a despicable method to kill Su Xian, it made him gnash his teeth in pain and hatred. Ngu sighed and said, "It has been confirmed that this was perpetrated by Lord Chunshan. The Chu people have sent over Lord Chunshan's head and even offered to cede 5 cantons to parley for peace. But how could we let this go like this?" Xiang Shaolong rode along with him, saying in pain, "If we proceed like this, we would have succumbed to Lu Buwei's evil designs. Precisely, he is now using this critical situation to expand his powers. The true culprit for Premier Su's murder is Lu Buwei. Lord Chunshan was but a puppet under his strings." Ngu's countenance changed and he exclaimed, "What?" The next day, Xiang Shaolong set off immediately for Xianyang. It was now 3 days into winter and the weather was bitter cold. Without realizing it, they had been away from Xianyang for 5 months. 18 days later, Xianyang finally appeared before their eyes. The elite special forces automatically returned to the Wu family ranch while Xiang Shaolong, Tang Yi, Ji Yanran, the women and the 18 guardians braced their weary bodies and returned to Xianyang. As they entered the city, they heard another piece of bad news: Lu Gong had fallen ill. The illness was caused by anger. The moment Su Xian's body returned to Xianyang, Lu Gong had cried violently over the corpse, collapsing on the spot. Since then he has been ill and has not risen. As one wave subsides, another rises. Xiang Shaolong and his party rushed towards the commander-in-chief's residence. The moment he stepped in, he knew that something was wrong. The residence was filled with Wang Ling and other high-ranking officers, ministers, and Lu Gong's family. The sound of weeping permeated the place. While Xiang Shaolong thought that Lu Gong had already passed away, Wang Ling pulled Xiang Shaolong into the inner hall and said in deep grief, "Quick, go see the commander-in-chief one last time. He's been waiting for you, unwilling to take his last breath until you arrive." Hot tears flowed from Xiang Shaolong's eye sockets. He suddenly realized that in reality, he not only looked upon Lu Gong as a venerable friend and superior, deep within his heart he had also started to treat Lu Gong as a close relative. He had developed the intimacy and reluctance to part as if a son to a father. Lu Gong was lying on a couch, his complexion as white as paper. His 2 eyes were tightly closed, and he breathed with difficulty. Xiao Pan stood at his side holding his hand. His expression was shockingly calm. Lu Danner knelt on his other side weeping bitterly. 2 noble women who must be her seniors were looking after her. Jing Jun, Lord Changwen, Lord Changping, Lu Buwei, Guan Zhongxie, Li Si, Lao Ai, and the rest were all there, standing outside the door. Everyone let out a happy expression when they saw Xiang Shaolong. Lu Buwei also displayed an appearance of happiness and embraced Xiang Shaolong's shoulder, softly saying, "It's good that Shaolong is back. Quickly go in and see the commander-in-chief one last time." Xiang Shaolong really felt like slaughtering him then and there. As he was about to wrest himself out of the embrace, Lu Buwei released him. Jing Jun rushed forward holding his brows and called out "third brother" and couldn't help turning hoarse and crying bitterly. Those who heard could not help but feel sad too. Xiao Pan's imposing body started and looking over, he saw Xiang Shaolong. His eyes emitted a look of profound emotion but his expression was extraordinarily serene. He unhurriedly said, "Grand Tutor, please hurry in." The Lu Gong who was leaning on the couch let out an ah sound and awakened. Xiao Pan gravely ordered, "Please help Miss Danner outside." Lu Danner stood up and was about to protest when her legs gave way and she fainted into the bosom of the 2 noble women. Jing Jun rushed over and carried her out. Xiang Shaolong came to the side of the couch. At this point only Xiao Pan and Xiang Shaolong were in the room with Lu Gong. As Xiao Pan had not given permission, the others did not dare to enter. The only one who would dare to rush in was Lu Buwei, but he had his own motives and chose to remain outside. Lu Gong ferociously opened his eyes and swept over the men. His face blushed red and he unexpectedly struggled to sit up. Xiang Shaolong and Xiao Pan glanced at each other, both fearing the worst. They knew that he had seen Xiang Shaolong and was using his last gasp of life. It would be hard to hold on after this. The 2 people helped him sit up. Hot tears flowed from the corners of Lu Gong's eyes and he rasped, "Was Su Xian killed by that treacherous thief?" Xiang Shaolong nodded distressfully, his own tears falling uncontrollably. Lu Gong grasped their hands, one in each hand. With a trembling voice, he said into their ears, "Protect the crown prince. Kill the traitor. Avenge me and Su Xian. Remember this, remember." He then breathed his last, let go of their hands and passed away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 17 Chapter 1. Book 17 Chapters 01 Hatred Caused by Love. In their half a year apart, Xiao Pan has matured further, becoming even more adept at hiding his feelings. Leaving the commander-in-chief's residence, Xiang Shaolong followed Xiao Pan back to the palace. Tang Yi, Ji Yanran, and the rest returned to the Wu residence. Lu Gong's funeral arrangements would be arranged by the ceremonial official appointed by Xiao Pan. They entered the study. When Xiao Pan and Xiang Shaolong had been left alone, Xiao Pan slapped the table and said in fury, 10,000 deaths is not enough to atone for this traitor's guilt. Xiang Shaolong sat down forlornly beneath him and said somberly, "Why was Su Xian sent to Shouchuan?" Xiao Pan appeared fearful of being blamed and explained, "Lu Buwei had exhorted me to ally with Chu and Qi to attack the three Jin states. He persisted in asking for Su Xian to travel to Chu to repair relations and even wanted me to take a Chu princess as my wife." Empress Dowager could have been confused by Lao Ai as she strongly supported Lu Buwei together with Wang Wan, Kai Zhe, and the others. I was not able to resist them and had no choice but to agree. At that time I thought that Lu Buwei only wanted to keep Su Xian away from Xianyang for a period of time to deter Lu Gong from harassing him. Who would know that the Chu people would be so reckless, actually daring to assassinate the envoy who was representing me? For the first time, Xiang Shaolong felt hatred for Zhu Ji. He was pained to silence. Lu Gong, Su Xian, and Wang Qi had always been the three pillars of the military. Now only Wang Qi remained. Worse, this person was close to Lu Buwei. The status quo he had painstakingly created had been destroyed overnight. Presently, amongst the military and the government heavyweights, he could barely count on one person, Wang Ling, to be on their side. The rest, like Meng Ao, were part of Lu Buwei's inner circle. Du Bai too had ulterior motives. This was the most precarious situation he had encountered since coming to Qin. Xiao Pan sighed and said, "The biggest headache now is the vacant left premier's post left behind by Su Xian. Lu Buwei has recommended Wang Wan, and Empress Dowager is leaning towards this proposition. It is very difficult for me to object. In terms of experience and seniority, no one besides Kai Zhe is more qualified than he is to become the left premier." Xiang Shaolong replied, "This matter is critical. No matter what we do, we must not let the left premier position fall into the hands of Lu Buwei's men, else the Qin court will be safely in Lu Buwei's pocket within 3 years." He turned towards Xiao Pan and queried, "Does Crown Prince have a candidate in mind?" Xiao Pan replied, "If it was up to me, I would go against convention and promote Li Si. He is 10 times as talented as Wang Wan." Xiang Shaolong shook his head and said, "Going by ability, there is no problem with Li Si, but he is not a native of Qin. Even if no one objects, you should not promote an outsider thus before you have stabilized your own position. This will only put you at odds with the Qin community." Xiao Pan was silent for a while before nodding his head, saying, "Master is right. We should not do so at present. AI. It's good that you are back. Finally there is someone to help me think through plans." Xiang Shaolong gazed at Xiao Pan for a while before saying, "You have already done very well to drag things up to this point." He stood up and started pacing, but his mind remained a blank. He mumbled, "The candidate must first be a Qin native, and then must be someone we trust absolutely. The next criterion must be that he is young and have high ideals, so as not to be easily bribed by Lu Buwei. At the same time, he must clearly understand our relationship with Lu Buwei and must also have the support of the military. Where can we find this person?" Xiao Pan sighed and said, "This person is you, my master. But I already know that you will refuse." Xiang Shaolong jumped once and said, "I know. This person is Lord Chongping." Xiao Pan was startled for a while before cupping his head and saying, "Isn't he a little soft?" Xiang Shaolong replied, "Of course he's a little soft. But this tactic is called feigning one thing and doing another star. The feint is Lord Chongping. The real person in the shadows is Li Si. Lord Chongping is a noble kinsman of the king. Even Wang Wan will find it difficult not to give in to him." The actual phrase used here is openly repairing the plank road while secretly crossing the river Wei at Chinsong. It's a reference to a stratagem used by Liu Bang in 206 BC against Xiang Yu of Chu, reference from mdbg.net. Its meaning is close to what is written above, feigning one thing and doing another. Xiao Pan asked in bafflement, "I understand what repairing the plank road means, but what the heck is Chinsong?" Xiang Shaolong secretly berated himself for slipping once again. This is because this incident would only happen during Chu and Han's conflict many years later. Xiao Pan had naturally never heard of it. He could only invent some nonsense, saying, that refers to an obsolete and unused warehouse that nobody notices ***. In short, Li Si is the true premier while Lord Chongping is the figurehead. Chinsong is the ancient name of Baoji City, reference from mdbg.net. XSL is associating the word Qin with Qinjiu meaning obsolete, and the word Song with Sangku meaning warehouse. Hence XSL's rubbish explanation above. This is also how I try to decipher more obscure Chinese idioms and phrases. Please do not ever try to learn Chinese from my translations. And never ever use what you see here when doing business in China. You have been warned, smiley face. Xiao Pan was still hesitant and pointed out in doubt, Lord Chongping's treasured sister is very close to Guan Zhongxie. If Ying is married to Guan Zhongxie, won't that present some problems? Xiang Shaolong replied, this might have been a problem previously, but now as long as the Changping brothers know that Su Xian was murdered by Lu Buwei, it would be useless for him even if Guan Zhongxie marries their mother. Xiao Pan laughed bitterly from his belly and said, Master should not provoke me, this is not the time to be laughing. As Xiang Shaolong thought about Su Xian and Lu Gong, his enthusiasm diminished and he said solemnly, this is but the first step. The second step is to recall Wang Jian and use him to counter Wang Qi, Meng Ao, and Dubai. I am sure that he will become the cornerstone of our great Qin's military someday. Throwing in Huan Qi and Wang Ling, they will be even more formidable than Su Xian and Lu Gong. Xiao Pan stood up abruptly and replied, how do we get past the Empress Dowager? She is sure to reject this because of Lord Chongping's lack of experience. Xiang Shaolong thought for an instant before saying confidently, allow me to persuade her personally. Xiao Pan shook his head and cautioned, Empress Dowager is no longer the queen mother of last time. After Lao Ai obtained her favor, Empress Dowager has become even more infatuated with him. She also feels that I am becoming less obedient to her. I believe that Master's influence over her is no longer what it used to be. Also, Lu Buwei has been courting Lao Ai, else Mother would not be supporting him. Xiang Shaolong smiled and said, then I should speak to Lao Ai. I cannot believe that he would be willing to allow Lu Buwei to become more powerful. Now that I am back, he is no longer alone. He should now have the guts to betray Lu Buwei. Xiao Pan nodded and said, let's do as Master says. If all our methods fail, we can just summon Lu Buwei and Guan Zhongxie into the palace and have Master kill them with the sword once and for all. After that we can trump up some charge and pick up the pieces. Xiang Shaolong was shocked and replied, what kind of plan is this? The bulk of the military strength is now with Meng Ao. If we do this, the outcome would be unpredictable. Moreover, the palace is steeped with Lu Buwei's spies. If anything goes wrong, we will be the ones to lose out. Xiao Pan sighed and was speechless. Xiang Shaolong remembered Prince Dan and asked about his situation. Xiao Pan nonchalantly replied, Lu Buwei has invited him to his new official residence and detained him there. It is unknown whether he is alive or dead. His subordinates have been placed under house arrest in the guest house. They are not allowed to step out of the gates. Guan Zhongxie's men are guarding the place. I did not feel that this was a big deal and I had too many things to worry about, hence I did not get involved. Xiang Shaolong beheld him in astonishment, trepidation rising from the bottom of his heart. Qin Shi Huang is Qin Shi Huang after all, promoting expedience while discounting benevolence and righteousness. Just based on Xiao Pan's manner, one could tell that he had no qualms about having Lu Buwei kill Prince Dan. This would after all remove one of the obstacles in the way of his future unification of China. As he reflected on this, he realized that to move Xiao Pan in this matter, he would have to appeal to benefit. After he thought for a while, he heaved a long sigh and said, doing this, Crown Prince is actually elevating the other party and putting himself down. Xiao Pan stared blankly for a while and said, so even this a problem? Xiang Shaolong forthrightly said, if Crown Prince remains aloof on this matter, the prestige that Crown Prince painstakingly created by quelling the rebellion at the royal hunt will dissipate, causing people to think that the only one in charge in Xianyang is that stinking premier mentor Lu Buwei. It is said that when two countries battle, envoys are not to be harmed. Prince Dan has come from afar to attend the funeral of your late father. He has been seized by Lu Buwei, but the charge will be leveled at you. Will the Eastern Six Kingdoms trust you in the future if you do not observe righteousness and justice? Xiao Pan was startled and said, why does Master sing the same tune as Li Si? Looks like there is some reason there. But what if Prince Dan has already been killed by Lu Buwei? Xiang Shaolong shook his head and replied, how could Lu Buwei be so willing to kill Prince Dan? This matter is clearly directed at me. On the other hand, it is also to help that devil Tian Dan defeat Yen. He paused for a while before giving a cold snort, saying, Moao was killed publicly by me, removing the old scoundrel's chief tactician. Worse, his prestige was damaged. As someone who was paranoid about winning, how could he swallow this? Still, he did not have a way to deal with us directly. His only method was to use Prince Dan. At the most, I would barge into the residence demanding the person. He would then be able to kill me or stick some charge on me. Xiao Pan coolly said. Still, this matter had the tacit approval of Mother. Lu Gong and Su Xian voiced opposition many times but were always suppressed by Mother and the scoundrel Lu. Hey! It is also difficult for me. Xiang Shaolong felt a headache coming. Xiao Pan was right. Zhu Ji has definitely changed a lot this half a year. Xiao Pan said, from tomorrow, Master must attend the morning court. AI. The number of people who dare to oppose Lu Buwei are diminishing by the day. He paused and then continued, is there any way to recall Ngu? Xiang Shaolong shook his head and said, the bulk of our Great Qin's military strength is now concentrated at the border. The 7 cities are in the hands of Mengao, Guangxi, and Dubai. The rest belong to Wang Jian and Ngu. If we recall both Wang Jian and Ngu, we will lose all-out external support. This is something we must never do. Using this as a segue, he asked, what has come of Huan Qi's effort to build a contingency force? Xiao Pan was re-energized and replied, the two of them, Huan Qi and Little Ben, have been traveling all over the country, personally selecting talent. They now have an army of close to 10,000. Li Si has given this division the name Rapid Response Division. It sounds appropriate. He snorted again and said, nonetheless Lu Buwei has hindered Huan Qi in many ways. On the surface he agrees to everything, but in secret he opposes everything. I wanted to promote Li Si by 1 grade to become a Minister of State in the government and military, but was stiffly blocked by Empress Dowager and Lu Buwei. I am unable to move a single step. Master needs to think of a plan for me. Xiang Shaolong was vexed. He was without Su Xian and Lu Gong while the enemy had Meng Ao and Wang Qi. He was himself unschooled in top-level military and civil administration. How was he to overcome Lu Buwei? Thinking to this point, his heart jolted, calculating that if he could swing Meng Ao over, everything would be solved. While it would be difficult to instigate Meng Ao to rebel, he had a chance because Lu Buwei had once tried to murder Meng Ao's 2 sons. Nonetheless, he must first win over Meng Wu and Meng Tian. His heart was stirred and he had already formulated a plan. Xiang Shaolong summed up, the matter of utmost importance right now is to capture the position of left premier for our man, and then to increase Wang Jian's profile to counter the 2 men Meng Ao and Wang Qi. I will take care of Prince Dan personally. They continued discussing the details, especially on Prince Dan's situation, before Xiang Shaolong left Xiao Pan's study. As he stepped across the study door, he did not know where to go for a moment. He desired most to return to the Wu residence to see Zhaoye. Nonetheless, in the name of righteousness and justice, he needed to console Prince Dan's subordinates Su Yize and the rest. However, the most critical person he had to talk to was actually Lao Ai, to instigate an alliance against Lu Buwei. After a while of indecision, Li Si's voice sounded in his ear saying, Official Xiang. Xiang Shaolong recovered his spirit and joyfully cried, Brotherly. Li Si grabbed him in one hand and led him to the imperial garden through a side door. It was now afternoon and the sky was covered in heavy clouds, suggesting a blizzard. As they arrived at a small pavilion, Li Si released him, sighed and said, the scoundrel Lu is truly formidable. After a few moves, we are now at a great disadvantage again. Hey! Has Tian Dan been killed? Xiang Shaolong nodded his head. Li Si's eyes brightened and he said excitedly, this is greatly beneficial to Great Qin's future plans to unify the world. And Lu Buwei can no longer count on his mutual support to control the 6 eastern states. Xiang Shaolong seized the opportunity to ask, besides the militaries Meng Ao and Wang Qi, what kind of strength does Lu Buwei have? Li Si replied forlornly, Lu Buwei has comparatively weak troops-wise. At least within Xianyang, our strength is superior to his. Xiang Shaolong furrowed his eyebrows and said, I am unfamiliar with the court process, can Brotherly explain its ins and outs to me? Li Si looked at him in shock for a while before nodding his head and saying, if you need a detailed explanation, I am afraid that official Xiang will not be able to return home tonight. At a high level, however, there are 3 levels in the hierarchy. At the top is naturally the crown prince together with supporting minor officials like me. We form the inner court. Hey! Just the inner court is extremely complex. Xiang Shaolong replied, I am actually familiar with the inner court. Brotherly does not need to explain. Under the crown prince is the right premier and left premier. What is the difference in authority between the two? Li Si patiently explained, to answer this, we need to start with Xiangyang's political reforms during the time of Duke Xiao. Then, the 2 highest officials under the monarch were the Commons Chief and the Grand Vizier *****. Until King Huiwen came, Xiangyang held both positions, effectively unifying the control of the military and civil government in one person. His achievements were spectacular, arousing even the jealousy of his master King Huiwen, who finally executed him through dismemberment by horses. From then on, power was concentrated in the king. The civil government and military was separated, with a premier installed to manage the former and a great general to command the latter. The premier headed hundreds of officials. The administrative load on him became too heavy and the post was divided into the left and right premiers, with the right premier managing the civil government and the left premier managing military affairs. The former was akin to the previous Commons chief and the latter akin to the Grand Vizier. I've decided to translate these two terms broadly. They are actually just official titles under Xiangyang's reforms. Don't know what the real English equivalents are. The Grand Vizier is supposed to be the highest official position in the Qin state. The more Xiang Shaolong listened, the more confused he got. He asked, if that is so, why is Lu Buwei so insistent on controlling the military? Li Si laughed bitterly and replied, it has always been difficult to separate the civil government and the military. Since both the left and right premiers report directly to the king, whenever there is a decision to be made by the king, both premiers must be consulted. Now with the crown prince still young and the empress dowager personally holding court, the situation is even more complex. Xiang Shaolong felt even more confused and frowned, asking, in that case, how do these two premiers operate? Li Si languidly replied, the left and right premiers govern the country though the four institutions. The four institutions are the army and government, the judiciary, the tax authority and public works. They are controlled by the four cabinet ministers, the Minister of War, Minister of Justice, Minister of Education and Minister of the Sky. Presently the left premier manages the military and public works while the right premier manages the judiciary and tax authority. Lu Gong was originally the Minister of War. This position is now glaringly vacant. Xiang Shaolong was about to query some more when an inner palace attendant arrived outside the hall, greeted and announced, the Empress Dowager requests the pleasure of seeing official Xiang, but Xiang Shaolong and Li Si glanced at each other, both realizing something was wrong. Thick snow started floating down at this moment. Inside the Empress Dowager's inner palace, Zhu Ji was sitting high atop the phoenix dais. 4 palace maids and 4 servants stood at her left and right. Palace guards lined up on both sides up to the entrance of the palace hall. The moment Xiang Shaolong saw this troop arrangement, he knew that he was at a disadvantage. This is because Zhu Ji is clearly indicating that she did not want to engage in private conversation. She is also indicating that her heart is with Lao Ai, since she is demonstrating that she does not want to meet him alone, avoiding Lao Ai's jealousy. Indeed, after Xiang Shaolong had paid his respects and recovered, Zhu Ji looked at him with chilly eyes and coldly said, Official Xiang, are you disregarding me, the Empress Dowager? Returning after half a year, you do not even meet me for a greeting, but Xiang Shaolong knew that the only effective move was to use the soft to overcome the hard. He sighed and said, Empress Dowager, please calm down. The reason? Zhu Ji interrupted him, saying, no matter what you say, I am not going to calm down. Xiang Shaolong, tell me what you and Crown Prince are stirring. You are so secretive and sneaky in everything, keeping me in the dark. When Lord Jailing rebelled during the hunt, you clearly had prior information. Why didn't you inform me? At this point Xiang Shaolong knew she was merely sore about an old issue, so he laughed bitterly and said, this minor official has 1,000 things to say, but finds it difficult to say a word with so many ears listening. Is it right for me to speak so freely of the late king or the crown prince or Premier Lu or Premier Su? Zhu Ji's beautiful eyes gazed at him deeply for a time. She then softened and heaved a sigh, saying, all right. Everyone please get out. Anyone who dares to eavesdrop is to be killed without mercy. In the blink of an eye, all the servants and guards had cleared out of the hall, even closing the palace hall door and all the side doors. The Zhu Ji who was sitting on the phoenix seat heaved another sigh and with a softened voice said, I already knew it was impossible to corner you. Speak. Xiang Shaolong took 2 steps forward and bracing himself, sat on the steps of the dais. He blandly said, Lu Buwei killed Su Xian and harmed Lu Gong. If he is able to kill me, the next will be official Lao. Zhu Ji saw that he was actually so rude as to sit on the steps of the dais on his own accord. She had wanted to reprimand him, but was overwhelmed by his startling words. She shook dramatically, saying, what did you say? Xiang Shaolong buried his head in his palms and said solemnly, any obstacle in Lu Buwei's path to power will be kicked away by him sooner or later. He can sacrifice anyone and anything other than himself. Empress Dowager should understand this even better than I do. Zhu Ji's breathing became heavy and only said after a long while, the Chu people have sent the severed head of Lord Chunchen over, begging for forgiveness over Su Xian's death. What does this have to do with Lu Buwei? If you do not make yourself clear, I will not spare you. Xiang Shaolong became furious and whipped his body around sharply, staring at Zhu Ji. He said, "What did Lord Chunchen stand to gain by killing Su Xian? If not for Tian Dan's instigation and Lu Bui's background support, even if there was much to benefit from it, would the Chu people be so audacious? Ha! You will not spare me? Just get someone to come and behead me then. See if Xiang Shaolong will crease half a hair on my eyebrow." Zhu Ji's eyes emitted an intensely cold killing aura, but after contending a time with his gaze, she was defeated. She lowered her gaze and lightly said, "Just take it as if my words were too extreme. What's the use of getting so angry?" Xiang Shaolong saw that it was a good chance to back down, but decided to vent his anger anyway. He said forcefully, "The position of left premier is now being coveted by everyone. If it falls onto Lu Bui's hands, not only will Xiang Shaolong die without a proper burial, the person beside Empress Dowager will not live to his old age." Zhu Ji gently said, "If Shaolong is willing to be the left premier, I will support him with all my power." Xiang Shaolong regained his calm and smiled while shaking his head, saying, "It is not for me, but for Lord Chongping." Zhu Ji was startled and objected, "How would the people accept Lord Chongping? Why don't you consider Wang Ling?" Xiang Shaolong replied, "This is because we need Wang Ling to replace Lu Gong in managing the army, to better master Wang Qi, Meng Ao, Dubai, and their men. Even though Lord Chongping is a little lacking in virtue and seniority, he is still a scion of the royal family. Appointing him as premier is the best way to pacify the hearts of Great Qin's military. Empress Dowager should remember that 2 of the 3 tiger generals of Western Qin have gone. The remaining one Wang Qi is not only leaning towards Lu Bui, his standing is still below that of Meng Ao. Now everyone is currying favor with Lu Bui. When everyone has fallen in with him, will Empress Dowager and Crown Prince have a place to stand?" Zhu Ji stared at him for a while before saying forlornly, "Why can't I ever prevail over you? But this is no small matter. I need to mull on this. Please retire first." Xiang Shaolong knew that she was going to discuss this with Lao Ai and cringed in his heart. Still, he could not do a thing and left in frustration. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 17 Chapter 2. Book 17 Chapter 02 Block Encounter. Lao Ai's residence is beside the palace. Just across and looking as magnificent as a mini-palace is Lu Bui's new den of thieves. The outer wall is tall and thick and the entrance is framed by 30-foot high stone archway. The 3 large words "Premier Mentor's Residence" were inscribed in stone. This brazen act of strife with the king's prestige is enough to arouse the kind of jealousy that King Huiwen had for Shang Yang. Provoking the jealousy of Xiao Pan, the future Qin Shi Huang, will undoubtedly be his downfall. It is just a pity that will only happen in 6 years. To endure and survive the 6 bitter and treacherous years, he would have to feign humility and friendship with the crafty Lao Ai. In that movie about Qin Shi Huang, Zhu Ji finally stands completely on Lao Ai's side, not only opposing Lu Bui but also secretly plotting the overthrow of her son Yin Zhang. The movie's explanation was grossly simplified, attributing it all to Zhu Ji's infatuation with Lao Ai. But Xiang Shaolong knew that there were at least 2 other reasons. The first reason was her unrequited love for Xiao Pan and himself turning into hate. The other reason is even more complicated. Xiang Shaolong was actually abiding by the irresistible will of fate. That is why he deliberately allowed Zhu Ji to succumb increasingly and more inextricably into Lao Ai's lustful manipulation. Because he felt guilty, and also knew that Zhu Ji was no longer able to leave Lao Ai, he subconsciously alienated himself from her, increasing her hatred for him. That is how things have ended up this way today. Xiao Pan had always looked up to Zhu Ji as his mother, taking her as a natural replacement for Madame and I. Thus he had also wished that she would remain chaste like Madame and I. In the depths of his heart, other than King Zhuangxiang, he could only accept Xiang Shaolong as his father. Zhu Ji's standing in his eyes has taken a tumble since she became attached to the disreputable Lao Ai, seeming to have lost her self-respect. This disappointment caused more than a minor change in his attitude, it has turned into an intense loathing and hatred. This is in turn causing their relationship to become increasingly vile. Under these circumstances, Zhu Ji naturally leaned closer to Lao Ai and Lu Bui. It seemed to her as if Xiao Pan and Xiang Shaolong were colluding against her. This is a situation and a fact that nobody can change. Xiang Shaolong's only resort was to incite conflict between Lao Ai and Lu Bui, causing Zhu Ji to support only Lao Ai and not Lu Bui. He arrived at Lao Ai's inner residence and reported his name. Lao Ai received the news and happily came out to welcome him. This scoundrel with the heart of a beast was decked in court dress, looking rejuvenated and in high spirits. While he was still at a distance, he smiled and greeted, "The news is that official Xiang has returned from his long journey. I was just thinking of visiting to pay my respects." Who would have guessed that the official would honor us with a visit? How could the lesser official bear this? Xiang Shaolong secretly cursed his mother because she gave birth to such a heartless thief. But of course he managed his expression carefully and went up to meet up. He pulled his arm and laughed, saying, I just met Empress Dowager and the Crown Prince and found out that so much has happened in Xiangyang. Come. Let us find a place to have a heart-to-heart chat. Lao Ai clearly knew about his meeting with the Empress Dowager and indifferently led him into the east room. Along the way, he saw numerous maids and household warriors. His grandeur seemed to be rising. After they had sat down and had a cup of fragrant tea, with the maids had withdrawn, Lao Ai said, What confidential matter did Empress Dowager and official Xiang discuss? Xiang Shaolong knew that he was most jealous of the unrequited feelings that Zhu Ji had for him. If he could not allay his suspicion, he could forget about corporation. He whispered, I told Empress Dowager that Su Xian was killed by Lord Chunshan under orders from Lu Bue. Lao Ai looked at him in shock. Xiang Shaolong explained concisely and exclaimed again, if the post of left premier falls into the hands of Lu Bue's men, even the Crown Prince and Empress Dowager will have no choice but to be led by the nose. Lao Ai was stumped for words and started contemplating. This was Xiang Shaolong's brilliance. Truth be told, Lao Ai had large ambitions. And his only means was to rely on Zhu Ji. If Zhu Ji loses power, not only would his own power wane, he would have to return to living on Lu Bue's grace. Human beings were thus. Before tasting the sweetness, all is good. But after tasting the sweetness, it would be hard to give it up. If Lao Ai had to return to being Lu Bue's slave, it would be more unbearable than killing him. Xiang Shaolong smiled and said, if I guessed correctly, Lu Bue and Guan Zhongxia must have exhausted all means to win official Lao over, just like how he won me over previously. Lao Ai glanced at him and asked, please forgive the Lao's query, but why did official Xiang favor me from the beginning? Xiang Shaolong squeezed out his most earnest expression and replied, I can reveal this matter only to Brother Lao alone. The reason is the Empress Dowager. Crown Prince and I did not want her to feel lonely, plus I have always been fond of Brother Lao. Brother Lao should understand my intentions now. Lao Ai couldn't help asking, is Brother Xiang wishing that I will support your appointment as left premier, but... Xiang Shaolong secretly cursed him for projecting his petty thinking onto the noble intentions of others. He forced an expression as if he did not want to be misunderstood and angrily replied, if I had wanted to be left premier, I would have been while the late king was still around. Brother Lao should know about this matter, right? Of course Lao Ai knew about this and he hurriedly apologized, Brother Xiang, please do not misunderstand. I was just thinking that apart from you, who else would be qualified to contend with Wang Wan? Xiang Shaolong knew he had been moved, and heaving a sigh, he said, please allow me to change the topic for a while. It is said that men are not grass and trees, how can they be emotionless? I Xiang Shaolong personally brought the Empress Dowager and Crown Prince to Qin. I had originally intended to return to obscurity then to enjoy a peaceful rural life with my lovely wives and beautiful maids. This is truly my dream. How was I to know that this old scoundrel Lu Bue repeatedly tried to kill me, even causing my wife and maids to die tragically? This is why I want to fight Lu Bue to the end. The day the Lu scoundrel is killed will also be the day I Xiang Shaolong leave Qin. If this is not the case, may heaven exterminate me. Does Brother Lao understand my intent now? Lao Ai stared at him for a moment before stretching his hand and saying, I understand. Xiang Shaolong knew that he had been thoroughly moved and stretched out his own hand for the handshake. He then solemnly said, Lord Chongping to be the left premier, Wang Ling to replace Lu Gong. Does Brother Lao agree? Lao Ai exclaimed hoarsely, what? After Xiang Shaolong left Lao Ai's residence, he led the 18 guardians to the heavily guarded guest house of Prince Dan. More than 10 of the city guards immediately blocked the route to the entrance. The leading city guard captain saluted and said, Official Guan has ordered that nobody is to enter the house. Xiang Shaolong glanced at him sideways and barked, You've seen me Xiang Shaolong yet you dare to obstruct me so rudely. What is your name? That guard captain knew then and there that he was in big trouble. He knelt down in fright and pleaded, Your humble servant knows his guilt. Your humble servant knows his guilt. For a moment I did not see clearly that it was Commander Xiang. It could be said that there was no one in Xianyang at present who did not know that Xiang Shaolong was the anointed man closest to the crown prince. If he wanted to act against some small fry, even Lu Bue would not be able to prevent it. The guards were so frightened that they all knelt down. How would Xiang Shaolong trifle with them? He shouted coldly, Open the door for me. How would the guards dare to object? They obediently opened the gate. It turned out that there was another group of guards encamped in the square within the residence. Xiang Shaolong jumped off his horse and instructed his guardians to keep watch at the gate. He then swaggered into the residence with high and mighty steps. The city guards were intimidated by his might-wide aura and dared not utter a word. There were more than 10 of Prince Dan's experts inside, including the great General Suiza, Minister of State Ling Ting, Division Commander Yu Ji, and the Yen Du who was defeated by Guan Zhongxie. When they heard his voice, they went to the residence gate to welcome him. When they saw Xiang Shaolong, they all had an expression of grief and indignation. After they had reached the main hall and sat down, Suiza indignantly said, "Official Xiang must arbitrate for us." Yu Zi was the cool-headed one. He asked, "Did you manage to dispose of Tian Dan?" Xiang Shaolong nodded his head in affirmation. Suiza and the rest all breathed a little easier. Truth be told, if Tian Dan was still alive, Yen would be in mortal danger. Ling Ting heaved a sigh and said, "How could anyone predict that Lu Buwei would dare to defy public opinion and detain the Crown Prince, Dan? We do not know if Crown Prince, Dan, is alive or dead, so we dare not act. Else even if we are all killed in battle, we will want to vent our anger." Xiang Shaolong said, "Gentlemen, please be at ease. Even if one day Lu Buwei grew some balls, he would not dare to injure the Crown Prince, Dan. Else he would have broken faith with the world. I think he has just promised to detain Crown Prince, Dan, for a time to allow the devil Tian Dan to satisfy his wicked desires. Leave this matter to me. If I cannot openly compel him to release Crown Prince, Dan, I will rescue him in secret. All right. Please pack your belongings and come to my residence. The Lu thief will have to release Crown Prince, Dan, but may turn to murdering all of you instead. That would be a disaster, but Suiza saw that Xiang Shaolong was loyal and righteous without regard for Lu Buwei. He couldn't help but be moved and ordered his men to pack their items immediately. In a short while, more than 100 people had assembled in the parade square. The city guards in charge looked on helplessly. Nobody dared to interfere. At this moment, the sound of hoofbeats arrived. A company of men and horses galloped in from the main gate. They were led by Guan Zhongxie. His expression was chilly. He quickly dismounted and came up to Xiang Shaolong. In a bold and self-righteous tone, he said, "Official Xiang, please wait. Your subordinate has been ordered by the Premier Mentor to forbid the occupants of the residence from stepping past the gate." Suiza and the rest all drew their swords. Under the reflection of the blades, the tension mounted. Xiang Shaolong laughed aloud and said, "Could I ask if official Guan has any official document signed by the Premier Mentor or any such thing?" Guan Zhongxie was stumped on the spot. As soon as he had received the news from his subordinates that Xiang Shaolong had run the barricade, he had rushed over from the command building immediately. He could not have had the opportunity to meet with Lu Buwei. He said forcefully, "Subordinate has received Premier Mentor's verbal orders. If official Xiang does not believe me, he may inquire of Premier Mentor personally." Xiang Shaolong drew his sword with a chang sound. He laughed and said, "Then I also have Crown Prince's verbal orders to come here to retrieve the people. If official Guan does not believe me, he can inquire of the Crown Prince personally. If anyone dares to hinder me, he is disobeying the king's order. I will kill without mercy." All the guardians drew their swords as one, tightly encircling Guan Zhongxie and his 10+ bodyguards. Guan Zhongxie's expression changed slightly, knowing that if he said anything more in contradiction, blood would be drawn then and there. He looked at his underlings on the outside. Their faces were pale as clay and they were keeping quiet out of fear. For sure if a fight broke out, none of them would dare to get involved. He then looked at Xiang Shaolong and saw the murderous spirit in his eyes. It was clear that Xiang Shaolong intended to use this opportunity to eliminate him. A gentleman does not mind backing down for a while to achieve a larger purpose. He smiled and retreated to one side, flatly saying, "Official Xiang has misunderstood. Subordinate was just afraid that the official has just returned from afar and does not know the present situation. Since this is the case, we'll let Premier Mentor take this up with the Crown Prince then. Official, please." Xiang Shaolong secretly lamented that was a pity and sheathed his sword. He smiled and said, "That would be the best. I had thought that official Guan was disobedient even to the Crown Prince, being loyal only to the Premier Mentor." Guan Zhongxie felt a stab of fear, recalling that Lu Buwei's greatest weakness was that ultimately he was not the Qin king. That is why as long as the Qin Crown Prince had Xiang Shaolong's backing, he had to obey the king's orders unless he chose to rebel openly. Suiza and all the guardians sheathed their swords and mounted their horses. Xiang Shaolong did not even spare Guan Zhongxie a glance, leading everyone out through the gates. He suddenly thought of a contingency, and after instructing Wu Shu to bring Suiza and the rest back to the Wu residence, headed for the palace immediately with his men. When he entered the inner courtyard, he found Xiao Pan discussing court business with Li Si. He greeted and said, "If Crown Prince wishes to demolish the Lu thief's prestige and increase your monarchical power, a golden opportunity is before you." But Xiao Pan and Li Si were astonished, both looking at each other. As the Crown Prince commanded for the inspection tour to proceed, more than 100 mounted guards set forth, clearing the way for him. Lord Changwen, Lord Changping, Xiang Shaolong, and Li Si formed up at the crown prince's front, back, left and right. More than 300 men and horses galloped out of the palace in splendor and might, heading towards the premier mentor's residence. At this moment, Lu Buwei was furiously rushing out of the premier mentor's residence as he had just been informed by Guan Zhongxi of Xiang Shaolong's rescue of Prince Dan's men. He was going to the palace to get Zhu Ji to call Xiang Shaolong to account. How was he to know that he would meet the sovereign en route? Guan Zhongxi and the rest hurriedly moved to the side and knelt down. Only Lu Buwei urged his horse forward to Xiao Pan's front. After greeting Xiao Pan, he first gave Xiang Shaolong a glance before gravely asking, "Where is Crown Prince going for his inspection tour and why?" Xiao Pan secretly cursed him, "Since when is it your turn to mind my business?" Nonetheless, he maintained an unhurried expression on the surface and replied, "I was just going to the premier mentor's residence." Lu Buwei replied in shock, "Why is Crown Prince looking for the old official?" Xiao Pan blandly replied, "It is said that Prince Dan has gone to premier mentor's residence and is lingering there. I have a sudden urge to meet him. Will Premier Mentor please arrange a meeting between us immediately?" Lu Buwei stared foolishly for a while before his eyes betrayed a cold murderous look. He coldly said, "Prince Dan had expressed a desire to leave over the past few days. I do not know if he is still within the old official's residence." He turned his head towards the kneeling Guan Zhongxi and shouted loudly, "Commander Guan, why haven't you quickly gone and checked it out for the crown prince?" Xiao Pan and Xiang Shaolong exchanged a glance before the former sneered, "Premier Mentor's words are strange. Don't you even know if someone is at your residence?" "To be sure, Prince Dan has arrived from afar to offer sacrifices to the late king. He is our great Qin's honored guest. If our hospitality is not satisfactory, even I have to bear some responsibility." He then shouted, "Changping, Changwen. The two of you will accompany official Guan to verify the outcome." Lu Buwei did not imagine that after Xiang Shaolong returned, Xiao Pan would turn into a completely different person. Not only did he not abide by his wishes, he seemed to be putting him down at every point. While he was still dumbstruck, Lord Changping and Lord Chanwen had clasped Guan Zhongxi between them and left. Xiao Pan nudged his horse's belly and rode towards the premier mentor's residence. The large contingent of men and horses continued forward. Lu Buwei could only follow at Xiao Pan's side. Xiang Shaolong, Xiao Pan, and Li Si were all laughing in their hearts. Lu Buwei's greatest disadvantage this time was that he had no logic to stand on. That was why it was best for him to remain mute and swallow the bitter medicine, keeping his pain to himself. All the citizens stopped and bowed on the street side at the sight of the crown prince on his inspection tour. All paid obeisance to this youthful heir apparent whose martial prowess was rising with each day. Before they had reached the premier mentor's residence, both Lords Changping and Changwen had come out with a pale Prince Dan in between. Xiao Pan urged his horse forward and laughed loudly, saying, "Prince Dan, how are you doing? Will the prince please generously excuse our poor hospitality and forgive us our multitude of mistakes?" When Prince Dan saw Xiang Shaolong, how could he not know what was happening? After he said a few polite words, he turned to the ashen-faced Lu Buwei and said, "One of these days, I will definitely repay the premier mentor for this half a year of hospitality." Lu Buwei knew that he was speaking in irony and coldly snorted without replying. He could not even be bothered to put up an act at this point. Xiao Pan turned to Lu Buwei and said, "Wasn't Premier Mentor going to the palace? Was it to meet the Empress Dowager or myself?" Lu Buwei was almost shocked to silence. Who would have thought that Xiao Pan would be so formidable? If he had said that he wanted to meet with Zhu Ji, it would clearly show that he wanted to mess with the crown prince in front of her. If he said he wanted to meet him instead, what else was there to say? He awkwardly said, "The old official merely wanted to discuss the candidates for the posts of Left Premier and Minister of War with Crown Prince and Empress Dowager." Xiao Pan coldly said, "I have made my decision. It will be announced during morning court tomorrow. This matter need not be discussed further. Premier Mentor, please." Lu Buwei looked at Xiang Shaolong in shock. Xiang Shaolong smiled faintly and without saying anything, displayed a look of profound mystery. He secretly laughed that Lu Buwei has finally experienced the domineering and oppressive air of this future Qin Shi Huang. As Lu Buwei was fuming over this, Xiao Pan ordered, "I just remembered something. I am not able to stay for long. Official Xiang will entertain Prince Dan properly on my behalf. I wish to return to the palace." He nudged his horse and left. Lord Changping, Lord Chanwen, Li Si, and the rest hurriedly followed. Xiang Shaolong saw Lu Buwei staring at Xiao Pan's back in a daze and he said indifferently, "Premier Mentor, please. This general will now retire." Ignoring Lu Buwei, he led Prince Dan and all the guardians away. He knew that this incident marked the start of his open war with Lu Buwei. There would be no other option. They passed by Qin Cheng's residence on the way back to the Wu residence. He almost wanted to slip in for a tryst with this beautiful widow. Nonetheless, he had Prince Dan at his side, and Madame Ya, Wu Tingfang and the rest were also hanging on for his return. It was best for him to suppress this urge. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 17 Chapter 3. Book 17 Chapter 03 A Final Farewell. Xiang Shaolong returned to the Wu residence with Prince Dan. Even in their wildest dreams, Suiza and his party could not imagine that their master would be rescued in such a short time. They were all celebrating madly and grateful to tears. Xiang Shaolong was worried about Jiaya, Wu Tingfang, Bauer and the rest, and so handed the task of entertaining Prince Dan to Tao Fong and Tang Yi with an apology. He hurriedly walked towards the inner residence. The servants and maids he met were all excited at his return and greeted him respectfully. As he walked through the winding covered walkways around the garden, he heard a male and female voice in conversation from the little pavilion behind a bamboo grove. Nonetheless, he could not make out who they were. He did not have the mood to investigate and kept walking. As his footsteps sounded, a woman's voice called out delicately from the bamboo grove, "Master is back." Xiang Shaolong turned his head and looked over. Turns out it was Zhou Wei. Her face was fuller, perhaps because of the comfortable life here. This caused her to be even more enchanting than before. She prostrated herself on the ground, her face blushing awkwardly with a flustered expression. As Xiang Shaolong was wondering who she was talking to, a shadow flashed by and the Wugwa who had brought Jiaya back from Dalian came out after her from the bamboo grove. He even called out, "Little Wei Yu." "Oh. Master Xiang. Your servant." "Hey." He knelt down beside Zhou Wei, his expression also awkward and embarrassed. Xiang Shaolong suddenly realized, figuring that Wu Gui this rascal had fallen for Zhou Wei and was currently putting in effort to woo her. While he had once encouraged Jing Jun to pursue her, it seems that Jing Jun had turned his sights to Lu Danner. That is why he has allowed Wu Gui this lovable little rascal to plot his amorous pursuit. He was most happy. Zhou Wei saw that Wu Gui was almost touching her shoulder to shoulder as he knelt down. She glared at Wu Gui before fretfully saying, "Master, Little Wei." Xiang Shaolong hurried forward and helped the two of them up, happily saying, "Little Wei need not explain. Seeing the two of you together, I have only happiness. How could I blame you for anything?" Zhou Wei's pretty face blushed a deep red and she hung her head, saying, "Master, it's not like that." Xiang Shaolong noticed that she did not dare to look at him as she spoke. How could he not understand that she did indeed have some affection for Wu Gui? As he was about to speak, Wu Gui jumped up and in the midst of joyous shouting flipped a somersault before grabbing Zhou Wei's jade arms and shaking it, saying, "Little Wei, what I said was correct, wasn't it? Master Xiang will not blame us for sure." Zhou Wei shook free of his grasp and angrily scolded him, "Get lost for me. I need to attend to Master." Xiang Shaolong chortled a laugh and said, "Little Wei does not have to wait on me any longer. From today onwards, let Wu Gui serve you." The moment he finished speaking, he raised his steps and walked away, leaving Wu Gui to bandy with Zhou Wei. As he was about to reach the rear residence, the two maids Tianjin and Tianfeng rushed out in a gust of fragrant wind. They threw themselves into his embrace and cried tears of joy, looking like two beautifully trembling little birds. Xiang Shaolong embraced the two of them tightly and entered the hall. Wu Tingfang was having a heart-to-heart chat with Ji Yanran. The soon-to-be 3-year-old Xiang Bauer nestled in the latter's bosom. When Wu Tingfang saw Xiang Shaolong, she forgot everything else, jumped up, and pounced onto him. Xiang Shaolong let go of the Tian sisters and hugged her in a full embrace. Wu Tingfang cried and complained to him at the same time, "This person you. Only now are you willing to return home." As Xiang Shaolong laughed and teased her, Ji Yanran carried Xiang Bauer over and placed him in the crook of his arm. Xiang Bauer held onto his neck, his clear boyish voice calling out, "Daddy." Xiang Shaolong was so happy that he rained kisses on his small face, his heart filled to the brim with the warmth of family affection. Ji Yanran laughed and said, "Enough. Quickly go into the room to see Sister Ya. She should be awake by now." Xiang Shaolong knew that Jiaya did not have the habit of taking afternoon naps and he jolted, asking, "How is Ya?" Ji Yanran's expression turned dark and she said, "Her body is very weak. Quickly go see her. She has been waiting for you bitterly." Xiang Shaolong returned Xiang Bauer to Ji Yanran and smoothly asked, "Where is Ji and Sister Ro?" Wu Tingfang happily replied, "The three sisters are together and have no attention for anything else at the moment, but..." After Xiang Shaolong kissed Wu Tingfang's cheeks again, the Tian sisters clasped him in between themselves and dragged him excitedly towards the east wing. They entered a particularly quiet and secluded room. Zhao Ya had not awakened yet. A pretty maid was at her side nursing her. The Tian sisters judiciously dragged away that pretty maid. He was left alone with Zhao. He sat on the edge of the couch, a heated love igniting in his heart. He carefully examined this tragic beauty. Zhao has obviously wasted away and her appearance was wan and unhealthy. She was missing the brightness and color of her former days, and had taken on a thin and delicate look instead. As he saw this, his heart was pained. Xiang Shaolong reached out his hands to caress her cheeks and painfully called out, "Yar! Yar!" Zhao slowly woke up. Opening her eyes, she saw that it was Xiang Shaolong and with a delicate moan, she struggled to sit up. Xiang Shaolong embraced her into his bosom and kissed her fragrant lips deeply. Zhao used a hidden burst of energy and wrapped him up tightly like a parcel, giving him a warm and full response. She then raised her pretty face and laughed, saying, "My man is finally back." "Oh. Why are you crying?" "Even I am not crying." Xiang Shaolong fell on the bed and they fell asleep in mutual embrace, face to face and with one hand caressing her arousing body. He sighed, "You've lost weight." Zhao kissed the tip of his nose and happily said, "I have already given consideration to your pair of naughty hands and have been forcing myself to eat something every day. Are you still blaming me?" "Woo. Remember, you are not to bring up our old grudges, not even one word." Xiang Shaolong saw her beautiful eyes ripple with splendor and was secretly delighted, saying, "You must recover and accompany me for a scenic tour, enjoy the pleasures of life without holding back." But Zhao smiled and said, "My illness is incurable. But as long as I am able to spend my last days with my most beloved, heaven does not owe me Zhao anything anymore." An intensely ominous feeling welled up in him and he reproached her saying, "I forbid you from saying such things. You are sure to recover completely. My love to you is the world's best miracle cure, stronger than any grand doctor." Zhao giggled and her pretty face twinkled. She gave him another kiss before saying, "Please help me up. I've slept till I'm tired to death." Xiang Shaolong actually could not bear to leave this comfortable slumber-inducing couch, but did not have a choice but to cradle her up by the waist and sitting up on the couch. Zhao strove to hold on to his neck, and said weakly, "How about going out for a walk? Look. It's snowing." Xiang Shaolong looked out the window. Snowflakes were indeed floating down. He couldn't bear to deny her and finding a cloak and a thick cape, wrapped her up tightly before supporting her towards the small pavilion in the courtyard. He helped her onto a stone bench and said in sympathetic love, "Is your uncomfortable anywhere?" Zhao pasted herself onto his cheeks and looked at the snow-covered landscape outside the pavilion. She smiled and said, "Are you talking about the past? I feel completely devoid of energy. I will feel dizzy whether sitting or standing. Sometimes when I think of you, my heart will ache. But everything is all right now. I even feel like eating something." Xiang Shaolong leaned away and asked, "Should I get someone to prepare some food for you? What would you like to eat?" Zhao's eyes emitted a passion deep as the sea, and with a smile on her face, she shook her head saying, "No. That was just a feeling. Right now I just want you to hold on to Yair. Let Yair know that Xiang Shaolong still loves her so." Yair is already very contented. Xiang Shaolong carefully examined her countenance and saw that her face had turned red. Her elegant eyes twinkled with a fantastic and stunning expression. The color and brightness she had lost had reappeared on her silken face. He was delighted and momentarily speechless. Zhao gently said, "Zhao and the rest have been loyal and devoted to me. Can you find something appropriate for them? They will now serve you. Because of me, they have all abstained from marrying and setting up a family. It is now up to you to help Yair fulfill this wish." Only now does Xiang Shaolong realize that something is very wrong. He shook severely and said, "You are now allowed to say such things. You will recover very quickly." Zhao laughed dully, "Look. This great snow is so beautiful, purifying all the ugly and hateful things in this world of men. Even though Yair has had many men, but the only one she has truly loved is Shaolong. All the others have been forgotten. I should have died in Dalian long ago. But knowing that I still have a chance to meet you, I held on until now. If you had not called to me just now, I might not have woken up again. Shaolong. Don't cry, okay?" Reaching out her sleeves, she wiped his tears. Xiang Shaolong's whole body turned cold, his heart feeling as if it had been sliced by a knife and his guts feeling as if they had been cut short. He said in a trembling voice, "Yair, don't scare me. You must press on. This world still holds many wonderful things, awaiting your enjoyment." Zhao smiled and with a voice as soft as water, she said, "Beautiful things are always short-lived. I still remember meeting you for the first time on the street in Handan. Then your clothes were ragged and you had a down-and-out appearance. But you had that bright, valiant and brave disposition that made you prouder than any aristocrat, causing Yair to be unable to suppress the passion in her heart. But Pausing, her eyes emitted an unsurpassed red-hot expression. She lightly moaned, "When the golden wind meets the jade outdoors, it is better than countless moments in man's world." Star. Do you remember saying these two beautiful sentences of poetry in my little house? Those were the most beautiful words of endearment Yor has ever heard in her life. It was because of these two sentences that I forced myself to stay in Dalian. But in the end I could not help but come to see you. Asterisk, the saying is. It is attributed to a Qin dynasty official and means something like, if two people who love each other run into each other, even though their time is short, it is to be treasured and is better than countless beautiful moments in the world. Reference from. She then held on to him desperately saying, "Xiaolong ah, you are Jia's drop of honey. Please kiss me, okay? Xiang Shaolong's heart was shattered, and in the midst of his broken and dejected spirit, sealed her scorching lips. Jia responded with passion, gasping with hurried breaths. She then collapsed into Xiang Shaolong's bosom, her lips turning cold. Only after Xiang Shaolong parted from her lips in shock did he realize that she had stopped breathing. However, the corners of her mouth betrayed an expression of happiness and satisfaction. Her eyes were lightly closed, looking as if she had just fallen into a deep sleep. But he knew that she would never awaken again. The reason she was able to survive till today was because she was vigorously striving to see him one last time. With Zhao death, Xiang Shaolong also felt his past in Handan buried in the current of time. The three Zhao beauties with whom he had relations had all passed away one after the other. Every incident was a great blow to him. By this time, he had become numb. He was truly exhausted emotionally. He had seen the death of Lu Gong and Zhao Ye in a single day. And both had happened so suddenly that he could no longer bear the mental and physical torment. After he handed Zhao Ye's body to Tao Fong to manage, he followed Zhao Ye's last wishes to comfort Zhao De and the rest. After that, he could endure no more and hid in his room crying bitterly before falling into a deep sleep. When he awakened, he found Wu Tingfang curled up and asleep in his embrace. He hurriedly woke her and cleaned himself up before rushing towards the palace. Tang Yi, Jing Jun, and the 18 guardians guarded his procession. His conflict with Lu Buwei was getting more intense and there was danger of assassination at any time. That is why they were extremely careful wherever they went. This is the first time Xiang Shaolong is attending court. Under normal circumstances, a city defense official like him would never have had the opportunity to attend morning court. Fortunately, Xiang Shaolong's other position was Grand Tutor. According to tradition, before the Crown Prince had come of age and with the special permission of the Emperor himself, the Grand Tutor could attend court meetings. The moment he stepped through the palace gates, the two brothers Lord Chongping and Lord Changwen cut Xiang Shaolong off and pulled him aside to talk. The two of them were both alarmed and glad, apparently having heard of Lord Chongping's candidacy for the position of left premier under his instigation. As everyone dismounted, Lord Chongping laughed bitterly and said, "I do not know whether to thank you or to punch you. Crown Prince sought me out late last night to tell me that you had recommended me to replace Premier Su. AI, why are you unwilling to take it on yourself? If you are willing to be left premier, all of us will support you heart and soul." Lord Shangwen was even a little suspicious and said, "When elder brother has made a mess of things, it would be obtaining disaster from a blessing." Tang Yi laughed and said, "These two chaps are usually unafraid of heaven and hell. Unexpectedly they are now afraid of promotion and wealth. Anyone who sees this will be laughing away." Jing Jun laughed till his belly ached, saying, "The Crown Prince and us will be in the background holding you up. Even if you meet something impossible, just act as normal. What's the worst that could happen?" Lord Chongping angrily said, "It's easy for all of you to speak. Lu Buwei's power spans the court and commoners, everyone is currying his favor, falling over each other to flatter him and speaking his words. Xiaolong, you hide away on the side while asking me to oppose him openly. Will I have any more peace and happiness in the future? Xiang Shaolong embraced his shoulders and blandly said, "Before heaven bestows a heavy responsibility on a person, he must first." Hey! Something about bitterness of the heart ***. Don't worry. Li Si is at the back to help you plan and decide. Lu Buwei has also lost Moao. What are you afraid of? Come. Let us go in. Thought I'd better explain this one. XSL was starting to quote a saying from Mencius but gave up halfway because he could not remember the rest of it. Maybe Huan Yi himself couldn't be bothered to look it up in its entirety too. For those interested, the saying is. It roughly translates to, before heaven bestows a heavy responsibility on a person, the person must first suffer bitterness of the heart, toil of the muscles and bones, hunger of the stomach, till the emaciation of his body and upheaval of his life, thereby building his endurance, broadening his knowledge and developing his capabilities. Reference from. Lord Chongping was unconvinced and said, "Li Si is so busy with official business, where will he find time to help me?" Xiang Shaolong signaled a goodbye to Tang Yi and dragged Lord Changping and his brother away. In the midst of the multitude of prostrating officials, Xiao Pan sat on the king's throne with Zhu Ji to the right on the empress's seat. The king's dais was split into two levels. Xiao Pan's personal guards were led by Lord Changping and Lord Changwen and formed a line on the lower level reaching the entrance of the palace hall. Besides the guards, nobody was allowed to carry arms into the hall. More than 70 civilian court officials and military generals formed up on the two sides in their tidy court regalia. The right row was headed by Lu Buwei, followed by Wang Wan, Kaixia, Jia Gongcheng, Lord Yunyang Ingao, Lord Yitsuing Qi and other civilian court officials. Li Si and Lao Ai were in the 17th and 18th positions respectively. They could already be counted as fairly high-ranking officials. The other row was headed by Wang Ling, followed by Wang Qi, Meng Ao, and Dubai. As the crown prince's grand tutor, Xiang Shaolong was fairly senior and stood just after Dubai. Xiao Pan first expressed grief over Lu Gong's death and declared that the funeral would be in 7 days and that he would preside over it personally. Xiang Shaolong noticed that Xiao Pan was calm and unhurried, carrying within him the lofty mettle of the future Qin Shi Huang. He was pleased. Everyone paid obeisance in acknowledgement. Lu Buwei was the first to speak. Empress Dowager and Crown Prince are wise. Our great Qin is in troubled times. First was the Eastern region uprising. Next Premier Su was attacked and murdered within the Wei border. Finally Lu Gong fell ill in worry and anger, and passed away because of this. The sovereign should quickly restore the government and fill the vacancies in order to build a strong state and spread his benevolent rule. He paused for effect, then continued with a sneer, blood debts must be repaid with blood. Else the little kids in the East will think that our great Qin is incapable. Wang Qi shouted in fury, the Chu people are too much. If they think that they can appease us with Lord Chuanshan's severed head in 5 cantons, they are certainly naive. All the officials echoed in agreement. The motion had gained vast momentum. Xiao Pan coldly observed the officials' reactions and said indifferently, we will put aside the blood debt with Chu for now. There is more to this matter than meets the eye. As for the vacancies left behind by Premier Su and the Commander-in-Chief, Empress Dowager and I have discussed this and we have made our decision. Lu Buwei was shocked and looked towards Zhu Ji. Seeing that she remained indifferent, he knew something was wrong. He gravely said, even the Chu people have openly acknowledged their culpability in the murder of Premier Su. What secret is there? Could Crown Prince please explain? Xiao Pan replied in displeasure, your sovereign has just said to put this matter aside for now, did Premier Mentor not hear it? These few words were extremely blunt. Lu Buwei's expression changed a little. Exchanging a look with Wang Qi and Meng Ao, he closed his mouth and kept quiet. Having lost Zhu Ji's support, how would he dare to contradict Xiao Pan? Wang Qi and the rest couldn't imagine that Xiao Pan would be so unyielding. For a moment they did not dare to say anything. Since Shan Yang's reform of Qin politics, power had been concentrated in the sovereign. If Zhu Ji does not object, Xiao Pan could do whatever he pleased. Short of fomenting outright rebellion, all subjects had to obey his words as absolute commands. Xiao Pan was secretly gratified. Ever since Xiang Shaolong left Qin, he had silently endured the pressure from Zhu Ji and Lu Buwei. Now that Xiang Shaolong was back, he felt a sea change in power, both psychologically and in substance. How could he not seize the opportunity to emphasize his sovereignty, cracking down on Lu Buwei to intimidate the pack of court officials? If he was not such a person, he would not have become the Qin Shi Huang in the later years. The great hall became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Zhu Ji spoke for the first time, saying, the position of Minister of War will be assumed by Great General Wang Ling. Do the subjects have any opinion? Xiang Shaolong sighed to himself on hearing this. He mused that Xiao Pan, the future Qin Shi Huang, would never have asked for anyone's opinion. Wang Qi was from the same clan as Wang Ling and was happy with what he heard, saying, Great General Wang Ling is certainly the best candidate. Lu Buwei had originally intended for it to be Meng Ao, but since Zhu Ji had stated her weighty opinion, he had no choice but to abide by it. He couldn't help glaring at Xiang Shaolong ferociously, knowing that it was him behind all this mischief. Kai Zhe acted the senior and bowed, saying, the post of left premier is of great importance. Unless the candidate is virtuous and prestigious, he cannot command the respect of the people. Who is Empress Dowager and Crown Prince's preferred candidate? It was Zhu Ji's turn to be struck speechless. This was because if virtue and prestige were the criteria, Lord Changping would be far back in the queue. Xiang Shaolong took a look at Lord Changping, who was standing guard on the dais. His head was bowed and he was silent. His face was blushing, betraying his fear and doubt. He knew that if he did not turn the tide now, all the officials would soon echo Kai Zhe. Maybe even Zhu Ji would begin to waver too. With a loud laugh, he said, Duke Kai is right. Nonetheless, the small official thinks that this is still insufficient. In my humble opinion, the candidates eligible for the post of premier should fulfill 3 criteria. Next, he turned towards Xiao Pan and Zhu Ji and bowed, saying, Empress Dowager and Crown Prince are wise. Will you allow this small official to explain his viewpoint? Xiao Pan rejoiced, and after asking Zhu Ji for instructions, he happily ordered, Grand Tutor Xiang, please speak forthrightly. Do not have any reservations. Lu Buwei and his faction were all wary in their hearts, but could not prevent him from speaking. Dubai's face displayed a sneer. In his standpoint, he would actually rather that the left premier post not fall into Lu Buwei's hands. Even though Wang Qi was leaning towards Lu Buwei, he was finally still a central pillar of the Qin military. He also had a favorable opinion of Xiang Shaolong. That is why, as long as what Xiang Shaolong said was reasonable, he would support it. The situation was exceptionally delicate. Everyone's attention fell on Xiang Shaolong. Xiang Shaolong laughed with a little pride and said, I am unworthy. Firstly, this person must have sufficient learning to assume this office. Virtue and vision can be cultivated and are not so important at this moment. Take Premier Lu as an example. Everyone knows the circumstances under which he assumed the post of premier, but is there anyone now who is not convinced in heart and speech? From this you can understand the reasoning behind this small official's first criterion. Everyone was dumbstruck, the reason being that Xiang Shaolong has forcibly laid this matter on Lu Buwei's credibility. If anyone objects, it would be akin to challenging Lu Buwei. Lu Buwei almost burst with rage. He hated most having his past mentioned. Nonetheless, this time he found it difficult to speak. Meng Yao's expression became grave and he laughed coldly, asking, Could we know what official Xiang's next 2 criteria are? Xiang Shaolong coolly replied, The position of left premier oversees the largest part of the military chain of command, hence the person must be a high-ranking military officer. Furthermore, to satisfy the hearts of the soldiers, this person must be like Premier Su, a native-born Qin general. Only thus can he inspire our great Qin soldiers to serve willingly and loyally. This criterion is critical and must not be neglected. These words had as well as eliminated any chance for Wang Wan or Meng Yao to be the left premier. And the only people who could fulfill these 2 criteria were Dubai and Wang Qi. Lord Chongping fell short by a little bit. Lu Buwei was green with anger, but could not say anything once again. This was because Xiang Shaolong's logic was irrefutable. Apart from Wang Qi himself, all the high-ranking military officers from native Qin nodded in agreement. Xiao Pan slapped the table and said, Well said. Now even I am interested in hearing the 3rd criterion. Xiang Shaolong first thanked Xiao Pan for his permission before smiling and saying, The 3rd criterion is that this person must be youthful and promising so as to be able to grow together with the Crown Prince. This will ensure continuity of policies. This argument may be audacious, but there is reason behind it. As long as one thinks carefully, one can see the beauty of it. In truth, this had always been the weakest of Xiang Shaolong's 3 criteria. The officials erupted immediately, frantically discussing the issue with one another. Lu Buwei chuckled and said, Grand Tutor Xiang's last criterion leaves much room for discussion. Who does Grand Tutor have in mind? Xiao Pan laughed and said, Grand Tutor Xiang's words agree with my thinking. Lord Chongping, receive the decree. The great hall swiftly becomes silent. Lord Chongping ran out and prostrated himself below the dragon steps. Xiao Pan solemnly pronounced, From this day forward, Lord Chongping will be my great Qin's left premier. My decision is final. The officials shall not quibble over this, nor shall they have another opinion. Xiang Shaolong laughed in his heart, and without even sparing the livid Lu Buwei a look, he led the court in kneeling in acknowledgement of the Crown Prince's order. What had been an impossibility had become reality just like that. The pivotal move was obtaining Lao Ai and Zhu Ji's support. With this, Lao Ai and Zhu Ji's faction had also openly and irrevocably severed relations with Lu Buwei. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 17 Chapter 4. Book 17 Chapter 04, Gold upon the City Gates. On the same day that Lord Chongping assumed the position of left premier, Prince Dan led his men back to Yen. Xiang Shaolong asked Lu Chao and Pu Bu to lead city cavalry troops in escort, preventing any conspiracy from Lu Buwei. As they parted reluctantly, Xiang Shaolong left the city and returned to the ranch to bury Zhaoye properly. Due to their own mourning, they were obliged by custom to miss Lu Gong's funeral. By the time everything was settled, 10 days had passed. Xiao Pan dispatched messengers 3 times to urge him back to the city. By now, Xiang Shaolong had gradually nursed himself back from his grief and determined to return to the city the next morning. Heavy snow had started falling since dusk. After they had said a prayer for Zhaoye, Xiang Shaolong and Ji Yanran returned to their home shoulder to shoulder. Ji Yanran grabbed his hand and gently said, when you return to the city this time, you should first pay Sister Qing a visit, else she is sure to be very unhappy. Xiang Shaolong is startled, have you seen her? Ji Yanran nodded, saying, I did see her. She also knows about Madame Ya's passing, if not she would not have forgiven you. Xiang Shaolong replied in distress, didn't you forbid me from touching your sister Qing? Why are you encouraging me to look for her now? Ji Yanran sighed serenely saying, maybe it's because of my love and respect for her. I think she is losing her self-control with you. Else she would not have lowered her noble self to come here looking for you the day after we returned. Of course she pretended it was just to see me, but on learning that you had gone to the court meeting, her entire being became listless. I do not know what to say. The moment they stepped into the rear garden, there was a flash and Shan Ro had cut off the two people. The two of them received a fright and let go of their hands. Shan Ro reached out her hand and pinched Ji Yanran's cheek and displayed an enchanting smile, saying, beautiful girl. This girl wants to borrow your husband for a while. Ji Yanran did not expect to be teased by Shan Ro and did not know whether to laugh or be angry. She said in annoyance, if you want to borrow then borrow. Am I Ji Yanran that possessive? With a lovely laugh, she left. Shan Ro took the initiative and pulled Xiang Shaolong's hand and coming to a little pavilion in the inner garden, she turned and hugged him tightly. She heaved a sigh and said, Xiang Shaolong. I am leaving. Xiang Shaolong hoarsely cried, what? Shan Ro pushed him away and turning her lovely body around, said with some irritation, I've said it so clearly, didn't you hear? I am leaving. Xiang Shaolong moved forward and hugged her little petulant waist, somberly saying, where is Sister Ro going? Shan Ro heaved another sigh. Shaking her head, she said, please don't ask, okay? In short, I will be returning to Qi tomorrow. I can't be sure that I will be back to see you in the future. Xiang Shaolong recalled the words she had said when they were in Chu. Then she had denied it as a lie, but going by the present circumstance, it could be true after all. Thinking about the reason she would throw herself into another man's embrace, he could not help but be dejected. Still, he could not do anything and could only remain speechless for a while. Shan Ro quietly said, why are you not talking? Are you angry with me? Xiang Shaolong released the hand he had looped around her and laughed bitterly saying, what right do I have to be angry with you? Sister Ro should do whatever she wants to do. Could I Xiang Shaolong interfere? Shan Ro turned around like a tornado and looped her arms round his neck, both her eyes displaying deep emotion. With a gentleness that she has never shown before, she said, let Gigi represent me in service of you, but tonight I Shan Ro will belong to you Xiang Shaolong. I will listen to commands and run your errands. At the same time I want you to remember that Shan Ro will never forget Xiang Shaolong. It's just regretful that Shan Ro has made a promise to someone else. The details have been made known to you earlier. Xiang Shaolong looked at the flurrying snow outside the pavilion and remembered the tragic Xiaoya. The pain in his heart covered over his indignation over Shan Ro's leaving. He nodded his head and said, I understand. Sister should wholeheartedly do what she wants to do. We cannot have everything we want. I Xiang Shaolong am resigned to this fate. Shan Ro silently leaned into his embrace and for the first time, Xiang Shaolong saw the glistening teardrop rolling in her beautiful eyes. When he woke the next day, Shan Ro had already left quietly. Xiang Shaolong forced himself to set aside his longing for her and got up to practice his sword skills. Ji Yanran excitedly came over with her spear to spar with him. Wu Tingfang, the Tian sisters and Xiang Bauer stood at the side cheering. The atmosphere was glad and cheerful. The talented Lady Ji's spear technique was certainly accomplished. As the fight developed, even though Xiang Shaolong gave his all in an acrobatic display, he could not break the power of her spear. Withdrawing his sword, he laughed. This kid admits defeat. Fortunately, I still have the flying dragon spear that is owed to me. I will go to the intoxicated Wing Mansion these couple of days to demand it from Wu Fu. I will ask the talented lady's advice again. Ji Yanran held her spear horizontally and laughed, saying, this house has house rules. If you wish your wife to accompany you for the night, you must dispossess the spear in her hand. Tingfang and the rest will be witnesses. Wu Tingfang and the rest applauded in glee, as if they would not be happy till they had seen some chaos. Xiang Shaolong mischievously laughed, if talented Lady Ji considers that her opponent was not her husband whose emotions restrained his hand, do you think she will be able to boast onto the world? Ji Yanran's jade cheeks burned deep red and she angrily said, if Xiang Shaolong is this kind of petty despicable person, even if I surrender my body, I will not be happy in my heart. Xiang Shaolong knew that her intentions were good, to use this to encourage him to improve his skills diligently. He sobered up and said, relax. I was but cracking a joke. As long as talented lady gives me 3 years, I will be able to succeed. Ji Yanran's pupils opened wide and she hoarsely said, 3 years? Xiang Shaolong laughed loudly and stepped forward, pulling her into his embrace and said soothingly, even 3 days is too long for me. How could I let the talented lady restrain herself in isolation like a widow for 3 years, ha? At this moment, Jing Shan arrived with a report that Wu Yingyuan had returned. As Xiang Shaolong celebrated, Wu Tingfang had barreled out to greet him. As he arrived at the main hall of the master residence, the spirited Wu Yingyuan had been enveloped by Wu Tingfang in a large embrace. Tao Fang was reporting the recent developments to him. After a round of noise and excitement, Wu Yingyuan carried Xiang Baoer and sat down beside Xiang Shaolong and Tao Fang to talk. Wu Tingfang automatically massaged her father's tired shoulders. The hall was brimming with familial warmth and affection. After Wu Yingyuan said a few sentences of praise to Xiang Shaolong, he laughed and said, "This trip I visited the distant northern lands and saw that the land that Wu Zhua has been working on is truly a blessed paradise. The terrain is superior, with abundant water and lush greenery. Wu Zhua has constructed a large ranch and has also received a few minority tribes who have been oppressed by the barbarians as resident workers. The whole effort is progressing steadily, but more manpower is needed else we cannot deal with the barbarians." Xiang Shaolong said, "I too have this intention. This is because Wang Jian will be posted back to Xianyang soon. Without his assistance, we will have to rely on ourselves for everything." Wu Yingyuan said, "I have discussed this with Little Zhua. He needs at least 2,000 more men." "Is that a problem?" Xiang Shaolong replied, "No problem at all." Wu Yingyuan relaxed and informed Tao Fang, "Master Tao, please take charge of this. Eventually, I wish to move our Wu household gradually away from Qin towards the northern lands. After all, it is the best place to live and prosper. In the future, we need not worry about politics or power struggles. After discussing the details further, Xiang Shaolong led his wives and the guardians back to Xianyang City. Back at the city, he headed to the palace first to visit Xiao Pan. Xiao Pan was delighted to see him again and received him as usual in the imperial study. After seating themselves, he started, "Lian Pa has been sacked." Although it was within expectations, Xiang Shaolong felt some hints of despair. From now onwards, Zhao will be controlled by Guo Kai and Pang Yuan. At the same time, he wondered about Li Mu's fate. Xiao Pan appears to have a great dislike for Lian Pa. With this burden off his chest, he added, "Without Lian Pa, Zhao is akin to having lost half of their fighting ability. If Li Mu is gone too, it will be the end of Zhao." Xiang Shaolong knew that he harbors deep hatred for the people of Zhao, which is something beyond his control. In a deep voice, he inquired, "Did they kill Lian Pa?" Xiao Pan plainly stated, "Lian Pa is a wise strategist." The minute he sensed something was wrong, he immediately led his kinsmen and escaped to Daliang City together. I heard that he had fallen ill due to his anger at the Zhao politicians. Age is catching up on him and he is just a shade of his former glory. Xiang Shaolong's spirit sank. Xiao Pan sighed, "Unfortunately, Li Mu is still fighting a successful battle against the Xiongnu at the northern border. It seems like he will still enjoy a prolonged period of prosperity. As long as he is around, we cannot afford to attack Zhao and can only focus our armies on Han and Wei." Remembering his old friends Han Xuan, Han Fizi and Lord Longyang, Xiang Shaolong felt even worse. He was most concerned about Lord Longyang and expressed, "If Lian Pa is helping Wei, it will not be so easy to attack them." Misunderstanding his intention, Xiao Pan sniggered, "Master need not fret. This is called retribution." Earlier this year, Lian Pa had attacked Wei and conquered their Rongyang province. King Anli of Wei hates him to the core. Now that he has defected to Daliang, it will be a blessing if they did not kill him at sight. Why would they even use him as their defending general? Xiang Shaolong was dumbfounded. Changing the topic, Xiao Pan commented, "Using the water engineer Zhang Guo from Han, Lu Buwei has started building the irrigation canal for more than a year. They plan to divert water from River Jing towards the east and merge with River Luo in the north. This project has exhausted our resources and manpower, making it hard for us to attack the eastern states. At most, we can only attack Han. Currently, Meng Ao is working hard at recruiting and training new soldiers to increase our military strength. I have a suggestion, why don't Master lead an expedition personally and accumulate military contributions? This will help to suppress Meng Ao and Wang Xi's influence." But Xiang Shaolong was secretly shocked. He hurriedly advised, "This is not the best time. If I am gone, Lu Buwei may try something funny in my absence. We had better wait for Lord Chanping to consolidate his influence first." Xiao Pan sighed, agreeing that Xiang Shaolong's words do make sense and did not insist any further. His mood turning better, he laughed, thinking about the other day when we coordinated our words during the morning court and suppressed Lu Buwei. I was filled with joy. Xiang Shaolong inquired, "Lu Buwei will surely find some other ways to hit back at us. Did he do anything unusual these days? Xiao Pan bitterly smiled, his methods caught me by surprise. On the second day after you left for the farm, that traitor dangled a reward of 1,000 taels of gold upon the city gates. He bragged that if anyone can improve on his spring and autumn annals of Lu by even one word, he will reward the gold to him. This has caused everyone to analyze his works. As Master knows, this book from hell is only his own theories to establish power and compete with my royal authority. This is so infuriating. Xiang Shaolong was speechless. This traitor surely knows how to advertise himself to the common population. In this manner, he will indirectly influence the thinking of the Qin population and create doubts about Shan Yang's reforms, which emphasizes on royal authority. He is from the 21st century and he understood the powerful effects of mass media influence better than Xiao Pan. This cannot be easily resolved by force or strength. Reminded about his beloved talented Lady Ji, he stood up and promised, Crown Prince need not panic. Give me some time to think this over. The next time I see you, I will present you with a viable solution. Xiao Pan was elated. I knew that Master will give me a brilliant counter-strategy. Please hurry up. I will wait for your good news, thought. In actual fact, Xiang Shaolong is making an empty promise and did not have the slightest confidence that talented Lady Ji will have a good solution too. But in front of this future Qin Shi Huang who holds him in such high regard, he could only force himself to accept this task. Stepping out of the imperial study, he thought of Li Si and guessed that he should be able to provide some assistance to counter Lu Buwei's propaganda too. After all, he is more talented than himself in political theories. With this in mind, he went to look for him. Li Si was buried in his work. When Xiang Shaolong showed up at his workplace, he happily welcomed him into the inner hall. Xiang Shaolong laughed, "Why are you so busy? Is it related to Lord Chongping?" Li Si settled down in his seat and his face reddened. "I have just finished his work and am now working on my own." Xiang Shaolong was curious, why does Brother Li appear to be embarrassed about his own work? Li Si replied in a soft voice, "Shaolong must not laugh at me. For the past 6 months, I have been vigorously analyzing Shan Yang's reforms and spotted several loopholes and weakness in the operations and executions. Thus, I focused my attention and came up with a more suitable management model. If it is utilized, it will improve administration drastically and is extremely favorable to uniting the world in the future." Xiang Shaolong was overjoyed. "Tell me more about it." Li Si's eyes shone brightly and his spirits lifted. "Firstly, there is a weakness regarding the left and right premiers. Both are positions with high authorities and it is hard to define their roles. Whoever that is holding more power can interfere with the other premier's work. For example, Lu Buwei is constantly interfering with the Qin military. If we can limit his jurisdiction, we can curb his excessive power and solve the problem of Qin officials holding more authority than the Qin king at the same time." Xiang Shaolong slapped his armrest, exclaiming, "I understand. Brother Li can use this to counter the spring-autumn annals of Lu." Li Si nodded, "Exactly. Unfortunately, my powers are limited and can only use this as a discussion topic but cannot implement this into full force to counter Lu Buwei's theories. Honestly speaking, Lu Buwei's theories are an amalgamation of the best theories in the world. Despite being on opposing ends, I must admit that he is a true administrative talent." Xiang Shaolong insisted, "Brother Li, tell me more about your theories first." Li Si joyfully gushed, "My methods are simple and effective. It is known as 3 Premiers 9 Ministers administration. There will be a chief premier who will manage the majority of the officials and is in charge of politics. The left premier shall be renamed the military premier who will be in charge of all military affairs. The right premier shall be renamed the administrative premier who will manage all administrative affairs and inspections. These 3 premiers' roles do not overlap and they report directly to the crown prince." Xiang Shaolong was moved. This 3 premier 9 ministers method is much more appealing, and to think that it was Li Si who created it. No wonder his legacy will last for centuries. At the same time, he can sense that Li Si harbored some selfish motives. The administrative premier is a role he created for himself in the future. He calmed down after accepting the fact that all men are selfish and seek personal gain at the end of the day. Li Si continued, "The majority of the 9 ministers refers the existing official positions that are already present in the Qin court but with their roles more clearly defined. The 3 premiers are in charge of helping the king rule the country and the day-to-day running of the country is still left to these ministers. They include the rewards minister, ceremonial minister, health minister, defense minister, religious minister, entertainment minister, transportation minister, culture minister and construction minister. The palace guards, imperial infantry and imperial cavalry shall be combined into one army under the control of the defense minister. This will avoid the internal conflicts between these 3 armies." Xiang Shaolong can tell that Li Si is putting so much effort into explaining these to him so that he can in turn present them to Xiao Pan. He was willing to do this favor for Li Si as it is beneficial to Qin too. He nodded, brotherly, please prepare your work well. When I enter the palace later, I will present these theories to Crown Prince. Li Si jumped up for joy, you are truly my best friend and confidant. If Crown Prince is willing to adopt my theories, all my years of hard work will not be in vain. Xiang Shaolong patted his shoulder and left merrily. He is more confident than anyone that this theory will be adopted. Otherwise, he would not have heard about this method when he was still in the 21st century. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 17 Chapter 5. Chapter 17 Chapter 05, The Beginning of the Five Elements Theory. Passing by the Qin residence, Xiang Shaolong can feel his entire body itching to see its owner. Finally, he succumbed to his desire. Every family warrior guarding the gate knew about his special relationship with Qin Sheng and invited him to enter the residence without announcing his arrival. The housekeeper Uncle Fong escorted him into the main hall and was about to inform Qin Sheng when Xiang Shaolong smiled, I am just passing by. Let me just say hi to her. After inquiring about her whereabouts, he entered the corridor and walked towards the rear chambers. A few pretty maids were playing with the snow in the garden. Chancing upon Xiang Shaolong, they whispered and giggled among themselves before pointing him towards Qin Sheng. Crossing over the door ledge into the eastern chamber, he saw Qin Sheng leaning towards the table at an angle. Dressed in a pale green dress and a purple shawl embroidered with phoenixes, her hair was tied up neatly in a bun with a few strands of hair hanging loosely. The loose strands of hair made her even more mesmerizing, coupled with her flawless beauty. Even with Xiang Shaolong's strong willpower, he was stunned at this display before him. With one hand holding a piece of cloth and the other sewing with a needle and thread, Qin Sheng was fixated in her work. Never in her wildest dreams did she expect Xiang Shaolong to appear suddenly before her. Shocked, she frantically tidied her hair and sat upright, chirping, "AI, it is you." Witnessing her enchanting movements, Xiang Shaolong was aroused and stepped forward, sitting down beside her. Almost touching her lap, he leaned forward and greeted, "Hello, Grand Tutor Qin. Please forgive me for visiting you after such a long delay." Qin Sheng leaned backwards and put more distance between their two faces but did not find fault with him. She almost wanted to whine out but held back, making her even sexier. Xiang Shaolong noticed the embroidery in her hands and she somehow tried to hide it from his prying eyes. Curious, Xiang Shaolong asked, "What picture is Grand Tutor embroidering?" Qin Sheng's neck became burning hot instantly and she lowered her head, whining, "Will official Xiang please watch your own behavior? How can you sit right beside me at the same table without asking for permission?" Xiang Shaolong guessed that her embarrassment came about because the embroidery is possibly linked to him. His heart filled with sweetness, he gently coaxed, "I am only here to pay my respects and have to take my leave now. If I have offended you, it is just for a short period anyway. Please forgive me for this temporary rudeness." Qin Sheng seriously stated, You had to barge in like this and caught me in a disheveled state." Xiang Shaolong leaned forward slightly to enjoy her body fragrance and smiled, "I beg to differ. Had I not barged in, I would not be able to see the intoxicating side of you." Qin Sheng regained her usual icy composure but her face is still slightly red. Standing up and away from the other side of the table, she placed her embroidery into a painted box near her. She carefully and delicately arranged everything in the box neatly before shutting it. Xiang Shaolong came up to her side and imitated her posture, softly asking, "I have returned safely. Are you happy?" From his angle, he can enjoy the features of this ancient beauty and was swept off his feet. Naturally, his words carry a hint of teasing. Qin Sheng kept quiet for some time before turning around to shoot him a look. She slowly sighed, "I thought official Xiang has something else to do? Don't waste your precious time here." These two sentences are as good as pouring a bucket of ice water over Xiang Shaolong's head. Xiang Shaolong immediately snapped out of his stupor and his passion fizzled out. After a short daze, he can no longer stand the awkward silence between the two of them and with some anger, he nodded and paid his respects. He furiously strode towards the door and swore to never step into the Qin residence again. Before he can cross the door ledge, Qin Sheng softly whistled, "Xiang Shaolong." Xiang Shaolong stood still and coldly snorted, "What else does Grand Tutor Qin want now?" Footsteps sounded softly as Qin Sheng came up to his back. Her gentle voice filled his ears, "Are you angry?" Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled, "If it was you, would you be happy?" But Qin Sheng went around him to his front and plainly stated, "Of course not, but do you realize that your behavior is simply disrespectful?" Xiang Shaolong had a big revelation. All along, Qin Sheng had misunderstood him. As she has many spies in the palace, she must have thought that he and Zhu Ji share a special relationship which makes Zhu Ji support him wholeheartedly. She was mistaken that he had used his charm to seduce Zhu Ji and despised him for that. Therefore, she becomes cold and unfeeling towards him. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Grand Tutor Qin thinks too lowly of me. Forget it. You are free to believe whatever you wish. I am used to being misunderstood by you anyway. Ignoring her wailing, he left the Qin residence in a huff. Just as he left the Qin residence with the 18 guardians, he ran headlong into Ying and several of her female warriors. Both their entourage stopped beside the main road. With a guilty conscience, Ying awkwardly greeted, "Hello, official Xiang. Why didn't you visit me despite having returned such a long time ago?" Xiang Shaolong is in a bad mood and he knew that Ying is still fooling around with Quan Zhongxie. Unwilling to humor her, he coldly replied, "Will you be free if I visited you?" Paying no further attention to her, he slapped his horse and left. Back at the Wu residence, he quickly searched for Ji Yanran. Talented Lady Ji had just completed her 2 favorite tasks, taking a short nap and having a hot water shower after the nap. Smelling sweetly, she was seated on a small armchair and leaning on a soft cushion. She was slightly covered by a light blanket and was reading quietly. A jade flute was resting on her bosom and it was a sight to behold. Seeing her, Xiang Shaolong forgot all the unhappiness he encountered today and slipped into her blanket and her bosom without her consent. Ji Yanran smilingly put down her book and allowed Xiang Shaolong to soak in her fragrance. She slowly asked, "What problems did you have today? You have such a long face." Xiang Shaolong let out a comfortable sigh and explained to her about Lu Buwei hanging 1,000 taels of gold at the city gates. Ji Yanran furrowed her brows slightly and crossed her legs. Pushing some loose strands of hair behind her ears, she simply replied, "This is a powerful method by Lu Buwei to create the impression that he is the new saint. It is not impossible to counter him." AI. Can you please stop kissing me there? How can I think straight with this distraction? Xiang Shaolong moved his greedy lips away from her neck and sat upright unwillingly. Scrutinizing her well-defined eyes, he cheered, "I knew you would have a good plan." Ji Yanran shot him a look and her eyes twinkled with joy. She added, "I have read the Spring-Autumn Annals of Lu and it is truly a masterpiece. Its only loophole is that it is heavily plagiarized from the works of others. Compared to Godfather, he is way below. Its weakness is its impracticability. If I recite his 5 elements theory, Lu Buwei's work will seem like child's play." Xiang Shaolong frowned. "I thought Godfather's work is just something used to predict the future? How can it be used to counter the annals?" Leaning into his bosom, Ji Yanran cutely giggled, "Hubby is so muddle-headed and adorable at the same time. Lu Buwei is promoting his annals to portray himself as a new saint and suppress the influence of the Qin king over the population. All we need to do is to explain the theories of the 5 elements. For example, Zhou is fire element and Qin is water element. Water extinguishes fire, so Qin will unite the world for sure. We will immortalize Crown Prince into the leader of the era and Lu Buwei can only pale in comparison." But Xiang Shaolong was ecstatic and carried the fragrant and helpless Ji Yanran in his arms, laughing, "Talented Lady Ji shall now accompany me into the palace." Ji Yanran protested, "I am so relaxed now, can we enter the palace tomorrow instead?" Xiang Shaolong laughed, "No. The wife should follow her husband. Talented Lady Ji must leave with me immediately." While they are still bickering, Tianjin came to report that Qin Sheng is here. Ji Yanran struggled out of his bosom and kissed him. "You go ahead and welcome Sister Qin. I need to get changed in order to enter the palace with you. After all, it is just my luck to marry a husband like you." Laughingly, she slipped away. When Xiang Shaolong stepped into the main hall, Qin Sheng is seated with her back to the scenic garden that was covered with a blanket of white snow. It was an elegant portrayal that highlights her aristocracy and purity. Coming up to her back, Xiang Shaolong was feeling apologetic, knowing that he had been too narrow-minded, causing her to come all the way here to find him. He lightly apologized, "I'm sorry." Qin Sheng's delicate frame trembled slightly and she took 2 deep breaths to suppress her emotions. In a peaceful manner, she declared, "Xiang Shaolong. The reason I come all the way here today is to clarify something with you." All Xiang Shaolong wanted to do was to grab her tender shoulders and pull her into his bosom, but Qin Sheng has this aura of innocence and purity that creates an intangible gap between them, forcing him to resist this temptation. He sighed, "If you are here to appease me with some insincere words, you can save it. I will not deceive myself any longer. I hope you will do the same." "Ha!" Qin Sheng turned her body around. With her eyes shining, she wailed loudly, "When did I say anything insincere to you?" Xiang Shaolong knew that they are now even closer to each other after the last misunderstanding. Qin Sheng is easily offended by his gestures because she has been chaste for a very long time. He suitably offered, "That's good. Yanran and I are entering the palace to visit the Crown Prince. Does Grand Tutor Qin want to come along?" Forgetting about her own affair, Qin Sheng was taken by surprise. What is it that requires you to get Sister Yanran involved? Ji Yanran happened to come up to them in her outdoor clothes. Speaking as they walked, they boarded the horse carriage and entered the palace. Everyone of importance in Xiao Pan's circle of trust was assembled in the imperial study. They include Xiang Shaolong, Li Si, Lord Changping, Wang Yi, Qin Qiang and of course Ji Yanran. Together, they are here to listen to talented Lady Ji's explanation of the five elements theory. Seated at the head of the seats on Xiao Pan's right, Ji Yanran spoke out in her usual charming manner. The five elements are in continuous motion and each has its own strengths and weaknesses. They submit to the chosen one. The person who unites the world will possess one of the elements. The five elements are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each element will shine for some time before it diminishes and be replaced by the rise of another element. The Yellow Emperor is earth element. Wood counters earth. Xia Yu is the wood element. Metal counters wood. Shang Tang is the metal element. Fire counters metal. King Zhou is the fire element. Now, the Zhou dynasty is in decline. The next element to come into power is the water element, which counters the fire element. His eyes shining with curiosity, Xiao Pan repeated, water counters fire. Water counters fire, dot. Playing on the safe side, Wang Yi questioned, I acknowledge the brilliance of Zhou Yan's philosophies, but it is still a theory that is only professed by him alone. Is there any other evidence? Ji Yanran's eyes rotated with charm. Every man in the room including Xiao Pan and Xiang Shaolong were intoxicated. As if she is stating a fact, Ji Yanran explained, the five elements have already been mentioned in the Book of Shang, water nourishes, fire burns, wood crafts, metal tools, earth constructs. Since the ancient times, there have been 6 gases and 5 solids. The 5 tastes are spicy, sour, salty, bitter and sweet. There are 5 musical notes do, re, mi, fa, so. The 5 main basic colors are white, black, red, yellow and green. The other colors are a mixture of the basic 5 and they affect one another. Seated beside her, Qin Qiang mused, Mencius did mention that a new king will rise every 500-odd years. The period between Xia Yu and Shang Tang is around 500 years, the period between Shang Tang and King Zhou is also 500 years. Now, the rise of Confucius is about 500 years after Zhou. This must be the rise and fall of the 5 elements. Li Si guessed, Confucius is only a scholar and is not worthy of being referred to as an outstanding king. I believe Crown Prince is the new ruler of this era. Xiao Pan was overjoyed but was concerned that he may not be the new saint. He frowned, it is difficult to pinpoint who is the new king every 500 years. How can we turn this into an argument against Lu Buwei's propaganda? Xiang Shaolong smiled, of course we will employ our own propaganda and stake it on the widespread influence of talented lady's godfather Zhou Yan. Who is a better person other than him to pinpoint the new saint? I am certain everyone will be convinced by his prediction. Pausing, he seriously added, we must use the 5 elements and official Li's 3 premier 9 ministers' recommendation to overhaul the power of the Qin court. This will stabilize the crown prince's authority and prevent Lu Buwei from abusing his power. Ji Yanran smiled, this is called using one's weapons against oneself. The Spring Autumn Annals of Lu is a compilation of works from different philosophers and also contains certain chapters that support Godfather's 5 elements theory. During the reign of the Yellow Emperor, giant earthworms were sighted and the earth element is strong. Earth is yellow, which became his nickname. The water element will replace the fire element. The matching color of water is black. We can make use of Lu Buwei's propaganda to turn the tables around and put him down. When that happens, he can only wallow in self-pity. Xiao Pan slapped his armrest and praised, this is great news indeed, but... Still having reservations, Wang Yi questioned with suspicions, talented Lady Ji mentioned that during the reign of the Chosen One, there will be some auspicious sightings. During the Yellow Emperor reign, giant earthworms are sighted and the fire phoenix is sighted during King Zhou reign. If there is no auspicious sighting for Crown Prince, it is hard to convince the Qin people. Xiang Shaolong is from the 21st century and knew better than anyone else the powerful effects of marketing and brainwashing the population. Everything can be manipulated to create a sensation. Inspired, he suggested, this is easy. When the Crown Prince is crossing a river, we will create a black dragon that will appear in the water. It will be exactly like the Loch Ness monster. Hey! It's nothing. The dragon only needs to reveal its head and back to be regarded as an auspicious sign for the Crown Prince. After that, everything impossible will become possible. Lord Changping frowned, talk is cheap. If we are discovered, we will be the laughingstock of the world. Xiang Shaolong recalled that Zhou Wei's elder brother Zhou Liang is a boat expert and the mechanical experts of Ji Yanran's state of you. He laughed, leave this to me. The black dragon only needs to move a bit and sink back into the water to accomplish our mission. I guarantee that no one will see through this ruse. Xiaopan burst out laughing. I shall have to bother Grand Tutor then. Facing Ji Yanran, he continued, if I am the chosen one, there must be other accompanying evidence. Please help me see to this and act according to plan. His expression turning serious, he declared, this information is limited to everyone present today. If this is leaked, the offender will be executed with his household. Everyone accepted his order. Xiang Shaolong is feeling crazy. He did not expect his conflict with Lu Buwei to involve propaganda and marketing. This is going to be a public relations battle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 17 Chapter 6. Book 17 Chapter 06, Creating Trouble at the Brothel. After the historical meeting, Lord Chongping forcefully dragged Xiang Shaolong away from the reluctant Ji Yanran in Xincheng. At the left premier residence of Lord Chongping, Lord Changwen is already waiting for them patiently. Once the doors have been secured, Lord Changwen slammed the table and cursed, that Guan Zhongxie. His charm has caused our sister to be completely bewitched by him. The Crown Prince has informed us through officially to take our sister in hand. What shall we do? Lord Changping rested his hand on Xiang Shaolong's shoulder and laughed. I can tell that even Grand Tutor Qin is interested in you. Wooing our sister should be an easy task for you. Shaolong must help us win her back from Guan Zhongxia's influences. With Shan Rou's recent departure, Zhao Ya's death and the passing of Su Xian and Lu Gong, Xiang Shaolong has been dealt with one heavy blow after another. Except for Qin Xing, he is no longer bothered with any other woman. Ying is obnoxious and fickle-minded. If he had met her when he first came to this era, they will have a good time together. But after experiencing Lady Ni's suicide and Zhao Ya's betrayal, all he seeks is true love. Lord Chongping continued, I heard rumors that Lun Yangrong is personally pushing for a rematch between you and Guan Zhongxie. She will only marry him if he defeats you. Lord Changwen pleaded, no matter what, Shaolong must help the two of us this time. If Guan Zhongxie rebels in the future, our sister will be implicated and the consequences are unbearable. Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled, love cannot be forced. What do you want me to do? Lord Chongping suggested, we are now openly opposing Lu Buwei so we might as well go all the way. You must fight and defeat Guan Zhongxie. Our sister will never hang around with a loser and this problem will be resolved automatically. Xiang Shaolong plainly replied, if I defeated Guan Zhongxie to marry Lun Yangrong, I'd rather concede the fight. Lord Chongwen laughed, relax. Lu Buwei will never marry his favorite daughter to you. You need not fight him openly but just prove yourself to be better than him in one way or another. This will increase your prestige and lower Guan Zhongxia's. Our sister will then recognize who is the real hero. In a begging tone, Lord Chongping implored, the most arrogant people in Xianyang City now are the men from the premier mentor residence. Everyone hates them to the core. If Shaolong can stand up to them, it will be helping the Crown Prince too. In fact, every one of us is waiting for you to come back and lead us against them, but... Xiang Shaolong forced himself to brighten up and bitterly smiled after some thought, all right. Reserve a table tonight at the Drunken Wind Brothel and insist on Dan Nini and Guiyan to be our companions. We shall create a scene there tonight and demand my rightful flying dragon spear at the same time. Both men were delighted and hurriedly left to see to the arrangements. Xiang Shaolong took this chance to slip back to the Wu residence. Whilst inquiring about Zhou Liang, he discovered that he has left to look for the King Eagle and has yet to return despite having left 6 months ago. Slightly worried, he looked for Zhou Wei instead. Probably due to the nourishment of Wu Guo's love, Zhou Wei is looking great and her beauty became even more outstanding. When she met Xiang Shaolong, she retained some sense of awkwardness. After getting her seated, Xiang Shaolong inquired, why is your brother away for so long? Zhou Wei explained, to find the best hunting eagles, elder brother needs to go far to the northern regions. The journey to and back requires at least 4 months and time is also needed to search for eaglets. Luck plays a part too. Xiang Shaolong was perplexed, I needed his help now, what should I do? Zhou Wei brightened up, I may lack his true expertise but my knowledge is not too shabby too. May I know what kind of assistance do you require? Xiang Shaolong suspiciously scanned her confident expression, you know how to build ships too? It is more than just basic shipbuilding, it is actually. I don't know what to say. Zhou Wei gleefully assured, Master can speak his mind. Shipbuilding is a strong tradition in our family and the skill is passed on to both males and females. My shipbuilding skills are not inferior compared to my brother. It is Xiang Shaolong's turn to brighten up and he revealed his plans about the Black Dragon. Zhou Wei frowned heavily upon hearing his plans. After some consideration, she pointed, it is not difficult to build a submerged vessel but it is hard to provide continuous air supply. If they surface to breathe, we will be exposed. Xiang Shaolong suggested, I thought about this too, but it is not something impossible. The human head can be concealed below the skin of the dragon and some breathing holes can be made. Moreover, we will base the dragon far away from shore so it is hard for anyone to expose us. However, this dragon needs to have good buoyancy and must be easy to fix and dismantle underwater. That should be all we need. Zhou Wei cheered, leave this to me. Ah, this is wonderful, I can finally contribute something for master. Xiang Shaolong was pleased, is Wu Guo treating you well? Her cheeks glowing red, Zhou Wei kneeled down, master, please decide my future for me. Xiang Shaolong laughed, it is settled then. It is time for Wu Guo to settle down too. Returning back to the inner hall, he told Wu Tingfang about Wu Guo and Zhou Wei's marriage. Wu Tingfang is more than happy and took up the heavy responsibility of arranging their marriage. Xiang Shaolong played with Xiang Bauer for a while and heaped praises on Ji Yanran before taking a shower with the Tian sisters. He then head back to the cavalry command center. Regardless of rank and experience, every cavalry soldier is full of respect for Xiang Shaolong for his heroics. Everyone greeted him most sincerely. Back at his office, Jing Jun was nowhere to be found. Tang Yi explained, little Jun has gone to look for Lu Danner. I nearly forgot. He wanted me to beg you to propose marriage on his behalf. I think he is taking this relationship very seriously. Xiang Shaolong was elated, as long as Lu Danner does not object, it shouldn't be an issue. But one he should propose marriage instead of me given the prestige of the Lu family is Xianyang City. Tang Yi agreed, Lu Danner is now madly in love with little Jun so she will never object. It is best that you propose marriage with Wang He. This will prove our sincerity in uniting these two lovebirds. Sitting down, Xiang Shaolong nodded in consent. Tang Yi updated, I have assigned favorable positions to Zhao De and his brothers which Lord Chongping has gladly approved. We are fortunate to have him as our left premier, otherwise, it will be difficult for us to get anything done. Xiang Shaolong twinkled, we have a more powerful method to undermine Lu Bui's authority. He went on to detail his plan about the fake dragon. Tang Yi praised, this method is better than beating him up. Since he hanged the gold reward upon the city gates, I have been taking precautions against a rebellion. This plan should be carried out as soon as possible. When do you plan to execute this? Xiang Shaolong replied, immediately after the dragon event, we can proceed to change the court administration. It is best to wait for the spring festival. So we have to produce our dragon within these 2 months. Tang Yi commented, it is not advisable to let Guan Zhongxie be the imperial infantry commander. We should remove him from this post as soon as possible. Little Jun has told me that the people of the Premier Mentor residence are running amok and oppressing the common folks all because of Guan Zhongxie shielding them. This is so infuriating. Xiang Shaolong recalled the good old days in the 21st century when he was creating trouble and getting into fights too. He laughed, they think they are tough? We'll show them who calls the shots. Is second brother free tonight to join me in creating a scene at the Drunken Wind brothel? Tang Yi burst out laughing and happily nodded, my hands are itching already and I have been training hard over the past 6 months. I would have challenged Guan Zhongxie to a duel myself if not for you. Checking the sky, Xiang Shaolong decided, we shall meet at the brothel 2 hours later. Now, I am going to speak to Meng Ao privately. If I can turn him against Lu Bue, it will be an additional bonus. After dismissing his attendants, Meng Ao stared at Xiang Shaolong for a moment and sighed, if official Xiang is here to say anything negative about Premier Mentor, you can save the trouble. Pausing for a while, his eyes shone with a tinge of apology before he plainly added, I am a Qi native and am heavily discriminated in Qin. Wherever I go, I was ridiculed and suffered numerous humiliations. It is only when I work for Premier Mentor did I have the chance to hold my head up high again. My gratitude for him is tremendous. He may be unscrupulous but given all that he has done for me, even if he wants me and my 2 sons to die for him, I will not have the slightest resistance. If not for Shaolong doing your best to protect my 2 sons, I will not let you take a single step into my general residence. But this is the last time too. Xiang Shaolong was stunned, so General knows about that incident. With pain shooting out of his eyes, Meng Ao slowly nodded, I did interrogate Meng Wu and Meng Tian about the ambush along the river. Naturally, I knew that something is amiss. It is a past event now and I do not wish to bring the past up. Grand Tutor Xiang, I won't see you out. Xiang Shaolong did not expect him to be so fiercely loyal to Lu Bue. Angered, he stood up and simply warned, to each his own. I do not want to force you but I should tell you that you need to draw a line between your loyalty to Qin and your loyalty to Lu Bue. Otherwise, all your descendants will not be spared. Goodbye. Finishing, he strode in large steps towards the main door. Meng Ao roared, hold it. Xiang Shaolong held his step and coldly challenged, "You want me to leave my head behind?" Meng Ao stood up and remarked in a deep voice, "I differentiate between gratitude and grudges, and I detest lowly behavior too. Premier Mentor may be greedy for power, but it is to safeguard his life too. According to history, every foreigner who becomes the Premier of Qin suffers a fate worse than death. Premier Mentor was forced to do what he had to do. If Shaolong can let go of the past, I can persuade Premier Mentor to." Xiang Shaolong shook his head and bitterly laughed, "It is too late. Ever since he murdered Princess Qian and the rest, our debt can only be settled with blood. Moreover, he poisoned King Zhuangxiang, assassinated Su Xian and caused Lu Gong to die of anger. Now, he has incurred the wrath of the Crown Prince and the Qin military. General Meng better pray that he succeeds in his rebellion. Otherwise, your entire household will be executed. I have said my piece and any more words are unnecessary." Apparently, Meng Ao has no idea that Lu Bui is behind King Zhuangxiang and Su Xian's death. His face changing color, he stammered, "What did you say?" Xiang Shaolong laughed out loudly and his laughter carried utmost grief. Ignoring Meng Ao, he stepped out of the house. Human silhouettes suddenly appeared. The two brothers Meng Wu and Meng Tian leapt out from his left and right respectively. Kneeling down in front of him, they cried out in unison, "Grand Tutor!" Xiang Shaolong was taken aback, "Are you eavesdropping on us?" Their eyes red, they nodded their heads furiously. Xiang Shaolong went forward and helped them up, whispering, "You must never let your father know about this. Come and look for me after a few days." He then left. Entering the drunken wind brothel, a middle-aged woman who still maintained her complexion fairly well came up to him. Accompanied by 4 maids, she joyfully welcomed, "Welcome official Xiang. I am Chunhua, Spring Flower." The 4 maids stepped forward and helped to take off his coat as part of their premium customer service. Xiang Shaolong plainly questioned, "Has brothel owner Wu passed away due to sickness? Why didn't he welcome me personally?" Chunhua replied awkwardly, "He is indeed unwell and is resting at home. He should be fine after a couple of days of rest." Xiang Shaolong secretly laughed to himself, knowing that Wu Fu has intentionally avoided him and went to beg Lu Bui to protect his life and business. Turning to the guardians, he bellowed, "Brothel owner Wu is treating today. Please go ahead and have as much fun as possible, but do remember not to consume any poisonous food or wine." Jing Shan and the rest understood his intentions and cheered loudly in unison, squeezing into the inner chambers of the brothel. Chunhua hurriedly ordered more staff to attend to them and at the same time protested in fear, "Official Xiang must be joking. How can there be any poison in our food and wine?" Keeping his cool, Xiang Shaolong shot back, "You have to ask Miss Guiyan that question." "Is she sick too?" Chunhua lowered her head and softly answered, "She has been reserved by official Buan and will only accompany him tonight. I have already told Lord Chongping." Xiang Shaolong smiled, "So Dan Mimi has been reserved by Premier Mentor?" Chunhua panicked, "She was reserved by official Lao." Xiang Shaolong was surprised and coldly snorted, "I will ask them about this personally. Meanwhile, you better tell brothel owner Wu that if I do not see him within 1 hour, I will close down this brothel and this day next year will be his death anniversary. HNG. Sniggering to himself, he strode forward in large steps. Her face totally devoid of color, a trembling Chunhua walked in front to guide him. The banquet destination today is on the 2nd floor of the main brothel building, which is also the most luxurious area of the brothel. Unlike the isolated dining building, the 2nd floor holds 20 over tables and is similar to the modern wedding ballroom except that it is much more spacious. By the time Xiang Shaolong arrived, more than 10 tables are already occupied with numerous people in flamboyant clothes and it was a boisterous scene. There is a fireplace in every corner of the hall, making the place warm and cozy. Upon seeing Xiang Shaolong, nearly half of those present rose and paid their respects. Xiang Shaolong scanned the room quickly and discovered that Guan Zhongxie and Lao Ai are also seated at the VIP area. It may be a simple coincidence or some pre-arrangement that their 2 tables are located on the left and right of Lord Chongping's table. What really pi 55 ed him off is that Ying is actually seated at Guan Zhongxie's table. With Guiyan, she was seated right beside Guan Zhongxie. Ying apparently did not expect to see Xiang Shaolong in such a place. Flustered, she lost her bearings and did not dare to face him. Xiang Shaolong bore a new hatred, knowing that Guan Zhongxie purposely brought her here to make the Changping brothers and him look bad. He laughed loudly and waved his hand to show his appreciation at the show of respect. As he walked towards his own table, he noticed Jing Jun was present too and was busy winking at him. Leaving his companion Dan Mimi, Lao Ai welcomed Xiang Shaolong with a smile, a rare visitor indeed. "I never imagined that I will ever meet official Xiang in a place like this." Xiang Shaolong intimately held his arm and pulled him to a nearby fireplace, smiling, "Let me make a wild guess first, official Lao must have suddenly received Dan Mimi's invitation so you made the trip here tonight." Am I right? Lao Ai was blown away. How in the world did you know that? Xiang Shaolong casually replied, it's easy. I am here tonight to settle some scores with Wu Fu. Dan Nini and Gui Yan are implicated too, so they must quickly find someone else to accompany them. If I come into conflict with Official Lao, then we will both fall into Dan Nini and Lu Bui's trap. Official Lao should understand what I mean. Lao Ai was slightly dazed for a while before gritting his teeth. How dare that be one tch make use of me? I will make her pay for this. Xiang Shaolong patted his shoulder and comforted, do not get agitated. I just want you to understand. Tonight, based on our friendship, I will not make things difficult for Dan Nini. Friend, just enjoy your wine. Passing by Lao Ai's table, Dan Nini lowered her head and did not even dare to steal a peep at him. Seated at the same table are some men who appear to be newly recruited by Lao Ai. They are quite respectful of Xiang Shaolong and their female companions are all eyeing him seductively. Xiang Shaolong stopped at the table and greeted everyone. He held back his laughter. After being away for 6 months, it seems that Nini has forgotten all about me. His expression turning ugly, Lao Ai sat down beside Dan Nini again and hissed, this is her biggest flaw, which is bad memory. No matter what she does, she will forget about it in an instant. From his words, Xiang Shaolong deduced that Lao Ai is unhappy with Dan Nini mainly because Dan Nini did not tell him that she is quite close to Lu Bui. Dan Nini's tender frame shook slightly and she raised her delicate face, staring at Xiang Shaolong in fear. She begged, Official Xiang is a powerful figure. I am sure you will not begrudge a weak girl like me. I will be grateful for your kindness towards me. Xiang Shaolong obviously knew that she is putting on an act but find it hard to bully her any further. Smirking, he left for his own table. Guan Zhongxie stood up immediately and laughed, how can Official Xiang practice favoritism and not come over to our table for an idle chat too? Xiang Shaolong swept his gaze over his table. Except for Ying, Guiyan and the serving maids, there is Zhou Zihan, Lu Chan and 3 new swordsmen. They must be newly recruited by Lu Bui. Judging by their strong concentration and muscular body, all 3 are top swordsmen. Ying lowered her head even further. On the other hand, Guiyan smiled charmingly as if she had never poisoned him before. Xiang Shaolong winked at Teng Yi and the rest before he went over to Guan Zhongxie's table. All the men stood up and greeted him. Guan Zhongxie smiled, let me introduce these 3 new top swordsmen to you. This is Su Sheng from Shangsai in Shu. He is the #1 swordsman there. Shangsai is a military stronghold northwest of Chu. To be the #1 swordsman there is not easy. Xiang Shaolong could not help but assess this 20-odd-year-old tall and handsome swordsman. Clasping his hands, Su Shang greeted, I have long heard of Commander Xiang's famous name. In the future, I must seek your guidance. Besides him, a stout and beefy man filled with a strong killing aura greeted, I am Lian Jiao from Wei. Xiang Shaolong plainly state, that makes you an official Guan fellow countryman. His eyes shining with cold killing energy, Lian Jiao icily revealed, Lian Jin is my younger brother. Guan Zhongxie interrupted, Official Xiang must not be mistaken. Lian Jiao may be Lian Jin's brother but he only has respect for you for defeating Lian Jin. Xiang Shaolong's eyes flashed over Lian Jiao and he did not reply. The final man is tall and thin with a face like a monkey. Among the 3 men, he is the most collected. He coolly state, I am Zhao Pu, a Qi native. I was originally serving Prince Xinling in Wei but that was after Official Xiang went to Dalian. Guiyan encouraged, why don't Official Xiang sit down and join us? I can have the honor of toasting you again. Xiang Shaolong laughed out loudly, Miss Guiyan truly loves to joke. We all know that a wise man will not repeat his mistakes. How can I repeat my mistake then? Turning to Guan Zhongxie, he commented, Official Guan's timing is perfect. The minute you know that I am coming here tonight, you immediately reserved Miss Guiyan. I think you should bring her home and add her to your private collection. That way, there is no way I can win you. Based on Guan Zhongxie's intelligence and Guiyan's acting, they were still shocked by Xiang Shaolong's threatening words and their faces lost color instantly. Ying could sense the strong animosity between Xiang Shaolong, Guan Zhongxie and Guiyan. Shaking uncontrollably, she looked up at Xiang Shaolong's face. Xiang Shaolong laughed, how are you Miss Ying? Ying's eyes glowed with fear and her shoulder trembled slightly. She remained silent. Xiang Shaolong is not interested in her answer at all. He smiled at Guan Zhongxie, why isn't Miss Niangrong besides brother Guan as well? I have yet to visit her since my return. I have to bother brother Guan to send my regards to her. Bursting out in laughter, he ignored the hideous expressions of Ying, Guan Zhongxie and Guiyan and returned back to Lord Changping's table. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 17 Chapter 7. Book 17 Chapter 07, Fixing a Duel Date. After Xiang Shaolong got seated, he noticed that Lord Chongping and Lord Changwen are seething with anger. First, they are annoyed at Ying's lack of self-respect, and secondly, they were displeased at being passed over by Dan Mimi and Gue Yin. At the end of the day, they are members of Qin royalty. Even if discounting Lord Changping's position as premier, their posts as the commanders of the palace guards are already one of the most prestigious positions in Xianyang City. From this, it shows that Lu Buwei is wielding enormous power in Xianyang City. Supported by Zhu Ji and Xiang Shaolong, Xiao Pan can still counter him in the Qin court, but in terms of influence and regarding matters outside the palace, Lu Buwei is the undisputable champion. Among all the 10-odd tables that were occupied, only their table does not have any serving maids. A shaking Chunhua came up to Xiang Shaolong and gingerly offered, "Shall I get Bai Lei and Yang Yu to accompany your table, Nut?" Among the top courtesans in the drunken wind brothel, Dan Mimi is the best, while the next best three are Gue Yin, Bai Lei, and Yang Yu. Lord Chongping coldly barked, "Get lost." If Dan Mimi or Gue Yin is not coming tonight, the rest of the girls can forget about coming too. Her face turning deathly pale, Chunhua frantically retreated. Tang Yi icily shot a look at Guan Zhongxie's table and stated in a deep voice, "Guan Zhongxie is here with an ulterior motive. He is out to make us look bad." Jing Jun leisurely added, "They have another 20-odd men downstairs who all belong to the arrogant group of men terrorizing the Xianyang commoners. If we can teach them a lesson, everyone will only cheer for us." Xiang Shaolong simply smiled, "That's easy. Jing Shan and the rest are drinking downstairs too. You can tell them to stir up trouble and it is a piece of cake." Jing Jun was delighted and left to inform them. Suddenly, a high-pitched protest can be heard from Guan Zhongxie's table and attracted everyone's attention. It was Guan Zhongxie hugging Ying and trying to feed her wine. Ying knew that Xiang Shaolong and the others are watching and refused to yield. Lord Chongping knew that Guan Zhongxie is intentionally provoking them and held back his anger. Lord Changwen was the one who could not hold it any longer. Standing up, he roared, "Sister! You come over here right now." Guan Zhongxie released Ying and folded his arms with a big grin on his face. Ying stole a look at Xiang Shaolong before lowering her head. "What is it? Let's talk when we get back home." Lord Chongping is afraid that matters would escalate. Pulling Lord Changwen down to his seat, he sighed, "This is BU11SH, tea." Xiang Shaolong enjoyed a sip of wine and lazily comforted, "The more we get agitated, the cockier Guan Zhongxie becomes. Anyway, I already instructed Wu Fu to come and see me within an hour or I will trash in place." That is Guan Zhongxie's Achilles heel. Hearing this, the two lords' expression became better looking. Returning back to his seat, Jing Jun shot Ying an eye and whispered, "Danner told me before that this precious sister of our two brothers here is actually in a dilemma. She really loves third brother but was afraid of loneliness. Moreover, she loves to play and ran into this Casanova. Coupled with third brother's absence, she became more and more intertwined with Guan Zhongxie. Look at her eyes if you disbelieve me, there are more pain than joy in them." Lord Chongping angrily swore, "I just had a big fight with her yesterday. Hey! I am going to be a good left premier and do whatever I can to counter Lu Buwei. Let's see how he dies in the end." Xiang Shaolong checked, "Have you transferred Wang Jian back to the capital?" Lord Changwen reported, "It is still being rejected by Lu Buwei. Wang Yi is also supporting this but was suppressed by Lu Buwei's Meng Ao and Wang Ci. They said that the Xiongnu are still active and it is better to be safe than sorry." Empress was frightened at hearing this and dare not support Crown Prince, so this issue has been dragging on. Jing Jun groaned, "Huan Yi is worse off. Military spending is controlled by Lu Buwei and his budget has been compromised here and there, restricting his work performance. We must quickly solve this problem for him." Xiang Shaolong laughed, "Have more patience. When the Black Dragon appears, it will be the start of his decline. By then, he will be too busy countering Lao Ai." Lord Changwen and Jing Jun do not know anything about the Black Dragon and inquired further. Tang Yi affirmed, "Let's talk about this later." Pointing to his back, he laughed, "Third brother's old friend is here." Everyone looked to where he is pointing. True enough, Wu Fu is here. As he walked over, he greeted and mingled with the other guests as usual without any fear. He seems to be confident with the backing of Guan Zhongxie. Passing by Lao Ai's table, this fellow displayed even more intimacy, but at Xiang Shaolong's table, he stood a distance away and reported, "After knowing that official Xiang is looking for me, I underwent a miracle recovery. I have let you down as the spear was being stolen at night and that is the reason for my sickness." Everyone glanced at one another after hearing his words, thinking that this man is outrageously irresponsible. But this must be Lu Buwei's and Guan Zhongxie's idea to not let Xiang Shaolong have the spear no matter what. Without their support, Wu Fu will never display such insolence. Xiang Shaolong plainly replied, since the treasure is lost, I have the responsibility to investigate this crime. Brother owner Wu must now come back with me to the command center and provide all the evidence. I will get my cavalry army to get the spear back at all costs. Wu Fu's face lost some color and could foresee his own death at the command center. He hurriedly countered, I appreciate Commander Xiang's efforts, but I have decided not to pursue this matter. Moreover, it was stolen on the night I presented it to you, and it is more than 6 months ago. Jing Jun barked, how dare you? The spear belongs to Commander Xiang, and who are you to decide if this matter should be pursued or not? You are obviously trying to make things difficult for us. You must have had a hand in this matter and is now trying to cover your tracks. Lord Chongping coldly interjects, according to the great laws of Qin, failure to report a crime is punishable by execution. Brothel owner Wu is showing disrespect to our laws and is hiding this crime. This is unforgivable and death is too light for you, but... All the color gone from his face, Wu Fu's legs turned to jelly and he kneeled down on the ground, but his eyes were looking at Guan Zhongxie. Guan Zhongxie did not expect Xiang Shaolong and company to turn Wu Fu's words against himself. Standing up, he offered, as the Imperial Infantry Commander, I am in charge of all matters within the city. Will official Xiang please hand this matter to me and I will give you a satisfactory reply. Everyone in the hall can feel the animosity in the air. All the activities have stopped and everyone is paying attention to the proceedings. The hall is completely silent and the atmosphere is filled with Guan Zhongxie's domineering voice. Lord Chongping smiled, just by looking at the time of the theft, we can deduce that the criminal has something against official Xiang and there must be a spy involved. Moreover, the spear may have been transported out of the city by now. As Premier, I think official Xiang must handle this matter personally. Official Guan need not trouble yourself. Based on Guan Zhongxie's calm demeanor, his face did not change color at all. He knew that Lord Chongping is the left Premier of Qin and is many ranks higher than him. Moreover, he is in charge of the Qin military administration. If Guan Zhongxie continues to speak out, it is equivalent to insubordination. Because of these factors, Guan Zhongxie was momentarily speechless. Thinking about his imminent execution, Wu Fu's teeth began to chatter and his entire body was shaking. Ying Ying's position has always been undefined. Now, she finally realized that Lu Bue, Guan Zhongxie are on extreme opposing ends against Xiang Shaolong, her two brothers and the crown prince. Stuck in the center, she was in an awkward situation and could not help but felt regretful. In this moment, Dan Nini rose from her seat and came to Wu Fu's side. Kneeling down too, she declared in a shrill voice, if the charge is not reporting a known crime, then everyone in this brothel is guilty. Premier and Commander Xiang can punish all of us. Guiyan hurriedly came over and kneeled on the other side of Wu Fu. Now, it is Lord Chongping and the rest who are in a tight situation. It is hard for them to persecute the entire brothel occupants over a petty theft. Lao Ai is feeling uncomfortable too. After all, Dan Nini is his woman. If Xiang Shaolong executed her, he would lose face too. Guan Zhongxie returned back to his seat and there was a cold smirk hanging at the edge of his mouth. He wanted to see how Xiang Shaolong is able to clean up the present mess. Still maintaining his leisurely and aloof expression, Xiang Shaolong simply state, there is a debtor behind every debt. Wu Fu was the main instigator behind the entire episode. He was the one who gave me the spear, and since the spear is lost, he should be the one who informed me. Now, he did not report the loss to me and is being uncooperative now, so we are charging him with being a possible accomplice. I wonder why are the two ladies insisting on shouldering the same blame, is there something more than meets the eye? Dan Nini and Guiyan did not expect Xiang Shaolong to have such a sharp tongue and were dumbfounded. Wu Fu knew that things have gone terribly wrong and he was in an extreme state of anxiety. He stammered, please give me some time. I am sure I can retrieve the flying dragon spear. Tang Yi laughed loudly, in this case, the spear and shield must have been hidden by brothel owner Wu himself. Otherwise, you would not dare to make such a commitment. Wu Fu knew that he has slipped. Knocking his head on the floor repeatedly, he begged, it is all my fault. It is all my fault. Guan Zhongxie and his men were filled with hatred, wishing they could tear Wu Fu into pieces. Lao Ai interrupted, will official Xiang be forgiving and forget this episode if brothel owner Wu manages to hand over the spear and shield? Taking this chance to stand down, Xiang Shaolong agreed, since official Lao has spoken, I shall accept this suggestion. Lao Ai gestured and two of his men stood up and lifted Wu Fu away. Dan Nini and Guiyan finally got a taste of Xiang Shaolong's prowess. Slowly flashing their eyes at him, they returned back to their seats. Before they managed to sit down, sounds of fighting and cutlery smashing can be heard from the ground floor. Xiang Shaolong and his friend smiled, knowing that Jing Shan and his men has begun causing trouble. The main hall at the ground floor was in a complete mess as if a hurricane has just passed by. The ground was littered with broken furniture, cutlery, spilled wine, and dishes. Half of the 18 guardians were slightly injured, but their enemies are in a pathetic state. All the 23 warriors of Guanzhongxie were heavily injured and more than half of them are unconscious. Although there were no fatal injuries among them, everyone suffered from broken bones and fractured joints. This shows that Wu Yanzhu and his fellow guardians have been lenient. Witnessing the Armageddon before his eyes, Guanzhongxie bellowed, "What in the world happened?" One of the men who was supposedly the leader of the men stood out. With one hand nursing his bleeding nose, he pointed at Jing Shan and reported, "This kid exchanged a flirtatious look with one of our ladies." "So we..." Guanzhongxie roared, "Shut up!" Wu Guang shrugged his shoulders at Xiang Shaolong, declaring, "They are the ones who attacked first. We are only defending ourselves." Guanzhongxie knew that Jing Shan and the rest are intentionally out to cause trouble but was powerless to do anything as it was his men who attacked first. Ying slipped away and stood in between her two elder brothers. The two lords treated her as if she was invisible and did not even acknowledge her presence. Guanzhongxie commanded his men to carry the injured away and apologized solemnly to Xiang Shaolong. He coldly invited, "During the hunting festival, we had a duel that ended in a draw. May I know when are you free to exchange pointers again and also decide third mistress's future?" The noisy crowd of onlookers and brothel guests immediately became quiet. Everyone knew that Guanzhongxie is really incensed and took this chance to challenge Xiang Shaolong. Dueling is forbidden among military officers, but this matter concerns Lun Yangrong's hand in marriage and there was a precedent, so even Xiao Pan cannot interfere with this duel. Xiang Shaolong smiled, "Official Guan can fix the time and place. Even if you want a duel now, I will be happy to comply." Everyone's attention turned to Guanzhongxie. Before Guanzhongxie can say a single word, Ying screamed and tore to the front. Standing in between Xiang Shaolong and Guanzhongxie, she protested, "Please do not fight." Everyone was puzzled. In Xianyang City, Ying is known for her fighting skills. Moreover, she loves challenging people to fights and enjoys watching others fight too. Now, her violent objection makes it hard for everyone to comprehend her motives. Xiang Shaolong simply shrugged his shoulders, "I am not the one pushing for this duel. If Miss Ying wishes to stop this fight, you can speak to official Guan privately. Please forgive me for being unable to help you." Ying looked at him intimately and replied in a grieved voice, "When two tigers fight, severe injuries will be inflicted. You can choose not to accept the challenge and no one can force you. You must purposely say these provoking words to anger me. After all the trouble tonight, aren't you very imposing already?" Annoyed, Xiang Shaolong coldly laughed, "Is Miss trying to stop the fight because we are not fighting over you?" Stomping her foot fiercely once on the floor, with a loud wah, Ying broke out into tears and ran nonstop towards the door. Tang Yi winked to Jing Jun and Jing Jun hurriedly chased after her. Still maintaining his composure, Guanzhongxie casually stated, "The 20th of next month is Premier Mentor Lu's birthday. We shall have a duel then and add to the festivities too." Footsteps are sounded and Lao Ai's men returned with Wu Fu carrying the flying dragon spear and shield. Receiving the spear and shield, Xiang Shaolong laughed loudly, "It is settled then. On that day, I shall use this spear to test your formidable skills." The onlookers burst out in wild cheering. Guanzhongxie's face lost some color. Since the last fight, he has already figured out Xiang Shaolong's sword skills and has been working hard over the past 6 months to counter it. Now, Xiang Shaolong is using a spear instead of a sword, so all his hard work has just gone down the drain. Xiang Shaolong was laughing secretly inside. He has more than 1 month to train until the duel date. He is confident of learning Yanron's invincible spear skills. Only with this kind of heavy attacking weapon can he successfully counter Guanzhongxie's amazing arm strength. This is called flexibility in warfare. He has depended on strategy to win the last fight, and it will also be strategy that he needs to win this fight. There is no other way out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 17 Chapter 8. Book 17 Chapter 08, Expressing Love. The next day, Xiang Shaolong went to pay his respects to Lu Gong and Su Xian before entering the palace to see Xiao Pan to report his duel with Guanzhongxie. Finally, he went to see Qin Qing at the Qin residence. Qin Cheng is in her garden admiring the snow and was delighted to receive him but shy at the same time. Hesitating to look straight into his eyes, she simply swept him off his feet. Strolling in the snow shoulder to shoulder, there were no intimate actions but they can both feel the intimacy in each other's heart. Xiang Shaolong gently revealed, "At Lu Bui's birthday dinner next month is the day I will fight Guanzhongxie to death." Shocked, Qin Cheng wailed, "You? Why did you have to fight him?" Xiang Shaolong answered, "This man is talented, intelligent and is holding the post of the Imperial Infantry Commander. If I do not eliminate him, we will have many days of trouble in the future. Lowering her hood, Xiang halted and whined, if you lose. I am so worried. Xiang Shaolong turned around and leaned his head towards her, scrutinizing her flawless beauty and smiled, if I happen to forfeit my life during the duel, what will you do? Her face becoming pale, Qin shook, please do not speak like this. Do you think I am not frightened already? Xiang Shaolong insisted, Grand Tutor Qin has yet to reply me. Qin shot him a look and lowered her head, replying softly, I will join you in death. Happy? Xiang Shaolong was shaken, Grand Tutor Qin. Qin shook her head and sighed, to think I will actually say such things to a man. But I know you will not lose, right? Xiang Shaolong. Xiang Shaolong smiled, of course I will not lose. If I am not confident, I will just admit my loss. What can he do about it? Pausing, he added, I am here today to sincerely invite Grand Tutor Qin to stay at the farm for a month. Because I need to disregard everything and focus on training to prepare for the duel next month. But I know I cannot forget about you, and to avoid the pain of pining for you, I have to request that you be by my side. In an instant, even the root of Qin's ears is completely red. Lowering her head embarrassedly, she clarified, Xiang Shaolong, do you know that by making this request, it is as good as asking me to marry you? Xiang Shaolong reached out and held her white and tender shoulders before gently replying, of course I know. Please forgive my callousness, but I want to win both your heart and your body. If either one is lacking, I will not accept it. Qin struggled slightly and wailed, are you treating me like a piece of merchandise? Xiang Shaolong leaned forward and kissed her cheek, slowly saying, whatever. I just want you. We need not deceive ourselves any longer in the future and live life with so many restrictions. Some opportunities are lost forever if they are missed. I have thought very carefully and thoroughly before I come looking for you. Qin's head is so low that it is almost touching her chest. Whispering as soft as a mosquito, she asked, when are you leaving for the farm? Xiang Shaolong was overjoyed, early tomorrow morning. Qin softly pleaded, can you release me first? Stunned, Xiang Shaolong released his grip on her. Qin floated away like the breeze and finally stopped at a distance 10 feet away from him. She officially stated, I will wait for you here tomorrow. See you then. Giving him a romantic and emotional look, she turned around and sashayed away. An intoxicated Xiang Shaolong stared at her until she disappeared among the flower beds before composing himself and headed towards the command center. At the command center main door, someone dashed out and detained him. It turned out to be Ying, and from her haggard expression, she must have had a bad night's sleep. She started, Official Xiang, I must speak to you privately. Xiang Shaolong has just expressed his love for Qin and gotten the most wonderful answer. In a great mood, he nodded, let's talk more inside. Ying stubbornly shook her head, no. Let's take a walk outside the city. Alarm bells begin to ring in Xiang Shaolong's head. With Su Xian and Lu Gong dead, he is the man Lu Buwei wanted to kill next. Will this be a trap laid by Guan Zhongxie but executed through Ying? He decided otherwise because no matter how muddle-headed Ying becomes, she will never harm him. He agreed, all right. Turning around, he was about to instruct the guardians to wait for him at the command center when Wu Yanzhu stated up front, Master Xiang, please forgive us for being unable to comply. The madams have strictly instructed us to never leave your side. Xiang Shaolong was taken aback and relented, fine. You can follow behind me. He proceeded to ride with Ying out of the city. Riding out of the city gates, his spirits lifted considerably. The rolling meadows have become a blanket of white snow and they spread out as far as the eye can see. Mother Nature is completely silent and only the snow is shimmering. The 18 guardians were riding 200 steps behind them and were taking precautions against any ambushes. Xiang Shaolong assessed Ying. Her charming body is even more mesmerizing, which is probably due to Guan Zhongxie's nourishment. Xiang Shaolong wondered how will the already peerless beautiful Qin turn out after his own nourishment. With this thought running through his head, Xiang Shaolong is more certain than ever that he is only interested in Ying as a friend and not as a lover. Ying softly asked, Xiang Shaolong, please do not fight Zhongxie. As long as you publicly announce that you do not wish to marry Lunyang Rong and thus rejected the duel, no one will say that you are afraid of him. Xiang Shaolong agreed that this is an excellent solution. Moreover, he did appear superior during the hunting fair, and with marriage as an excuse, no one will think that he is trying to avoid this fight. The problem is that he and Guan Zhongxie has already reached the point of no return, where neither can tolerate the presence of each other. Just like him and Lu Buwei, only one man can continue living. Not receiving a reply from him, Ying raised her voice angrily, you do not love Lunyang Rong, what is the use of fighting over her? Xiang Shaolong was admiring the snow accumulated on the branches of the trees along the official roads. He lightly sighed. Miss is really protective of Guan Zhongxie. Whatever you do is in his best interests. Ying Ying noticed the sarcasm in his voice and was incensed. Do you think I am not looking after your interests too? While you are away for the past 6 months, Zhongxie has been practicing his sword every day and was waiting for the day he could kill you. Do you think you can still defeat him? Xiang Shaolong did not take her words to heart and smiled. So who do you think will win? Ying Ying was so angry her entire face is completely white. She cursed, I wish both of you are dead. Xiang Shaolong laughed loudly. Let's return back to the city. You need not say any more. Stopping her horse, Ying Ying's face is completely green by now. Staring at him furiously for some time, she softened and intimately coaxed, it is all my fault for being indecisive. No wonder you are treating me like this. Please listen to me this time, okay? Xiang Shaolong seriously state, Ying Ying, you better come back to your senses and look clearly at the harsh realities in front of you. This is not a personal feud but a fight that concerns the power struggle of the Qin court and a competition between Qin natives and foreigners. The losing party will stand to have their families annihilated. To Guan Zhongxie, you are just one of his pawns but you are only good at disobeying your brother's orders to restrict you for your own good. Did you ever spare a thought for them? You are only stubborn, willful, and want others to pander to your selfish needs. Pausing for a while, he proudly remarked, death and defeat is common during fights and this is not the first time Lu Buwei and Guan Zhongxie are trying to kill me. But you only choose to live in your fantasy world and ignore genuine concerns. If you ever marry Guan Zhongxie, you better pray that Lu Buwei can successfully rebel but that would mean a tragic death for both your brothers. If Lu Buwei fails, you may be spared but all your kids with Guan Zhongxie will be executed. This is the truth and Crown Prince Xiang will not waver. All these circumstances are born out of Lu Buwei, Guan Zhongxie and Moao schemes. Moao is dead so now Guan Zhongxie is trying to kill me. Do you understand? Not paying any more attention to her, he left and re-entered the city. Before he reached the command center, Xiang Shaolong's mind is already filled with Qin Cheng. Imagining that he can get close to her physically tomorrow, his heart is burning with passion and he wished that time could pass faster. At the command center, Tang Yi whispered, Tu Xian will meet you at the usual place later. Xiang Shaolong was elated, I was about to look for him. Sitting down, Tang Yi reported, after winter, Meng Ao will attack Han. Your old friend Han Shuang is in trouble. Xiang Shaolong helplessly replied, this is something beyond our control. If we are weak, Han will be attacking us instead. But as long as we are building the Zhangwei Canal, we will lack the resources for a grand campaign. For the next few years, we can only gain 1 or 2 provinces from the 3 allied states. By the time they really mount a campaign against the East, we would be long gone. Teng Yi sighed, I know that third brother has no interest in war but sooner or later, you will have to field an army too. This is something inevitable. Xiang Shaolong smiled, I have to depend on second brother then. I am sure that you are so familiar with the Mozi warfare that you can even memorize it from the back to the front. Tang Yi laughed, you really love to exaggerate. Xiang Shaolong inquired, is little Jun out on patrol? Tang Yi chided, he is not so diligent and is out with Lu Danner. I told him that you were willing to propose marriage on his behalf and he was so happy that he forgot all about work. Xiang Shaolong decided, the Lu family is still in bereavement. Let's talk about this after I killed Guan Zhongxie. I am going back to the farm tomorrow. Second brother must spar with me if you are free. Tang Yi suddenly recalled something, Shaolong, do you remember the Weinan martial arts school? Xiang Shaolong searched his mental database and remembered this martial arts school was run by this man called Qiu Rixing. In the past, he was conspiring with Lord Yangxuan and once sent one of his top fighters Scarface Guoxin to ambush Jing Jun and injured him badly. He himself was almost assassinated by them on the streets. He nodded, what about them? Tang Yi explained, after Lord Yangxuan was eliminated by Lu Buwei, Qiu Rixing sensed that times are unfavorable so he slipped away. Recently, he resurfaced and is conspiring with Lao Ai. He has been quite prominent lately and is heavily recruiting warriors. Little Jun is itching to lay his hands on them. I am sure there will be some conflict sooner or later, but... Xiang Shaolong knew better than anyone that Lao Ai is a despicable cad and expected him to conspire with other ruthless men. He plainly stressed, second brother must watch little Jun carefully and we must not act rashly. We will only counter them when the Black Dragon shows itself and we have consolidated our power. Tang Yi smiled, leave this to me. Little Jun has never disobeyed my orders. Third brother is sharp indeed to predict that Lao Ai will be dissatisfied with his lowly position and possess wild ambitions. For him to accommodate Qiu Rixing, it is as good as clashing with Lu Buwei. Xiang Shaolong nodded, when the Crown Prince has consolidated his power, he will have Lord Changping and Li Si to advise him, Wang Jian and Huan Yi to lead his army. With the palace guards, imperial cavalry and imperial infantry in their hands, we can retreat back to the farm and watch Lu Buwei and Lao Ai fight to death, but... Tang Yi frowned, but if this goes on, the Empress and Crown Prince will be enemies one day. Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled, this is fate which nobody can change. We are helpless too. Tang Yi was about to say something when an attendant reported that Wang Xi sent someone to summon Xiang Shaolong to see him at the general residence. Both men were stunned as Wang Xi did not have any dealings with Xiang Shaolong. Arriving at the general residence, Xiang Shaolong and the 18 guardians noticed that the courtyard in front of the main building was loud and lively. There were nearly 100 strong men watching Wang Xi practice his archery. Despite the cold and frosty weather, Wang Xi braved the chill and mounted his strong bow. His 3 continuous arrows hit the bull's eyes and earned loud cheers from the crowd. This great general truly lives up to his reputation as one of Qin's famed general. Noticing Xiang Shaolong, he smiled broadly and waved to him. Putting on a fur coat and his shining eyes assessing Jing Shan and the guardians, he casually remarked, I heard that these guardians are very highly skilled. Since they are free, why don't they exchange a few friendly pointers with my men? Xiang Shaolong is in no position to reject him and agreed reluctantly. Wang Xi smiled and led him into the main hall. The hall is wide and spacious while the walls are decorated with animal skins and weapons. There is a killing aura in the air. The strangest thing is a 7 facade screen south of the hall. The screen has completely blocked the incoming path from within the building. It looks out of place and Xiang Shaolong is reminded of the time when he was peeping at Chu Empress Dowager Li Yanyan. He was discovered by her because of a footprint on the floor, so he naturally looked towards the floor. Immediately, sweat poured down his back and his limbs became icy cold. There were many watermarks on the floor. Needless to say, there are many men who have entered the hall from outside and are now hidden behind the screen. As their shoes are tainted with snow, the watermarks are left on the floor. They were there because he has arrived and this is a setup meant for him. They naturally do not have any good intentions. All they need to do is to push the screen over and shoot out with their crossbows and he will be a dead man. Wang Xi took up the host's seat right in front of the screen and gestured him to sit down on his right. There is no way that he can make the first move and attack Wang Xi first. His mind thinking furiously, he gritted his teeth and sat down. In the process, he secretly retrieved 5 flying needles and hid them in his giant hand. He has never been so close to death. Wang Xi is truly intelligent to get his men to occupy the guardians so that he is alone and defenseless. Why does Wang Xi want to kill him? Wang Xi is unlike Meng Ao and is a Qin native. He may be an admirer of Lu Buwei but will eventually be loyal to Xiao Pan. Thinking about this, he had an inspiration. 2 maids came up to serve tea and excused themselves. When only the 2 of them are left, Wang Xi suspiciously assessed him for a while before sighing, this year has been pretty eventful. First, Lord Jieling rebelled and Su Xian and Lu Gong died one after another. I find it hard to accept these facts myself. Xiang Shaolong does not understand the meaning behind his words, so he kept his silence. Pain shooting out of his eyes, Wang Xi lamented, it is Lu Gong's dream to see Qin conquer the 6 eastern states and unite the world. Just when things are taking a positive turn, his life ended. This is truly tragic. Xiang Shaolong could not help but added, as long as we are having internal conflict, it is impossible for us to unite the world. His eyes flashing, Wang Xi mentioned in a deep voice, this is the reason why I looked for Shaolong. Since Premier Mentor came to Qin, he conquered Eastern Zhou with General Meng Ao and built the 3 new provinces. Those are strategic locations and now, we are able to threaten Daliang and show off our might to the eastern states. If not for this campaign, it is difficult for Meng Ao and me to attack the 3 allied states and conquer Taiyuan from Zhao. When the 5 allied army came to attack us, it was thanks to Xiaolong's trickery that Prince Xinling was forced to step down and our danger passed. After that, Lu Gong, Meng Ao and I attacked the allied states and established the eastern provinces. Now, Qin is even more prestigious than before. But right at this point in time, our country is rocked by internal strife and our hands are tied. Shaolong, what do you think we should do? Xiang Shaolong finally understood that Wang Xi is trying to mend fences between him and Lu Buwei. He is away fighting most of the time and is not clear about the power struggles in the Qin court. Ultimately, he has declared his loyalty to Lu Buwei and it is hard to convince him to switch sides. If Xiang Shaolong insisted on his way, the attackers behind the screen may just kill him without the least hesitation. At the same time, he can tell that Wang Xi is not blindly following Lu Buwei's orders. After some contemplation, he calmly replied, in the present times, everyone remembers Tian Dan when we speak of Qi, Empress Han Jing when we speak of Zhao and Lu Buwei when we speak of Qin. The kings of these states seem to be non-existent. This is called, thick trees carry thick branches, remove the branches and the tree is powerless. With officials carrying too much power, the king of the state is powerless like the branchless tree. He just learned the last 4 lines from Li Si and managed to put them to good use in this desperate situation. An impatient Wang Ci interrupted, "This is due to circumstances and not the will of men. The king is young and the country is powerful. Without officials managing the state, the country will be ruined. We have adopted the policy of utilizing talented men, paying them handsomely and given them critical posts. Since Xiaogong begun our dynasty, we have capable men like Xiang Yang, Zhang Yi, Fan Xiao, and now we have premier mentor. If not for them, Qin will not enjoy our present success today." Xiang Shaolong comprehended Wang Xi's train of thought and was wondering if he should tell him about Lu Buwei murdering King Zhuangxiang and Su Xian when Wang Xi continued. Lu Gong and Su Xian has always suspected premier mentor of poisoning the 2 late kings and even suspected that Crown Prince Zhang is Lu Buwei and Empress Ji's illegitimate son. It is now proven that Crown Prince Zhang is not related to Lu Buwei, so all these are just blatant rumors. Xiang Shaolong was blown away, realizing that behind every gain, there is a loss too. The blood test has indirectly caused Wang Ci to not suspect Lu Buwei the traitor at all. In turn, he has become the main culprit in Wang Ci's eyes and a stumbling block in the way of Qin's unification of the world. Wang Ci sighed again. Premier mentor is a most talented individual. Just by reading his spring-autumn annals and his reward hanging on the city gates, I believe he has surpassed Shan Yang. Xiang Shaolong decided to show hand. How can there be any piece of work that is so good that it cannot be improved on? I think people fear his authority and dared not correct his work. There is something I will say, but I am afraid that you will not believe me. Su Xian may be killed by Chu, but it was instigated by Tian Dan. Now why would Tian Dan do such a thing? We only need to do some self-reflection and ask ourselves, who will gain the most from his death in Qin? I believe General can easily guess who the mastermind is. Wang Ci was shaken. Do you have any proof? Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled. How am I going to produce any proof? But Lu Gong was so incensed over this murder he died of anger. On his deathbed, he begged Crown Prince and me to avenge him. Given the present circumstances, General must choose to be loyal to Crown Prince or Lu Buwei. There is no other choice. Lu Buwei has been propagating his spring-autumn annals because he wanted to spread the influence of officials holding power. If I possess any selfish motives against Lu Buwei, I would not have rejected the position of premier twice and allowed others to be promoted. He is on the brink of death and did not bother to conceal any details. Wang Ci's face changed color and his eyes shone sharply, scanning him with suspicion. Xiang Shaolong coldly exchanged stares with him with neither hostility nor fear. In his mind, he was thinking of how to flip the table to block the arrows and escape with his life. Wang Ci's gaze shifted up and he stared at the main pillar supporting the hall. His eyes are filled with contemplation and he unsteadily commented, Su Xian, Lu Gong, and I have always admired you, Xiang Shaolong. Otherwise, I would not have asked you over for a discussion. For the time being, I am unable to agree with your theories. Nonetheless, my loyalties lie with the Crown Prince. I will try to talk to Premier Mentor personally and hope that he will not end up like Xiang Yang, who was executed by 5 horses running in 5 separate directions and tearing his body apart. Xiang Shaolong was astonished. You must never do this. If Lu Buwei senses that General is having doubts about him, he will try to get rid of you. All I desire is for General to follow your righteous principles and support all the policies that will benefit our country. That is a blessing to us already. Wang Ci was moved. Shaolong, you are definitely not an unscrupulous man. If you are trying to convince me to turn against Lu Buwei, you will not leave here alive. Meng Ao has told Lu Buwei everything you told him today. Based on that, you have displayed insubordination and Lu Buwei can actually annihilate your household. Xiang Shaolong sighed with relief at this close shave. He has been too reckless and did not expect Meng Ao to be dead loyal to Lu Buwei. It is also clear that Wang Ci has been ordered by Lu Buwei to kill him. If Wang Ci is his killer, even Xiao Pan and Zhu Ji are powerless to hold it against him. Wang Ci bitterly laughed, so I can either choose to kill you or fight beside you. There is no third option. If I join hands with Meng Ao, you are just a measly cavalry commander who cannot resist us. But relax. You did not try to get me to counter Lu Buwei, but Lu Buwei is dead set on killing you. But as long as I disagreed, he dare not act on his own. HNG. If I choose to take precautions against him, what can he do about it? Xiang Shaolong sighed with relief but could not resist clarifying. I thought General mentioned that it is hard to accept my theories. Why did you still change your mind? His eyes shining with humor, he warmly answered, because I suddenly remembered that Shaolong came to see me without any reservations and speak with reason in a guilt-free manner. In addition, the late king, Crown Prince, Su Xian, Lu Gong, Wang Yi, Lord Changping and Wang Jian have all treated you with trust, love and respect. It is all because of your selfless attitude. So I was suddenly enlightened and did not commit a serious error. I still have my doubts about your words, but I will not trust Lu Buwei as wholeheartedly as before. Xiang Shaolong was feeling emotional. In this moment, he knows that the power vacuum left behind with the deaths of Su Xian and Lu Gong is now being filled by Wang Ci, who has miraculously switched sides to support them. Otherwise, it is hard for him to stay alive, not to mention deal with Lu Buwei. Wang Ci has abandoned his plan to kill him as he finally realizes that Xiao Pan and Lu Buwei has come to a stage of non-reconciliation. At the end of the day, he has chosen to support his own king. After all, he is a Qin native and would never conspire with outsiders to harm his own country. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 17 Chapter 9. Book 17 Chapter 09, A Startling Discovery. After listening to his near-death account at Wang Ci's residence, Xiao Pan sighed with relief. That was too close. For the longest time, Xiang Shaolong hasn't seen him expressing genuine concern and was touched. He gladly added, "There is a reason behind everything. If not for you, Su Xian and Lu Gong supporting me, Wang Ci would have killed me without giving me a chance to speak out. Moreover, the Qin military has always been loyal to the crown prince and thus, Wang Ci is able to abandon the dark side and join us. Otherwise, it is hard to overcome Lu Buwei indeed. AI. Maybe this is what we call fate." Xiao Pan nodded. Master must quickly work on the Black Dragon before Lu Buwei has the chance to transfer Wang Ci away. Meng Ao alone is more than enough to deal with you. AI. Does Master really need to retreat to the farms? I am concerned that Lu Buwei may send his warriors to attack the farm. If he gets his men to be disguised as horse thieves, it is hard for me to pin the blame on him. Xiang Shaolong was secretly astounded. At the same time, he resolved to increase his defenses and put more emphasis on spying and intelligence gathering. Otherwise, his household may be annihilated. Moreover, he has to send half his Wu family elite army to the northern border to support Wuzhua. Xiao Pan remarked with frustration, using the excuse that the Zhenggui Canal is lacking funds, he has been delaying money shipments to Huan Yi's new army. Up till today, they are only able to recruit 1,000 men and did not have proper armor or weapons. Otherwise, I would get them to relocate near the farms and support you if necessary. Xiang Shaolong smiled. Crown Prince can put your mind at ease. I have sufficient strength to protect myself. With Wang Ci countering Lu Buwei and Meng Ao, there is only so much they can do. No matter what, we must try our best to keep Wang Ci in Xianying City before the Black Dragon sighting to check Lu Buwei's influence. Xiao Pan sighed helplessly and changed the topic. This morning, Empress summoned me and gave me a tongue lashing, chiding me for keeping secrets from her. I am so pi 55 ed. She is not behaving herself and she doesn't deserve my respect. A mother like her is as good as none. Xiang Shaolong knew that the gap between him and Zhu Ji is widening, forcing Zhu Ji to be increasingly reliant on Lao Ai. The real reason is that Xiao Pan is influenced by Lady Ni's image of a self-respecting mother and cannot tolerate Zhu Ji and Lao Ai's scandalous relationship. Only he would really understand this circumstance. Xiao Pan inquired, "Is Master ready to marry Grand Tutor Qin?" She came to inform Empress and me earlier that she is going to stay at the farm with you for a month or so. Hey! I am really happy for you. If Lao Ai or Lu Buwei ends up with her, I will vomit blood. Xiang Shaolong understood that Xiao Pan has shifted his affections and respect to Qin Shang. Lady Ni's death is the biggest lack in Xiao Pan's life. First, Zhu Ji took her place, followed by Qin Xing, providing him with a motherly figure in his life. Xiao Pan cheerfully revealed, for the past 6 months, Lao Ai and Lu Buwei have been creating opportunities to be close to her. Fortunately, Grand Tutor Qin ignored all their advances. Grand Tutor Qin loves talking to me and she always tells me how heroic you are. HNG. Lu Buwei has been offering me many beauties but they have all been rejected by me. I will not be tricked by him. Xiang Shaolong smiled. If I marry Grand Tutor Qin, not only Lu Buwei and Lao Ai will be jealous to death but I will also incur the wrath of many people. Xiao Pan shook his head. Times have changed. Now, Master has become the heroic icon of Qin. When Master fields an army and win a few BLO0DY battles, I can confer Master to be a lord or a marquis. At that point in time, no one can voice any dissatisfaction if you marry Grand Tutor Qin. Xiang Shaolong laughed. Those vulgarities must have been suppressed in your heart for a long time. We shall speak of this later. When the Black Dragon is sighted, we will use this chance to change the palace administration. Is Crown Prince going to promote Li Si to be the administrative premier? Xiao Pan thought for a while and frowned. I am afraid that Empress will not support my decision. If possible, I would want Master to take up this post. Xiang Shaolong had a big fright and is certain that he could not live up to the expectations of this post. He hurriedly suggested, I think I am more suited to hold a military post. Relax. The power of the Black Dragon is without question. I have already sent my men to invite Zhou Yan back to Xianyang City. When he personally announces that Crown Prince is the new chosen one, it will be an earth-shattering event and even Empress cannot object. By then, Crown Prince can assume full authority and we can watch Empress and Lao Ai fight Lu Bue. On your coronation day, we will eliminate all of them in one blow. Xiao Pan bitterly smiled, but that is the day Master will leave me. Xiang Shaolong seriously advised, we are earth-shaking figures and do not focus on such petty matters. As long as you utilize Li Si and Wang Jian well, you can unite the world. Crown Prince must forget everything about me and the shadow of your past will be gone forever. Xiao Pan's red reddened and he gasped, why is Master so good to me? You are absolutely selfless. Xiang Shaolong muttered, you know the reason better than anyone. Xiao Pan was very touched, I understand. Actually, I have regarded Master as my father long ago. Xiang Shaolong had a sudden strong urge to burst out crying. From a nameless Xiao boy to become the awe-inspiring Qin Shi Huang who will unite the whole of China is already something unimaginable. Moreover, he shared such an intimate relationship with him. In this instant, an attendant came to report that the Empress has summoned Xiang Shaolong. Both men exchanged a glance, guessing that the matter is probably related to Qin Sheng. Xu Ji received him in the tranquil inner hall of the Empress Palace. After dismissing her attendants, she stood up and walked to Xiang Shaolong's front and assessed him for some time. Finally, she gently asked, Xiang Shaolong, please be honest with me. In what ways am I inferior to Qin Sheng? Xiang Shaolong can feel trouble brewing. Whenever women become jealous, they are simply irrational. The more peaceful Zhu Ji's appearance is, the angrier she is. In a subservient tone, he meekly replied, Empress must not be mistaken. Grand Tutor Qin is going to the farms to keep Yanran company. It is not what Empress is thinking. Xu Ji stared at him ferociously for some time before turning around. She sighed, does Shaolong still wishes to deceive me? As a woman, I know what other women are thinking. Just by her joyful expression, anyone with brains can guess what is going on. Now, Crown Prince and you are both treating me like strangers, right? Xiang Shaolong had a strong desire to hug Zhu Ji's voluptuous body into his arms but tried his very best to control himself. He gently comforted, Empress is thinking too much. The Crown Prince and I are still full of respect for you just like before. Xu Ji intimately shook her head, it is no longer the same. AI. What wrong did I commit that heaven must punish me this way? All my men wanted to desert me and now, even my son is disregarding me. Xiang Shaolong had to agree with her words. First, Lu Bue gave her to King Zhuangxiang. With his death, she was given to Lao Ai and because of this, Xiao Pan is disregarding her. She may enjoy plenty of power as the Empress but she is certainly not happy. What else can he say? Zhu Ji viciously turned around and her expression was frosty. She swore, Xiang Shaolong. I am utterly disappointed with you. In the future, do not expect me to support you like before. Xiang Shaolong realized that all her love for him has been transformed into hatred instead. If not for Lao Ai, Zhu Ji would not be so heartless. Lao Ai may appear friendly to him but must be trying to sow discord between him and Zhu Ji. After all, Lao Ai is just a despicable cad. Unable to hold his anger, he coldly retorted, Empress is overreacting. Since we met in Handan City, everything I did was for the sake of Empress and Crown Prince. I don't think I deserve your berating. Xu Ji blew her top, how dare you? How dare you use your past achievements to threaten me? Blowing his top too, Xiang Shaolong furiously exclaimed, when did I ever use my past achievements to threaten you? Do I ask you for any special assistance before? Feel free to quote one example. Zhu Ji was tongue-tied and her face changed color. She challenged, who do you think you are to talk to me in such a manner? Xiang Shaolong angrily shot back, you are the Empress and I am just a lowly official. I am not fit to talk to you. But Empress knows in your heart how I truly feel about you. I am restricted by circumstances and could not betray the late king's gratitude. Thus, I did not dare to get close to you but you have described me to be an ingrate today. What did I do to deserve this? Xu Ji stared at him with annoyance and her pert breasts are heaving considerably, showing her considerable agitation. Unwilling to give way, Xiang Shaolong stared back at her and his mind is filled with anger. After some time, Zhu Ji finally calmed down and lowered her head. She slowly apologized, I am sorry to throw my temper at you but I am really angry just now. Xiang Shaolong is feeling guilty too and embarrassedly apologized, it is my fault for being rude too. I also do not understand why I lost control of myself. Xu Ji took 3 steps forward until they can smell each other's breaths. Lifting her pretty face, her eyes shone brightly at Xiang Shaolong and she offered, "Shaolong, can we start all over again? You should know how I feel about you. No matter how you rebut me, I just cannot harden my heart against you." Xiang Shaolong was stunned. What about official Lao? Shu Ji trembled strongly and her complexion lost color. Her beautiful dream fantasy has just been shattered and replaced by cold, harsh reality. Xiang Shaolong is certain that she is deeply involved with Lao Ai and their infatuation is even more intense than Yin Ying's relationship with Guan Zhongxie. He may feel a sense of relief, but he felt a sense of helplessness at the same time. Shu Ji's face lost more color before regaining her cold and proud demeanor. She nodded. "It is my fault. I heard that you are dueling Guan Zhongxie. If you happen to win, are you going to marry Lunyang Rong?" Xiang Shaolong simply replied, "Is Lu Buwei willing to marry her favorite daughter to me?" Shu Ji slowly sighed again. "I am tired. Shaolong can take your leave." Xiang Shaolong left the palace and quickly galloped back to the Wu residence. He and the guardians hurriedly disguised themselves as commoners and using a secret route, they mysteriously made their way to the meeting point with Tu Xian. In a short while, the two men met again in the empty house. "A pleased Tu Xian started, Shaolong is brilliant and you managed to kill Moao. Now, Lu Buwei has to depend on me for everything and I am able to have a clearer picture of his schemes." His expression turning serious, he continued, "But Xiaolong's biggest mistake is to speak to Meng Ao. This morning, Lu Buwei summoned Wang Xiai, Wang Wan, and Kaizei for a discussion. I am sure they will take some action against you soon and I am worried for you." Xiang Shaolong apologized first and revealed everything about Wang Xi's meeting. Tu Xian was blown away and took some time to finally splutter, "Lady Luck must be smiling on you. It is a gain and a loss for us. You must take safety precautions as Lu Buwei is quite determined to get rid of you. After one plan fails, he will come up with another plan shortly." Xiang Shaolong icily smiled, "As long as he does not send the Qin army after me, there is nothing I am afraid of. Housekeeper Tu can rest easy." In actual fact, Tu Xian is also confident about Xiang Shaolong's abilities. He changed the topic. "After you put Guan Zhongxie down during the hunting fair, Lunyang Rong has been less affectionate towards him. Now, that traitor and Guan Zhongxie are afraid that she will really fall in love with you. This lass is very spoiled like Ying Ying and her female warriors. Shaolong can consider making use of her and you may even profit from this relationship." Xiang Shaolong sighed, "Guan Zhongxie can stoop to such a despicable method, but how I can do the same to him, His expression turning solemn, Tu Xian apologized, "I am sorry. I forgot that Shaolong is a true gentleman." Pausing, he added, "It is a pity that Shaolong has failed to kill Tian Dan this time round. Better luck next time." Xiang Shaolong shook his head. "Who said so? I caught up to him in Chu and even killed him. It was quite a successful operation." Tu Xian was astounded. "How can this be?" "Yesterday, Traitor Lu received a letter from Tian Dan saying that he has safely returned to Qi. They had agreed that when Tian Dan attacked Yen, Traitor Lu will attack Han so that Zhao and Wei will be hard-pressed to defend Yen." Xiang Shaolong's body immediately became ice-cold. Once again, he was tricked by Tian Dan. Tian Dan is indeed a crafty old fox. When he left Shouchuan, he must have switched identities with his substitute. Together with Dan Chu, they must have headed back to Qi by traveling on the road. Even Chu was tricked by him and this is the real reason why Tian Dan chose to leave Shouchuan unexpectedly. The substitute not only resembled Tian Dan and even sounded like him. He is willing to sacrifice himself for Tian Dan and now, Xiang Shaolong has become an idiot who must reverse his name to be Long Xiao Xiang. Tu Xian noticed the change in his complexion and pressed for the details. After Xiang Shaolong has finished explaining, Tu Xian comforted, "There are bound to be some failures in life. Shaolong, you have destroyed the alliance between Qi and Chu and that alone is already a heavy blow to Tian Dan and Lu Buwei. If Li Yuan is smart, he will do his best to obstruct Tian Dan and prevent him from attacking Yen." In his heart, Xiang Shaolong is beginning to get worried about Shan Rou. There is a chance that she may try to assassinate Tian Dan again and may really end up being killed by him. Thinking about this, his calm mind became disorderly. Now, he needs to inform Xiao Pan and the others that their mission to kill Tian Dan had failed miserably. Tu Xian reassured him further and added, "For the past 6 months, Guan Zhongxie has spent 2 hours every morning and every evening to practice his swordplay. He is ready to conclude his last battle with you. This man's willpower and determination is something that I rarely see in people nowadays. Shaolong, if you lack confidence, you can use the excuse that you do not want to marry Lunyang Rong to call off the duel. I am sure that no one will dare to speak ill of you." Xiang Shaolong bitterly laughed to himself. Tu Xian and Ying Ying had proposed the same idea, so it is evident that Guan Zhongxie's swordsmanship must have improved tremendously. Thus, both of them are concerned that he may lose the fight and even sacrifice his life. Although Xiang Shaolong agrees that their concerns are not unfounded, at the same time, he knows that if he shies away from this fight, in the future, he will never be able to raise his head high up again in front of Lu Buwei and Guan Zhongxie. Motivated by this thought, he was filled with a strong fighting spirit. Xiang Shaolong smiled, "No. I will win for sure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Volume 17 Chapter 10. Book 17 Chapter 10, Stargazing. Back at the command center, he had just finished telling Tang Yi about Tian Dan's survival. Just as Tang Yi's face changed color, Jing Jun barged in and reported, "Lu Buwei is getting ready to attack the farms and is now deploying his men." The two men could not be bothered about Tian Dan anymore. They asked in chorus, "How did you know?" Jing Jun sat down and explained, "Earlier, Meng Tian came secretly to look for me and told me he overheard his father instructing a trusted family warrior to select 2,000 men from his family warriors. Together with traitor Lu's family warriors, they will form an army and attack the farms while disguised as horse thieves. None of us is to be spared. HNG. Meng Ao is such a fool. We must not spare him too." Tang Yi's expression grew serious. "This is not called foolish, this is called cruel. If they succeeded and with Lu Buwei sheltering them, who can lay a finger on them? If the Imperial Cavalry commander falls under their control, Xianyang City will be their playground. Luckily, we have always been fortifying our defenses at the farm and have added a perimeter wall recently. They are still ignorant of our true strength, so we still have a fighting chance." Xiang Shaolong reminded, "Meng Ao is well versed in warfare and he must have capable men under his command. Coupled with the thousands of warriors in Lu residence, they will have double our strength if they attacked with just 7,000 men. If not for Meng Tian's information, we will suffer a huge loss when they attack. Of course it is a different matter now." Tang Yi's face lost color. "Not good. This morning, Pu Bu and Lu Chao have led 2,000 men towards the northern border. We have lesser manpower and it does not bode well for us." Xiang Shaolong was shaken. "What? They left already?" Tang Yi sighed, "This is Grandmaster Wu's idea, as eldest brother needs these men urgently." Thus, they made quick preparations and left as early as possible. Jing Jun suggested, "Why don't we get a few men from the cavalry army to help us?" Xiang Shaolong concluded, "We must never do that. If we have any deployments, that traitor Lu will soon get wind of it. Moreover, our Wu family elite army must not be mixed with outsiders, as this will affect our efficiency. We may also put Meng Tian in danger." Jing Jun nodded, "I nearly forgot to say something. Meng Tian suggested that we run for our lives as he did not expect us to have the ability to face his dad's army." Filled with a heroic air, Tang Yi stayed in a deep voice, "I will return to the farm immediately to prepare for battle and disperse all our young and women folk. Third brother and little June can return tomorrow and do not cause any unnecessary alarm. You should not fetch Widow Qin to the farm if possible. The crux of this battle is the element of surprise. We must trick the enemy to continue thinking that we are unprepared for them." Xiang Shaolong composed himself and nodded, "I understand. This time round, we will make Lu Buwei, Meng Ao, and Guan Zhongxie take a big tumble." Arriving home, Xiang Shaolong told his wives about Tian Dan being alive, Lu Buwei using Wang Xi to ambush him, and the imminent attack on the farms. Everyone including Ji Yanran was shaken at this news. Zhao Zi's revenge dream has been shattered. In addition, worrying about Shan Ro's safety has caused her to lose her appetite and she hid in her room crying. Xiang Shaolong did his best to comfort her and returned back to discuss further with Ji Yanran and Wu Tingfang. Ji Yanran sighed, "Tian Dan's substitute is really remarkable and he imitated his body language and gestures exceedingly well. Even we were tricked." Wu Tingfang bitterly smiled, "If the impersonation is lousy, the fake Tian Dan would not be able to deceive so many of us at the hunting fair." Xiang Shaolong can feel the hatred swelling up in him. He was thoroughly deceived by this sly old fox. But Tian Dan's substitution trick is meant for the people of Chu and not him, but he was deceived as well. It seems like fate cannot be changed. Ji Yanran forced herself to brighten up. "Luckily, Uncle Qing has built many new weapons that Xiang Shaolong has invented. We can use this opportunity to test their effectiveness." Xiang Shaolong recalled his improved weapons and armor and can feel his spirits rising. He was about to speak out when Zhou Wei came in hugging a roll of drawings. Despite her tired look, her eyes are shining with excitement. Ji Yanran gladly mentioned, "After little Wei received your instructions, she has been working day and night designing the fake black dragon. It seems like she finally has a breakthrough." Zhou Wei humbly greeted, "It is all thanks to Madame's guidance." Xiang Shaolong received the drawings and spread them open. It was a construction plan with many creative designs. Zhou Wei sat down and began explaining, "This black dragon is divided into 18 sections and one man will operate each section. Just by using their hands, they can form a black dragon which can float and sink as needed. When the dragon is built, the men needed some practice to make sure that everything runs smoothly." She added, "There is an airbag along the spine of the dragon. When it is filled with air, the dragon can float or sink as needed. To escape underwater undetected, all you need to do is to burst the airbag after the performance." Xiang Shaolong was overjoyed and he went through the plans with Ji Yanran and Zhou Wei for another 2 hours. They thought hard at all the possibilities and made all the improvements before retiring back to bed. The next morning, Xiang Shaolong and Jing Shan led the Wu family elite warriors who were in the cavalry army as well as Ji Yanran, Wu Tingfang, Zhaoji, Xiang Baoer and the Tian sisters back to the farms. The imperial cavalry army was left in Wu Guo's charge. Xiang Shaolong set off earlier and went to fetch Qin Cheng with the 18 guardians. Qin Cheng is waiting for him in her residence. When he arrived, she set off immediately and joined his entourage. This ancient beauty is delicately dressed with a snow-white cloak and a thin veil that blocks out the strong wind. Her overpowering charm has Jing Shan and the guardians totally spellbound. Riding beside her, Xiang Shaolong forgot all about Lu Bui's threat and laughed, "Grand Tutor Qin is especially pretty today." Qin Cheng nonchalantly replied, "Go ahead and tease me all you like." Xiang Shaolong loosened up, "Grand Tutor Qin has a veil on. Are you afraid that we will see your red and embarrassed face?" Qin Cheng has led a chaste life and has never been teased like this. She loudly wailed, "You better behave yourself or I will not speak to you during the journey." Xiang Shaolong had a big shock and hurriedly swallowed the rest of his words. Qin Cheng charmingly giggled, "So Xiang Shaolong is not as brave as I thought. What did the Empress want with you yesterday?" Xiang Shaolong was astounded, "It seems like nothing escapes your detection within the palace." Qin Cheng plainly replied, "The Empress is considered to have spent little time within the palace. Her attendants are mainly made up of Lady Huayang's ex-attendants, so if you dare to do anything deceitful, you cannot escape my knowledge. So far, you have been quite honorable." Xiang Shaolong was amused, "Grand Tutor Qin, please forgive me for being rude, but I believe it is you who is being deceitful. You have already fallen in love with me but still refuse to admit it." "Ha!" Appearing unmoved, Qin Cheng mused, "All men love to brag and Grand Tutor Xiang is of no exception. On this trip, I am just accompanying Yanran, Tingfang and Ji. Official Xiang must be mistaken to sprout such nonsense. Based on this fact, I will not hold it against you, but you better watch yourself." Xiang Shaolong sighed, "It seems like I have to resort to force instead." Qin Cheng shrieked, "You dare!" The city gates appearing in their view, Xiang Shaolong squeezed Jifeng with his legs and he sped forward, laughing loudly, "I now understand that dating Grand Tutor Qin is so exciting. Thanks for your sharing." Out of the city, they met up with Ji Yanran and the rest and continued riding. At night, they finally stopped at a high slope and began building tents and cooking meals, enjoying the wonders of Mother Nature. The weather is great and the sky is filled with countless stars. The land is covered with shimmering snow and it was a mysterious and breathtaking sight. Qin Cheng appears to be in a great mood and is having a private conversation with Ji Yanran. Once in a while, they will give Xiang Shaolong a mesmerizing look and fill his heart with warmth against the bitter cold. After dinner, the two mothers Wu Tingfang and Zhaoji went to coax Xiang Baoer to sleep while Tianjin and Tianfeng helped to wash up. With Ji Yanran and Qin Cheng in tow, Xiang Shaolong went to a slope and laid some blankets on the ground. Sitting down, they looked up to the sky and were lost in the mystifying exquisiteness of the universe. Xiang Shaolong laid down with Ji Yanran on his left and Qin Cheng on his right. Enjoying their fragrances, he was completely inebriated and wished that time can stand still in this moment forever. After a while, Ji Yanran bypassed Xiang Shaolong and started chatting with Qin Cheng. Like the most melodious music, their voices entered his ears. Funnily, he did not pick up their dialogue and is unwilling to. He is at ease and takes pleasure in hearing their voices just like he is listening to the best musical orchestra. The bright moon slowly rose above the tree branches and gently shone down on them. Sounds of the war horses or humans can be heard occasionally from the top of the slope. It is absolutely tranquil and peaceful. Xiang Shaolong let out a comfortable sigh. Ji Yanran loving looked down at him and softly asked, "A penny for your thoughts?" Xiang Shaolong stretched out his four limbs and accidentally brushed past Qin Cheng's jade legs. He hurriedly shrunk back, but Qin Cheng had already trembled slightly and whined sensitively in protest. Pretending not to hear anything, Ji Yanran wailed, "I am talking to you." Xiang Shaolong's heart nearly melted. He stretched out his hand and gently held onto Ji Yanran's hand and yearned, "I was thinking that the three of us can sleep here tonight and enjoy this limitless view. We can count the stars and fall asleep counting them. We may even dream of stars in our sleep." Qin Cheng was thrilled, "How can the sky be unlimited?" Xiang Shaolong smiled. If there is a limit, then there must be a border. But there must be something beyond the border, right? Her eyes shining with joy, Ji Yanran stared up to the sky and softly remarked, hubby's words are too deep and even I cannot fathom them. Godfather mentioned before, every human is a star that dropped down from heaven. When we die, we will return back to the sky. Isn't that sweet? Xiang Shaolong stared at Qin Chang. The beauty is staring at the sky and her flawless looks seem to be part of the attractive sky. Under the moonlight, her face is glowing like a piece of top-quality silk. His heart aroused, Xiang Shaolong could not help but stretched his other hand over and held her hand tightly too. Qin Ching's body trembled again and she shot him a look. Trying to wrest her hand back, she gave up after 2 tries and her face began to burn with passion. Out of a sudden, Xiang Shaolong felt like he owns the entire beautiful star-studded sky. Everything is materializing like a dream. He remembered the times when he first came to this ancient era and was subjected to numerous sufferings and was bullied by Xiao Mu and other villains. It is all thanks to his strong will and fighting spirit that he managed to cultivate Qin Shi Huang and even won the hearts of these beautiful women. What more can he ask for? To the people who knew him in the 21st century, he had died a long time ago. Who can guess that he is living a different life 2,000 years ago during the Warring States period? Is this a kind of reincarnation? When he really dies, will he be reborn again 2,000 years later to travel back again in time to this ancient era? It is all due to the time machine which somehow manages to preserve his age and memory. Ji Yanran chirped, why are the two of you so quiet? Qin Ching struggled again and realized that she cannot overcome Xiang Shaolong's iron grip. She whispered, I don't know why but I feel so lazy I do not want to say anything. Xiang Shaolong could not help but utter, this is called, speaking to your loved one at night, silence can be better than words. Both women shook at the same time and lowered their heads to look at him. Ji Yanran sighed, these 2 lines are so poetic and appropriate for this present circumstance. There is no line that is more befitting. Qin Ching seems to be moved and held his hand harder instead. She softly pleaded, can you say a few more lines for me? Xiang Shaolong knew that his literacy is limited and most of his lines are the limited knowledge he gained from his high school Mandarin lessons. He bitterly smiled, I must have an inspired moment and I cannot intentionally create lines whenever I wanted. Qin Chang was touched, inspired moment. These 4 words are already so poetic. AI. Xiang Shaolong, why is your brain so different from others? Ji Yanran laughed, if Xiang Shaolong is a normal man, Sister Qin will not sit beside him and allow him to accompany you to sleep while admiring the stars. And you will not blame him for being rude to you. Her face turning red immediately, Qin Ching protested, Sister Yanran, you. When did I agree to accompany him? I am going to keep quiet. Ji Yanran coaxed, hubby, do say a few more beautiful lines for Sister Qin. I also wanted to see her moving expression, but. Xiang Shaolong wanted to say when the golden wind meets the jade outdoors, it is better than countless moments in man's world, which is what Jia repeated nonstop before her death. He felt like his heart was being sliced apart by a knife and could not say anything momentarily. Qin Chang was looking intimately at him and was surprised, is Grand Tutor Xiang feeling unwell? Xiang Shaolong sat up and took a few deep breaths, suppressing the grief he had over Zhao Ya's death. He shook his head, it's nothing. Ji Yanran leaned onto him and gently comforted, except for Sister Qin and me, you are not allowed to think of anything else. Xiang Shaolong emptied his brain of all thoughts and stared at the faraway mountains that were enveloped in moonshine. Like a lost child, he kept nodding his head. Qin Shang mused, it would be great if Yanran has her jade flute now. Ji Yanran smiled, now, I only wanted to hear hubby say a few touching sentences. Doesn't Sister Qin, Qin Chang loudly complained, Xiang Shaolong bullying me is bad enough. Now I have to deal with this terrible talented Lady Ji too. Xiang Shaolong composed himself and had an inspiration. He chanted, is there a pub that cannot make you drunk? Is there a lady who does not pine for her loved one? What great ability do I have to gain the affections of the 2 best women on earth and make this bold statement? Both women were moved in like 2 opposing poles of a magnet, their gazes were fixated on his face. Abruptly, Jing Jun's voice rang out behind them, I found them. Following him were Wu Tingfang and Zhao Ji who were looking for their hubby, scaring Qin Cheng who frantically yanked her hand back. That night, Xiang Shaolong, Tianjin and Tianfeng shared a tent, only hugging each other to sleep. Times are precarious and it is inadvisable to indulge in pleasures of the flesh. Before the sky has yet to brighten, Xiang Shaolong is already fully awake while the Tian sisters are still sound asleep like 2 cute kittens. Xiang Shaolong carefully slipped out of the warm blankets and put his cloak on. Feeling his way out of the dark tent, he approached Qin Cheng's tent. Within the pitch-black tent, Qin Cheng's light breathing can be heard. But Xiang Shaolong suddenly sensed that something is not right. There are a dagger pointing at his own waist and Ji Yanran's threatening voice can be heard in the darkness. Who is it? Qin Sheng's light breathing stopped and she was jolted awake. Xiang Shaolong was totally humiliated. He whispered, "It is me." Ji Yanran chortled and kept her dagger. Leaning into his bosom, she giggled, "I am so sorry and my mistake is unpardonable. I actually spoiled hubby's grand plan to raid our tent and make love to us." Qin Sheng may be keeping quiet but Xiang Shaolong wished he could dig a hole and bury his head inside forever. The sky has just brightened and everyone is occupied with packing their tents. Qin Sheng stayed as far apart from Xiang Shaolong as possible during the journey. Xiang Shaolong is feeling guilty too and he rode ahead with Jing Jun and the rest in the front. Shortly after noon, they finally arrived at the farms. There are sentries based on every piece of high ground come strategic locations and security is extremely tight. Tang Yi is busy instructing the Wu family elite army to plan obstacles and lay traps near the entrances and exits. Xiang Shaolong and Jing Jun went to assist him while Ji Yanran and the other girls returned back to the farm residences. Tang Yi led the two men on an inspection tour of the farm layout and defenses. As he rode his horse alongside them, he explained, "Our farms is enormous and it is impossible to guard against every battle line. Therefore, I have focused our strength at the courtyard. Because there is nothing specific to guard, I have increased the height and thickness of the perimeter wall and erected more signal towers. I have also laid many traps around the walls and herded most of the animals away. I have left about 100 animals behind as a decoy. By now, they have ridden up a small hill that is overlooking the wide farmlands. The Hidden Dragon Abode is one of the buildings in the main courtyard. Initially, there were only 18 buildings but now, there are over 60 buildings. With high walls surrounding each building, it is like a mini-city. If the 2,000 men were used to defend the 2-mile perimeter, it will be largely insufficient. Moreover, the enemy would have come prepared. If they focused on one or two main areas to attack, they can overcome the defenders easily." Xiang Shaolong shared all his observations and finally suggested, "This time, we must use some of the battle strategies from the Mahis scroll and attack the attackers. If we can lay an ambush outside the perimeter wall and coordinate our attacks, we will give them the fight of their life." Tang Yi frowned, "I thought about this possibility too. The problem is that Meng Ao is attacking us personally and this man is well versed in warfare. He would not use up all his men in a full attack but will probably base his forces on higher ground and attack us in different waves. Our ambush army will become an isolated army instead and this is disadvantageous for us." Xiang Shaolong confidently decided, "In that case, it is the higher ground that we must establish control first." Pointing to a dense snow forest near a mountain base, he recommended, "If we can build an underground tunnel that goes to that forest from here, we can distract the enemy's attacking force." Jing Jun interrupted, "Without a month or two, it is impossible to build a tunnel like that, but..." Xiang Shaolong kicked himself for his mistake and changed the topic, "In that case, we can build a hidden shelter instead." Tang Yi bitterly laughed, "If the shelter can only hide a dozen men or so, it would be fruitless. Moreover, Meng Ao should see through this trick given his battle experience." Xiang Shaolong thought even harder and happened to see some smoke rising from the farm chimneys. He had a brainwave and exclaimed, "I got it." Both men stared at him in shock. Looking at the smoke, Xiang Shaolong proudly explained, "We can dig a few holes along the valleys and fill them with oil, firewood and other burning materials. It would be better if there is a bad smell created from the burning. When it is lighted, large amounts of smoke can be produced and some of the smoke will be blown uphill towards the higher ground. When the enemy is thrown into confusion, we shall attack them at the perfect time and I guarantee that their forces will be in total disarray and easily destroyed as a result." Jing Jun and Tang Yi were inspired by his strategy. Laughing to himself that this is probably the first form of chemical warfare in history, Xiang Shaolong continued, "The enemies will naturally attack at night. As long as we are careful, we can escape after lighting up the smoke pits. We will also have a wet cloth to cover our faces and avoid breathing in any of the smoke." Jing Jun excitedly cried, "I know of some trees nearby called poison oak. When the wood is being burnt, it produces an extremely foul smell. Let me go and cut some now." Finishing his words, he rode away at once. Tang Yi was astonished, "Third brother is truly creative and wise. In fact, we can set up several of these smoke pits and light up those which are having a favorable wind direction. I shall get some men to prepare these pits now. You should go back and have some rest." At dinner time, Tang Yi is still busy with work. Xiang Shaolong and Wu Tingfang went to the main hall to dine with Wu Yingyuan and his wife while Qin Sheng accompanied Ji Yanran and Zhao Ji for dinner in the Hidden Dragon Abode. When Xiang Shaolong came back, Ji Yanran and Qin Sheng are performing a duet with their flute and qin. His musical knowledge is quite shallow but he still enjoyed their playing. Out of the blue, Ji Yanran suggested that Xiang Shaolong go for a stroll with Qin Sheng. Unexpectedly, Qin Sheng agreed to her idea too. Xiang Shaolong is beyond delight and realized that Qin Sheng did not really hold it against him for his earlier intrusion and hurriedly accompanied his love out of the abode. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 17 Chapter 11. Book 17 Chapter 11, The Great Farm Battle. The farms were lighted in many areas and it was as bright as day. The 2,000 elite Wu family warriors and several thousand farmhands are busy constructing defense structures, giving top priority to the smoke pits. It was strangely calm and peaceful within the residences, as if no one expects an imminent battle. Xiang Shaolong and Qin Sheng are strolling along a gravel path that is linking to several farm buildings. Coming to a well, Xiang Shaolong fetched a pail of water and took 2 sips. His arteries nearly froze on the spot. Qin Sheng sighed, rural living is pleasant indeed. People living in the city are more hypocritical and ruthless. Xiang Shaolong sat down on the edge of the well and patted the empty space beside him, smiling. Shall we take a rest? Qin Sheng smoothly sat down beside him. Lowering her head, she softly asked, Does Grand Tutor Xiang know why I am willing to accompany you for a private stroll? Feeling uncomfortable at a possible confrontation, Xiang Shaolong took a deep breath. Speak your mind. I can accept anything. Qin Sheng sighed and shook her head. It is not as bad as you think. I did not hold it against you at all. In actual fact, I could not conceal my feelings too and had to come to the farms with you. As you had mentioned, I have been deceiving myself all these while and suffered the pain of pining for you. But from tonight onwards, I will not be so foolish anymore. Xiang Shaolong was unexpectedly surprised and intimately scrutinized her matchless beauty. Intoxicated, he trailed, Grand Tutor Qin is saying that. Qin Sheng shyly whined, I am not saying anything. Why are these people working non-stop? Is someone going to attack the farms? Xiang Shaolong understands that if he tries to hasten things with Qin Sheng, she would despise him. It is totally unforeseen that she would actually lost her inhibitions and offered herself willingly, adding to the excitement of the relationship. Telling himself to be patient, he divulged Lu Bui's scheme and concluded, Will Grand Tutor Qin blame me for putting you in danger? Qin Sheng decisively shook her head, Of course not. I am delighted because you have finally regarded me as. It is nothing. Xiang Shaolong could not help but face the sky and laughed. Is Grand Tutor Qin trying to say that I have finally regarded you as my woman? Qin Sheng loudly wailed, No such thing. Hi. It is your brain and you can think whatever you want. Xiang Shaolong reached his hand over and held tightly onto her hand. Standing up, he invited, Let me introduce you to our battle formation. Otherwise, you may blame me for hiding things from you again. Qin Sheng struggled shortly and finally accepted the fate of her hand being held by him. She shyly nodded at him first before shooting him a look at his last line, faulting him for bearing old grudges. Xiang Shaolong's heart has completely melted and resisted the strong urge to kiss and caress her. He proceeded to lead her on a night tour of the farm. Back at the Hidden Dragon abode, Xiang Baoer has been coaxed to sleep by the nanny while Wu Tingfang and Zhao Ji are engaged in a game of chess. The Tian sisters are watching the intense game at the side. Ji Yanran is analyzing with Uncle Qing on how to build Zhou Wei's fake black dragon. Witnessing Xiang Shaolong and Qin Sheng's return, Uncle Chang hurriedly got up and paid his respects. Ji Yanran scanned Qin Sheng's expression and smiled knowingly at Xiang Shaolong. Qin Sheng maintained an innocent look throughout as if nothing has happened. Qin Sheng noticed that although they were staring at each other, she was the center of attention and quickly left for her room. Xiang Shaolong joined in their discussion and by the time Uncle Qing has fully grasped the essence of their needs, Xiang Shaolong took the chance to ask, Does Uncle Chang knows how to produce firecrackers and pyrotechnics? Ji Yanran proudly proclaimed, Uncle Qing's forte is in blacksmith works. If you wanted to talk about firecrackers and pyrotechnics, you can start asking me for advice. Xiang Shaolong was stunned, You know about gunpowder and related stuff? Ji Yanran smugly replied, Of course. I know about many other things too. Feel free to test my wisdom. Xiang Shaolong acknowledged that her talented reputation is not without merit. He was thinking of getting Uncle Qing to manufacture a handgun for his personal protection but decided against it in the end as a handgun does not have the range of arrows and it is difficult to load gunpowder. He smiled, Who am I to test you? Uncle Qing excused himself and Ji Yanran's expression turned serious, Then it is my turn to test you. Go to sleep now and from tomorrow onwards, I shall take up the heavy responsibility of drilling you in spear skills. Before your duel with Guan Zhongxie, hubby must sleep alone and not indulge in pleasures of the flesh. Xiang Shaolong groaned inwardly. Wouldn't this shatter his beautiful dream of making love to the exquisite and alluring Qin Sheng? He protested, According to studies, lovemaking does not affect the athlete's performance. Ji Yanran was shocked and furrowed her brows. What are you talking about? Xiang Shaolong raised both his hands in mock surrender. I will obey all your instructions. He left with a bitter smile. For the next 5 days, Xiang Shaolong got up at cock's crow and received Ji Yanran's strict tutoring and even took the initiative to swim in the winter waters in a nearby river. In his free time, he went riding with Qin Sheng and his wives, and Qin Sheng's favorable impression of him grew by leaps and bounds. She no longer views him as a creature of lust, and they became much closer. Tang Yi busied himself with the farm defenses and morale was high among their men. Everyone is gearing up for the big showdown with their enemies. At the 6th day, there was a heavy snowfall. Spies reported signs of the invading army vanguard in a dense forest about 5 miles away. The atmosphere became very tense immediately. Leading his 3 wives and Qin Sheng, who are all dressed in armor, Xiang Shaolong is inspecting the surroundings from a high wall. Below him, Uncle Qing is commanding his subordinates to install heavy-duty crossbow mechanisms on the city walls. This new crossbow machines are Xiang Shaolong's latest creations. Using the same principles as machine guns, they can fire 12 arrows in succession and reach a range of over 1,000 feet. This range is twice of a normal crossbow, and its weakness is that it is not portable. However, as a defensive weapon, there is nothing else more ideal. Xiang Shaolong projected his vision further away and saw that the surroundings were hazy. It is favorable for the attackers and disadvantageous for the defenders. Ji Yanran predicted, the enemies will definitely attack after the snowstorm, and this hasty attack will be less efficient as they are lacking rest. Moreover, Meng Ao is an arrogant man and does not view us as worthy opponents. His belittling of us will create opportunities for us to win. Sure enough, at dawn, spies reported sightings of the enemies from the southeastern direction. There were roughly 1,000 attackers with 10-odd battling rams used to ram the city walls and gates. Everyone calmed down and prepared themselves mentally for the incoming attack. All the warriors and workers retreated back into the city while Jing Jun led 500 of the Wu family elite warriors to a secret bunker that was built behind the high grounds. The remaining 1,500 Wu family elite warriors are camping at the trenches along the city wall. Another 20-odd farm workers made up of males, females, the old and young are situated around the residences, ready to put out any fires or repel any invaders who have successfully climbed the city wall. The fighting spirit is abundant and the atmosphere is full of battle tension. To Qin Sheng standing beside him, Xiang Shaolong asked, "Are you cold?" Qin Sheng shook her head to indicate that she is not cold and blew out a wisp of white air. "This is the first time I am participating in a battle, and maybe it is due to your presence by my side. Somehow, I do not have the least fear." Xiang Shaolong remembered that her late husband died on the battlefield and took the chance to inquire, "Does Grand Tutor Qin abhor wars?" Qin Sheng took some time to consider her answer and replied with astonishment, "This is the first time somebody asked me such a strange question. In Qin, fighting is a way for the men to showcase their ability and gain the highest honors. But after careful thinking, fighting has caused countless people to lose their countries, their homes, their parents, the spouses, and their kids. War causes more hatred. What does Grand Tutor Xiang thinks?" Xiang Shaolong bitterly laughed, "Although I hate to admit this, but fighting seems to be part of human nature. Whether it is fighting between 2 countries or 2 persons, fighting arises from competition, as it is human nature to compare and compete. It becomes a case of survival of the fittest, but it is actually human greed for more territory or more possessions. Every person is striving to gain more fame, power, and wealth by putting down other people." Thinking about this, I could not help but shudder. Wu Tingfang moved closer to him and leaned into his arms in daze. She admiringly praised, "Hubby's words are so true." Ji Yanran nodded, "This is the reason why Godfather and I have been praying for the new saint. Only when the world is united can we enjoy genuine peace and harmony." Xiang Shaolong silently stared at the glowing snowflakes that were illuminated by the light of the fire. He recalled something and smiled, "My dear wives, do you all know that I loved Grand Tutor Qin addressing me as Grand Tutor Xiang? If she addresses me as Commander Xiang or Official Xiang, then I know that I am in trouble." Qin Sheng loudly wailed, Why are you always bringing up the past?" Zhaoxi poked Qin Sheng's shoulder and teased, "When is Sister Qin going to address him as hubby just like us? You know what I mean, but..." Qin Sheng was greatly embarrassed but could not bear to blame her. Her face is as red as an apple and she was speechless. Before she could react, the enemies have been sighted. As Tang Yi had anticipated, the enemies assembled themselves on the high slopes before moving their battling rams and cloud ladders 20 feet away from the perimeter wall, getting ready to attack the farms. Xiang Shaolong and his wives put on an act of unpreparedness, and their men pretended to be flustered and were running around in panic. Their act of confusion is to draw the enemies nearer. Ji Yanran smiled, "In defending a city, first, everyone must be united and face death without fear. Next, men must be properly allocated according to their capabilities in teams. Thirdly, you must have sufficient defensive structures, and fourth, there must be no lack of food and resources. Our perimeter wall may not withstand the attacks, but we have laid many traps around the area which will cover up this weakness. We have also fulfilled the 4 conditions, so I am certain of victory." Tang Yi came up to them and added, "Yanran is well versed in city defenses, we will also need to look at attacks." Ji Yanran smiled, "We will have to depend on little Jun then." The rumbling sounds of the battle drums filled the air as the attackers started to move the rams nearer. Disguised as horse thieves, they attacked from 4 routes. Tang Yi laughed, "Meng Ao is trying to trick us by making a frontal attack and taking away our attention. The real attacking force should be coming from the back. Let's play along with him." Before he finished speaking, a loud crash was heard. One of the battling rams has fallen into a trap along with several men and horses, and it was a sorry sight. The traps were all within range of the crossbow machines. Tang Yi shouted an order and the arrows fell like rain. The enemy vanguard of 1,000 men were shot down mercilessly as another battling ram fell into another trap that was filled with sharp knives. The battle drums sounded again, and it was followed by war cries from the left and the back. The war has finally begun. Stones from catapults and flying balls of fire were crisscrossing in the air. Due to the long range of the crossbow machines and their higher position, every single enemy soldier was killed before they can even come near to the perimeter wall. For 2 whole hours, only 2 battling rams managed to reach the base of the perimeter wall but were smashed to smithereens by the catapulted rocks. Occasionally, some fire arrows were shot into the city but were swiftly extinguished. Everyone knew that if the wall is breached, it will be a serious disadvantage, so everyone is doing their utmost best to fight. The blood of the enemy soldiers is flowing like a river, and the plains were scattered with corpses. By now, the enemies have laid wooden planks over the traps and are using giant shields to protect their bodies. Advancing with the remaining 5 battling rams, they advanced rapidly. Xiang Shaolong knew that the time is ripe and gave his order. The trumpets sounded his order over the entire compound. About 10 of the smoke pits started to emit thick smoke. With the wind carrying them, they were blown in the direction of the attackers outside the city and also those who are based on the high slopes. The enemies begin to break down and cough incessantly. Tang Yi roused the elite army and motivated them to fight even harder. Xiang Shaolong separately kissed the cheeks of Wu Tingfang and Zhao Ji, instructing them to stay within the city. He then came to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng's face is totally red and she turned her face to one side, awaiting a kiss from him. Unexpectedly, Xiang Shaolong used his hand to prop her chin and lifted her face, kissing her heavily on the lips. With a broad smile, he left with Tang Yi and Ji Yanran. As the thick smoke is subsiding, loud shouts of killing and arrows firing can be heard from the high slope. Apparently, Jing Jun and his men are now attacking the enemies with arrows. At the main door, 1,000 elite Wu family warriors are already mounted on their horses and waiting patiently for Xiang Shaolong, Tang Yi, and Ji Yanran. When the 3 of them mounted their horses, thunderous drumming filled the air and their army marched out neatly before erupting into ruthless slaughtering of their foe. Using the safe paths that were not booby-trapped, they cut into the enemy's formation like a sharp cleaver. With the flying dragon spear and shield, Xiang Shaolong led the pack and killed everyone he saw. The enemy soldiers who have lost their fighting will due to the smoke are barely able to resist his overpowering attacks. The elite warriors displayed their fearsome attacking power. Everyone was fighting their best, and like a tiger among a herd of sheep, the enemy formation was broken and they continued their killing spree up the high slope. By this time, the enemies on the slope are in complete disarray thanks to the choking smoke and Jing Jun's attacks. Coupled with this new attacking force upon them, the attackers could not take it anymore. Demoralized, everyone is only trying their best to escape in all directions. The city gates opened again and it was another army of 300 elite warriors led by Wu Yanzhu. Timing their attacks, they killed numerous enemies on the lower ground. In a pathetic state, all the invaders are now only concerned about escaping and staying alive. Xiang Shaolong met up with Jing Jun's forces and they continued chasing and killing more enemies for another 20 miles before returning back to the farm. It was a complete rout. Over 2,000 enemies were killed and more than 200 were imprisoned. On their side, there were only 31 dead and less than 200 injured. It was a significant win, but Xiang Shaolong could not find any joy. For a peace-loving man like him, wars, death and injuries are not something he can derive any joy from. When the sky has brightened, the Wu family warriors came out to survey the damage and clean up the area. Jing Jun is put in charge of sending the prisoners of war back to Xianyang City and create some trouble for Lu Buwei. Tang Yi and Xiang Shaolong surveyed the aftermath and lamented, "Too bad we did not capture Meng Ao or Guan Zhongxie. Otherwise, Lu Buwei will surely be implicated." Xiang Shaolong knew better than anyone that before Xiao Pan's coronation, Lu Buwei cannot be toppled. He let out a long sigh and did not reply. Tang Yi added, "Those captured are either Meng Ao or Lu Buwei's family warriors. Let's see how he explains himself. Xiang Shaolong replied in a deep voice, don't underestimate him. I am sure he has a ready solution. This matter will only come to a rest. 2 days later, they received their answer. Jing Jun sent someone to report that when they arrived at Xianyang City, they were detained by Guan Zhongxie at the city gates. Lu Buwei came personally and took over the prisoners, promising to punish them severely and find out the true mastermind. Based on Lu Buwei's strong influence, it is hard for Xiao Pan to interfere and the end result is meaningless. Earlier, Jing Jun has been reminded by Xiang Shaolong and submitted talented Lady Ji's report to Wang Yi, who in turn submitted it to Left Premier Lord Changping. Lord Changping then reported the whole incident to Zhu Ji and Xiao Pan during the morning court. The report was powerful in the sense that it did not pinpoint Lu Buwei as the main perpetuator but hinted at his involvement every now and then. No matter how daring Lu Buwei is, he will not dare to invade the farms in near future. Xiang Shaolong is working especially hard today at his spear techniques because Qin Qing woke up early specially to see him practice. Pai. Pai. Pack. Pack. For the first time, he forced Ji Yanran to fight with all her might to match his attacks. Xiang Shaolong saw that he has caused his beloved talented Lady Ji to fight her best and broke out into laughter. Retrieving his spear, he stood upright in an imposing manner just like a heavenly general. Wu Tingfang, Qin Chang and the other girls are clapping so hard their palms hurt. Ji Yanran was pleased, hubby is really formidable. In a few days, you have understood the essence of spear techniques. I submit to you. Tang Yi came up to them and was holding a long saber that Uncle Qing has just forged. He laughed loudly, second brother is here to test your spear skills using this new saber Uncle Qing has forged for you. Shaolong must be careful. The saber has chromium alloy which is invented by you. I have tried using it to sever several spears in succession and the wear and tear is insignificant. Ji Yanran is naturally curious and attracted to new things, moreover, it is something her own hubby created. She quickly received the long saber from Tang Yi and scrutinized it carefully. After some time, she sighed, this is the best weapon during a cavalry battle, fighting on horseback. I cannot understand how hubby managed to think of such a creative weapon. On the battlefield and charging at the enemy with a sword, one has to utilize the arm strength to hit the enemy as the horse speed is too fast. You cannot just pierce your sword forward. In this case, a sword is not very effective although both sides of the sword are sharp. Additionally, the sword is a narrow weapon and only the sword center is thick enough to be effective. With this saber, it is easy to cut down at the enemy as it is sharp on one side and thick on the back. It is a durable weapon which is good for hacking enemies and uses less strength for the same blow. Oh. I must also get Uncle Qing to forge another saber for me to play. Xiang Shaolong was speechless at her observations. He wanted a saber from Uncle Cheng as he had always admired the samurai katana of the Japanese. He did not expect the weapon to be so formidable. Wu Tingfang received the sword from Ji Yanran and admired it. After taking a closer look, she exclaimed, this saber has very nice engravings on it. Ah, it even has a name inscribed here, 100 battles. 100 battles, 100 victories. It is a lucky name. Ah. This saber is so heavy. Tang Yi explained, Uncle Cheng's forging method is use secret 100 forges method. The weapon is forged over many rounds and subjected to intense fire. It is definitely much superior to a common saber. To Ji Yanran, he smiled, if Yanran wants another saber like this, you have to wait for a year but the saber may not be as good as this 100 battle saber. This is Uncle Cheng's masterpiece. He has failed countless times before he was finally enlightened to forge this heavenly weapon. Alright, Shaolong come. Everyone was excited and hurriedly retreated. Among the falling snowflakes, Tang Yi raised the saber and stood in an impressive pose. Xiang Shaolong let out a roar and the flying dragon spear sprang into life into mid-air and agilely advanced towards Tang Yi's chest area. Tang Yi understands that Xiang Shaolong is afraid to injure him because of his longer weapon and chided, are you lacking confidence in me? Show me your best moves. Wu Tingfang was affected by Tang Yi's air of righteousness and loudly cheered for Xiang Shaolong. Even Qin Qing is cheering loudly for him, showing that she has adapted to Xiang Shaolong's household and lifestyle. Xiang Shaolong laughed and adopted the horse stance, his long spear striking towards Tang Yi's belly like lightning. Only with such a long weapon can he attack from such an angle as it is hard for the saber to deflect the long spear. Tang Yi coldly snorted and slashed down with the 100 battle saber. Xiang Shaolong changed from a piercing attack to a hooking attack. Dang! He failed to hook the 100 battle saber. He quickly retrieved the spear to protect himself. In the midst of his movement, Tang Yi dashed forward to attack him and Xiang Shaolong blocked with his spear. In a short span of time, they have exchanged many blows. The first time the saber and spear come into contact, the spear was heavily deflected. If the flying dragon spear is not made of the best steel but ordinary wood, it would be broken into many pieces by now. By now, the 18 guardians in Shanlan have heard the commotion and are busy cheering for them, and it was a lively scene. After another heavy blow, both men retreated and showed signs of tiredness. Ji Yanran clapped loudly. This is a match with no clear winner. As long as second brother practices more with the saber and gain more experience, the loser will be our undefeated Xiang Shaolong for sure. Xiang Shaolong looked up to the sky and had a long laugh. Throwing his spear away, he cheered, I think I am not using the spear anymore. Next month, I will use the 100 battle saber to take Guan Zhengxie's life. Tang Yi joyfully passed him the saber and wished, I wish Shaolong will fight and win 100 battles and be invincible under the skies. Xiang Shaolong received the treasure saber and tested its weight, praising, this saber is nearly as heavy as my Mozi sword, but it looks much lighter from its appearance. This will catch Guan Zhengxie by surprise and make him regret for dueling with me. Tang Yi laughed, from today onwards, your Mozi sword is mine. After using the 100 battle saber, all other weapons other than the Mozi sword is uninteresting. Both men exchanged a look and laughed loudly. On the side, Ji Yanran just received a report from Wu Guang and happily chirped, Wu Guang just reported that a giant hot spring has been discovered at Moon Prayer Cliff. Let's go there immediately. Wu Tingfang, Zhaoji, Tianjin and Tianfeng cheered in unison. Xiang Shaolong was astounded, are we skipping practice today? Smiling sweetly and charmingly, Ji Yanran gently coaxed, with this indomitable 100 battle saber, what's wrong with taking a day off? Xiang Shaolong can feel his confidence rising. At the end of the day, he managed to survive until today is because of his knowledge that spans across 2,000 years. This saber he is holding in his hand is the best proof. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 17 Chapter 12. Book 17 Chapter 12, Love Wish Granted. Among the rising heat, the entire rock pool is bathing in warmth. Coupled with the snowflakes falling from the sky, it is heaven on earth. The boiling spring water sprang out from 3 surfaces in the rock wall and flowed straight into the pool. Any excess water continued to flow to another rock pool 5 feet below, forming another soaking area. Jing Shan and the other guardians are congregating in that pool. On Moon Prayer Cliff, at this inaccessible location, all earthly rules no longer matter. Ji Yanran, Wu Tingfang, Zhaoji, Tianjin, Tianfeng all revealed the glory of the beautiful bodies and were soaking contentedly in the hot spring. None of them are willing to leave, for in this ancient era where hot water showers are unavailable, there is no better treat for their bodies in the middle of winter. Qin Sheng removed her shoes and soaked her delicate feet into the spring water. To her, that is as far as she would go. Xiang Shaolong and the girl stared at her with embarrassment. Sitting down beside her and soaking his feet too, he offered, does Grand Tutor Qin wants to soak the spring water too? I can join the boys down there. Qin Sheng resisted the temptation of the spring water and shyly shook her head, Grand Tutor Xiang can go ahead and enjoy himself. I am very happy where I am. Xiang Shaolong noticed that her face is slightly reddish, making her even more mesmerizing. He teased, are you not afraid to see me naked? Qin Sheng knows that this man is intentionally teasing her and she wailed, get into the pool quickly. I will not be bothered with you anymore today. I have yet to settle the last score with you. Xiang Shaolong knew that she is referring to the incident where he kissed her on the lips. Without any concern for her feelings, he leaned over to kiss her face and embraced her in a bear hug. Just as Qin Sheng is about to struggle, both of them slipped and fell right into the hot spring. Ji Yanran and the other girls swam over, cheering, giggling and teasing them. Among the falling snowflakes, there are no more barriers between them. After dinner, while Qin Sheng and the other girls are playing with Xiang Bauer, Ji Yanran dragged Xiang Shaolong to a small pavilion in the garden to do snow watching. She cooed, I have never seen Sister Qin so happy before. Are you ready to marry her officially? Xiang Shaolong thought for a minute and replied, I think we should discuss this after my duel with Guan Zhengxie. Ji Yanran suggested, I have thought about it already. The best time is after the appearance of the Black Dragon. That is the best time for changes, including a change in Sister Qin's status. It will not arouse the displeasure of the royal family. Xiang Shaolong was overjoyed, Yanran is thoughtful indeed. With Sister Qin, I have no other wants. Ji Yanran seriously stated, to get Sister Qin to marry you is not easy. You better treat her like a respectable lady. I am talking about making love. Sister Qin hates the custom of Qin girls having pre-martial 5x, hubby should understand what I mean. Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled, now, I dare not even touch you, why would I even dare to think about doing anything to her? Ji Yanran giggled, it is fine to make love once or twice before the duel as long as you curb your desires. Xiang Shaolong was delighted and held Ji Yanran's hands, sighing, "You must have understood my agony to grant me this special pardon." Ji Yanran gently replied, "It must be the hot springs effects. But the one sharing your bed tonight should not be me. Since I am the one who set this rule, I should be the last one to make love with you, but..." Among the giant snowflakes, Xiang Shaolong held tightly to the 100 battle saber and is standing alone in the middle of the snowy plains. Behind him are the Wu family farms. It may be due to the wonderful feeling of this new weapon that the saber has never left his side for the past 10 days. He is trying to inculcate the 3 ultimate stances of Mozi into the saber play. After a round of meditation, his heart is still as choppy as the sea. He seems to be on the verge of having a breakthrough on the saber skill, but something seems to be lacking. During his meditation, he had memory flashes of his past. When he recalled the scenes of the tragic deaths of Zhao Qian and the maids, hot blood surged up in his body and he could not suppress it anymore. Brandishing his saber, he sliced ferociously through the air at an invisible opponent. The saber rang out loudly as it cuts through empty air. He suddenly felt at ease and naturally exhibited the Mozi swordplay, but this time, he focused on slashing and chopping moves. Somehow, there is still something missing. Out of a sudden, he had a brainwave and finally understood the crux of the problem. He remembered that the Mozi swordplay focuses on defense rather than attack, but the nature of the 100 battle saber is to attack and not to defend. Therefore, when he tried to inculcate the Mozi swordplay into the saber play, it doesn't feel right. Thinking about this, he quickly forgot about the Mozi swordplay and focused on attacks. Among the flashing of the saber energy, he can feel his forceful attacks striking forward just like bolts of lightning, giving him a strong dose of endorphin. The tremendous impact of the saber flashes can be felt all around him. Like a solid mountain, Xiang Shaolong stood erect, but his mind is filled with countless giant waves. He thought about karate and Chinese wushu, which are all based on science and logic, such as attacking using the shortest distance between you and the opponent or using momentum, flow, and gravity to your advantage. He even thought about ranged attacks. From all these knowledge, he tried to incorporate the essence into saber play. He also thought hard about samurai katana moves. Although it only has a few basic essential moves, every one of them is strong and powerful. Thinking till here, his sword skills and saber skills seems to merge into one. Since Mozi can created his own swordplay and he himself has learnt the essence of his skills, why can't he create his own set of skills by taking the essence of all the martial arts he knew? Xiang Shaolong can feel the boundless of his heart, and he was so touched hot tears begin to pour down his face. Facing the sky, he let out a long roar and the 100 battle saber is now flashing in a maelstrom that has seemed to envelope him. Following the shadow of the saber strikes, Xiang Shaolong executed a few intricate strokes and can feel the might of 1,000,000 strong soldiers and war horses in his heart. He felt a sense of invincibility and fearlessness regardless of the future. He kneeled down in an instant, knowing that he has fully grasped the intricacies of saber play. All he lacks now is experience. Back home, he promptly looked for Tang Yi and Ji Yanran to test out his new skills. Holding the flying dragon spear, Ji Yanran saw Xiang Shaolong posing with his saber and was stunned. "Hubby, what happened to you? The moment you stood there exhibiting your saber pose, I can already sense that there is no way I can even attack you successfully." Laughingly, Xiang Shaolong bellowed, "This is called confidence and might. Come my dear, my hands are itching already." Glancing at his natural heroic aura, Qin Shine and all the girls are fully intoxicated. Letting out a shrill cry, the flying dragon spear came alive in Ji Yanran's hands. Like endless waves of strong currents, the spear dashed forward towards Xiang Shaolong. Xiang Shaolong brightened up. His strength, hands, eyes and footsteps are in perfect synchronicity. Using the 100 battle saber, every move is used with the appropriate strength, not too much and not too little. Instead of defending as before, he is now mainly focused on attacks. He met the attack head-on, appearing to disregard the weight or length of the flying dragon spear. Under the strong pressure of the formidable saber attacks, the flying dragon spear was forced back several times. Talented Lady Ji could not retaliate at all. Ji Yanran sensed that there is no way she can overcome him. Throwing the spear aside, she retreated and wailed, "I quit." Turning happy in an instant, she pledged, "Xiang Shaolong, today, I, Ji Yanran, fully submit to you," but... Without any warning, Tang Yi leapt over and the Mozi sword swung towards Xiang Shaolong with tremendous impact. Xiang Shaolong enthusiastically let out a roar and met the attack head-on. On the surface, his counterattack looked ordinary, but underneath, its angle and direction is the best possible position available, giving everyone present a sense of grandmastery. Even with Tang Yi's amazing arm strength and the weight of the heavy Mozi sword, he was forced to take half a step back. Tang Yi can feel his exhilaration rising too. When he was about to retaliate, Xiang Shaolong followed up with another 2 strikes. Trailing the cold saber energy, Tang Yi felt helpless and overpowered, taking 5 continuous steps back in order to counter his 2 strikes. Taking advantage of this window, Xiang Shaolong carried on delivering one mighty slash after another. The aura of his indomitable saber attacks caused everyone, including the girls and the guardians, to feel their hearts turning cold. Tang Yi is a worthy opponent after all. Only after meeting another 10 blows did he take another 2 steps back. Xiang Shaolong retrieved his saber and retreated, but he still retained his aura of dominance. Tang Yi laughed loudly. If third brother has the intention to take my life, I am afraid I will be dead or severely maimed. Jing Shan was flabbergasted. What kind of swordplay is that? Xiang Shaolong solemnly state, it is not swordplay, it is saber play. Talented Lady Ji agreed, this is Shaolong's creation, 100 battle saber play. It is more powerful than Mozi swordplay. Guan Zhongxie is in trouble. Amidst their cheering, everyone went back to the houses. Knock. 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 Qin Cheng's melodious voice sang out from within the room, who is it? Xiang Shaolong dryly coughed, it is me. Can I come in? Qin Cheng answered, yes, oh, no. Xiang Shaolong has already barged in. He was curious, why did Grand Tutor Qin first said yes and then said no? Hey, what are you doing? Qin Cheng stood up from her seat on the floor rug. Her bedroom has a stove on, so it is as warm as spring. She is dressed in an ordinary white dress with a lake green singlet. Coupled with her exquisite face, she resembled a heavenly angel. On the floor are several pieces of protective plates. Most of them are square, but there are also some rectangular and triangular pieces. There are small holes along the edges and Qin is busy sewing them together. She appears to be sewing an armored vest and the front part is already completed. There are another 30-odd pieces on the floor that has yet to be sewn. Her petite face turning red, Qin Cheng was furious. Aren't you out for archery? Why did you come back so soon? Noticing the plates on the floor, Xiang Shaolong came to her side and smiled. Aren't these Uncle Qing's protective plates? Hey, Grand Tutor Qin must be weaving an armored vest for me, isn't it? Even the root of her ears has become red. Nodding, Qin tried to wriggle her way out. I am pretty free compared to the rest. Tingfang and Gigi have to manage Bauer, and Yanran is occupied with the Black Dragon construction, so I tried to find something to do to pass the time. AI, can you stop staring at me in such a manner? Lowering her head, she added, do you realize that this is my bedroom? Xiang Shaolong relished, it is fortunate that I did not treat this place like a forbidden ground, otherwise, I will not have seen Grand Tutor Qin's dedication to me. In the future, when I put on the vest, it is like... Hey! It is like Grand Tutor Qin. Qin Cheng stomped her foot, can you please stop saying any more? Xiang Shaolong's heart is as sweet as honey. He gently asked, when I barged into the Qin residence the other day, you hid the embroidery that you were sewing, I wonder. Qin Cheng embarrassedly walked away and stopped at the window with her back to him. She lowered her head in silence, and silence means that she is indeed sewing something for him. Xiang Shaolong can feel his pulse racing. Going to her back, he hardened his heart and grabbed her chiseled shoulders. Qin Cheng trembled for a while before calming down. Amazingly, she did not put up any struggle. Xiang Shaolong leaned forward and pressed onto her smooth cheek and inhaled her fragrance deeply, gently reminiscing, I can still remember the first time I saw you. It was right outside the Crown Prince's study. We were both reprimanded by you and we are like complete ED0TS. From then on, my respect and love for you is like an immortal. Under his warm teasing, Qin Cheng's body softened and leaned backwards into his arms. She moaned, your words are really unique. Complete ED0TS. Like an immortal. I am only doing what is right, but the two of you are clowning around, causing me to lose my temper. I nearly died of anger then. Xiang Shaolong can feel her tender back against his own body and he was enveloped in her fragrance. His two eyes feasted on her peerless face, he thought about her virginity and was in ecstasy. His courage grew by leaps and bounds and he proposed, Grand Tutor Qin, will you be my wife? Qin Cheng's body shook strongly. First, her eyes shone with delight before they darkened again. She shook her head. His hands and feet turning cold at once, Xiang Shaolong was shocked, you do not want to marry me? Qin Cheng had a fright too, no, AI, don't jump to conclusions. If I am unwilling to marry you, I will not have come to the farms with you. I am only concerned about you. For the past few years, there have been countless marriage proposals from many members of the royal family as well as high-ranking officials. They have all been rejected with the same excuse, I have no more intention to remarry. If I change my mind and marry you, it will incur much jealousy among them. Even though they are unable to prevent us from marrying, they will act unfavorably against you. You must not forget Empress Ji. She seems to have guessed our relationship. Xiang Shaolong heaved a sigh of relief and proudly proclaimed, let them say or do whatever they want. When have I been afraid of anyone? Turning her around, he hugged her tightly. The sensation of feeling her soft bouncy breasts and their legs entangled together is something that cannot be described in words. Qin Sheng opened her mouth and began panting slightly. Her eyes are half closed, adding to her unparalleled charm. The number one beauty of Qin forced her eyes open and declared, Xiaolong, if you really head to the borders one day, by hook or by crook, I must go with you. But please do not incur the public's wrath because of me. AI, since I have come all the way here, I have already regarded you as my hubby, ah. Xiang Shaolong greedily kissed her and allowed her to enjoy the unreserved pleasure of intimacy of a love relationship. By the time they stopped kissing, the usually strong-willed woman has completely melted in his arms. Her arms proactively embraced his well-built neck and her body is soft but burning with passion. The flames of love are burning stronger than ever. Qin Sheng whispered into his ear, let's act normally on the surface but behind closed doors, you can do whatever you want, alright? Ah! How can Xiang Shaolong hold it any longer? Carrying Qin Sheng up in both arms, he walked towards her bed. By the time Xiang Shaolong woke up, it is already dark outside. Qin Sheng's voluptuous figure is still intertwined with his body. Xiang Shaolong fondled her again and Qin Sheng is awakened by his touches. Discovering Xiang Shaolong's caress, she remains submissive. Just when things are getting interesting, she suddenly sat upright and revealed the top half of her flawless body, wailing, oh no, it is all your fault. We have missed dinner. How am I going to face Yanran and the rest in the future? Xiang Shaolong cheerfully sat up and hugged her, coaxing, it is normal for people to fall in love. Who dares to make fun of our Grand Tutor Qin? Come, let me help Grand Tutor get dressed. I am the one who undressed you, so I should also be the one who dressed you. Qin Sheng may have made love to him but still cannot stand his teasing. She demanded, get out of my room and check out what is happening outside. Come back and report to me as soon as possible. Xiang Shaolong accepted her order and jumped out of bed. He hurriedly got dressed and came back shortly. Qin Sheng is sitting in front of the bronze mirror tidying up her hair. Xiang Shaolong seized her hand, there is no need to comb any further. I love to see you with your hair and clothes in a mess. Moreover, everyone has gone to sleep. Only the Tian sisters are waiting to serve us. I have instructed them to bring dinner to us so you need not expose yourself outside. Right this moment, Tianjin and Tianfeng came in with a knowing smile. After setting up dinner, they left. Qin Sheng let out a cry and fell into Xiang Shaolong's arms, complaining, Shaolong, you have really gotten me into trouble. Xiang Shaolong was surprised, what did I do? Her eyes filled with numerous emotions, Qin Sheng shyly replied, without you by my side in the future, my days will be full of sorrow. Xiang Shaolong helped her up and supported her up. He shook his head, a short parting is sweeter than marriage. This is how deep our love is. Qin Sheng was in a daze and repeated a short parting is sweeter than marriage a few times before sighing, no wonder even with Yanran's talent, she still has to submit to you. Hubby's words are the most pleasing to the ear. Feeling guilty, Xiang Shaolong gently asked, shall I feed you? Qin Sheng nodded her head. What followed was a night of love and passion. For the next 10 odd days, Xiang Shaolong controlled his desires and spent all his time practicing his saber play, making huge progress. On this day, he dragged the guardians out to be his sparring partners. After he has defeated all of them soundly, Ji Yanran secretively got everyone to a location outside the farm. At the riverside, everyone stopped their horses. She started, recently, a black dragon has been sighted along this river. Is hubby brave enough to kill this beast and save the people? Besides her, Teng Yi chortled, if the dragon is really destroyed, Uncle Cheng will strangle every one of you here. Xiang Shaolong was overjoyed, the black dragon has been completed? Qin Sheng shouted, look, dot. Everyone followed her line of sight and saw a strange head surfacing from below the water. With lights shining from its eyes, it was followed by several meters of the dragon body surfacing. It is a chilling scene. However, within a minute, before the dragon can swim closer, it has already broken into two. Ji Yanran cursed, those fools. The black dragon has now broken up into several pieces. As the river is filled with air bubbles, the men operating the dragon frantically surfaced and swam towards shore. Wu Tingfang and the others are laughing so hard they nearly fell down from their horses. Holding back his own laughter, Teng Yi assured, there is no need to fret. It is just some minor engineering issue. The weather is too cold too. They should be fine after a few more practices. Xiang Shaolong is already very satisfied with the demonstration. After praising Ji Yanran, Xiang Shaolong turned his horse towards the direction of home and sighed, these times spent back at the farms are so carefree and joyful. Thinking that I have to go back and face that smelly premier mentor, I don't have any appetite anymore. Teng Yi mused, little June is the exact opposite. He is so unwilling to stay here at the farms. Wu Tingfang laughed, of course. Without Lu Danner, what joy is there for him? Ji Yanran inquired, there is another 10 days till Lu Buwei's birthday. When is hubby returning? Xiang Shaolong thought for a while and decided, the day after tomorrow. Qin Sheng reminded, we must take precautions in case Lu Buwei sets an ambush for us along the way. Xiang Shaolong commented, the possibilities may not be high, but you are right. It is better to be safe than sorry. Tang Yi proudly state, I have already made arrangements. This trip back to Xianyang City will be without hassle. I have sent men to monitor the road so safety is not an issue. Zhao Xi smiled, this time, I must also go and watch hubby fight and kill Guan Zhongxia that. Wu Tingfang clapped her hands in agreement. Ji Yanran frowned, what if Lu Buwei really decided to marry her daughter to you? What shall we do? Qin Sheng smiled, this is why Lu Buwei sent his men to attack the farms. He has his own fears too. Lu Buwei is also afraid that Guan Zhongxia will lose too. Thus, even if Shaolong wins, Lu Buwei will never marry his daughter to him. Slapping his horse forward, Xiang Shaolong laughed, who cares what will happen? Most importantly, we must kill Guan Zhongxia first. We will solve whatever problem that comes along the way. With their fighting spirit at their peak, everyone slapped their horses and gave chase, leaving a long trail of horse tracks on the snow grounds. After gaining the 100 battle saber, Xiang Shaolong has no more fear of anyone anymore. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.